In the bustling, boisterous downtown district, a new day quietly unfolded in the pale light of dawn. The sky was clear as glass with clouds white as snow drifting playfully across the blue vault. A crimson sun hung at the edge of the sky, radiating boundless light and heat. By now the lively street below was already teeming with people, streams of pedestrians flowing endlessly in both directions. People rushing to work hurried along the road, some sprinting like the wind. One man dashed madly down the sidewalk, clutching a steaming cup of coffee in his hand, stealing a gulp whenever he could snatch a breath. Anxiously he muttered under his breath, "I absolutely cannot be late, or I'll lose 100 yuan, his face a picture of flustered disarray. On the road, children with adorable little school bags on their backs were fooling around and laughing, their faces lit with pure blissful smiles. One child suddenly knelt on the ground, wrapped his arms around his mother's thigh, and burst into loud sobs. "Well, Mama, I don't want to go to school. Let's just go home, please," he wailed through his tears. His mother lowered her voice in a stern growl. "If you don't want to go to school, what is it you want to do?" The child sniffled and stammered, "Mama, I'm sleepy. I want to go home and sleep." The child's nose was running and tears streamed down his cheeks. He wiped his wet, glistening eyes with his forearm, a sight so pitiful it tugged at the heart. His mother scolded, "Look at you. The other kids in kindergarten are well-behaved and weigh only about 25 kilos. And you, who could even lift you? We're almost about to gather all 108 heroes already. And all you do every single day is sleep, sleep, sleep. Besides sleeping, what else can you do? If you keep this up, never mind becoming one of the 108 heroes. You'll turn straight into a huge hulking elephant." Hearing this, the child, who had been wailing moments before, suddenly fell silent, as though the entire world had been put on mute. He slowly rose to his feet, lowering his gaze to fix quietly on his own round, plump belly, swollen like an overinflated balloon bulging out as if it might pop with a single thump. His oversized head seemed especially heavy, as if every attempt to lift it required tremendous effort. At last, after a bout of determined struggle, he managed to raise that weighty head bit by bit. His unfocused eyes drifted toward his mother standing beside him, a trace of helplessness and confusion flickering in his gaze, as if silently asking, "Mama, you've fed me so well. Why is it so hard just to lift my head?" The mother stood quietly watching him, a gentle smile on her face, yet behind that smile seemed to lurk a worry she could not put into words. She sighed inwardly, thinking, "I'm starting to doubt if this is really my own son." Then the child slowly lowered his head again, reaching out his chubby little hands to softly stroke his high, rounded belly. Puzzled, he murmured, "Huh, Mama, I haven't turned into an elephant here at all." His mother's face went blank with confusion, then dazed bewilderment. After a few seconds, she consoled herself inwardly, "This is actually a good sign. It means that little provocation I used just now worked." In an instant, she grabbed the child's hand tightly and turned, ready to break into a run. With urgent impatience, she exclaimed, "Quick, quick, quick, you little elephant." She caught herself mid-sentence and corrected, "Oh no, son, if we don't hurry, we're going to be late for school." Yet no matter how she tugged, the child stood rooted to the spot, utterly immovable. Even as she struggled with all her might, he did not budge in the slightest, like a 100-gene jack placed firmly on the ground. Only the rolls of flesh on his body quivered violently, as if wordlessly protesting, "I'm not going anywhere." At this point, there seemed only one strategy left. "Be good, son, listen now," she coaxed softly. "After school, Mama will treat you to some protein powder." Her tender, tempting voice drifted into his ears. At the mention of protein powder, the kindergarten boy's eyes immediately lit up. Delighted, he followed his mother away at a slow, steady pace. With each step he took, the ground seemed to tremble ever so slightly beneath him. Not far away, Yanlong watched the scene unfolding before him, lost in thought. Murmuring to himself, he analyzed, a child so young yet already this big, and still drinking protein powder and this fat. It's a bit unbelievable. Could it be that he wasn't born this way? Or did they use insulin or some kind of hormone drug to make him like this? But what would the motive be? To inherit the family fortune? No, impossible. He's so little, what inheritance could there be? Could it be some kind of revenge against her husband's behavior? Just then a voice called out, "Hey, what V, you've been staring at so hard." Yuping came over and patted Yanlong's shoulder, curiosity written all over his face. Startled out of his thoughts, Yanlong quickly explained, "Oh, it's nothing. I just saw a little boy on the road just now and wondered why he was so abnormal. His body is nothing like a normal kindergarten kid's. So I was speculating about his mother's motive as if it were some kind of case." Yuping threw his head back and burst out laughing. "Ha ha, have you been reading too many detective novels? Now everyone you see has a motive, huh?" No sooner had his words fallen than a sudden gust of cold wind swept through. The breeze felt like a sharp, icy blade stabbing into everyone's skin. Yanlong's whole body shuddered. He rubbed his hands together to ward off the chill and grumbled, "What the hell? The sun's shining bright. How can there be such a freezing wind?" Just then, two dark figures suddenly appeared like specters flashing out from some unknown direction. In the blink of an eye, they stood firmly several hundred meters away from where the two men were. One of them wore an ancient official robe as black as ink, while the other was clad in an ancient official robe as white as snow. With each step the black and white pair took forward, a clear afterimage was left hanging in the air where they had just been. In the next instant the afterimage vanished, and their true bodies had already teleported dozens of meters ahead. Yu Ping's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Instinctively he reached up to rub his eyes, muttering to himself, "What the hell is this? Am I seeing things?" To confirm whether he truly was hallucinating, Yu Ping slowly closed his eyes, then snapped them open again. Yet he found that the black and white duo were still flashing about at astonishing speed, teleporting again and again. His shock only deepened. He once again closed his eyes, then flung them open with force. The scene before him remained unchanged. The black and white pair were darting through space at lightning speed, streaking back and forth like a storm wind. "Hey, Yanlong, look over there. There are two black and white figures actually teleporting," Yu Ping shouted, pointing toward the distance, his voice laden with shock and fear. Yanlong shivered and stammered, What? What teleporting? Aren't there 3 women in Chi Pao on the road over there? They really are quite pretty, and weren't they just chatting away?" he added. "No, not 3 beauties, 2, Yu Ping insisted. "Those 2 odd-looking ones in white, and black, not quite male, not quite female." Yanlong replied, "You've got to be joking. Come on, it's freezing out here. Why don't we head back inside and warm up a bit?" Yu Ping, who felt no cold at all yet was deeply unsettled by the bizarre sight before him, answered without hesitation, "Good idea. Let's go." Just as the tension reached its peak in that instant of life and death urgency, events took a sudden turn. The black-clad figure suddenly swept his hand through the air. In that instant, darkness crashed over Yu Ping's vision as though he had been engulfed by a mysterious and overwhelming power of shadow. When Yu Ping opened his eyes again, he was horrified to find that his surroundings had completely transformed. The familiar streets and bustling pedestrians had vanished entirely. In their place stretched a desolate, barren wilderness, mountains looming under a shroud of oppressive gloom. Not far ahead, the 2 figures he knew were slowly walking toward him, drifting closer like ghosts. With every step they took, they seemed to shift dozens of meters in an instant. The eerie scene filled Yu Ping with sheer terror, and he could not help but shout, "Yanlong! Yanlong! Where are you? Run!" But all around him lay deathly silence. His voice was like a stone cast into a bottomless pitch-black abyss, swallowed without a trace, not even an echo returning to him. "Help! Help me! Someone please save me!" he cried. Yet there was still no reply, only unbroken stillness and crushing quiet. Fear surged over him like a rising tide. Instinctively, Yu Ping tried to turn and flee this dreadful place. But no matter how desperately he pumped his legs, no matter how he exerted every ounce of strength he possessed to sprint forward, he could not escape. It was as if a treadmill lay beneath his feet, forcing him to run in place. At that very moment, the 2 figures clad in black and white had instantaneously appeared before Yu Ping. The man in black, with a terrifying and hoarse voice, intoned, "Little friend, do not trouble yourself, heed my words." Yu Ping widened his eyes in shock as he stared at the 2 eerie figures dressed in black and white, his body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly his legs weakened as if deprived of all support, and with a heavy thud he fell to the ground, shivering uncontrollably. The man in black appeared, his face round and smooth, yet somewhat plump, his skin as dark as ink, making him appear particularly gloomy in the dim light. Atop his head, he wore a black official's cap on which 4 bold red characters proclaimed Tianxia Taiping, peace under heaven. His impeccably tailored pure black official robe bore the inscription Wuchang Saoming, fate of the inevitable, across its center, while a few conspicuous strands of white cloth on his arms fluttered in the wind. In his left hand he clutched a black feathered duster tightly, its feathers swayed in the wind as if ready to scatter at any moment. The one in white, by contrast, had a face as pale as paper, utterly devoid of color. His eyes rolled upwards, exposing vast areas of white, while his skin, wrinkled like withered bark, exuded a grotesque and decayed horror. Most striking was a long scarlet tongue drooping from the corner of his mouth, trailing down to his chest, and swaying subtly with each breath in a most alarming manner. He also wore a white official's cap on which the 4 characters Yijian Shunkai, wealth at first sight, were inscribed, and his exquisitely made pure white official robe bore the words Liguiguhan, ghostly soul, hooked down its center. Stray black strips of cloth clung to his arms, while his right hand gripped a curved iron chain, which dragged on the ground, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. "Little friend, do not be afraid. Ooh, I am not a villain," the man in black said with a hoarse smile. "Indeed, we are good people," the man in white replied in a tone almost mechanical. When the man in black laughed, his smile, though not strikingly beautiful, was at least acceptable. In stark contrast stood the man in white. His face was as pale as paper, devoid of blood, as if long dead. Even more terrifying was the long red tongue, protruding from his mouth, writhing like a venomous serpent and exuding a bone-chilling aura. When he laughed, the trembling red tongue swayed, as if threatening to slither into one's mouth should disobedience occur, evoking both dread and revulsion. Upon witnessing this, Yu Peng's eyes widened in terror. With a stiff kick, his body arched backward and collapsed onto the ground with a heavy thud, rendered unconscious by fear. The man in white, observing the scene, turned and reproached brother, "Hey, did you scare the little friend into fainting?" "Nonsense, it was clearly you who frightened him," came the retort. Adjusting his demeanor, the man in black complained, "I told you to use your illusion, yet you disobeyed, and even boasted about your own handsome looks. Now your handsomeness has frightened the little friend into unconsciousness." With a sigh, he added, "Alas, your words can only describe it as an accident. They fail to understand my true handsomeness." After finishing his words, the man in white, his expression forlorn, as if long isolated, began to sing, "How lonely, how desolate is handsomeness, so empty, so forlorn, standing alone atop the pinnacle. Who can truly understand my charm? Enough, cease your self-admiration, for it sounds like the wail of ghosts. Now is not the time for song," quickly roused the little friend. With an expression full of disdain, He Wuchang pointed toward Yu Peng. The man in white, remaining silent, gently waved his right hand. A dense ink-black mist surged forth like a sinuous black serpent, darting toward Yu Peng. In the blink of an eye, the dark mist infiltrated Yu Peng's mind. Within seconds, the muddled haze in Yu Peng's consciousness was swept away, as if by a cool breeze, dispelling all fatigue and disorientation. Yu Peng felt his mind become extraordinarily lucid and his thoughts remarkably agile, as though he had been abruptly awakened from a long slumber, rejuvenated like a freshly charged battery. Scratching his head in confusion as he looked upon himself lying on the ground, Yu Peng murmured, "Ha, what has happened to me?" Then he slowly rose, using his right hand on the ground for support. The man in white smiled and chuckled. "Little friend, you are awake." Looking up, Yu Peng saw the white-clad figure with a pale, quivering, withered face and a long, trembling tongue, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my, a ghost." Then he immediately lost consciousness once again. Strangely, Yu Peng felt no true fainting. Instead, he remained exceptionally clear-headed, as if on the verge of collapse, yet unable to succumb, watching the two figures in terror. The man in white turned his head and smiled at the man in black, as if boastfully remarking, "See, even those who do not understand me know I am handsome." He didn't faint at all. Trembling, Yu Peng's body shook as his head swayed from side to side, his eyebrows raised and eyes wide. He hurriedly stepped back, his hand quivering, as he stuttered, "Woho are you, and what do you intend to do?" "I am He Wuchang," declared the man in black in a serious tone. The man in white followed, "I am by Wuchang." Upon hearing this, any trace of fear in Yu Peng vanished. His expression transformed in an instant as he gasped in astonishment and delight, "Wow! Oh my goodness, you truly are none other than the famed He and Bai Wuchang of Huaxia." Both replied in unison, "Indeed we are." Exuberantly, Yu Peng exclaimed, "Haha, splendid. Splendid indeed. Father, mother, elder brother, Yanlong Xuanhui, Pengren, my dear friends, have you witnessed this? I have seen the legendary He and Bai Wuchang." "Huh." However, He Wuchang furrowed his brows in puzzlement and inquired, "Are you certain this is the one we seek?" Indeed, for the Yintong Shu records state his name is Yu Peng, aged 20. This little friend is naturally endowed with pure yang energy and extraordinary righteousness, Bai Wuchang recited. Having opened the Yintong Shu, Bai Wuchang continued, "However, I cannot shake the feeling that this little friend's mind is a bit peculiar. Shouldn't a normal person be afraid? After all, encountering us symbolizes death, so why is he so cheerful?" Bai Wuchang furrowed his brows, then, after a moment's thought, remarked slowly, "Perhaps this little friend was born with a bold spirit, and thus does not fear death." After a while, the once exuberant Yu Peng gradually quieted and began rummaging through his pockets. Yu Peng occasionally plunged his hand into his left pocket, and then the right, sometimes glancing downward, and at other times looking up, his expression marked by anxious concentration. Observing this, He Wuchang, filled with perplexity, stepped forward and asked, "Little friend, what is it that you are looking for? Why such haste and disarray?" "I am looking for my book and pen." "Oh, how odd. I recall a pack of tissues in my pocket, but now it is gone." He Bai Wuchang stood still, smiling as he looked at Yu Peng. Yu Peng had his hands in his pockets, his gaze unwavering, and resolutely thought to himself, "Forget it, this is the only way." Suddenly, he crouched down and picked up a sharp stone, rubbing it against the ground repeatedly. After a while, when the stone became dirty, he said, "I apologize, Lord He Bai Wuchang. I don't have a pen or paper in my pocket. Could you please sign on my clothes using the mud from the stone?" "Thank you." Yu Peng happily raised the stone with both hands and presented it to He Bai Wuchang. "Sign. What does that mean?" He Bai Wuchang looked at him in astonishment. "Oh, Lord He Bai Wuchang, it means that a fan's signature represents their love and devotion to their idol, which is akin to faith," Yu Peng patiently explained, his eyes occasionally sparkling. "Is it true that I am so famous in the mortal realm? Am I actually an idol?" He Bai Wuchang continued to inquire. "Of course. In our Huaxia Lord Heibai Wuchang, you are known by all, and your stories have been told since childhood. Yu Peng patted his chest confidently and continued, I can say that everyone knows your renowned names. Upon hearing this, a mechanical and terrifying laugh suddenly erupted from Bai Wuchang, causing his pale, withered face to tremble with fear. Hee. Heibai Wuchang nudged Bai Wuchang with his right arm and shot him a cold glare, whispering, brother, by mind your image. Just enjoy the moment and don't laugh out loud. Although you have your dark arts, be careful not to frighten the young friend. After hearing this, Bai Wuchang instantly shut his mouth as if he had been struck by a spell. The once flamboyant smile on his face quickly faded, replaced by a calm gaze. Meanwhile, Yu Peng, after finishing his explanation, pondered for a moment and suddenly felt as if a cold wind swept through his mind. He shivered all over, followed by a sense of confusion and blankness as a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He suddenly recalled the last words often spoken by the elders: anyone who sees Heibai Wuchang means they have already departed this life. Only the souls of the departed can encounter the figures of these two ghostly messengers. As this thought emerged, it created ripples in the lake of Yu Peng's heart, causing him to tremble, with cold, a chill shooting straight up his spine. Yu Peng's eyes widened, his brow furrowing as he trembled in terror, murmuring, Heibai Wuchang, am I dead already? Heibai Wuchang smiled and explained, not at all. Do not fear, young friend, you are not dead. Then why can I see you two, my lords? Yu Peng trembled in fear as he looked at the two before him. Just as Bai Wuchang was about to speak, Heibai Wuchang interjected, I have come here for a purpose. Upon hearing this, Yu Peng immediately set aside his fears of death, feeling a bit more at ease. You have business with me. What merit do I possess to have the renowned emissaries of the underworld Heibai Wuchang seek me from afar? This is definitely not a good thing. After all, if I agree to it, I might end up dead. So all I need to do is refuse. Since I am not dead, although you two lords are prominent figures in Huaxiao, I have my own matters to attend to. If I were to die peacefully to do something else, then I must apologize, he continued. After all, I still have great friends. I don't have a girlfriend yet. I haven't held a girl's hand. I haven't honored my parents, served them tea, or done laundry and cooking. I still have not provided for them in their old age. Bai Wuchang, who had been interrupted for a long time, couldn't hold back any longer and interjected, stop. Young friend, if you keep going, it will take several hours. Yu Peng stopped, looking at them with clear eyes. Heibai Wuchang agreed, I have come for a matter, but it will not affect your life. Could it be that you want Yu Peng to engage in some shady business? Perhaps to sneak into the ladies' restroom and act as a spy, or predict someone's death by watching them bathe? Or perhaps to create accidents for others, or to cosplay and distribute death notices? No, I must get to the bottom of this. Otherwise it would be too confusing. Yu Peng queried, then why do you two lords seek me? We seek you because there are too many unfulfilled wishes among the souls in this world. Bai Wuchang's serious demeanor evoked a sense of pity. Too many souls. Are you saying ghosts? That can be understood, as the population in the world is vast. Before Bai Wuchang could finish, Yu Peng immediately interjected happily, then can I see my great-grandfather and great-grandmother, as well as my maternal grandmother? Yu Peng's eyes sparkled like a crystal bead. Heibai Wuchang shook his head and sighed, young friend, do not be too happy in the cycle of life and death. You might not see them, as they may have already reincarnated. But if you say there are many ghosts, why can't I see my relatives? 30 years have passed, and the population has dwindled. Therefore we can manage it. Yu Peng, with his hands in his pockets, refuted disdainfully, if you can manage it, then why do you two lords seek me? Just follow the words on your bodies and collect souls from the vengeful spirits. He pointed at Heibai Wuchang's clothing. Heibai Wuchang's voice became hoarse with anger. Impudent. Young friend. Bai Wuchang gently patted Heibai Wuchang's shoulder, explaining like a speaker. The population has skyrocketed over 30 years with trillions of people. As the pace of life accelerates, every person who dies becomes a ghost, unwilling to depart, their desires strong. We cannot manage it, thus we seek you. Although Yu Peng was startled by Heibai Wuchang's voice, he still waved his hand to refuse, saying, I don't have time for that. I have my own troubles. I can barely manage my own job. I'm either scolded by my boss or taking the blame. Every month I think about quitting, but I work full-time and my salary is pitifully low. I can barely afford to eat, living like a workhorse. If I did that, I'd starve to death. The material needs of the world are endless. Today, young friend, you live for food. When you have money, you live for vanity. When you become very wealthy, you live for freedom, and when that freedom ends, you live for the division of wealth. Bai Wuchang smiled and shook his head as he continued, once you cross one pit, another will await you. Life is not just about smooth sailing. Ups and downs, struggles and hardships are all part of it. In the human world, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are all encompassed within. Yu Peng listened, feeling lost and bewildered, staring blankly at Heibai Wuchang. The young man before him appeared utterly confused. It seems this is the only way I'll lure him with material needs and paint a big picture. Once he's accustomed to it, he won't be able to back out. So Heibai Wuchang chimed in, picturing a grand future after taking over. I promise you material needs. Really? Lord Heibai Wuchang, what needs? Yu Peng was overjoyed. Since there were material needs, then delicious food, fine wine, big fish, and meat, buying cars and houses would be simple. Such good fortune was delightful. Yes, I promise. It's hard to retract a promise made on a horse-drawn carriage. Seeing that it was effective, Heibai Wuchang and Bai Wuchang exchanged smiles. Yu Peng, ecstatic, jumped up and shouted, oh yeah. I'm no longer a workhorse, I'm finally going to have money. Bai Wuchang watched Yu Peng spinning around with a helpless expression. At such a young age, he truly was a money-loving person. Heibai Wuchang continued to fan the flames. Furthermore, young friend, you can earn some extra money. Yu Peng stopped his spinning happily, asking Lord Heibai Wuchang, what extra money? Since your main job is dealing with ghosts, you can earn treasures from ghosts, or even become a feng shui master and ghost-catching expert. Yu Peng waved his hand in refusal, saying no, no, no. The dead turning into ghosts are already pitiable. How could I take advantage of their plight to seize their burial goods? That is not robbery, it is the ghosts willingly giving to you. You may choose to accept or decline, how everything is up to you. Yu Peng directly jumped into the topic and inquired, Lord Hei Wuchang, what do you need me to do? Are there any matters to note? You simply need to fulfill the ghost's wishes, allowing them to reincarnate and not become wandering souls. As for matters to note, just ensure that no one else knows your identity. Bai Wuchang nodded in satisfaction and softly agreed, that is reasonable. I understand now. Oh, I will be the envoy of justice in the human realm. Heibai Wuchang spoke in unison. Exactly. Rest assured. With me here, the souls in the human realm will be well taken care of, and I will make sure they do not act recklessly. Even if the corpses in the morgue were to transform and try to escape, I will bring them back safely. After saying this, Yu Peng confidently patted his chest, filled with self-assurance. Heibai Wuchang nodded in approval. This position is for the one who fulfills souls' wishes. Do you consent? I do. Yu Peng answered without any hesitation, thinking, why would I refuse such a good position? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Wuchang extended his right hand, and suddenly the black mist surrounding his palm vanished, leaving only a blood-red piece of paper floating in the air above his hand. This contract is a collaboration agreement for the one who fulfills souls' wishes. After signing, you will gain special abilities, Hei Wuchang said, pointing to the blood-red paper on Bai Wuchang's hand. Afterward, Bai Wuchang seemed to have practiced this with Hei Wuchang countless times, moving in perfect harmony without any hesitation as he gently gestured. The blood-red collaboration agreement floated in front of Yu Peng, suspended in midair. Esteemed lords, how do I sign this? Yu Peng awkwardly scratched his head and asked. It wasn't that he couldn't write, but everything felt too surreal. There was no pen and the paper was floating in midair. It was impossible to just eat it like cotton candy, right? Young friend, you only need to raise your finger and write your name in the air, Hei Wuchang said, with a smile, gesturing with his hand. With curiosity and excitement, Yu Peng quickly raised his hand, gripping 4 fingers tightly, and leaving only his index finger to start a wild dance in the air. Strangely, at the end of the blood-red collaboration agreement, the characters Yu Peng suddenly appeared, shining brilliantly. Suddenly, the blood-red collaboration agreement ignited as if someone had set it on fire, burning fiercely, with the black flames devouring the paper like a starving wolf. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Wow, this is amazing. Yu Peng gazed in fascination at everything before him. Hei Wuchang and Bai Wuchang observed the signed contract without paying Yu Peng's astonishment any mind, as if it were a common occurrence. Calmly, they continued, congratulations, young friend, you have become the one who fulfills wishes. Next, I shall bestow upon you a magical artifact. What kind of artifact? Hei Wuchang extended his palm, and in an instant black mist swirled, revealing a black robe suspended in the air. The black robe was entirely as dark as ink, shimmering with a radiant glow, adorned with the image of a mighty dragon coiling majestically. This dragon exuded a mysterious and regal aura, each of its scales sparkling with a chilling light, making one feel compelled to brandish a knife against Yu Peng's throat, demanding, quick, tell me where this perfect piece of art came from. Otherwise your life is at stake. The dragon's eyes were piercing and fierce, revealing a terrifying power, as if it were a living being capable of seeing through the world. Its whiskers swayed in the wind, imbued with extraordinary agility. The dragon's teeth were endearing, and the claws were strong, as if they could tear through the void. The dragon embroidered on the robe was lifelike, as if it truly existed, seemingly ready to break free from the confines of the clothing and roar into the sky, showcasing its majesty. Yu Peng gazed with wide eyes, entranced, and couldn't help but reach out to touch it, murmuring, wow. This robe is incredible. The texture is smooth and rounded. This dragon is even more imposing and handsome than the legends depict. It feels utterly real. This dragon robe is a gift for you, young friend, Hei Wuchang said, not even glancing at him. Yu Peng bounced with joy, excited like a child who just received their favorite toy, exclaiming, really? Yes, he confirmed. After receiving the reply from He Wuchang, and by Wuchang, Yu Peng immediately took the dragon robe, cherishing it, as if it were a treasure, careful not to drop it on the ground, his face pressed against it repeatedly. This dragon robe is invulnerable to swords and guns, impervious to water and fire, capable of withstanding firearms and protecting your life, He Wuchang explained. Wow, that's amazing. Just looking at its appearance is already impressive. I didn't expect its functionality to be even more remarkable. Yu Peng blurted out a phrase from traditional culture, imagining himself wearing the dragon robe, boldly walking into a treasure vault, taking gold without a care. Even if security personnel shot at him with rifles, he would remain unharmed. Even if an RPG bombarded him, he would carry on as usual, laughing. Wouldn't that make me the ruler of the world? Thinking this, Yu Peng immediately shook his head, dispelling the bad thoughts. No, I can't think like that. After all, I am a good citizen. In an instant, the wicked thoughts vanished. Indeed, furthermore, this dragon robe's dragon is called the Een Soul Dragon. It is a living being that can converse with you, and others cannot hear its words. When necessary, it can single-handedly vanquish malevolent spirits. What? A malevolent spirit? This dragon can actually subdue ghosts. Yu Peng gasped in disbelief. It was already remarkable that it was invulnerable to weapons and fire, but the dragon pattern on the robe was a living creature. Exactly, so young friend, rest assured you will not die once you wear it. Yu Peng was stunned, his mouth agape as drool trickled down. With a loyal expression but unfaithful hands, he swiftly donned the shimmering dragon robe, as if afraid someone would snatch it away, murmuring to himself. This is no longer a matter of life or death. This situation surpasses imagination. It is unbelievable that such a capability exists. Bai Wuchang was about to laugh heartily, when He Wuchang quietly said, "Brother, wait until the young friend is gone before you enjoy yourself." Thus he fell silent and did not laugh. At that moment, He Wuchang slowly raised his hand and gently waved it in front of Yu Peng. In an instant, a strange light burst forth from He Wuchang's hand, dazzling and bright, like a shooting star across the night sky. This strange light enveloped Yu Peng, and suddenly the scene before him became blurred. However, after just a moment, as the light gradually dissipated, an astonishing scene unfolded. Yu Peng's previously dull eyes suddenly became incredibly bright, as if two gemstones radiating mysterious light were embedded in his eye sockets. This peculiar eye color seemed to contain endless magic and secrets, yet the black-red glow vanished as swiftly as it appeared, leaving behind a pair of eyes that returned to normal. Lord He Wuchang, what was that just now? Why did my eyes suddenly turn black and then become even brighter than before? It feels quite strange, Yu Peng said while rubbing his eyes as if sand had gotten into them. Do not worry, young friend. This is the Yin Yang Eye, which I have already cast a spell upon your eyes. It can perceive the ghosts of the world and listen to the voices of all things. With it, one can distinguish between human and ghost. Could it be? This is the special power of the Taoist priest in movies, opening the heavenly eye. Not quite. Illusions are always illusions and cannot be compared. He Wuchang shook his head. In an instant, Yu Peng was lost in fantasy, feeling as if his mind had been cleaved apart by a bolt of lightning, with countless movie scenes surging forth. Mysterious and unfathomable Taoist priests chanted incantations while performing magical arts, their hands dancing like butterflies, transforming into various dazzling gestures. Next, the Taoist held a tender green leaf, carefully placing it over his tightly closed eyes. When the Taoist opened his eyes again, they glimmered with an extraordinary light, as if they could penetrate all things in the world and directly see the ghosts hidden in the shadows. What followed was even more thrilling. The Taoist engaged in a fierce battle that shook the heavens and made the ghosts weep. Yu Peng thought of this and immediately became excited. So, Lord He Wuchang, if I activate the Yin Yang, I need to take a leaf and place it in front of my eyes to see the ghosts. He Wuchang shook his head and said, not at all. Young friend, you must not rely on anything else. Your eyes alone are the Yin Yang eye, which is quite special. So does my special eye shoot a laser when I close and open it. Ahead lay a vast pit. Then with a swoosh, a hole was instantly pierced through a mountain in front. He Wuchang's expression darkened as he fell silent for a moment, his lips twitching. This young friend must be a fool. I can't understand why I chose him, and yet he thinks his eyes can shoot lasers to create a big pit. Why not shoot an intercontinental missile instead? Yu Peng, seeing no response, directly pressed, Isn't that right, Lord He Wuchang? He Wuchang replied speechlessly, Haha, young friend, you truly have a sense of humor. The Yin Yang eye has no dark power, and you should watch fewer illusory animated films. All right then, Yu Peng said dejectedly, oh. However, although the Yin Yang eye cannot shoot lasers, what does it actually look like? Is it a kawaii big eye or a sparkling gem? Thus Yu Peng curiously raised his hand to touch his eye bags, rolling his eyes upward, eager to see what the renowned special power of the Yin Yang eye looked like, but no matter how he changed his view, he still could not see it. Bai Wuchang interjected with a laugh, Keek. Young friend, do not waste your effort. Just look in the mirror when you get back. The human structure is fixed, and no matter how hard you try, you will always be unable to see certain parts. Yuping stood there scratching his head awkwardly and grinning. He and Bai Wuchang turned to look at each other. Once again they began to question, Brother Bai, are you sure? Is this the person we are looking for? Yes, the book says so, but this young friend is indeed a bit unusual. He does not follow the norm. I am starting to doubt whether it is a case of a name being the same. We have not found a normal person, yet we found someone with the same name who seems to have some issues. No way, what if we really found the wrong one? What can we do? The dragon robe can be returned, but what about the yin yang eye? We can't just dig his eyeballs out, can we? At this point there is no choice but to proceed. We have already sent him, so let it be. If I am reprimanded later, I will just say it was him. As for the brain, it must have been kicked by a donkey. As expected of Brother He, this idea is good. Thank you, Lords He and Bai Wuchang, for granting me this magical treasure. I will not hesitate to face any challenges, even if it means pulling a gorilla ghost who does not want to leave. After saying this, Yuping bowed in gratitude, reluctant to lift his head. He and Bai Wuchang came to their senses and spoke in unison, it's nothing. The one who grants the dragon robe treasure is not us, but another esteemed person. Yuping curiously asked, who is it? He Wuchang smiled and said, the time has not yet come. You will know naturally when it arrives. All right, young friend, I have completed my mission. The rest of the journey depends on you. After He Wuchang finished speaking, he gently waved his hand to bid farewell to Yuping. The originally mysterious figure now shone even brighter with a dazzling spiritual light sparkling like the brilliant stars in the night sky, making one wish to grab a handful to use as Nightlight's dog head. And within this dazzling spiritual light, He Wuchang's legs gradually became blurry, as if being swallowed by an invisible power of invisibility. First his feet slowly merged into the light, followed by his calves' thighs, until his entire legs completely vanished without a trace. Seeing that He Wuchang had disappeared, Bai Wuchang gently leaned close to Yuping's ear and whispered, young friend, this esteemed one is named San Shi Dai, Jia, later merging with my father. After saying this, he stood like a bell, raised his hand, and gently waved goodbye, his body also glowing with brilliant light, and the two of them vanished in an instant. A mechanical voice pierced the sky, echoing, remember, young friend, do not let others know your identity. I have high hopes for you. Just as those words fell, suddenly a dazzling light erupted in front of him without warning. This light was so intense that Yuping instinctively closed his eyes. However, when Yuping slowly opened his eyes again, a delightful scene appeared before him. The originally dark and chaotic world was instantly enveloped by light, and everything became clear. Yuping rubbed his eyes, looking in disbelief at everything before him. He had returned to that familiar street. The shops along the street were still plentiful, and the signs hanging at the shop entrances sparkled with colorful light in the sunlight. The pedestrians on the road were still coming and going, each with unique expressions and demeanor that belonged to this city. The surrounding buildings, flowers, trees, and the distant mountains were all so familiar, as if he had never left. Even the scent in the air was so dear, mingling the aroma from snack stalls, the smell of car exhaust, and the faint fragrance of flowers carried by the gentle breeze. Everything felt as real and surreal as a dream. Yuping joyfully shouted, oh yeah, I'm back. But I must say the scene just now was too thrilling. At this moment, Yanlong looked at the place where Yuping was staring, his eyes wide open in search of suspicious targets. In just a few seconds, several beautiful women in kipeos were locked in, their figures stunning and their beauty unparalleled like flowers in full bloom. Yuping thought it was just a moment of admiration for the beautiful women, and with a hint of sarcasm he muttered, hey, where are you daydreaming? Is this scene stimulating or not? Yanhong rolled his eyes. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yuping didn't retort, but turned around to see Yanhong standing there, and suddenly embraced him in surprise, exclaiming, brother, you're back. He expressed concern as if they were long-lost siblings. Woo, as long as you're okay. Yanhong pushed Yuping away and patted his shoulder, saying with exasperation, are you going crazy thinking about women? I'm not a woman. And clarify what you mean by I'm back, and everything's fine. I thought I would never see you again. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm perfectly fine, how could I not be seen? Yanhong reached out and touched Yuping's head, then his own, puzzled. You don't have a fever. How could you be talking nonsense? I'm not talking nonsense. Just now you really disappeared, and I was all alone in the wilderness. Before he could finish, Yanhong interrupted. Did you have a fever earlier, and now you're confused? I've been standing here waiting for you. Why did you space out for so long? Just as Yuping was about to explain what he encountered earlier, a terrifying voice echoed in his ears. Remember, do not let others know your true identity. Terrified, Yuping immediately shut his mouth, filled with self-doubt. Could it be that what happened earlier wasn't a dream? But was it real? How bizarre would that be? Do I really have special abilities? Did I actually meet the messengers of death? And what was that voice? So Yuping widened his eyes and carefully looked around the street. There was no sign of anything unusual. Everything was as normal as it could be. No ghosts in sight and nothing strange happening. I need to ask my brother what Bai Wuchang looks like. If his description matches, it means we watched different movies. If not, I'll have to probe further. If it still doesn't match, then I might really be under too much work pressure and just daydreaming. After all, Yanhong himself said he had been waiting for me for a long time, and I was just dazing off. Looking at his expression, it didn't seem like he was joking, and it was indeed real. So Yuping asked, Yanhong, have you seen what Bai Wuchang looks like? Isn't Bai Wuchang in the movies a beautiful woman? Yanhong was speechless. What's wrong with you? You seem odd today. How long have you been waiting for me, do you know? Yanhong thought for a moment and replied seriously, just about a few minutes, I suppose. Then how long did you see me dazing off? Also a few minutes, I suppose. It was while you were watching The Beautiful Lady by Vegetables. By the way, what's wrong with you? Why are you asking this? Could it be that you're too shy to admit you were daydreaming about the beautiful women for a few minutes? Yuping scratched his head awkwardly and said, No, nothing. How about you go back first? I'll take a stroll. Bai Wuchang isn't supposed to be so pale with a long red tongue, and the answer is different from mine. Also, I clearly remember chatting with Bai and He Wuchang for a long time, probably several hours. Why did Yanhong say it was only a few minutes of buying vegetables? A few minutes can't be possible. Absolutely impossible. Sai, it seems I need to consult a psychologist. After all, hallucinations and auditory hallucinations are a sickness, or maybe I really have a fever and got confused. Otherwise, when looking for a girlfriend in the future, I'd just say I can see ghosts, and I chatted happily with Bai and He Wuchang. I wouldn't be surprised if she splashed me with tea and called me crazy. Yanhong raised his eyebrows in surprise and misunderstood. Oh, you're keeping it under wraps, huh? Why haven't I heard you found a girlfriend before? Now you're off to date a beautiful woman, huh? Didn't expect that. No, you're mistaken. Yuping waved his hands in exasperation. Ha ha, just like this. Don't forget to come back and tell me all about it. Also, I've heard that girls' hands are soft and smooth. You should give it a try, ha ha. After Yanhong said this happily, he turned and left, leaving Yuping standing there smiling foolishly. Since it's a misunderstanding, let it be, but it's better than possibly being sick. After a while, Yuping walked slowly on the street, and everyone without exception displayed expressions of happiness and satisfaction. Some people were chatting warmly with friends, sharing little anecdotes from their lives. I heard the shopkeeper's wife ran away. How did she run away? I think it was a fortune teller who said the shopkeeper hit her, so she ran away with a pretty boy. What about the shopkeeper? What happened to him? What else could happen? All the money he earned went to his wife, leaving him broke, while he felt constantly guilty towards her. Sai, he's really a pitiful person. Others were focused on selecting from the myriad of goods available at the street stalls, occasionally getting excited upon discovering something they liked. The stall owners were shouting, If you love her, buy her a necklace from abroad, not for 998, just 98 to take home. The factory is going out of business. The factory manager is my cousin. Everything is being sold off. Among them, the most distinctive owner shouted, Don't miss out on the best buns, just 1 yuan each. If they aren't delicious, you don't have to pay. Once you try them, you'll keep coming back. The owner's innocent smile warmed people's hearts. Before long, a large black dog came along the street, its head lowered as it searched for food, and bumped right into the dazed Yuping. The black dog immediately sat down and barked loudly. Hey, who the hell bumped into me? Good dogs don't block the way, don't you know? Yuping was taken aback by the dog's words, talking to himself. Damn, I'm really hallucinating. I can actually understand what the dog is saying. And it even swears in the national essence. The big black dog continued to insult. You're taller than me, so what? You're bigger than me, so what? If you have the ability, squat down, and I'll make sure to leave you with a face full of injuries. Yuping was so scared that he turned to leave, but the big black dog darted in front of him, blocking his path. You bumped into a good dog, and you still want to run. I'll give you 2 choices, either fight me, or buy me some sausages as compensation. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Yuping looked at the fierce black dog in front of him and muttered, Damn, my hallucinations are getting worse. I need to hurry and find a doctor. He ran off immediately. No matter where Yuping went, the big black dog followed him like a shadow. The dog barked, You a two-legged creature think you can outrun my 4 legs, eh? The big black dog had a scornful expression, moving rhythmically, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, as if teasing him. Seeing that he couldn't shake off the big black dog, Yuping had no choice but to run to a store and buy 2 sausages, handing the money to the owner. The big black dog outside sat eagerly barking, That's better. If I had known it would be like this, why run for so long? But wait, that's not right, absolutely not. After running for so long, how can I gain weight? I've spent too much energy and need to double my intake. So the big black dog continued, 2 aren't enough, at least 5. Yuping looked at the big black dog in fear, saying, Okay. Forget about 5, please spare me. I'll buy 6 instead of adding 1. Without a word, he grabbed 6 sausages from the shelf. The store owner standing at the cash register questioned, Young man, who were you just talking to? I was talking to the dog. Yuping stood there holding the sausages looking honest. The store owner got furious, his face turning green as he yelled, "Get out! Put down my sausages. I'm not selling them anymore. Go wherever you came from." After saying that, the store owner rushed out, snatching the unpaid sausages from Yuping's hands and chased him away. The scene resembled a duck chase, with him retreating as the owner advanced. Boss, let me explain." Yuping quickly retreated and waved his hands. "Explain what? There are just the two of us here. Who's the dog? Do I not know when you're speaking in riddles? May the stars not disappoint those who travel, and may time be kind to those with intentions. As the year ends and a new one begins, I wish the incredibly adorable, stunningly beautiful ladies and the dashing, handsome young men a bright future in the new year, with all their wishes coming true, and may they be safe and healthy throughout the year." In a short while, Yupeng had already been thrown out of the door. "Boss, I swear I'm talking to a dog, and it's right beside me. Look, it's this one." After saying that, Yupeng pointed to the big black dog sitting on the ground panting. "Don't come back into my store again, or it won't be like this. Next time you come in, I will hit you." What a venomous tongue this young man has. Cursing like a dog. I really don't know how such a family raises their children. Like father, like son. Oomph. With that, he immediately slammed the door shut. "Listen to my explanation. Boss, there's really a misunderstanding between us." Seeing that the boss was unwilling to come out, Yupeng squatted down and touched the big black dog with some apology, saying, "I'm sorry, dog brother, I only have these two right now." After peeling them slowly, he handed them to the big black dog. "You eat first, and I will think of a way later." The big black dog nodded gently and began to eat. Not bad, although it's a bit little. I will forgive you this time. But this isn't over. You have to take care of me until I grow old." Yupeng stood up in confusion, saying, "What? I can actually hear the dog talking, and it wants me to take care of it." After finishing its meal, the big black dog jumped up happily and hugged Yupeng, occasionally licking him with its tongue. Yupeng, at a loss, sighed, "Sigh, you look rather pitiful. I will take you home and take care of you. Once I heal from my illness, I will buy you dog food." Thus Yupeng, confused, picked up the big black dog and slowly left. Not far away, a few young men were watching the passers-by with squinted eyes while smoking. Occasionally, with shifty eyes, they whispered, "That beauty is nice. From behind, she looks just like a fairy descended from the heavens, and her figure is quite impressive too." The young man with a crew cut curiously observed the process of a young man and a stray dog from afar, lowering his head to exhale a puff of smoke. As he was extinguishing the cigarette, but he suddenly glanced and saw the young man being chased by a fierce dog, slowly leaving with the big black dog in his arms. He muttered to himself, "Bro, what do you think about the stray dog catching business?" The bald young man took a deep drag on his cigarette and calmly said, "No kidding, it's quite profitable, but it's pretty dangerous. Non-professionals either get bitten and run away in fear or die from rabies. So what kind of people usually do this job?" The bald young man pondered for a moment and replied seriously, "Well, most of them are elderly devils. There are hardly any young people. After all, dog lovers are many, and they are also afraid." The young man with the crew cut shook his head and said, "Who said there aren't any? I was just observing him." That young man was being chased by a fierce dog, shouting endlessly, then entered the shop and was thrown out, and then he took the dog away after giving it something. "Nonsense, you must be kidding. Aren't we all in school at our age? Where would the dog traders come from? Have you watched too many of those films and gone a bit crazy?" The young man with the crew cut pointed seriously at Yupeng's position, saying, "Really, look." The bald young man looked over with disdain, saying, "I told you to watch less, you never listen. Look, your memory is all messed up. Who knows, you might not even last 5 seconds. Which stray dog is this obedient? It must be a pet dog." The young man with the crew cut scratched his head in confusion. Not far away, Yupeng was no longer lonely. Although it seemed crazy to him to understand, dog speech life had become a bit more fun and filled with companionship. The man and the dog soon arrived at the bus station. The driver approached and looked at Yupeng, and then the big black dog, saying sternly, "Pets are not allowed on the bus. No carrying them." Yupeng looked into the big black dog's watery eyes and knew he couldn't just ignore it. He pleaded, "Big brother, the big black dog, it's my best pet." Although the big black dog could understand some human language, it didn't grasp the basic situation, realizing it definitely couldn't sit, so it threatened with a bark. "If you don't take me up, I will bite your butt." Yupeng was taken aback, his expression darkened, and he frowned at the seemingly harmless big black dog. "Big brother, please, just let it on." After saying that, Yupeng quickly tugged at the driver's arm, pouting with innocent eyes that were crystal clear. The driver sighed and said, "Sigh, where are you getting off?" "I'm going to the mental hospital for treatment." The driver chuckled helplessly. "Poor thing, at just over 20, he already has an illness. Sigh, a good person should help, so I will lend a hand. Get on, but you must remember to keep your dog in check. Otherwise you will be kicked off the bus." "Thank you, big brother." Yupeng immediately reached out to shake hands with the driver. The driver quickly waved his hand to refuse, saying, "No need for that. What a joke! Who would dare shake hands with a mental patient? Who knows, they might get infected with mental illness themselves or suddenly go crazy. Seeing the man and the dog get onto the bus, the driver also entered. He glanced at the rearview mirror, muttering to himself, "I hope what I did was right." The big black dog made a low barking sound. "If it seems my threat worked, he was scared of being bitten on the butt, so he let me on." Yupeng explained nonchalantly, "It wasn't your threat that worked, it was just that the driver is kind." The driver sighed, saying, "Just by looking at this kid, I can tell he must be talking to the dog. If dogs could threaten, this world would be in chaos." The people on the bus quickly fell asleep, and time flew by as soon they arrived at the entrance of the mental hospital. The passengers who woke up in the bus stretched and looked out the window in shock. Some passengers groggily opened their eyes to see the scene outside and were also startled. Driver, I'm not sick. Why did you bring me here?" Someone else complained, "Big brother, spare me. I admit I got kicked by my own donkey the day before yesterday, but I'm fine mentally. Oh, I know that 11 equals 2. Help, help. I'm still young. I don't want to stay in the hospital." Even more people expressed their regrets after saying their last words. "Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I was unfilial. I can't serve you anymore. I've been sold to a mental hospital by human traffickers. If there's a next life, I will never run around again." Sob, sob, sob. The driver saw the terrified passengers in the rearview mirror as if they had seen a terrifying villain trembling in fear. In contrast, another group of passengers was not panicking at all, but rather calm and quick-witted. "Driver, did you take the wrong road? Why did you bring me here?" Seeing one person speak their mind, the other passengers chimed in, Exactly, we are not sick. Why are we here? Isn't this place only for sick people? What bad luck. Refund, refund, refund. Sending you a piece of New Year's joy to help you forget your troubles, sending you a couplet of wealth for your career to soar, sending you a night of brilliant starry sky for your sweet dreams, sending you a blessing of good fortune for everlasting happiness. As the new year arrives, may you embrace peace, health, happiness, joy, warmth, sweetness, fortune, and auspiciousness, stepping into the new year, enjoying every day happily. The driver, seeing that the situation was not right, unfastened his seatbelt and stood up patiently, explaining, "Everyone, please be quiet. I did not take a wrong turn." He occasionally glanced at a young man and his dog, continuing, "One of our passengers is a staff member here, so I brought him along. His identity is quite special, so please understand. Let's take a break for half an hour before heading to the next stop." Some critical passengers were relentless, leading the charge. "What does the staff's presence have to do with me? Is my time not valuable?" "Exactly. What's so special about the staff? Why can't he take a taxi or a private car?" "I don't care. Refund." The crowd echoed in unison, shouting, "Refund, refund, refund." Yupeng was moved by the scene before him. To protect his privacy, the driver would rather deceive others and endure difficulties than lose his temper, even returning my courtesy. The driver shook his head, realizing that there was no way to clear his name. How could he tell the truth about bringing someone with a mental illness? Even a kind lie was met with such unreasonable disturbance. How much worse would it be for someone truly mentally ill? The driver stated, "To everyone present, I will refund the money to you all later. Consider it a wasted trip for me." Seeing that his plan had succeeded, the leading passenger smirked slightly and continued to incite, "When will the refund be?" "It will be refunded shortly, but please remember. Do more good deeds and accumulate virtue. Do not let malice chill the hearts of others. Understanding brings warmth in winter. Stop babbling, or just refund the money, and that's it." The driver sighed, shaking his head softly, whispering, "But I do not regret this matter." Yupeng was immensely touched, rummaging through his pocket for the few $100s he had ready to give the money immediately after this incident. However, he thought again. Giving the money was not guaranteed, as it would likely be refused. It seemed he had no choice. Thus Yupeng put the money down, took out a notebook and a pen, wrote a few large characters, tore it out, and folded it with the few $100s. One cannot lose the capital needed to support one's family while doing good. After all, everyone has their struggles. Supporting a family with aging parents and young children, the cost of living, housing loans, car loans, various debts, all of it is suffocating. Moreover, the driver's actions were truly admirable. The other passengers remained silent, their faces betraying sly smiles. Only a few passengers whispered, "Big brother, you are not having it easy either. I want to ask for a refund. This is what you deserve. Good deeds are rewarded. I happened to have no place to go when I needed the restroom. Thank you for stopping." The rest of the passengers looked disdainful. "Humph, what a fool, pretending to be a good person. Who cares? We got a free ride. Where are we going for good food later? Great. We've arrived, let's feast." Ha! The driver felt reassured upon hearing this, finally encountering a kind-hearted person. Alas, he could only blame his misfortune for meeting some bad people, but if this situation happened again, he would still act the same way. Because this is the most fundamental kindness in people's hearts. A few doctors chatting in the hospital noticed the arrival of the large bus. They thought it was a transport of mentally ill patients from another region coming for treatment, so they walked over enthusiastically waving to the driver. When they saw that the bus was full of people, the doctors were astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, driver, you're amazing. A whole bus full." "Exactly. Driver, you are indeed impressive. This is the first time I've seen so many mental patients transported in one bus." "Me too. My experience in treatment will surely increase next month." One of the psychologists asked, "By the way, driver, when will you bring another bus?" "Exactly. Driver, let's collaborate. We'll contact our boss shortly, and then we can discuss how much it would cost for a whole bus." The driver replied seriously, "I'm sorry, everyone, but I'm not interested in money. No amount will do." "Then why did you bring a whole bus?" With no response from the driver, a psychiatrist hurriedly interrupted, "Do they get violent when they go mad? Or do they do things that are inappropriate for children?" The doctors began to discuss among themselves. Some doctors looked at the young people in the bus and sighed. What a pity, so many young people on the bus, yet all of them are mentally unwell. I hope they all recover soon. Yes, indeed. I wish them a speedy recovery. Oh, otherwise such a wonderful youth wasted like this is not good. What will happen in the future? The driver then enthusiastically greeted and shook hands, saying, "Doctor, you are too humorous. This bus isn't filled with mental patients. Only one young man is. When he goes mad, well, for now, there are no inappropriate behaviors, just him talking to the dog, and some other actions. Oh, are there any violent tendencies? Or lewd behaviors? Or behaviors that are not typical?" The doctor stood with hands behind his back, looking serious and professional, as if leading the discussion. "If you want specifics, you might want to ask the person involved. They'll call him over, and then I'll trouble you to treat him." "Thank you. All right, leave it to us with confidence." After saying this, the driver immediately returned to the bus to call Yupeng down, only to hear some passengers, as if possessed by Sherlock Holmes, dissecting the current scene. "Do you think the driver has a problem with his brain, and that's why he came here for treatment?" "How so?" "You see, from the first time I saw the driver, he was kneeling by the bus bowing and pouring liquor, and now look, he has brought a bus of mental patients to a mental hospital, and there are so many doctors in white coats smiling at the driver. No one laughs like this unless they are mentally ill. Moreover, normal people do not refund all the ticket money, right? Perhaps there is something wrong with his brain, which is why he is behaving so abnormally." "Oh, I understand now. Oh, is he here for treatment? Otherwise, if he goes mad, what will we do?" The driver looked bewildered and then commanded, "The young man in the white clothing and that dog, please come over here." Yupeng thought he was being called for help since the hospital before him was not the clinic he wanted to go to, so he boldly replied, "All right, I'm coming." The driver walked ahead, and Yupeng followed closely behind, slowly getting off the bus. The curious passengers leaned over the windows to watch. "Here, doctor, this is the young man," the driver said, pointing to his own head. The doctor smiled and nodded, scrutinizing Yupeng closely. Then he took out a lot of crumpled money and handed it to Yupeng with concern, saying, "This is my private savings. As for the fare, I will refund them all later. Here, this is all for you. I hope you recover soon. If it's not enough, I've given my contact information to the doctor so they can reach out to me later." Yupeng's eyes brimmed with tears. He never expected that the driver, despite living in such poverty himself, would still be so willing to help others, even offering his own private savings to him. How could one not be moved by such a person? "Brother, I can't accept your money," Yupeng said, deeply touched, shaking his head in refusal. "No, you must accept it." The driver hurriedly stuffed the money into Yupeng's pocket and continued, "Young man, if fate allows, we will meet again." Yupeng realized he couldn't refuse, so he made up a reason, saying, "Thank you, brother. Can we hug?" At this moment, the brother had already set aside his prejudices and nodded, opening his arms to embrace Yupeng. Yupeng quietly slipped the note he had prepared earlier along with several hundred coins into the driver's pocket. The driver, completely unaware, patted Yupeng on the back and encouraged him, "Keep it up. I believe you can do it." After saying that, he immediately ran to the car, waved goodbye, and politely said to the doctor, "Thank you for your help in the future." The doctor smiled broadly and replied, "No problem, it's our duty to save lives." Then the driver got into the vehicle and explained, "Everyone, I'm sorry for the long wait. There was a situation, but everyone need not worry. That young man is an intern doctor, and I know some staff here, so I chatted with him for a while. If anyone needs a refund, please raise your hand, and I will refund each of you individually." As soon as he finished speaking, a large portion of passengers raised their hands, some even lifting both hands, while others raised their legs and feet. Before long, all the money was refunded, and the driver reminded everyone, "Please fasten your seatbelts. We are ready to depart." After saying this, he returned to the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and started the bus. The passengers began to murmur among themselves. "Is the driver trying to deceive us? I feel something is off," said one passenger with yellow hair, agreeing with the sentiment. "What do you mean?" replied another passenger. "When I was dozing off earlier, I vaguely heard the young man talking to a big black dog behind me, even telling the dog to behave politely while speaking." Well, your conversation was mild compared to mine. I heard that young man mumbling to himself and then laughing hysterically. No way, that's absurd. Indeed. Well, let's remember the license plate number and the driver's appearance so we don't take this bus again. That makes sense. Thus, the pristine brand new bus slowly left the sight of the doctor and Yupeng. The driver sighed deeply and said, "Phew. Finally, I've sent the young man off. I hope the money is enough and I wish him a speedy recovery. However, I still need to figure out how to explain this to my wife. I ran all day and earned not a single cent. Saying the money was lost won't work. That's definitely unreliable. Saying I didn't pick up any passengers isn't plausible either. No matter how you look at it, I should have had at least one person today. Forget it, or I'll take it one step at a time. I'll just focus on driving safety first." In the backyard, Yupeng saw a group of doctors in white coats greeting him enthusiastically saying, "Hello, doctor. I don't have a mental illness. I just feel a bit abnormal and truly want to see a psychiatrist." "Oh, no problem. Everyone who comes here says they are fine. I really am fine. Oh, I just want to see a psychiatrist. Our hospital has psychiatrists, so rest assured," the doctor said with a smile, carefully observing the young man in front of him. "That's good. Is the hospital fee expensive?" Yupeng asked, raising his eyebrows as he felt the few coins left in his pocket. The doctor replied with interest, "Not expensive, don't worry." Other doctors scrutinized every expression and movement of Yupeng. One of the doctors respectfully asked, "Dr. Zhang, what do you think?" Dr. Zhang pondered. "I believe this young man does have issues. We should communicate in detail. Let's take him into my office first." "All right, Dr. Zhang," a gentle nurse in a white coat said. "Young man, let's go. Follow me to something fun." "Fun? What could be fun in a mental hospital?" Yupeng scratched his head in confusion. Just then, Dr. Zhang, who was standing nearby in a white coat, suddenly made a move. The big black dog next to him sensed it keenly and did not obstruct, but instead it seemed gloating, saying, "Oh, this is going to be entertaining. Ha ha ha, this is quite the spectacle. It's a rare opportunity to watch humans embarrass themselves. I actually enjoy this." Dr. Zhang slowly reached into his bulging pocket, and after a moment of rummaging suddenly pulled out a shimmering electric baton. The baton looked quite adorable with several lines of dazzling words inscribed on it, "Specially cures all kinds of nerves." Dr. Yang gently pressed the switch of the baton, and suddenly a faint blue light flickered as electricity flowed through its surface. Without any hesitation, he raised the baton and swiftly jabbed it towards Peng Peng's back. A piercing sound of zzz echoed as dazzling sparks flew. Immediately, Yupeng shook violently as if struck by a massive force, starting to dance uncontrollably, his arms and legs moving chaotically. It was as if he was possessed by a dancing demon accompanied by his shrieks. Free thought it was said that water and fire wouldn't harm me and that blades and bullets wouldn't penetrate me. How can I be hurt by electricity? It seems I really am ill. A few seconds later, Yupeng fell backward like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing heavily onto the ground, no longer moving. His entire posture was directly on his back. At this moment, the spectral dragon on the dragon robe slowly awakened, freely roaming and stretching its limbs coldly, saying, "Who dares to disturb my rest?" Surrounded by an eerie silence with no echo, the spectral dragon looked at Yupeng's body and mumbled to itself, "How did I end up in this person's body? Who is this person? Who are you? Why are you wearing this dragon's body clothing?" Still calm and unbothered. After a while, the spectral dragon, tired from talking to itself, murmured, "Well, I shall wait until you wake up, and then I will properly question you." Dr. Zhang put away the baton and coldly said, "Enough of this nonsense. If I don't bring out my treasure, it seems you won't listen. Brother Zhang, what this young man said seems reasonable. Do you think he will be okay?" Dr. Li anxiously supported the dazed Yupeng. "You still work too few hours, you'll understand in the future. Patients with mental illness firmly deny they are sick. Even after talking to them for hours, they refuse to leave. Besides, did you not hear him say he is invulnerable to blades and fire? Would a normal person speak like this?" "True, this is not the thinking of a normal person." The doctor scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. "Someone, carry the young man to my office. Once he regains consciousness, we will explore treatment options." Dr. Zhang stood with his hands behind his back and walked slowly. The large black dog sat obediently on the ground, observing everything, and followed suit. Dr. Li glanced at the dog and immediately called out to the departing Dr. Zhang, asking, "Brother Zhang, what about that dog? Should we also stun it? Look at how obedient it is. It must be healthy. There's no need to stun it. Besides, even if the dog were sick, it should be referred to a veterinary psychiatrist." Dr. Zhang turned around to glance back as he continued walking. Time passed quickly, and before long a considerable amount of it had gone by. Yupeng sat quietly in the old green chair, his tightly closed eyes slowly opening. At first, Yupeng's vision was somewhat blurry, but as his consciousness gradually cleared, he began to see everything around him. The scene before Yupeng was overwhelmingly green. The entire room was enveloped in a vivid green hue, with only the glass and his white clothing contrasting against it. As Yupeng slowly raised his head, he noticed the green ceiling above him and looked around. The walls were also green, that vibrant and unique green reminiscent of delicious green vegetables in a hot pot. Not only that, but even the table holding various items, the sofa and benches for resting, and even the edges of the computer screen and window frames were all green. It made one seriously suspect that the people sitting in this office must be driven mad by the green above them. A beam of warm and bright sunlight filtered through the glass frames, illuminating the room. This light was like a ray of hope piercing through layers of glass and casting mottled shadows on the floor. Even the protective railing was green, and the sunlight brought endless brightness and warmth, seemingly injecting a lively vigor into this green-filled space, igniting a glimmer of hope in people's hearts. The large black dog lay quietly beside Yupeng's chair, observing the surroundings. Culturally, green usually symbolizes life, hope, tranquility, and comfort. It represents rebirth and growth. Light green signifies new life and the fragility of existence, while dark green reflects maturity and a sense of life's trials. Green also symbolizes environmental protection and health, often used to indicate a state of being harmless and natural. In psychology, green is considered to have calming and relaxing effects, helping to alleviate stress and anxiety, bringing inner peace. Moreover, green represents feasibility and speed in traffic signals, symbolizing smooth passage. Symbolically, it embodies peace, friendliness, and the avoidance of conflict. It is also a mark of environmental protection and health, reflecting respect for nature and life. For patients with mental disorders, green symbolizes youth and vitality, representing hope and the future. It seems this hospital, which claims to cure all ailments, is indeed a bit of a joke. Yupeng touched his head, shaking it to indicate he was clear-headed, and asked, "Doctor, where is this?" "Young man, you are awake. This is your ray of hope. This is also your path to rebirth." Dr. Zhang adjusted his glasses, appearing as if he were embodying Sherlock Holmes. He might as well have said, "There is only one truth, you are sick." "What? Ray of hope? What path to rebirth?" Dr. Zhang did not answer, but changed the subject, asking, "Is your mind unwell?" "I am not sick. You are the one who's sick." Yupeng thought about his condition. It was merely auditory hallucinations, and dreams not a problem with his mind. The nurse beside them observed Yupeng's serious expression closely and quietly murmured to Dr. Zhang, I really think this young man is reacting fine. He is not sick at all." Dr. Zhang continued to adjust his glasses, saying, "You lack experience. Patients with mental illness will never admit they are sick. No matter what you say, they will insist they are fine, and even say you are the one who is sick. At this point, you must agree with them and never contradict them." After saying that, Dr. Zhang crossed his legs. "Watch me operate. This is the most valuable experience for an intern." All right, you are not sick. May I ask, what is your relationship with the dog beside you?" Yupeng replied honestly, "A big black. We don't have any relationship. Ooh, I just picked him up." "Oh, a picked-up dog, so obedient." Dr. Zhang smiled, appearing quite interested. "I find it puzzling too, but perhaps this is just fate." After hearing this, Dr. Zhang drew a tick on a piece of paper. "How old are you? Where are you from? Who is in your family?" "Doctor, are you a police officer investigating my household registration?" "I am a good citizen. Ooh, I have never committed a crime." Yupeng immediately tensed up, raising his defenses in rebuttal. Although he had never seen or questioned a psychiatrist, the doctor's inquiries made him quite uncomfortable, feeling as if he were a criminal being interrogated about his household registration. Why would a doctor ask a patient about their family? "Oh, it's nothing at all. Relax, you are fine. I am just asking for a process registration." Dr. Zhang adjusted his glasses. Yupeng looked at the somewhat refined doctor wearing glasses and suddenly lowered his guard, saying, "My name is Yupeng, I'm 20 years old, and I come from the countryside." "All right, Yupeng, have you experienced auditory hallucinations or any other symptoms?" I have auditory hallucinations." Yupeng's expression showed some difficulty, unconsciously picking at his fingers. Dr. Zhang frowned and asked, "Can you share what you have been hearing?" "I can hear the dog talking." Yupeng pointed at the large black dog on the floor with a serious expression. "Demonstrate it for me. Oh, let me see." "All right." Without further ado, Yupeng stood up from the bench, squatted down, and whispered, "Hey, Big Black, it's time to eat. There is big meat." The originally lazy big black dog, still in a slumber, suddenly stood up and barked loudly upon hearing the last word, meat, which it found very familiar. "Where is it? Where is it?" Upon seeing Yupeng's empty hands and getting closer to sniff his body, finding no trace of big meat, it barked, "Damn you, fairy, tricking me." After barking, it immediately lay down on the ground and continued to sleep. "What did that dog say?" Dr. Zhang held the illness confirmation form in his left hand and a pen in his right, ready to jot down notes. "It said, 'Where is it?' And then it cursed, 'Damn you, fairy, tricking me.'" Yupeng slowly sat down, not blinking as he casually recounted this. Dr. Zhang silently marked a check on the patient confirmation form without lifting his head. And what about the other symptoms? At that moment, the nurse behind him burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Ha! Dr. Zhang asked sternly, what are you laughing at? The nurse with a wink immediately understood and put down her right hand, explaining, it's nothing, Dr. Zhang. I just remembered that my sister gave birth to a pair of twins, so I'm happy. Oh, Dr. Zhang turned to Yupeng and continued, what about the other symptoms? Yupeng was lost in thought. Should he mention the bizarre things he encountered, or should he remain silent? Speaking would go against the warnings, while remaining silent would imply he truly had a problem. It's fine, you can say anything about the other symptoms. Even if you say you are the son of destiny, the emperor of heaven, I would believe it. Or if you claim to be the ruler of earth capable of annihilating planets with a flick of a finger, I would also believe that. Even if you are Ultraman Digga battling monsters shooting lasers, I would believe that even more. Dr. Zhang adjusted his glasses, waiting for Yupeng's response. It seemed my claims were false. After all, even though I wore the dragon robe, I didn't see it, and though I was impervious to blades and fire, I ended up getting electrocuted. I didn't expect so many others shared my symptoms. Do I really had to elaborate on this? I don't have those symptoms. Do I just what? Feel free to say it. After all, this world is always so fantastical. It is also possible that we don't exist at all, merely manifestations of the sixth dimension, so I believe what you say and acknowledge it. Dr. Zhang smiled slightly as he spoke. Hearing this affirmation, Yupeng felt no fear and blurted it out. I saw the renowned figures of our Huaxia. Oh, who? The two guardians of the underworld. Suddenly, Yupeng fell silent, thinking of something. If he continued, not only would a psychologist be involved, but he would also surely be classified as a severe mental patient confined in a facility. It would be better to just say he was having a light daydream. Yupeng changed the subject, fabricating, so I played cards with the two guardians of the underworld. Dr. Zhang marked a check on the registration form and continued, what was the process? Who won and who lost? The first round was me with a straight flush and a royal flush, who I won. In the following rounds, the Black Guardian won with 3 bombs, and then the White Guardian won with single cards, 38,910 Ka. Did you do anything else? No, it was just the 3 of us playing cards. Dr. Zhang pondered this with a frown, suddenly marking a check on the registration form. How long have you had this condition? Is it frequent? Just once, about last month. So you were playing cards on a grave mound, or where? Am I home? Dr. Zhang's pen once again marked a check on the form. Each check made Yupeng feel anxious, because if he said something wrong, he would be stuck in the hospital. After all, if this continued, he would be labeled a severe mental patient. Dr. Zhang, intrigued, said, all right, now I need to ask you a few questions. Go ahead, Yupeng replied, honestly looking at Dr. Zhang. If you had a partner and liked to eat snail noodles on a grave waking the corpses, what would you do? This seemed like a humorous question, but it was actually a critical one. A wrong answer would lead to dire consequences, so I had to answer wisely. I would unhesitatingly educate her and apologize to the corpse. Yupeng suddenly found himself entangled in the situation. How would you educate her? And how would you apologize? A doctor, your questions are beyond ordinary comprehension. How could that even happen? Yupeng quickly regained his composure, scratching his head and speaking with calmness. Fortunately, Yupeng was smart enough to stop there, otherwise any answer would be wrong. Just think about it. How could one answer a non-existent question? No matter the education, it wouldn't be normal, and a corpse couldn't wake up. Why apologize? He cursed himself for being foolish. He had already mentioned the first question. Dr. Zhang was accustomed to the previous answers, but he raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing the last answer. At that moment, another doctor walked and greeted them and glanced at Yupeng's patient confirmation form, looking tense as he asked, can you see the deceased? Yupeng was utterly shocked. This person must be a professional. A normal person would never consider seeing the deceased, let alone claim to have seen them. This person was definitely not simple. Yupeng sighed, deeply shaking his head slowly. I wish I could see them, but unfortunately it's impossible. If I could, I would like to meet my grandmother and great-grandfather to ask how to make children's snacks. The heartfelt answer was the most touching. The doctor, upon hearing this, showed no expression but nodded and instructed Dr. Zhang, you should ask him a few more questions. If there are no issues, proceed with the normal process. Okay, Director Su. After Director Su left, Dr. Zhang continued, have you ever done something and completely forgotten about it, or behaved in a way that isn't human, like having romantic feelings for a corpse? My memory is quite good. How could I possibly have a special fondness for corpses? I don't even have a partner. Do you usually talk to dogs? Not usually, just occasionally. Dr. Zhang adjusted his glasses and looked coldly at Yupeng. Have you ever talked to flowers, grass, trees, or plants? No, if I could talk to them, wouldn't that mean and beyond saving? Dr. Zhang smiled and did not mark a check on the patient confirmation form, praising, It seems your condition isn't serious. The last question is after which I will prescribe some medication and you can go. Please, doctor, go ahead. Do you have a habit of talking to yourself, playing multiple personalities, sometimes being a man, sometimes a woman, sometimes an uncle? Am I a mental patient? Just living is exhausting enough, or why would I play multiple personalities? I'm not cosplaying. It's not daydreaming either, and I don't like it at all. It's draining, mentally, physically, and emotionally. Yu Peng stood up angrily and shouted. Dr. Zhang nodded in satisfaction and commanded the nurse, go get antipsychotic and antidepressant medications like shubishuang, fendojing fipatingchen, and others such as bing tong su kemak sinuo benching mafixo pei saxiting, shuoling, or kihati jiansui, ziding wenlafala, and tricyclic antidepressants like bing hatting amidalin and lumikapawa. A reminder to some young ladies and gentlemen who might not understand these terms, I will explain them one by one. To write this chapter well, I specifically consulted a psychiatrist. Yu Peng looked completely confused. Doctor, what are you talking about? I didn't understand a single word. Dr. Zhang patiently explained, antipsychotic medications can be prescribed based on the actual condition and symptoms, including antipsychotics, mood stabilizers, and antidepressants. Antipsychotic medications are used to treat schizophrenia, manic episodes, and other severe mental disorders, which can be categorized into traditional and new types. Traditional antipsychotic medications include shubina, fendojing, and fipatingchen. Some patients may experience side effects such as neck muscle spasms, eye muscle spasms, and early ejaculation after taking them. Mood stabilizers are used to treat manic disorders and manic episodes, with commonly used medications primarily being antiepileptic drugs. Antidepressants are used to improve symptoms of low mood, depression, negativity, and inferiority. As for your symptoms, you exhibit all of these, so you can take them. Yu Peng casually remarked, whoa, big brother, I really don't have any illness. What's this nonsense about depression or rage or mental issues? I can only hear dogs talking and dream about the Black and White Impermanence, playing poker, that's all. Dr. Zhang patiently said, take a deep breath, young man. Keep a good mood, your condition isn't severe. Taking some medication won't hurt. If it becomes serious in the future, we can treat it accordingly to alleviate your symptoms. These medications have some side effects, but they vary from person to person. You are robust as an ox, so there's nothing much to worry about. However, if you are allergic to the medication, have severe glaucoma, or are a pregnant or breastfeeding woman, child, elderly person, or someone with cardiovascular diseases, or impaired liver and kidney function, you should be cautious. Take the medications with warm water, avoiding breaking, crushing, chewing, or soaking them in water to prevent destroying their efficacy and increasing adverse reactions. During medication, avoid driving, operating machinery, or engaging in high-altitude work. Alcohol consumption is prohibited as it could lead to central nervous system dysfunction and potentially fatal allergic reactivity. If you are taking other medications, you should communicate with me in advance to avoid drug interactions that could cause further harm to your body. Do not suddenly stop the medication, as doing so may lead to withdrawal reactions. Do you understand? Yu Peng, feeling confused, sat in his chair looking dazed. I am utterly bewildered by all this. At that moment, a nurse brought a bag of medication to Dr. Zhang, saying, Brother Zhang, I have brought the medications you requested. Dr. Zhang received the medication and continued, it's okay if you don't understand, Yu Peng. Given that your condition isn't severe and you are merely talking to dogs and dreaming about the Black and White Impermanence, it's a minor issue. You don't have multiple personality disorder, just take your medication on time. Dr. Zhang, I really don't have any illness. I can't use this medication. Yu Peng quickly waved his hand in rejection. If you refuse to take it to maintain social safety and stability, our hospital reserves the right to detain you for observation. Yu Peng thought it would be better to avoid further trouble, so he decided to view buying these medications as a charitable act. Whether he took the useless medication was his own business, and Dr. Zhang wouldn't know if he took it or not. The key was to leave and discuss the situation outside this place. Yu Peng nodded in agreement. Okay, doctor. I'm sorry, I do have a bit of an issue. They'll take the medication, thank you. Yu Peng's sudden change left Dr. Zhang momentarily stunned. Whoa, what's up with this guy? His attitude changed faster than flipping a page. Dr. Zhang then slowly and professionally advised, take the medication twice a day, morning and evening, and do not take it with other medications. Also avoid smoking and drinking, and maintain a light diet without spicy food. You can try it for a day. If there are no side effects, you can continue to take it. Additionally, review in half a month. If you're better, you won't need to continue the medication. If not, just keep taking it. Okay, thank you, Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang nodded with a smile. After a while, Yu Peng expressed his curiosity, saying, by the way, Dr. Zhang, your office is quite unique. Dr. Zhang, full of pride, replied, of course I designed it myself. Yu Peng recalled a video he had watched about analyzing personality, which stated that if a person loves the color green entirely, they must have been through a lot of misfortune. He immediately comforted Dr. Zhang. The room is overwhelmingly green. Have you been greened by a woman? However, it doesn't matter, what's in the past is in the past. Don't lose heart. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhang's face darkened, and he growled, "Get out of here. Bring me a box of medications for treating mental illness, fenduging, and fluoxetine." The nurse, hearing this, immediately took swift action, dashing like a lightning bolt towards the medicine storage area. The nurse's hurried footsteps shattered the previous tranquility of the ward, and in no time, she quickly returned with another box of medication, handing it to Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang, with a grim face, said seriously, 3 times a day, once in the morning, once at noon, and once in the evening, 2 tablets each time. A total of 175 yuan. No, doctor, I learned this from a psychology video, and I was merely trying to comfort you. Why am I being given extra medication now? Dr. Zhang, without even looking, shouted, "If you refuse to take it, I suspect you have a delusional disorder. Our hospital has the right to detain you." Seeing that reasoning was futile and possibly that the online video was misleading, Yuping conceded, No, doctor, I will listen to you. I will take the medication, all right. I should think twice before comforting others in the future," he sighed. Reluctantly, Yuping took out his money, counted it, and realized he didn't have enough. 175 yuan seemed like a paltry amount, so he asked Dr. Zhang, can this medication be discounted? There can be no discount. It's already quite cheap. Given your young age and your pitiful situation, I can personally cover a bit of the cost for you. Dr. Zhang sighed and shook his head while rummaging through his pockets for money. Yuping silently vowed to repay this doctor well in the future. After all, the key was to leave the hospital. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough money. He had given it all to the bus driver. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. He felt grateful and said cheerfully, "Thank you, doctor. You are truly a savior, a reincarnation of Hua Ta," and immediately stood up, continuing, "What a pity you're a psychiatrist, but your future is definitely bright." Dr. Zhang felt quite happy hearing the first part of the compliment, but when he heard the latter part, he stood up puzzled and asked, "Why do I feel like this young man is not praising me, but actually insulting me?" Watching Yuping leave the office with a bag of medication and a large black dog, he began to tidy up his files, preparing to follow Yuping and observe his mental state. Not far from the door, Yuping saw an old man dressed in a blue mental patient outfit, wearing tattered cloth shoes, slowly walking towards him down the corridor. The old man's clothing appeared somewhat loose, as if he had worn it for a long time. It was stained and wrinkled, and the tattered cloth shoes he wore were particularly eye-catching, covered with numerous holes, and the soles were almost worn flat, as if they would fall apart with the slightest touch. The old man looked extremely aged, with deep wrinkles etched into his face resembling cracked earth from long exposure to the sun. His eyes were murky and devoid of spirit, revealing a profound weariness and confusion. His sparse white hair hung limply, as if he hadn't washed his hair or bathed in hundreds of years. With each step, it seemed he had to exert all his strength, his body trembling slightly, evoking a sense of pity. The old man, who hadn't washed his hair in hundreds of years, smiled and greeted the passing doctors and patients around him. Strangely, those nearby seemed oblivious to him passing by, as if he were air. Upon seeing Yuping, he immediately rushed over to greet him, saying, "Hello, young man, please stop. Let me take a look at you." Yuping paused and asked, "What's so special about me to look at?" The old man circled around Yuping in astonishment and exclaimed, "Wow, young man, you are extraordinary. This is the first time I've met such a gifted person." "What? Me? Grandfather, have you mistaken me for someone else?" Yuping stared blankly. The elderly spirit continued, "No, I have not mistaken you. You are the first person in my existence who can hear my voice. Our fates are intertwined. Moreover, I see a radiant divine light surging from your crown, a rare omen indeed. Young man, you are extraordinary. I am deeply moved and profoundly impressed. At such a tender age, you possess an exceptional constitution, a once-in-a-century prodigy, destined for cultivation. Should you ever awaken your enforced bone, your rise would be meteoric, glory spanning lifetimes. As the saying goes, if not I, then who shall descend into hell?" Dr. Zhang, about to step out the door, suddenly noticed Yuping standing motionless nearby, utterly alone. Curious, he paused to observe what the young man would do next, and quietly watched from a distance. Yuping pointed to his own head and said, "Grandfather, I suspect your illness runs deeper than mine. Or rather, I am perfectly well, and you are truly unwell." Dr. Zhang gasped inwardly and muttered, "Damn. Did I prescribe too low a dosage for this young man? He's gravely ill. Back when he praised me one moment and berated me the next, I should have detained him immediately." He reconsidered swiftly, admit him for observation. No, wait, better late than never. Then, stepping forward with gentle urgency, he said softly, "Young man, I've just decided, would you consider staying for observation?" The elderly spirit turned to Dr. Zhang and repeated his words verbatim. "Young man, I see you wear a white coat. You're a physician. Your celestial bone is even more miraculous." Dr. Zhang ignored him completely, didn't even register the words, as his gaze remained fixed on Yuping. Stay in the hospital? No, no, absolutely not. If I stay, I'll end up just like him. Raving nonsense here, even reciting lines from that movie about the 18 dragons subduing palms. Clearly he's the one who's seriously ill. Yu Peng shook his head in refusal, then pointed toward the elderly spirit. Dr. Zhang blinked in utter bewilderment, scanning the empty space where Yu Peng gestured. Him? Who? Where? A moment later, Dr. Zhang tapped his temple and murmured, "Ah, I shouldn't trust a psychiatric patient's testimony. Just because he says it doesn't make it true. If you refuse hospitalization, we will enforce it by medical authority." "Doctor, I'm truly not ill," Yu Peng exclaimed, flustered and pleading. The elderly spirit nodded eagerly and interjected, "Exactly. I vouch for this young man. He is perfectly sound. And now the noble world-altering mission of upholding justice and safeguarding global peace falls upon your shoulders. Will you accept it?" "Thank you, grandfather, for speaking on my behalf, but I must respectfully decline. This task is far beyond me. Please seek another worthy soul." This priceless manual, How to Win the Heart of a Wealthy Woman, is coveted by countless souls. Even vast sums could not persuade me to part with it. Yet sensing our profound karmic affinity, I offer it to you for 6 yuan. Master it, and destiny shall crown you with immense fortune. Wealthy women lining up before you, stretching longer than the Pacific Ocean itself. The elder arched his brows with supreme confidence. "Grandfather, are you certain countless people yearn for it? From where I stand, it seems you've peddled it to everyone, and no one has bought a single copy." A faint wry smile flickered across Yu Peng's lips as he gazed ahead. "I sell only to those with karmic resonance. The unconnected naturally pass me by." Dr. Zhang watched Yu Peng speak volubly. To empty air, an instantly dialed voice urgent. "Emergency on floor 3. Immediate response required." Within moments, a squad of towering, broad-shouldered security guards in black uniforms rushed in. Each gripped a specialized electrostin baton, engineered specifically for subduing individuals experiencing acute psychological distress, the cold, crackling glow of its charged tip radiating palpable menace. Their expressions were stern, their gazes sharp and unblinking, locked onto Yu Peng with undisguised hostility and vigilance. Yu Peng recoiled, stunned. "What on earth are you doing? Such overwhelming force." Dr. Zhang folded his arms solemnly. "I now formally suspect you suffer from dissociative identity disorder. For public safety, this institution reserves the right to detain you. Come with us, now." "Doctor, I swear, I am not ill. I promise to take your prescribed medication faithfully. The one who's ill isn't me. It's the grandfather beside me. You've arrested the wrong person." Yu Peng stumbled backward, eyes wide with panic, flickering repeatedly toward the elder spirit. The elderly spirit, seizing the moment, added fuel to the fire. "Doctor, he is ill. Gravely so. He refuses to buy my book. That alone proves his derangement. Whereas I am perfectly healthy, truly. Don't arrest me." He instantly raised both hands, trembling with fear. Dr. Zhang ignored the elder entirely, adjusted his glasses coolly, and addressed Yu Peng with icy detachment. "Humph. I underestimated you earlier. Young man, you've concealed yourself remarkably well. Dissociative identity disorder. This time no argument will suffice. You will remain for treatment until we deem you fit for discharge." Yu Peng waved his hands frantically. "No, no, Dr. Zhang. I'll take my medicine on schedule. I'm truly not ill, not at all. Nor do I suffer from DID. I'm simply conversing with the grandfather beside me. Surely you see him." "See what? Let him stay. Let him stay. A fool blind to greatness. How dare he reject my peerless, irreplaceable masterpiece, How to Win the Heart of a Wealthy Woman." "Silence, you old wretch. If not for you, none of this would have happened." Yu Peng snapped, then glanced sharply at the elder's feet. There, suspended a few millimeters above the floor, like a puppet on invisible strings, hovered his shoes. Dr. Zhang scanned the guards, then swept his hawk-like gaze across the area, searching desperately for the old man, only to find emptiness. He pulled a compact mirror from his pocket, checked his reflection, and muttered, "I am handsome." So clearly he wasn't insulting me. 2 guards exchanged glances and whispered, "Don't look at me. It wasn't me." Dr. Zhang's straightened voice, now authoritative and unyielding. "You have no right to speak, and no right to refuse. Come with us, now." Yu Peng had never faced such intimidation, and loathed coercion above all. Standing tall, he declared defiantly, "I am not ill. I refuse to stay here. The ill one is that grandfather, whose feet don't even touch the ground. He's cosplaying some spectral entity." He pointed emphatically at the elder's location. "I am not ill. I love staying here. But he is, the boy who refused to purchase my book." Mimicking Yu Peng's tone and gesture, the elderly spirit pointed back at him. Yu Peng nearly choked with fury. "Damn it. Stop making things up." Dr. Zhang's gaze hardened. He waved dismissively at the guards and countered, "Enough self-dialogue and theatrics. Even if your grandfather walked in, it wouldn't matter. Protocol governs all." At that instant, the burly uniformed guards surged forward like tigers descending from the mountain. Swift, decisive, and utterly professional, yet unmistakably forceful. They seized Yupeng's arms and wrenched them behind his back in a practiced, unrelenting grip. Their posture mirrored that of officers apprehending a ruthless fugitive, eliciting an involuntary gasp from onlookers, such a young man, already so severely afflicted. Let me go. Let me go. I'll call the police. I'll sue you for arresting the sane while ignoring the insane. No matter how loudly Yupeng shouted, the security guards paid him no mind and simply dragged him away. At this moment, the vengeful dragon on Yupeng's dragon robe slowly opened its eyes and disdainfully declared, "Kid, is it you wearing this dragon's attire?" Yupeng struggled in the security guard's grip, astonished as he exclaimed, Who is speaking?" The two burly security guards exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Not me. Nor I." The vengeful dragon coiled and rose, stating, "It is this dragon. What are you?" The moment the two guards heard this, their faces darkened. Dr. Zhang, following behind, muttered to himself, the illness is getting worse, actually asking what it is. Impudent. Disrespectful. This dragon asks you who allowed you to wear its armor." Yupeng was completely stunned, fully comprehending why he had been inexplicably deemed mentally ill. The mysterious old man that only he could see was ignored by everyone, and now there was suddenly another entity claiming to be this dragon speaking. If he revealed all this, no one would believe him. I don't know what you are talking about." Dr. Zhang, intrigued, teased, "If you don't know, how can we know what you are saying?" The vengeful dragon furrowed its brows in suspicion, pondering the meaning behind Yupeng's words while observing the people around him in white coats. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive. After a while, the vengeful dragon suddenly seemed to recall something, raising its head sharply, eyes wide, and asked sternly, "Could it be those two, the Black and White Impermanence?" Upon hearing this, Yupeng felt a buzzing in his head, instantly blanking out. Countless chaotic memories surged towards him like a tidal wave. The details about the unique garment given to him by the Black and White Impermanence became incredibly clear at this moment, as if they were happening right now. That dragon robe was truly unparalleled, exquisitely beautiful, with craftsmanship and design that left one in awe. Just one glance was enough to ensnare a person, making them reluctant to leave. Yet now this dragon robe had become the key clue to unraveling all the mysteries. Yupeng confirmed, "Yes, they gave me a black robe embroidered with dragon patterns." The vengeful dragon calmly replied, "Oh, it seems, kid, you are the chosen one. Very well, this dragon will protect you." After that, the vengeful dragon didn't even glance at the old man and casually added, "Also, there is a low-level old man ghost in front of you, harmless, just need you to fulfill his wishes. I won't interfere." Listening to the familiar words of the vengeful dragon, Yupeng recalled the brief images of the Jade Black and White Impermanence and muttered, It's true, I really am not sick. This is all real. The Black and White Impermanence really came to me." With that, he struggled fiercely against his restraints, looking left and right. No matter how he moved, he could not free himself from the grip of the two security guards. Dr. Zhang, with a dark expression and raised brows, remarked, "You're just looking for someone to play poker with, huh? I didn't expect you to be a patient with dissociative identity disorder. No matter what, this time you won't be cured. Don't let him out. Get him down." The ghostly old man clapped his hands in delight, gloating, "Oh yeah, finally someone to keep me company, ha ha ha, this is wonderful. Listen to me, I really am not sick. I'm just a bit special," Yupeng shouted anxiously. Dr. Zhang, standing leisurely with his hands behind his back, remarked, "Yes, you are quite special. You are the Jade Emperor, and I believe that even if you say you're playing mahjong with the King of Hell, I would believe you." Unknowingly, Yupeng, along with the two security guards and Dr. Zhang, walked into the interior of the mental hospital, where the first thing that caught their eye was a sea of green. Whether in the corridors or the activity rooms, even the activity areas and confinement rooms were covered in this uniform green. This green was not the bright and glaring type, but rather a somewhat deep, slightly mysterious shade of green. It seemed to possess some kind of magic, making one feel an unusual tranquility, hope, and brightness upon stepping inside. The walls along the long street were painted a rich dark green, and the ground was covered with a deep green carpet. Walking on it, one could hardly hear their footsteps, only the faint sound of light friction, giving a strangely eerie feeling of tranquility. As they walked down the corridor, they could see that the walls of the activity room were also green, albeit a slightly lighter shade, perhaps to help the patients relax a bit. Nevertheless, the entire activity room still resonated with the sounds of laughter and joy. A patient dressed in a mental health uniform joyfully ran with a windmill, asking everyone he saw, "Brother, do you think my windmill looks good?" Then he began running while blowing at the big windmill, muttering to himself, "Blow, blow, whoosh. I'm flying." Some others shyly touched their own hands and said, "Beautiful lady, your hands are so smooth and moist." After a while, they cleared their throats and lowered their voices, saying, "Handsome guy, so are yours. Your hands look great." In an instant, one of them, dressed as a man, said, "By the way, handsome guy, let's start kissing." "Sure, sure." After saying this, the patient's eyes sparkled, filled with hormones. So he embraced himself, starting to give himself kisses. Sometimes he stood in front, puckered his lips, and made kissing motions. At other times he stood opposite, doing the same, then burst into laughter. Refreshing, truly refreshing. Yu Peng watched, trembling all over, goosebumps falling everywhere. One person playing two roles, hugging and kissing each other, only to end up kissing emptiness, kissing the air. Another patient lay on the ground, imitating a caterpillar, wriggling and murmuring to himself, "I am a caterpillar, I am a caterpillar, eek, 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 hee, hee, I am a caterpillar, so cute." Even more, some transformed into Ultraman, with one hand floating in the air and the other upright, striking a pose to shoot lasers while shouting, "Zap! Ah, do 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 do, damn monster, go to hell. I am the light of justice, zap zap. Watch my laser." Some even stood on tables, stripped off their tops, and began to dance elegantly, shaking their hips, twisting their waists, and waving their clothes, repeatedly shouting, "I am the dance king." Some patients wore garbage bags as capes, standing with their hands behind their backs, waving their arms and shouting, "I am the Jade Emperor, and you all see me. Why aren't you kneeling?" Others held stones against their bellies and shouted loudly, "Transform. Pikachu, possess me, watch my ultimate move, Thunderbolt." Some patients covered their lower bodies and chanted, "Flowers, flowers, grow quickly, grow quickly." Some held air, making a series of da-da-da-da sounds, shouting, "I am the savior, do not fear, I have arrived." As all these peculiar actions unfolded before him, Yu Peng finally understood why the doctor in front of him appeared so calm, speaking so melodiously, claiming even to be the Jade Emperor, and he would believe it. He would support and encourage him no matter what. Anyone would believe such a scene. My fabricated tales alongside the Black and White Impermanence playing cards would seem utterly normal. A mere minor sorcery compared to what was being believed. Everything that was trusted was simply hanging around. Dr. Zhang raised his arm and shouted, "Silence." Unbeknownst to what kind of magic the voice held, the crowd suddenly fell into an extraordinary quiet, as if what lay ahead was a mere illusion. All eyes were wide open, staring silently at Yu Peng and the others, whispering softly, "I am about to have a new companion. Hee. I wonder if he is fun to play with. This young lad must surely be amusing. He. Such a handsome boy, I will make him kneel and sing for me. Oh dear, I want to marry him. Marry your brother-in-law, you are a man. I want to play caterpillar with him. He is mine. What caterpillar? I want to be like Ultraman Tiga and save the world. Alright, you two should stop playing and learn pole dancing with me. With such a figure, you are destined to be my material. Why learn your dance? Let's fly and fly like a big windmill." "What windmill nonsense? I am the Jade Emperor. Why not follow me and become a war god general?" The neurotic patients engaged in banter. The activity area was no exception. From gym equipment to tables and chairs, everything was green. Those green facilities shone brilliantly under the sunlight, as if coated with miraculous oil, exuding a smooth and vibrant vitality. Even the walls of the confinement room were uniformly green, devoid of any other color, making this already small and enclosed space feel overwhelmingly green. With a loud bang, the green iron door was tightly shut by the white-coat psychiatrist, who turned and left without looking back. One person whispered, "This is the first time I've seen a human and a dog patient locked together." "Me too. Oh, by the way, will this young lad go crazy after being locked up with the dog?" "Why do you say that? Think about it. Oh, why did Brother Zhang have to lock this big black dog in here? Why bring this young lad in?" Another doctor curiously asked, "What story? What story? Have you heard of a hardcore country abroad where a mental patient, feeling lonely and desperate at night, made a big hole in the wall? Then after the staff fixed it, he made another big hole. There is a famous saying about him: he can conquer heaven, earth, air, walls, and electric poles. Nothing is impossible." Wow, that guy was incredible. Isn't that so? He almost broke it again. Then, to prevent him from making another hole, the staff. What happened? Come on, stop leaving us in suspense. So they had him sterilized, turning him into a eunuch. Since then, the wall has remained intact. Wow, that's impressive. So does that mean this young lad is also mentally ill? Otherwise, why would the dog be locked up too? Because the young lad couldn't endure the loneliness, so he turned to the dog, engaging in beastly acts. Ah, you're right, and this big black dog is a male. Ah, male dog. That's trouble. This male dog will definitely protest. The doctor showed a surprised expression. While everyone has their methods, even people from hardcore countries can make a hole in the wall, while a mere male dog can find a way. Alas, I pity this big black dog. Ooh, I silently wish it well. May it take care of itself. Meanwhile, that eccentric old man and the big black dog were also locked in a room. The big black dog, curious, perked up its ears to listen to the doctor's whispers, originally wanting to hear some earth-shattering news it could understand, but ended up hearing about itself. Eating it is fine. Oh, it is still a victim. However, upon hearing the term dog, it immediately barked angrily, "Damn, you damn. What the hell? I am a noble being. Why would you think that about me? Why not talk about this lad with others? Shut up, you big zucchini. Woof, 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 woof. Yupeng confused asked, what's wrong, little black? Why are you so angry, and what do you mean by damn, damn, damn? Who are you calling damn, and what's with the zucchini, huh? The big black dog, hearing the familiar curse, and realizing it was its own language, was instantly astonished. It stood up muttering to itself, wow, can this person hear me talk? Wow, then everything I said earlier must be known. Wow, this is unscientific. Could it be that this being in front of me is the highest species of our dog clan? Otherwise, how could it understand our mother tongue? It must be so, otherwise it doesn't make sense. This isn't scientific. No, I must ask one day what it eats to grow so tall, standing like a human and evolving into a biped. And about this damn thing, I absolutely cannot speak of it. I can't let our dog clan's taboo be exposed to, otherwise this lad will definitely laugh at me thinking I'm a perverted dog, and it will leave a bad impression. The future bountiful meals are doomed. I must not let it slip. So the big black dog waved its fluffy black paw generously, saying it's nothing. Yupeng, half in disbelief, replied, oh, all right then. The old man stood upright with slow and steady steps, but his eyes revealed an indescribable shrewdness, as if he had seen it all before, while the big black dog moved with agility, pacing back and forth, occasionally wagging its thick black tail, filled with curiosity. When it saw the old man, it even wagged its tail to greet him. In Hun Gulong reflected on the situation and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, saying, I must commend the doctors here. They are truly extraordinary, deserving immense respect. Yupeng immediately interjected, Brother Long, what are you talking about? We are all locked up here, and you still feel immense respect. Do not call me Brother Long in your worldly terms, just call me handsome. Yupeng was at a loss for words, having seen narcissists before, but never someone as self-absorbed as this. No, not a person, but a dragon. Sigh, these days it's truly speechless that even dragons are narcissistic. Yupeng cautiously probed, all right. Handsome one you speak. An old ghost squatted in the corner softly, saying, hey, are you calling me because you want to buy a book? The Een-soul dragon growled, I didn't call you. You're already dead, old fool, still so vain. Yupeng quickly waved his hand to the old man in the corner, refusing no. Then he questioned, by the way, how can you tell he's a ghost? The Een-soul dragon kept shifting positions, saying it's not being fascinated, it's just perfunctory. You must speak from the heart. Let me tell you, he said, dancing with joy and feeling quite pleased. Yupeng rolled his eyes and slowly raised his hand, making a gesture with his middle finger held high as a punishment. You need to say it out loud. The Een-soul dragon roared loudly, I didn't tell you to make gestures. Yupeng, speechless, casually remarked, you're crazy. He then turned and sat on the bed. Surprisingly, the Een-soul dragon happily shouted, hey, this is right. Let me tell you how to distinguish between a human and a ghost. First, how did the ghost die? The soul reflects that, for example, if someone was hit by a car and flattened, their body would be crushed. They all share a common trait, their feet never leave the ground, and their bodies emit a faint black mist. What you can't see is all ghostly, just like that old man in the corner. He has been dead for 10 years. If you look closely, you will see the black mist on him, and his feet never leave the ground. This. Are you sure you're not crazy? Yupeng seriously suspected that the one being held captive was not him, but the dragon. He just said something crazy, not that the old man was handsome, yet the dragon was still happy. Is this really a dragon from 5,000 years of Huaxia? Yupeng thought. Wait. Others can't see or hear, but I can, which means I'm still the miserable one being held captive. Well, it doesn't matter as long as it is happy. Since everything is real, it must have some special abilities. I can't offend it. As long as it is happy, I will be happy, even if I have to say crazy 1,000 times, been willing. Yupeng immediately stood up and carefully looked at the old man squatting in the corner, muttering to himself, damn. There really is black mist surrounding him. The ghostly old man also turned his head to look at Yupeng, smiling, faded one, do you want to buy a book? The Een-soul dragon, feeling proud, interjected, humph. See, I'm the professional. When have I ever made a mistake? Yupeng, overjoyed, continued, then why do the medical staff here hold such admiration for you? I'm very curious, he added. The Een-soul dragon made a face. Did you forget something? Crazy, Yupeng casually said as he found a stool to sit down, ready to listen to the Een-soul dragon's lecture, just short of a packet of sunflower seeds. The Een-soul dragon, upon hearing this, happily responded, hey, that's right, kid. When we walked over just now, those with severe conditions and poor states, from my observation, some were like Ultramen, others like caterpillars, playing roles of multiple personalities, etc. After the doctor's careful treatment and care, they were surprisingly managed so orderly and obediently. Crazy, aren't they? Still just caterpillars and Ultraman. But we are perfectly normal people, different from them. Why are we locked up? Yupeng sat on the stool, puzzled. The Een-soul dragon, seemingly ignoring Yupeng's words, continued to explain the effort and dedication they put in is simply unimaginable. These doctors not only have superhuman patience and spirit, but also possess a great career vision. No matter how tricky the mental disorders they face, they never back down and go all out to treat every patient. It is precisely because of these lovely doctors, the selfless angels in white, that gives hope to patients in the world to overcome their illnesses. As soon as the Soul Dragon finished speaking, Yupeng, unable to interrupt, became even more furious and questioned, crazy, are the doctors here really that great? When I was sick, I was just hearing things, yet they prescribed me a bunch of medicine. Fine, whatever, after all, spending money to avoid disaster. But I hadn't even gone downstairs when they announced I was a severe mental patient and directly locked me up here. The doctors here are probably the worst, right? The mental old man interrupted Yupeng's question, standing up from the corner, promoting himself. Young man, I see your bones are peculiar, with a spiritual light shining from them. I calculated, and you are destined to be extraordinary. We have fate. How about I sell you this for 12 yuan? The spiritual old man then waved a book titled How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with Me, smiling cheekily. Yupeng was instantly enraged. Selling books? You only know how to sell books. Just sell it then. How could you raise the price like this? If you hadn't told me you were a ghost, would I even be here? Young man, calm down. I calculated, and we are fated. This priceless treasure, this rare and precious book, I'll sell it to you for 15. Damn, the price keeps going up. What a ripoff. Sell it to your grandma. Get lost. After a while, Yupeng felt bad for being too harsh. What if he scared the old man so much he lost his soul? What if he had to pay compensation? But I don't have anything to spare, do I? What if it costs my life? Well, it seems like I only have my life to give. No, I can't give my life either. Looks like I can only play it down. Big things become small, small things become nothing. After all, I'm still young. Ooh, I can't give my life. Besides, we should respect the elderly. So he changed his tone and said, I'm sorry, old man. I couldn't control my anger. I shouldn't have lost my temper at you. The Soul Dragon sneered. It seems you don't understand the concept of ghosts. What do you mean? Come on, even if this old man is a ghost, he can't just walk through walls or disappear at will. The Soul Dragon explained, ghosts are special spiritual entities that aren't restricted by any location. They can roam freely, not just a wall, even a mountain they can pass through. Yupeng questioned, that's absurd, isn't it? What's absurd? Are you doubting this dragon's vision? The Soul Dragon was displeased, baring its fangs, as if ready to tear him apart at the slightest hint of doubt. No, I mean, I was just thinking, if ghosts can do that, can they peek at girls in the bathroom, or while they are bathing? If female ghosts can do that too, then there would be no privacy for anyone. Ghosts could freely pass through walls and homes and feast their eyes. The Soul Dragon laughed heartily, saying, not at all. Ghosts only wander in fixed locations where they died. Some can observe their family, but only for a short time unless someone guides them. What do you mean someone guides them? The Soul Dragon scoffed. What do you mean? Have you missed something? That's ridiculous. Yupeng looked utterly speechless. That's right. The so-called guidance involves you. A soul can follow you, for example, a ghost longing to see their family. At this time they need you. Every ghost has a sorrowful or untold story, and you are the punctuation mark. You just need to conclude this story and give it closure. Moreover, ghosts passing through walls simply means they vanish behind walls, but their souls remain nearby. They can't go wherever you claim, like a restroom or something, and as for peeking, that's even more impossible. Otherwise, everyone would be a ghost, everyone would be peeking. Wouldn't that cause chaos among people? Yupeng exclaimed in surprise, wow, that's quite something. You really know a lot, but then again, haha, if that's the case, then it's fine. The Soul Dragon confidently embraced itself, standing tall and straight. That is a must. So if this continues, won't I be dealing with ghosts every day? That is simply your position. It is as it is. Yupeng, realizing this, became furious. Damn it, it's infuriating. This old man is a ghost. Why didn't he say so the first time I met him? Honestly, I was mistaken for a severe mental patient, and now I'm stuck here. If he had boldly stated it, I would have found a quiet place with no one around to chat and solve the problem. Honestly, if every ghost in the future is like this, won't I be in a mental hospital every day? Honestly, I must say that old man is truly wicked. The Soul Dragon said seriously, that won't happen. You just need to remember, when your feet leave the ground and your body emits black energy, you're very much a ghost. As for this old man, alas, he is also a pitiful person. Furthermore, you are encountering a ghost for the first time, and if you don't believe in your willpower, you wouldn't be here seeing a psychologist. If you guide him well, fulfill his wishes, he can reincarnate soon and not wander as a lonely ghost among humans. Yupeng looked aggrieved. I don't know how to guide him. I only know that my life is over. Sigh. The Soul Dragon comforted, don't lose heart. In ancient Chinese literature, there will be a way when the cart reaches the mountain. The boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. It's just that the timing hasn't arrived yet. Then how do I call him back? And how do I know if he has fulfilled his wishes? You can simply call him. As for knowing his experiences, there are two ways. The first is to listen to him speak, but this old man is an exception. His mind is unclear, so that's useless. The second is to look into his eyes for 5 seconds, and you'll see his brain's documentary. Just as he was about to act, Yupeng immediately placed his hands by his mouth, forming a horn shape, and shouted, "Old man, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten angry at you. They'll buy your book, so please come back." The patrolling doctor and security guard in the corridor heard a young man shouting loudly, beginning to murmur, "Is there an old man detained here? How could there be? It looks like a mental episode," shouting and talking to himself. Sigh, hearing this voice makes me feel he's quite young, but it's a pity he's a suffering soul. There are many suffering souls in this world. We just need to stick to our duties and maintain public order. Indeed. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind blew through, making the atmosphere in the room where Yupeng's spirit was confined unusually heavy and eerie. At that moment, a shadow slowly appeared. It was an old man, his face pale as paper, filled with dry, wrinkled skin hunched over as if the weight of years had bent his spine. His eyes were dim and lacked luster, revealing deep fatigue and weariness. Every wrinkle seemed to record the storms he had weathered, as if telling untold stories. The appearance of this old man added an even more eerie atmosphere to the already cold room. He stood there quietly motionless, like an ancient and mysterious statue. Seeing Yupeng, he suddenly grinned. "He, fellow destined one, have you come to your senses and decided to buy my book, How to Make Rich Women Fall in Love with Me?" Yupeng saw the old man standing at the door, slowly walking over and gently asking, "Old man, how did you die?" The old man's grin suddenly vanished, replaced by a gloomy anger. "Ha ha, the silly boy is interesting. Hurry, hurry, kiss him, and then say I like you." Yupeng stepped back slowly and said like this, "Turn around and look at me. You are a bit too much. If you don't want to buy the book, that's fine, but to scold me is one thing, and you actually have thoughts about me. As a lonely old man, you can't have my purity." Yupeng suddenly said, "Strange, why can't I see the old man's past? Everything seems unchanged." So he conveyed his sudden thoughts to the In Hun Long. "What's wrong? Are you fooling me?" In Hun Long circled around and said with a playful tone, "This dragon is not so boring. What you think you will see? You didn't even think about it. What do you want to see? Oh, well, there's nothing. I will leave looking for the next fated person. You may not be suitable." After saying this, the old man quietly turned and prepared to walk through the wall. "Wait." Yupeng waved his hand to signal to stop. "Look into my eyes one last time." The old man, seeing that Yupeng was only a few meters away, put aside his worries and muttered, "Look, if you want. After all, you can't do anything to me. If you come over, I will run away immediately." At this critical moment, time seemed to freeze. They stared at each other, you looking at me, I looking at you. However, Yupeng stood like a towering pine tree, his eyes unwavering, those bright star-like eyes fixed tightly on the old man before him, and the old man was the same. In just 5 seconds, a miracle happened. Suddenly, a subtle light burst from Yupeng's eyes like the most brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky. A vision of extraordinary imagination appeared before Yupeng's eyes. Fragments of the old man's past memories surged like overwhelming waves, sweeping towards him. These memory fragments shimmered with colorful light, each carrying bits and pieces of the old man's past. In the year XXX, on an ancient and narrow street, there was a young boy estimated to be around 10 years old, whose figure looked particularly weak and lonely in the afterglow of the setting sun, holding an old newspaper, shouting on the street, selling newspapers 1 dime, each, come and take a look. People around hurriedly walked by, when suddenly an adult bumped into the little boy, glaring fiercely and cursing, "You damn beggar. You can't see." The little boy lowered his head, hurriedly apologizing, I'm sorry. "What good is sorry? Don't you know how expensive my pants are? Even selling you can't compensate. How much do you want?" "I'll pay." Boo-hoo. The little boy was instantly scared to tears. "Do you know what kind of pants these are?" The little boy shook his head and cried, "I don't know." "Come read with me, these are jeans." "Cow disaster pants," the little boy said with tears flowing slowly from his pitiful eyes. "Stop crying, pronounce it correctly. These are jeans, say it with me, jeans Nyozaiku. Oh, this time you got it right, then you owe me $50. The adult smirked, reveling in the boy's misfortune. The little boy took out crumpled money from his pocket, barely enough to offer. I only have this much." The adult snatched it away, spat, "Damn you filthy poor guy. What bad luck to see you. I won't bother with you." After saying this, the adult turned and left, leaving the crying little boy squatting alone on the road, wailing. Later, the little boy switched from selling newspapers to selling books, but after a few days, not a single book was sold. The little boy could only beg for food. When he encountered kind people, he would be well fed for several months, but when he met bad ones, he would get beaten. And the little boy's name had long been forgotten by the winds of time, but people habitually called him the boy selling books. As time passed, the little boy gradually grew up. In the blink of an eye, he was in his 20s still selling books, and in just a few years he had sold 30 books. The youth stood at the top of the mountain every day, declaring and shouting, "I will sell 100 books." At this time, a girl passing by while hiking happened to see him. Having a fondness for hiking, she had seen that energetic youth every day, but later on it became sporadic. Yet she still remembered when she couldn't climb due to her sore feet, this boy had reached out to help her, patiently assisting her step by step up the mountain. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within the girl's heart, and as time passed, this feeling deepened into affection. Unknowingly, her longing for the boy had reached an extreme. Today, the girl originally just wanted to try her luck to see if she could encounter the energetic boy with lofty goals again. Unexpectedly, luck was on her side, and she really could see the boy she had been thinking about here again. The girl gazed at that familiar figure with delight as a gentle breeze swept through the boy's hair, as if they had come to life, joyfully fluttering in the wind. The clothes the boy wore danced like a spirited dancer, lightly swaying with the rhythm of the breeze. This scene was so beautiful, like a secluded immortal living in the mountains, making the girl lose herself in it. She then secretly made up her mind to seize this rare opportunity to confess her feelings to the boy she had long admired. "Hey, boy, the wish you made to the mountain will surely come true." The boy slowly turned around, seeing the familiar girl, smiled, and said, "Thank you. Hey, what a coincidence, it's you." The girl smiled, revealing dimples, while shyly rubbing her left foot on the ground. "It's nothing, it really is a coincidence, it's me. By the way, every time you leave in a hurry, I forget to ask what your name is." The youth lowered his head solemnly. I don't have a name." "Oh, you have no name?" The girl frowned slightly. After all, everyone is born with a name. How could one not have a name? Perhaps he was just fooling himself, but judging by his expression, it didn't seem like it. Moreover, based on their previous interactions, what he said must be true. "But I have a nickname," the boy said calmly as he brushed his hair, which had been tousled by the wind. The little girl covered her mouth and laughed. "What nickname?" "They call me the book-selling boy," he replied with a chuckle. "Ha ha ha, you are so funny." The little girl immediately covered her stomach, pointing at the boy and stomping her feet in delight. In order to quickly bridge the gap with the boy, the little girl decisively said, "I'll buy it. To support you, I must buy." The boy shyly extended both hands, offering the books to the little girl, saying, "Here, your books pay up." "How much?" "10 yuan." The little girl hastily fished out some crumpled bills from her pocket upon hearing the price. She counted carefully, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After finishing, she realized she only had 3 yuan in total. "Can I buy it on credit? I didn't bring much money today, I only have 3 yuan." The little girl lowered her head cautiously, her hands nervously fidgeting. Clutching the crumpled 3 yuan tightly in her hand, the boy, overwhelmed by a rush of pent-up grievances and indignation from being bullied and insulted throughout his life, suddenly exploded with rage, shouting, "What do you mean on credit? Do you think my books are just blowing in with the wind? Utterly shameless, a girl like you, how dare you be so lowly? Does your family know? What a ridiculous thing it is to think you can buy something without paying for it. Haha. If you don't have money, don't come asking." With that, he snatched the book from the little girl's hands. The beautiful little girl was stunned by his words. Her cute round face turned pale as paper in an instant, and tears began to flow uncontrollably, as if sand had gotten into her eyes. The little girl, beautiful as a flower, harshly inhaled through her nose. She could hardly fathom that the boy she thought she knew well, who had seemed gentle, considerate, and kind, would reveal such a terrifying side over a book over 10 yuan. It was unimaginable. After all, she had never interacted much with boys, nor spoken much in her life. This was her first encounter with a boy, her first time talking so much, and also the first time she felt a crush. The boy's fierce gaze and venomous words, along with the forceful snatching of the book, felt like sharp blades mercilessly stabbing into the fragile heart of the little girl. Her once heart-shaped heart was instantly shattered into countless pieces. "Is this still the person I knew?" The little girl murmured, panic-stricken, as she slowly backed away, whispering to herself. Her heart, once filled with affection and joy, could not withstand such a monumental blow, as if the entire world had collapsed in that moment, plunging her into despair and unbearable pain. Once the little girl had fantasized about a beautiful love, holding hands and humming songs together, living a life full of sweet moments. All of that turned to ash in an instant. Driven by overwhelming grief and rage, the little girl suddenly lost her sanity and made a shocking yet utterly heartbreaking decision. She slowly stopped retreating, wiped the tears from her face, sniffled, her gaze resolute, as if she had made up her mind. Then, without hesitation, she turned and ran toward the edge of the cliff, jumping off like a kite with its string cut. The boy stood there, unmoving, cold, and indifferent as the wind rustled his clothes and hair, watching everything before him like a reaper. In an instant, the mountain wind howled past the little girl's ears, as if saying, "Don't jump. Don't jump. You're still young, with a beautiful life ahead." The beautiful dress danced gracefully in the air above the cliff like a wilting flower, as if saying, "If we must die, let it be with elegance and beauty." As her body fell rapidly to the bottom of the cliff, the little girl spread her arms and legs wide, shouting, "I curse you to be single for life. You can't even sell a single book." At that moment, the crumpled 3 yuan she had painstakingly gathered burst forth, like a flower scattering in the wind, drifting uncertainly, slowly descending. In just a few seconds she fell with a loud crash, and in an instant her life was extinguished. The boy walked over slowly to take a look. The fragile, lovely, and slender figure at the edge of the cliff smashed against the ground below, shattering into pieces, blood and flesh splattering, a sight so gruesome it was unbearable to watch. A few crumpled bills landed on the little girl's corpse. The boy scoffed, "Tch, is this it? I wasn't scared at all." Worse still, he would occasionally encounter some malicious individuals, and the bystanders not only mocked the young boy. "A beggar is even selling books." "What kind of book? I bet it's a dirty one, ha ha. What book? I won't buy anything from him, just looking at his filthy stuff might give me some virus, ha ha ha. What a cursed thing. You little bastard. A creature born to a mother, but not raised by one, selling your mother's books. You worthless creature. You're worse than a beast. Get lost, you dog." Sometimes passers-by would shamelessly raise their fists, beating the boy until he was bruised and battered. The poor boy cried out in agony, "Ah, stop hitting me, please don't hit me." He instinctively covered his head with his hands, trying to protect himself from further harm. However, that was not the worst of it. At times the boy would encounter a group of unruly teenagers. These teens, aged between 14 and 16, would deliberately snatch his books and pick fights, and the book-selling boy would chase after them, shouting, "Stop! Give me back my book! Return my book! Give it back to me!" Suddenly, the mischievous boys halted, turned around, and charged at the bookseller, knocking him to the ground. Then a group of mischievous boys surrounded him like a pack of demons and shamelessly urinated on the boy, who lay helpless on the ground. The murky, thick urine fell like raindrops, drenching the boy's clothes completely, instantly soaking through his tattered garments. Faced with such humiliation, the boy was powerless to resist. He curled up like a frightened hedgehog, trying to minimize the attacks he received. With his eyes tightly shut and biting his lip to keep the tears from spilling over, his heart was filled with fear, helplessness, and despair. "Tch, you're as still as a corpse, how boring." After saying this, several mischievous boys slowly walked away. However, more often he would attract the merciless insults and spitting of others. Thus the boy's life became pockmarked with one pitfall after another. One day it was stepping into dog dirt, the next it was a torrential downpour, the day after that he would fall and dirty his books. All kinds of impossible misfortunes happened to the boy. Like a walking disaster, wherever he went, misfortune followed. Everything stemmed from the curse of the little girl before her death, and of course, it was the boy's retribution. Time flies and the years pass swiftly. Many years later, the boy had entered middle age. Despite having experienced much and accumulated a wealth of life experience, he had never found his other half and wandered through this world in solitude. Every time he encountered someone he liked, they would look at him with disdain and contempt. Tch, as if a poor toad could ever aspire to eat a swan's flesh, what a pipe dream. "You beggar, don't you even dare to look in the mirror? What do you think you are? Ugh, what a cursed thing. What are you staring at? You're a waste of air, wasting land when you die. Just stop breathing and polluting the air. Stay away from me, or else you'll regret it. I'm a black belt, 9th degree. Even more astonishingly, most little girls would flee at the sight of a middle-aged man, as if they had seen a plague god, not daring to utter a word to him, and immediately running away. Since then, the middle-aged man, perhaps due to the heavy guilt in his heart or self-blame, would inevitably think of the tragic girl every time he encountered those young girls. Especially the girl's lifeless eyes, which seemed to be staring at him, sending chills down his spine. Every night when he lay down to sleep beneath his blanket, entering a beautiful dream, the middle-aged man would be haunted by the girl's tragic face in his dreams, crying out to him, "I died so miserably. So miserable. I died so terribly ungrateful, man. Give me back my life. Give me back my life." The middle-aged man would immediately tremble in fear, awakening from the nightmare of memories, standing up, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, unable to sleep. "I had another nightmare. Huh, it's you again, rich lady." Unable to ignore my actions, in order to compensate for the guilt and regrets in his heart, the middle-aged man began to write a book titled, "How to Make a Rich Lady Fall in Love with Me." The rich lady was the name of the girl. Since he had heard of her back, then the homophone rich lady was used in the title. If the rich lady fell in love with me, wouldn't I not be like this? Alas, regrettably, there are no ifs in life. It would ultimately be self-deception. The deadliest reason lies in the words spoken and the actions taken. Time does not wait for anyone. Like a butcher's knife passing by, cut after cut, in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man had become an old man, still believing he was doing fine and had done nothing wrong. Perhaps this is the perspective of those involved being clouded, and that of bystanders being clear. Without friends and family to correct him, he leads himself to believe everything he does is right. After all, language is an art. It can warm the heart or harm it. It is also a double-edged sword. It can forge good relationships and warm hearts, or hurt others with malicious words. The stooped figure of the old man, clutching a wrinkled self-published book titled, "How to Make a Rich Lady Fall in Love with Me," became the most inconspicuous, yet eye-catching sight on the street. However, fate cruelly played another harsh joke on the weathered old man. For a long time, this aged man had been engulfed in deep self-blame and guilt over the incident of the girl jumping off the cliff, often mumbling to himself, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't come looking for me again, all right? It's all my fault. I should have held you tightly and not let you jump. Ooh, I'm so sorry, rich lady." Sometimes the old man would suddenly lose control of his emotions and shout loudly, "Sorry. Ha ha. But you chose to commit suicide. How can you blame me? It's all your own fault, ha ha ha." Then the old man would kneel on the ground wailing and crying like a child, his cries filled with pain and despair. "Woo. I'm sorry, rich lady, it really is my fault. Oh, please don't jump, okay? Please don't come looking for me, woo woo." The painful cries and sorrowful words made those who had not experienced it think he was a man who had lost his beloved and had gone mad, unable to resist the urge to comfort him. The old man, with his white hair and wrinkled face, sometimes danced around like a madman. As the chaotic dance of demons unfolded, the elderly man began to twist and turn. At first, he merely moved his stiffened hips slowly, but soon he started to sway his waist vigorously. Suddenly, without any warning, he ripped off his slightly tattered shirt and raised his hands high, wildly waving them. Amidst his ramblings, he exclaimed, "Rich lady, do you think my dance is beautiful? Of course it is. You're amazing," he continued. "I could even eat an entire roasted pig in one bite." Suddenly, he burst into a goofy laugh, saying, "Ha ha, rich lady, you've been with me all along. Look at me, I'm doing quite well, very well indeed." That smile was strangely eerie and unsettling. In a moment of impulsive action, the elderly man fell to the ground, kneeling heavily, as if he were a statue that had lost its support. His sudden movement startled the passers-by, who turned to him with expressions of shock. Once on his knees, he began to repeatedly bow to the empty air before him. One bow, two bows, three bows. The speed at which he bowed made it seem as if he intended to smash a crater into the concrete ground. In deep remorse, he muttered, "Woo-woo, rich lady, I am bowing to you 100 times here. Please don't come looking for me in my dreams anymore. Spare my life. I truly know my mistakes." Ever since that incident occurred, I have been filled with regret every day. This remorse gnaws at my heart like a venomous snake. Look at me, just look at my life now. It's unbearable, truly miserable. The old man cried out his tragic tale while continuing to bow fervently. Soon his forehead was swollen and red, yet he remained oblivious, as if this was the only way to alleviate his fear and guilt. Meanwhile, the onlookers were utterly bewildered, unsure of what could have caused this elderly man to lose his composure. In a fit of rage, the elderly man suddenly raised his hands again and began to strike his own head fiercely, shouting, "You wretched creature. You deserve it. Why didn't you stop the rich lady back then? You deserve to be hit. I will beat you to death, you wretched creature." The sound of his slaps echoed sharply, one after another, creating a startling rhythm. Passers-by were terrified by the scene and stopped to watch, but none dared to intervene with the frenzied elderly man. Instead, they quickly dialed 444444444 to call professionals to handle the situation. "Hello, doctor, we have a patient here who's gone mad. What actions is he taking?" Rambling incoherently, showing signs of confusion. One moment he's kneeling, the next he's dancing, then apologizing, and then laughing and crying. "All right, well, send someone over right away. Thank you for your cooperation." "No problem, it's our duty to maintain public safety." Before long, a mental health ambulance arrived to take the elderly man to the hospital. However, in the hospital, the elderly man continued to be in a daze. The psychiatrist nearby asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to ask him anything? Is there even a need to ask? Just classify him as a severe mental patient and take him in." Regardless of treatment or medication, the elderly man behaved like a malfunctioning robot, endlessly repeating phrases. When he was somewhat lucid, he acted like a professional bookseller. As he walked into the activity area, "Hello, are you out for a walk?" The mental patient replied earnestly, "Yes." "Then would you like to buy a book?" "Buy your grandpa's death, you lunatic." Meanwhile, as the doctor administered medication, "Doctor, don't worry, I won't let you feed me for free. Would you like to buy a book?" The doctor frowned, saying, "You can leave when you stop selling books." When placed in a shared dormitory with fellow patients, "Hello, kindred spirit. We live together and we're even sharing the same upper bunk. Would you like to buy a book?" The patient on the upper bunk growled, "Are you insane?" During a health check, "Doctor, look at how muscular my body is. Would you like to buy a book?" The doctor looked at him with disdain and said, "You failed your health check. You can never leave. You let me out and I won't leave. Look at how hard you work in health checks. This book, How to Make a Rich Lady Fall in Love with Me, is being sold to you at a discount. So would you like to buy it?" During a bathroom break, "Young man, I see we're destined, urinating together at the same year, month, day, hour, and second. What a fate. Would you like to buy a book?" "You. Get lost." Especially every morning when the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth, the elderly man would drag his heavy steps, carrying the book, How to Make a Rich Lady Fall in Love with Me, to this lively and chaotic lounge. He would sit alone in the corner of the street, gently caressing the pages with trembling hands, as if narrating the stories within the book alongside his own past. He would occasionally mumble, "Young man, would you like to buy a book?" However, in this area for mental patients, few were willing to listen to the voice of an old man or purchase those yellowed books. Most were too busy playing with each other in their own crazed states. The old man's books seemed out of place against the backdrop of modern societal knowledge and culture. As a result, his books often went unnoticed, and sometimes they were even mocked and scorned by other patients. Whenever this happened, a glimmer of sadness and helplessness would flash in the old man's eyes, yet he never gave up. He steadfastly held on to his belief, guarding the purity of his heart with the book, How to Make a Rich Lady Fall in Love with Me. As time went by, the old man's health deteriorated. He often felt dizzy and weak. While searching for a doctor, "Doctor, I feel worse and worse. My health is failing." "Don't walk around, and we have caregivers for that. Come, let me help you back." "No, you just need to buy my book and it'll be fine." The doctor looked puzzled. Although the old man's health was failing, he insisted on selling books every day because he knew that this book, How to Make a Rich Lady Fall in Love with Me, was his only connection to the world and the last vestige of his life. However, fate seemed to have little compassion for this pitiful old man. On a cold winter's day, the old man finally fell ill, lying alone in his dormitory bed that night, with a high fever and persistent cough, without any family to care for him, only the book, How to Make a Rich Lady Fall in Love with Me, silently keeping him company. Murmuring, "I'm sorry, rich lady. I'm sorry." The book didn't sell. Suddenly tears streamed down his cheeks as he whispered, "Rich lady, I'm coming to find you. Please forgive me, will you?" When the patrolling doctor came to check the next morning, he found the old man barely clinging to life. The psychiatrist quickly lifted the old man onto his back, then drove through red lights at high speed. They nearly had an accident, but luck was on their side. In just 10 minutes, they rushed to the emergency center. Once they reached the emergency room, a while later, a sorrowful doctor approached, shaking his head in disappointment and saying, "Who is the family member?" The psychiatrist took out his work ID and said, "I am not, but I am his attending physician. His family may no longer be present." The doctor quickly shook the psychiatrist's hand and sighed, "Alas, comrade, it is very unfortunate. I am sorry, but we are powerless. Due to missing the best treatment opportunity, this elderly man has left this world for the realm of bliss." Although the psychiatrist was not a close friend or relative of the patient, he was taken aback by the news, his body trembling slightly. "Please accept my condolences." After saying this, the emergency doctor turned and left without looking back. The psychiatrist was left standing there like a wooden statue, murmuring to himself, why did this happen? If only I had been a little faster, would the patient have been saved?" However, the king of hell will not allow you to die at 3 o'clock and live to 5. Later, the traffic police found the psychiatrist and arrested him, stating, "Due to running a red light and speeding, you are fined. Your driver's license will be revoked and you will be detained for a few days." After the psychiatrist explained the situation from start to finish, and with proof from the hospital, surgery, and emergency doctors, the traffic officer, moved by compassion, decided to impose a lenient punishment, a fine of a few dozen yuan, and awarded him the title of willing to help good people. After some time, the elderly man's passing did not create much of a stir in the psychiatric hospital, much like leaves falling from a tree, leaving only a fleeting moment. The street corner where the elderly man once sat, the pit where he squatted, the bed where he slept, the place where he sold books, and the spot where he ate, all at that moment seemed to lose their former vitality and vigor. The elderly man's life was tragic. He used his own life to illustrate what it means to truly love books, what great love is, and what guilt feels like. Yet the only regret was that he died without knowing why he owed an apology to Fu Pa and not understanding why she jumped off the cliff to commit suicide. Although the book, How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with Me, did not bring him wealth and fame, it became the most precious treasure in his life. After his passing, the book, How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with Me, also left with the elderly man becoming a wandering soul that still sold books, though the sales pitch became even more exaggerated and fantastical. Although the elderly man's tragic life of selling books has ended, his story has forever vanished from this world, known to very few. He used his experiences to tell us to cherish what we have, to not harm others if we cannot love, and that in this world there will always be some who are willing to give everything for their dreams and beliefs, never giving up even in the face of great difficulties and setbacks. The deep bond between the elderly man and the book, How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with Me, should not be overlooked. Do not wait until you lose something to regret it. Life has many hardships, and throughout history, emotional challenges have always been the hardest to bear. Sometimes it is self-inflicted, and other times one is simply too obsessed. Cut losses in time and leave no regrets in life. Here's wishing everyone that lovers will eventually be united. Yu Peng felt a mix of anger, hatred, and sadness as he read, tears slowly streaming from his eyes as he murmured, "Grandpa you are too tragic, aren't you?" The old man smiled foolishly and patted his head insistently, saying, "A fated person, would you like to buy a book? How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with Me is yours for 20. Without hesitation, Yu Peng took out money from his pocket and walked up to the old man, handing it over. "I'll buy it. Here is 50, no need for change." The old man was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears. "Woo. Finally someone has bought my book. Woo." He suddenly squatted down and began to cry. Yu Peng patted the old man's shoulder, and they passed each other by as if in a cinematic illusion. I forgot you were a ghost. If I could touch you, it would really be meeting a ghost." The ghostly dragon began to hum a tune. "Man, cry if you must, it is not a sin. Cry and it will be all right." Yu Peng was deeply moved, not expecting this dragon to understand human emotions. Suddenly, the ghostly dragon continued, "Although crying is not a sin, you have truly brought this upon yourself. Crying won't help. Everything is the result of your own actions." Yu Peng frowned, speechless. After a while, the old man stood up, wiped his tears, and murmured, "Thank you, fated person. Thank you for fulfilling my wish." Suddenly, the old man's body began to transform, becoming transparent and glowing, slowly disappearing from sight. Yu Peng quickly shouted, "Hey, Grandpa, you haven't collected your money yet." The disappearing old man's body left only his head, smiling, saying, "Burn the money for me, thank you. You still won't admit you are a ghost, knowing you can't take the money, yet you still sell books." The old man said nothing but smiled and vanished. In the air, the yellowed, wrinkled book, How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with Me, fell down. Returning to the main topic, the ghostly dragon mocked, "Isn't there a possibility that he has been pretending to be mad and foolish all along, never admitting he is dead, and is a ghost, thus deceiving himself?" Yu Peng stroked his chin, pondering, That might be possible." The ghostly dragon continued, "So you really are a fool, not being able to see this. Oh dear, you are truly an embarrassing guy. You. Yu Peng was rendered speechless with anger. The ghostly dragon glared fiercely from the center of his robe. "The 36 stratagems suggest retreat is the best strategy. Enduring for a moment brings peace. Taking a step back opens up the sea. A wise man does not hold grudges against the petty, so I will not argue with you, broken dragon. After all, if I accidentally offend a great deity, won't I bring suffering upon myself? One must prioritize the bigger picture." So Yu Peng squatted down and picked up the book, How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with Me, then stood up. Turning his gaze to the outside sky, which remained pitch black, Yu Peng scratched his head, confused. "Wait, something is wrong. I just saw the old man's memories. Why is it still dark now? The old man's life spanned 50 years. Logically, it should have been quick. In reality, at least it should be light by now." Yu Peng, filled with doubt, said, "By the way, something feels off. I have a question for you. What did you say earlier?" You. At this moment, the ghostly dragon was still nitpicking. Yu Peng thought in circles in his mind and quickly smiled, saying, I mean, you really are sick." "What is it?" "Well, I saw that the old man's past life record was 50 years. According to the study of time, the real world outside should have brightened up, yet it still looks pitch black to me." Pointing at the large black dog lying on the ground, he continued, "It hasn't changed at all." In Hun Long patiently explained the so-called past life memories. 10 years represent 10 seconds in reality, and 50 years represent 50 seconds. What you just glimpsed as 50 years has only passed 50 seconds in reality, so there's no change. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I can see every ghost from childhood to adulthood? After saying this, Yu Peng was filled with excitement. You must understand, being able to perceive the life experiences of ghosts from childhood to death is a unique ability that would delight anyone. Even if one is penniless and has no material wealth, or if there is no salary, no benefits, and no returns, there would be countless people in the world willing to engage in this work. This unique ability, just imagine whoever possesses it, seems to have opened a mysterious door to another world, allowing them to glimpse into realms and stories that ordinary people cannot touch. Yu Peng is like a key that opens the mysterious door of the world, truly a fortunate one. Whether it's the laughter and tears, or the sadness and pain of the ghosts, or the secrets and regrets hidden deep within their hearts, they will all be revealed before Yu Peng. This unique experience is far more appealing to many than the satisfaction that money and material wealth can bring. Therefore, even without generous rewards or material incentives, one would still feel immense joy. But Yu Peng is doubly delighted with both rewards and treatment. However, the next words from In Hun Long shattered all of Yu Peng's fantasies into bubbles. No, every ghost has unique memories. For example, this old man's obsession is books, so what you see is his life experience in selling books from childhood to adulthood. If it's about love, then you can only see the story after he met her. Yu Peng immediately felt gloomy, his mood sinking. After a while he returned to the initial thought. Yupeng pondered, well, after all, I'm just a wishful thinker. Having this ability to glimpse memories is already impressive enough. Why desire something more advanced? It seems that greed among human emotions has influenced Yupeng. So Yupeng gave a thumbs up and praised, you really are sick, you are truly impressive and dazzling, strikingly handsome. In Hun Long furiously retorted, what? This dragon is neurotic and dancing. And I'm ugly. You think you're handsome? Good heavens, you little brat, have you lost your mind to insult this dragon? No, 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 you misunderstood. I said you are impressive and dazzling, you are handsome. Yupeng quickly defended. Shut up. You little ant, how dare you speak so boldly? When this dragon is jealous. After saying this, In Hun Long continued to roar. Yupeng was immediately dumbfounded, thinking, what the heck? Is this dragon mentally unwell, or is there an issue with its intelligence? I clearly said you are impressive and dazzling, and now it has turned into neurotic dancing, and I'm handsome while you're ugly. In Hun Long roared, quickly apologized to this dragon. Otherwise you'll have a rough time, and I'll make you lose your teeth and eat your words. Yupeng was unaffected by the threats of the neurotic dragon, instead calmly pondering where the problem lay. Right the first time I was asked to say you are handsome, I ended up saying you are sick. As a result, the neurotic dragon was overjoyed. Could it be that it likes this? Would it be better if I said nice things in reverse? It seems I can only give it a try. So Yupeng quickly apologized, saying, sorry, you are sick, I am sorry, I misspoke, you are neurotic, and swaying. Yupeng tentatively paused. In Hun Long appeared satisfied, saying, continue. Don't stop. Ugly as can be. Not bad, what else? Don't think that saying these few nice words will make this dragon forgive you, keep going. Yupeng, not daring to stop, continued, disgusting as can be. Stinking to high heaven with a face full of big hemorrhoids. The once furious In Hun Long immediately quieted down and growled, speak the next few sentences louder. This dragon can't hear what you're saying. Disgusting as can be. Stinking to high heaven with a face full of big hemorrhoids. Ah yes, that's it. In Hun Long was overjoyed. At that moment, the large black dog suddenly barked. Oh my, what are you doing? Talking to yourself, you abnormal thing. Sigh, what will I do in the future? Woof, 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 woof. The patrolling psychiatrist at night heard the dog barking wildly. He also recalled his colleagues mentioning that this young man was mentally ill and different, he will be dealt with. The psychiatrist thought it was a lament, sighing, ah, this young man is truly worse than a beast, torturing the big black dog so cruelly in the dead of night. He really deserves a miserable and go to hell, you beast, treating illness. What a joke. You will suffer retribution. The next morning, the psychiatrist from last night, filled with disdain and anger, slowly walked over, opened the dormitory door, and roared, hey. Whoever that young man should come out for a walk. The large black dog lay lazily on the ground, not showing any spirit at all. The doctor, seeing the large black dog so dispirited, knew his colleague wasn't lying, and that last night's barking was indeed true. Thus this young man was undoubtedly a guy worse than a beast. At such a young age, not learning well, but engaging in such disgusting acts. The psychiatrist opened the dormitory door without even looking at Yupeng, walked over, and comforted the large black dog lying on the ground lazily, saying, big black dog, good boy, since he is here, I will punish the wicked and promote the good for you. For your revenge. Ah, but last night, I truly wronged you. Yupeng, sitting by the bedside, quickly said, Dr. Big Black Dog, it's all right, he isn't wronged. Those who bully him haven't even been born yet. Besides, as long as I have a piece of meat, he will have his share. What, I abused what animal? Yupeng was completely confused. The doctor did not respond to Yupeng's words, but turned around holding the large black dog and growled, hey, hurry up and go out for a stroll. 2 hours of free activities. I must say this dog is incredibly heavy. I really don't understand how this creature can carry this dog. The large black dog was lazily lying in his arms. When it sensed someone gently picking it up, it not only did not resist at all, but instead squinted its eyes, thoroughly enjoying this rare warmth and comfort. One could see the corners of the large black dog's mouth slightly lift, revealing a look of pride and happiness. Sigh, it has been a long time since anyone treated the large black dog with such tenderness. I couldn't help but reminisce about the days of wandering alone. Back then, I always walked alone on the bustling yet cold and lonely streets, constantly facing hunger, beatings, and expulsion, making each step feel so heavy and exhausting. At this moment, the feeling of being gently cradled was truly indescribable. The large black dog wagged its tail joyfully, secretly delighted. Ha, being held like this is definitely more comfortable. The journey of wandering alone was just too tiring. Passing through the corridor, Yupeng, the large black dog, and the accompanying doctor arrived at the activity area. Everyone here was wearing blue clothing, still playing with Caterpillar's Ultraman and dancing chaotically along with a windmill now, with added lines from SpongeBob SquarePants. Patrick Star, are you there? Let's go catch Heim together. A bald mental patient switching between two roles stood opposite and replied, Patrick Star is not here, Patrick Star is not here, I am the Yellow River. Over. Yellow River. There's no turning back, goodbye brothers. Over. Salty fish respond. If you hear me, respond. If you hear me, I am a cucumber. Over. Cucumber, hello salty fish, I can't respond, over. Salty fish, what's wrong? What's happened? Over. I'm basking in the sun, it feels too good to talk over. Some were lying on the ground, imitating dog barks, shaking their butts, while others squatted on the ground talking to the grass. Baby, I miss you so much. When will you grow up? Let's elope together. Hey grass, the sun is a bit hot today, let me shield you from it, so you don't get burnt. Then turned to the nearby flower, and continued, little flower, is the grass sick? It hasn't talked to me at all. Nonsense. If plants could talk, they would really be quite ill. Oh, it would be simply bizarre. Another mental patient squatted on the ground, hands raised, approached the patient talking to the plants and whispered, I am the little flower, sure the grass is sleeping, don't disturb its sweet dreams. Okay, I won't disturb it. The two mental patients quietly left the spot of the little flower and grass, afraid of disturbing them, moving as slowly and stealthily as turtles retreating, which was quite amusing. A mental patient was cautiously holding a black garbage bag, fearing any accidental damage. The doctor saw the dog and, fearing it concealed dangerous items that could harm people, quickly approached and gently said, Hi, long time no see, you're even more handsome now. The mental patient, vigilant, asked, Who are you? The doctor humorously replied, I am your father, don't you remember me? The mental patient hesitated for a moment, appeared to ponder, and suddenly exclaimed joyfully, Oh, you are my father, he, hello dad. After saying that, he immediately bowed. The doctor quickly waved his hand, questioning, Son, what treasure are you holding? Can I take a look? The mental patient stepped back in fear and quickly refused, No, you are not my dad. My dad never says anything about treasure. The doctor, realizing the lie had been exposed, was at a loss, tapping his fingers nervously, cautiously probing. Then what do you mean by treasure? What do you say? My dad only says, What is this thing? The doctor suddenly understood and continued, Son, I made a mistake just now, sorry, what is it that you are holding? Can I take a look? The mental patient grinned and with both hands presented the black garbage bag carefully to the doctor, saying, Here, Dad, take a look, but be careful not to damage the treasure inside. Don't worry, son. The doctor, dressed in a white coat, had a serious expression as he extended his hands, pondering for a long time about what could possibly be in that black garbage bag. The doctor cautiously took the black garbage bag handed to him by the mental patient, took a deep breath, as if preparing for an unknown venture. Next, with extremely slow and careful movements, the doctor gently opened the seal of the black garbage bag. The mental patient next to him clapped and laughed, silly he, like a cheerleader in a competition, joyfully clapping, bouncing around. As soon as the doctor opened the seal of the black garbage bag, a strange green gas suddenly erupted from the opening, like a volcanic explosion flowing upwards. This sudden turn of events caught the doctor off guard. He had no time to react and inhaled a large mouthful of that nauseating green gas. In an instant, the doctor felt dizzy, his stomach churning violently, and he immediately crouched down, holding his belly to ease the nausea, yet still muttered about the explosive power of the black garbage bag. A strong wave of nausea surged over him. Ultimately, the doctor failed to suppress his botus reaction and suddenly opened his mouth, beginning to gag violently. Ha 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 ha. The scene was akin to the great river's waters coming from the sky, cascading down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way were falling from the heavens. The sound of vomiting stood out distinctly in the lively activity area, drawing curious glances. The mental patient quickly grabbed the black garbage bag, tightly gripping the bag's opening, guarding it carefully, as if afraid a sealed demon might escape. Then he asked with concern, Dad, you haven't finished looking yet, what's wrong with you? The doctor, feeling unwell, squatted on the ground, unable to speak. The mental patient held up the black garbage bag in front of the doctor and continued, Dad, keep looking. The doctor quickly waved his hand in refusal, thinking to himself, Damn it, how could I be so naive as to believe the words of a mental patient? This is simply more dangerous than dangerous items. It belongs to the realm of biochemical weapons, equivalent to a nuclear bomb explosion. This entire black bag is nothing but a fart. It's utterly disgusting. Who the hell keeps farts as treasures? Oh right, he is a mental patient. His actions completely defy the logic of a normal person. Damn, this profession is really hard to do. I can't take it anymore, but it's too disgusting. I don't know what other revolting things might happen next. I'm only in my 20s, still young, with a bright future ahead. I need to quit and change careers, or I'll be disgusted to death sooner or later. The unseen force is the most deadly. Yupeng looked on in confusion and asked, What's wrong with that doctor? Why did he vomit after staring at that patient for too long? The Een Soul Dragon chuckled and replied nonchalantly, Well, maybe he's just too ugly, so he threw up. The doctor, guarding Yupeng, watched the young man talking to himself and glanced at the gentle big black dog lying on the ground, sighing, Thank goodness I didn't have to deal with that patient, otherwise I would have been the one hurt. Just looking at it is nauseating, let alone experiencing it personally. Luckily, the few I'm taking care of aren't too crazy, but this young man is a strong dog offender with auditory hallucinations, which is a bit tricky. However, the matter did not end there. The mental patient half squatted up, took the black garbage bag, and suddenly opened it in front of the doctor. In an instant, a chilling green gas surged up violently, as if a demon from the depths of hell was pouncing towards the doctor's face and nose. It was like a volcanic eruption. That foul-smelling green gas rushed up like a mad stallion, thundering upwards. The poor doctor had no idea that such an abrupt situation would occur. In a split second, the violent green gas surged into the doctor's nostrils. The doctor inhaled deeply, completely unprepared, taking another big breath. That acrid smell instantly filled his mouth, throat, and even his lungs, making the doctor feel an indescribable nausea and dizziness. As time passed, this nightmare seemed endless. However, ultimately, as the green fart gas from the black garbage bag gradually dissipated, everything slowly returned to calm. But as the doctor's retching intensified, he vomited again. Even the eggs he had for breakfast came out without reservation. The mental patient stood there laughing foolishly, saying, "Daddy, does my treasure look good?" The doctor's face grew increasingly pale, his eyes involuntarily rolling back, revealing large whites, making him look as if his soul had been drained entirely weak. Then his legs gave way, and he fell forward with a loud thud. After falling to the ground, the doctor did not stop convulsing. His body trembled, as if electrified, flailing his limbs wildly, occasionally foaming at the mouth. The doctor stared blankly at the mental patient before him, his body twisting and squirming like an eel growling. "Okay, see you mother, for why are you using stinky farts as a biochemical weapon against me? You damn zucchini, you really deserve to die." With that, the doctor fainted instantly. The surrounding mental patients were terrified and scattered in all directions, shouting, "Someone fainted. How scary." And someone shouted to run, "Run, there's a dead person." Oh my, how terrifying. How much did he eat to faint like this? Some patients even spat on the ground and said, "Bah, I told you to eat better than I do. Now look, you fainted from it." A few curious mental patients approached, only to be hit by the faint odor, causing them to retch and run far away, fearing they too would be affected by this mysterious gas. Seeing this, Yu Peng ran over, shouting at the doctor, Doctor, hurry and save the doctor." Not far away, Dr. Zhang stood at the window, staring intently at the scene. He thought to himself, this young man seems quite normal when he's not having an episode, very helpful in spirit. Dr. Li, responsible for taking care of Yu Peng, brought many other doctors over. Dr. Li hurriedly asked, "Who among you knows medicine? Hurry and save him." No one present nodded or agreed. Some doctors said, "Comrade, just like you, I'm also a mental health doctor. I know a bit about treating mental illnesses, but this, I can't do it." Some others said, "Should we call 120? What's the point of that? We're all doctors here." "But you're also a mental health doctor." "Oh, that's true." Dr. Li then picked up his phone and started dialing. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello, this is the Miracle Hospital. Hello, doctor, emergency. We have a doctor who fainted here, please come quickly." The hospital's front desk staff asked professionally, "What is the patient's condition?" Dr. Li quickly explained, "He is occasionally convulsing, slightly trembling, and has some foam at the mouth." "Poisoning?" Yes and no, mainly because he fainted from inhaling a lot of gas." "What gas?" Dr. Li didn't know how to respond, covering his face with a helpless expression. He fainted from the smell of fart gas." The people around were thrown into chaos. A vast crowd of patients rushed about, some extremely happy, some depressed, some crying out loud, and others acting delirious. However, the hospital was lavishly decorated, all white walls. The young nurse at the front desk, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in shock, completely frozen in place. This young nurse, having been in the field for so long, had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Someone fainting from the smell of a fart, and not only that, but that person was also foaming at the mouth and trembling uncontrollably. This doesn't seem like a normal person at all. The little nurse couldn't help but murmur, filled with confusion and shock. You know, ordinary people might wrinkle their noses and cover their mouths at the foul smell, but how could someone be brought to such a state by a mere fart? Could it be that this person has some unusual hobby or preference? Yet upon closer reflection, it seems off. Even if there were someone with such peculiar bodily interests, it wouldn't lead to an obsession with the stench of romantic partners, would it? After all, who would associate such matters with romantic love? The young nurse found it increasingly absurd, completely unable to comprehend the reason behind this strange phenomenon. The little story questioned after a while, "Is there a doctor nearby?" "Yes, we all are." "All right, first apply chest compressions in a rhythm of 12-34 repeatedly, then perform artificial respiration. Then give them water or something, and it will be fine. You say it simply, but we don't know how. Aren't you doctors?" "We are doctors, but we are doctors of a mental hospital, effective only on brain disorders and know nothing about other issues." This explanation made sense. It wasn't a special hobby, but rather a sign of insanity, resulting in bizarre actions. The doctors who fainted surely must have been affected by their prolonged stay. Where are you? Please specify the exact location. Oh, I will arrange for someone to come immediately. The location is the Universal Cure Psychiatric Hospital, Huashan Road. All right, please wait a moment. We will be there shortly. For now, please take care of him. After hanging up, the young nurse hurriedly reported to her superior. Leader, it's bad. What happened? Why the panic? The doctors from the Universal Cure Psychiatric Hospital have also gone insane. And one psychiatrist has fainted while obsessively sniffing the stench. The leader was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, no way." The young nurse replied earnestly, "Yes, indeed." If the psychiatrist were to see the young nurse relay the message, they would undoubtedly curse. "You are the only one in the entire hospital who's sick. Your family is sick too. I clearly said my colleague fainted from the stench, yet you insist my colleague, and we all have a penchant for it. Let it be said, but do not accuse us of being sick. Don't let us see you, otherwise we'll deal with you." The young nurse continued to argue. "Leader, I swear on my life, it's absolutely true. I was also incredulous and shocked when I heard it, but a call from inside said that the patients were becoming restless and the mental patients have all gone mad. They seem uncontrollable, and the caller sounded a bit anxious, saying that the people around were in chaos." The young nurse's eyes were filled with determination. The leader questioned, "Why not call the police about this? Why come to us? Each has its specialty. We are doctors, and even if the guards come, they will still call us." The young nurse then hesitated and said, "Sai, I hope everything is fine. If needed, I am at your command at any time." The leader murmured to himself, "Indeed, the guards cannot keep control, but if all the doctors in such a large psychiatric hospital are going mad, then this hospital is thoroughly doomed. To maintain social safety and order, we cannot allow harm to the world. It seems there is no other choice." Thus the leader turned to the secretary and sternly ordered, "Activate Plan Level 2, notify all hospitals, quickly dispatch mental health experts to the scene, and send 5 ambulances, along with 10 buses, and also call in the guard team fully armed. Gas masks. All anti-explosive gear must be prepared. Every person must carry an electric baton. If anyone goes mad on site, shock them unconscious. Seal off the Universal Cure Psychiatric Hospital completely, no one enters or exits. Force should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Control everyone, lock them all in rooms, and if they cannot be contained, please call in the Guardian troops for total suppression. Then all should be taken away and transferred to the prison management." The secretary bent and replied, "Yes, I will go issue the orders right away." The leader stood with his hands clasped behind his back, murmuring to himself, "Sai, I hope the situation at the Universal Cure Psychiatric Hospital is minor, otherwise the consequences could be severe. I hope I'm just overthinking it." The young nurse was filled with worry, her little feet trembling incessantly. Inside the Universal Cure Psychiatric Hospital, 2 bald men were secretly discussing their escape plan. "This time with outside doctors coming, it's time for us to incite a riot and then escape. This way we can return to our normal lives. Yes, I have finally had enough of this madness, this topsy-turvy life. Every time I say I'm not sick, they insist I am. When they ask me what 1 + 1 = I say 2. Right, your answer is perfectly fine. Don't rush you, I haven't finished. I said it's 2 written." He also asked me if it's okay to eat snail rice noodles on a grave. What did you answer? I said not only is it okay, but I also invited the grave's owner to wake up and eat together. The bald man was speechless. "You certainly are not sick." "And you?" Wang Bald asked curiously. He asked me about the myths and monsters of Huaxiao, the 12 zodiac signs, and which one I prefer to be. What did you say? I said I like to be the ruler of the universe, unifying the world. And then, he asked me if I believe in light. I said I believe in light. I am also the father of Ultraman, the father of the Ultraman. Wang Bald clapped his hands in delight. Wow, then neither of us is sick. Indeed, who would want to come to this wretched place? Indeed, I hope the outside hospitals lend a hand. May everything proceed according to our escape plan. In an instant, a fierce wind howled like a black dragon sweeping in. At this heart-pounding moment, a figure appeared out of thin air like a ghost, revealing a man dressed in tattered and extremely repulsive clothing, quietly floating in midair, a sinister smile on his face. Like a red lotus blooming in the darkness, emanating a mysterious, terrifying, and dry aura. The Een-Soul dragon slowly opened its eyes, sensing the presence, murmuring, "This hospital is abnormal. It actually has a dangerously gluttonous ghost." The disgusting man simultaneously sensed someone spying on him, shaking his head. A red light spread out. Suddenly, the keen dragon eyes of the Een-Soul dragon detected an unusual sight. A blinding red light appeared ahead. This red light was like burning flames, particularly striking in the darkness, rushing toward Yupeng. Upon seeing this, the Een-Soul dragon wasted no time in swinging its sturdy and powerful tail. Its tail traced an arc in the air, stirring a fierce wind. At the same time, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed at speed as swift as lightning cutting through the night sky. In that instant, a remarkable thing happened. The once blazing red light instantly vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The Inhun dragon coiled its colossal body, slowly murmuring to itself, "The intruder's cultivation appears to be that of an extreme evil spirit, likely responsible for countless deaths." Alas, this adversary proves formidable. Director Su stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing the so-called omen bird, a peculiar mascot before him. Its plumage was jet black, as if swallowing all light in its vicinity. Its eyes gleamed like two radiant gemstones, shimmering with an enigmatic, vivacious luster. Its feathers lay flawlessly aligned, meticulously ordered, smooth and lustrous like black silk woven by divine hands. Especially striking were the two towering crown feathers atop its head, unique and regal, imbuing it with an aura of solemn majesty. Suddenly, the omen bird burst into a cascade of crisp, melodious chirps. Director Su recoiled in astonishment and muttered under his breath, "An evil spirit faction has descended upon our world. This hospital is no longer safe. I must consult Dr. Li at once." The man's face was grotesquely covered in suppurating boils. His attire was no ordinary fabric, but rather a strange silk, upon closer inspection revealed to be woven from blood. That silk emitted a faint, eerie luminescence, as if pulsing with boundless dark energy. A single leaf drifting onto his robe flared briefly in that glow, then crumbled instantly into ash. Exquisite golden embroidery traced the collar and cuffs, depicting scenes of human agony and death. Against his festering, tumor-riddled skin, the patterns appeared hauntingly singular. A few sparse strands of hair stood rigidly upright, like celestial anchors, swaying wildly in the wind as though danced by a madman. They fluttered like slender, brittle lampposts, bending precariously, poised on the verge of snapping. A translucent veil veiled his face, yet through its hazy gauze one could glimpse a visage of unspeakable horror, seared flesh stripped bare, ravaged by open sores and necrotic decay. His eyes, deep, frigid pools of glacial stillness, radiated chilling dread. Without lips, only a skeletal jaw remained, slightly draped in taut, pallid skin, its corners curled upward in a faint, ghastly smile, revealing a few jagged, exposed teeth. His thighs were swollen with grotesque tumors, his eyes bulged like those of a toad. To the uninitiated, he might resemble a cosplayer, but those who had witnessed his true form would retch uncontrollably. The grotesque man exclaimed joyfully, "Wow! So many people here. I'll feast until my belly bursts." One patient, his mouth twisted, askew teeth bared, immediately dropped to his knees upon seeing the figure, palms pressed together, eyes averted in abject reverence. "Hail, the man-eating demon lord. This humble servant failed to recognize your lordship's august presence." The man-eater didn't even glance at the wretched patient, replying coolly, "It's been ages. We meet again. And you've grown even uglier." The patient dared not utter a word, bowing his head low. "Have there been other cultivators within the hospital recently?" "All is well. Only the mentally afflicted reside here." "Is that so?" mused the man-eater, intrigued. "Yet along my path here I heard rumors of a young man and his dog conversing, alone yet speaking aloud." "Yes, your lordship, but he is no extraordinary being. According to my inquiries, he copulates with dogs." "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, copulates with dogs?" His laughter rasped like rusted gears grinding against one another, dry, grating, and utterly inhuman. "Indeed, your lordship. At first I refused to believe it, until multiple physicians confirmed it. Their outrage was unanimous." "Ha ha ha, not bad, this youth. His tastes are truly pungent." Very well, very well. Earlier I sensed an anomalous aura. Perhaps a concealed master cultivator dwelled here. But it seems I overthought it. It was merely a dog copulator, even more depraved than I. Ha ha ha, indeed." Without a second glance at the kneeling man, the man-eater flicked his sleeve and vanished in an instant. In the office, Dr. Su entered slowly to find Dr. Zhang gazing out the window, observing everything below. Pouring himself a cup of tea, Su asked curiously, "Any discoveries?" "None thus far." "And what of that young man? What's your assessment?" "I believe he's simply insane." "Oh, I heard you prescribed him an entire bag of pills, 3 tablets per dose. Surely that's excessive. What if he overdoses and dies?" "No risk of fatality. The overdose merely induces dizziness and blurred vision. I prescribed generously because his condition appears grave." "Then why did you retain him?" "Initially he spoke only to his dog, but later he began conversing with empty air in the corridor." "Oh, you've piqued my interest," remarked Director Su, intrigued. "Why this sudden curiosity about him? You never inquire about others." "Indeed, you never ask about anyone else." Director Su continued, "I observed your question, and his reply the dog brought him. He claims to hear voices. Then he played do di ju with Bai He Wuxuang, though he lost quite badly." I also questioned the driver who brought him in. He described the youth chatting animatedly with his dog. Later I asked whether he could see the deceased. His reaction wasn't shock or fear, but rather I'd welcome it if possible. A normal person would instinctively deny such a notion. Exactly. That's precisely why he's here, with us. Nothing unusual about that. Director Sue smiled faintly, ignoring Dr. Lee's remark, and pressed on. Now tell me, why does he speak aloud in the corridor? Dr. Lee erupted angrily. He ranted about an old man in the corridor, accusing him of slander. Said you're the one who's ill. You take the old man away. Yet I saw no one. Only us two. Anything else? Director Sue, forgive my candor, but why did you order the black dog to be given to him? Director Sue frowned. What's wrong with that? This despicable brat. Just thinking about him enrages me. My staff reported he copulates with dogs. Monstrous. Unfathomable. At midnight the dog wailed in agony, its cries piercing and harrowing. Had emergency protocols not forbidden electrocution without imminent threat to life, my men would have shocked him hundreds of times, and still felt unsatisfied. Director Sue burst into hearty laughter. Yet the moment Dr. Lee turned away, his expression hardened. Inwardly, he pondered gravely, could this dog-copulating youth be a powerful, vengeful spirit? I recall an ancient occult text describing a rare class of spirits, those who, having died under extraordinary circumstances or engaged in taboo acts, transcend conventional spiritual laws, their energy amplified uniquely by such transgressions. Only having a unique affection for such items, they do not harm others, but some individuals may cause harm. Perhaps the behavior of this young man is simply a manifestation of a particular passion for self-improvement. But why can we see this young man? And why can we see the large black dog? Can we touch them as well? Could it be an entity of a higher rank than a ghost general? Therefore it can manifest as a physical entity, just like a human. But that cannot be possible. I have inquired for a long time and conducted an investigation, and apart from non-existent villages, or those that do not exist at all, there are only a few villagers, but none recognize him. Could it be that I have made a mistake in my investigation, or is it a village that never existed in the first place? Then the driver mentioned that this young man was merely talking to the dog. Based on my comprehensive probing, the answer may be that he is a rare and unique Taoist like myself. But that can't be right. I am the only one who has inherited the Tao, and I have never heard of anyone else. Moreover, I rely on cow tears to see ghosts, and he has nothing. Or perhaps he is truly insane. But all signs indicate that this young man is highly suspicious, otherwise my cursed bird would not be crying out. Is this person an enemy or a friend? I must investigate this matter promptly. After all, if he is an enemy, it is good to eliminate threats to the people and maintain peace in the world. But if I am mistaken, would we not miss out on a capable individual? Wouldn't that mean that Huaxia has lost another brave and invincible guardian, leaving the people without a guiding light? Although ghost generals are rare, once they appear, their power is certainly terrifying and could wreak havoc upon the world. Only Lei Yi can guard against such things, but Lei Yi is not around. Sigh. After decades of peace, encountering a mutated ghost general is indeed troublesome. So I patted Dr. Lee on the shoulder and said, hearing is misleading, seeing is believing. Sometimes what you see is not real. You must make your own judgment, which is our duty as doctors. Pay close attention to that young man and report anything unusual. Okay, Director. After saying this, Director Sue walked out. At this moment, Yu Peng was still anxiously pacing in place. Lee Doctor muttered to himself, what is this young man doing pacing in circles? Is he trying to curse me by drawing circles? Is he jealous that I diagnosed his illness as severe, or has he gone mad again? The third personality is just a turtle pacing in circles. Yu Peng meticulously analyzed the scene as if he were Sherlock Holmes. The doctor was convulsing all over, trembling and foaming at the mouth, while the weapon was the green stench emanating from a black garbage bag. The perpetrator is a mentally ill patient. Why do I have an ominous premonition despite everything appearing normal? Coupled with the familiar aura and a mysterious force rebounding against me, this is definitely not simple. The stench from a normal person cannot be predominantly green, resembling a volcanic eruption like a wild horse that has lost control galloping toward me. Moreover, the entire black garbage bag is full of it. How long has it been stored? A normal person would only release gas 23 times a week or 45 times if they've eaten too much. Even a mentally ill patient is the same. However, colorless gases dissipate due to carbon dioxide and oxygen entering the air. It is impossible to have such lethal force after a year and a half, and 10 years of gas in a black garbage bag is also impossible unless it has been premeditated. Yu Peng suddenly closed his eyes and then opened them, and in those green pupils a terrifying black light burst forth akin to two cold flashes of lightning, one of which shot straight toward the doctor's body. The doctor's entire skeletal structure was revealed, his body displaying an anatomical diagram. various densely packed red blood vessels, nerve tubes, arteries, and veins. Large intestine, small intestine, jejunum, duodenum, liver, pancreas, heart, kidneys, spleen, stomach, bladder, etc. It was laid bare without any concealment, just like an X-ray image. In an instant, a strange green noxious gas, like a swift and poisonous snake, began to roam back and forth within the doctor's body at lightning speed. This stench gas freely traversed the doctor's body, sometimes wandering between the intestines, sometimes spiraling around the stomach, forming a grotesque shape that would surely make anyone with a phobia of clusters vomit, and at times slithering near the liver. Thus, wherever this virus-like serpent passed, it brought with it an endless slow darkness and gradual decay, casting a layer of dark green shadows over the doctor's internal organs. Bit by bit, it corroded away. At that moment, something unexpected happened. The originally stinky gas, like a rope, used its long, slippery, sticky body, and the viral serpentine object, with its eyes flashing with an evil light, revealed an expression of extreme excitement and greed. It fixated on the doctor's liver as if it had discovered the world's most precious treasure, eagerly opening its vast maw. Even if the Ghost King came, it would not save his life. Immediately, this mass of noxious gas swiftly wrapped around the doctor's liver, beginning to gnaw and devour it madly. With every bite, there was an eerie crunching sound, as if it intended to completely grind the liver into pieces and swallow it whole. As time passed, the doctor's complexion grew increasingly pale. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead, and he continuously foamed at the mouth, clearly enduring immense pain. Yupeng closed his ominous eyes and sighed. Alas, this great doctor is pitiful. He is probably hanging by a thread, unable to escape this calamity. He doesn't even know how he will die and cannot reincarnate. After his internal organs decay, it will be the time when his soul turns to ashes. Thus Yupeng turned and slowly left the place. The perpetrator, a mental patient holding the black garbage bag, wore a slight sinister smile at the corner of his mouth as he stuffed the black garbage bag into his pocket, muttering, "Hee hee, you like being a father, right? How do you like the gift I sent you? Did you not expect to take advantage of me? Calling me son? You are not worth dying, huh? This is the fortune cultivated by your ancestors over 18 generations, allowing you to experience the combined essence of hundreds of people's farts." After finishing his words, the mental patient slowly walked away, as if he had transformed into a different person, walking with ease, without the silly smile or erratic steps, but with his hands in his pockets like a gang leader. At that moment, a grand convoy suddenly arrived, dust swirling into the sky with the deafening sound of horns blaring, as if announcing, "Brothers, I have arrived." Immediately, a convoy of white buses and ambulances slowly came to a stop, and the doors were swiftly opened, allowing a group of fully armed personnel to file out in an orderly manner. Each of them was clad in heavy bomb-proof gear, tightly wrapped from head to toe, their faces uniformly covered with black gas masks. The black uniforms were particularly striking and uniform, exuding an air of authority and power reminiscent of a well-trained guard force, or perhaps a biochemical defense unit. On the badges emblazoned on their chests, the words Psychological Defense Force were clearly engraved, evoking a sense of solemnity. Looking around, the formation of these individuals was impeccably aligned, resembling a straight line of black. They wore sturdy, stab-resistant vests adorned with an array of advanced weapons and equipment that inspired admiration. Some individuals couldn't help but ask, "Dude, where did you get that outfit? What do you do?" The black tactical vests were laden with flashbangs, smoke grenades, and tear gas canisters, their heavy load not hindering their agility in the slightest. With thick protective gloves on their hands, their legs and arms were tightly encased in durable knee pads, ensuring maximum protection from injury while on duty. What was even more striking was that each of them held a massive bomb-proof shield in their left hand, the surface gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, while their right hand gripped a long electric baton that sparked with unsettling electricity. Those unfamiliar with the situation might think this was a division of the Chinese military, but those in the know recognized that such exquisite equipment indicated this was a solid line of defense for maintaining social peace and stability, officially known as the Psychological Defense Force, tasked specifically with managing riots by the mentally unstable. In the sky, an armed helicopter circled above the hospital, its loudspeaker blaring, "Everyone put down your weapons. You are surrounded." One of the personnel in the helicopter cautiously reminded, "Brother, you're making a mistake. We are not the security squad, and they are not terrorists. We are simply a special psychological defense team." The doctors below exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring, "Am I seeing things? Is this a movie? No, you're not imagining it. This is real. Are they targeting us? And what's with that shouting? Have some confidence. They are indeed targeting us, and the one shouting is one of us. But why do I feel like we're the terrorists here?" A crackling sound interrupted as the loudspeaker blared again. "All mental patients, listen up. You are surrounded. Put down your futile resistance, lie down, and cover your heads. Violators will be punished severely. A questioning voice emerged from below as a patient exclaimed, "What the hell? I'm not sick." "If you're not sick, then who is? You love your bed so much that you hug and cuddle it like a lover." "Hee, you caught me. What about my little flowers and grasses? I am Ultraman Tiga. Who dares to touch me? I will unleash lasers, bang, 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 bang." "Brother, isn't that the music of a Gatling gun? Your background music is the sound of lasers firing." "Oh, my dear Patrick Star, I must go. We can no longer catch Heim." The doctors were left dumbfounded, whispering to each other. "What the hell? I only called 12000. How could I end up with such symptoms? This looks like an all-out assault on the hospital." "Brother, you are blessed. A fainting spell summoned a fully armed response." "What the hell? I'm a doctor. How could I possibly be sick? This can't be about me." Exactly. The sick ones are the patients, not us." "Speaking of which, why haven't I heard any orders from the leadership? I haven't received any notifications from the department either. What do they intend to do? Could it be that they want to kidnap me because I'm too handsome?" "Just you. Huh, handsome? Have you even looked in the mirror? If you don't squat down and cover your heads, we will use tear gas." The captain of the Psychological Defense Force surveyed everything through binoculars. The fully armed mental health expert beside him looked over and smirked. "Captain, issue the order. Launch a full assault." The captain of the Psychological Defense Force questioned expert, "How can you determine they're not insane just from a glance? Are you doubting my abilities?" "I wouldn't dare to doubt, but I only heed the captain's orders. What you say doesn't count." The mental expert angrily pointed at the captain and shouted, "Who do you think you are? I'm the expert here. What I say goes. Everything is under my command." The captain of the Psychological Defense Force remained unmoved for a moment before whispering, "I think they are quite well behaved. Some are already covering their heads and don't seem as terrifying as you described, rampaging and attacking each other." The expert responded angrily, "You are only looking at the surface. They may seem harmless, but if they go berserk, can you bear the responsibility?" A member of the Psychological Defense Force chimed in, "Yes, Captain, let's listen to the expert. After all, he is the most professional. Our duty is to protect the homes of countless families. If they go mad, it will be hard to control." The captain glared coldly at the team member and barked, "This is my business. When did it become your concern?" The others fell silent. In the courtyard, two bald patients led a ruckus, shouting, "You flying dog coin, come down here. I'll eat your mother's legs." "Exactly, come down here. I've never eaten a pilot from the defense squad before. It must taste great." One bald patient stripped off his clothes, revealing a greedy expression, then kicked down a nearby mental patient while cursing, "You're next." The mental patient immediately stripped off his clothes and began to relieve himself right there. Just as everyone was unaware, a chilling aura suddenly erupted from a previously calm and inconspicuous corner. Following this, a figure slowly emerged, revealing itself to be a cannibal covered in grotesque boils. It was tall and twisted, as if it had crawled out from the depths of hell. The boils bulged, occasionally oozing pus that emanated a foul stench. The cannibal lurked in the shadows, wearing a sinister smile, its blood-red eyes gleaming with greed and malice, secretly watching everything that unfolded before it. The cannibal seemed filled with anticipation for the impending bloody feast, a slight smile curling at the corners of its mouth. At this moment, Dr. Lee was discussing matters in Director Seuss' office, completely unaware that a pus-filled ghost lurked in the corner of the hospital along with some restless individuals. "Director Sue, what should we do? It's chaos outside, and we don't know who has provoked the special mental security team, as if they are coming for us." Director Sue, holding a dusty key, lightly remarked, "There will be a fierce battle soon. Are you prepared?" "What fierce battle?" "A riot of mental patients. Oh, we need to assemble and suppress them. We must work together to control the personnel in the ward." Dr. Lee chuckled teasingly. Even at a time like this, Director Sue still enjoys joking. "It's not like there's a riot going on." Director Sue, with a kind expression, inwardly hoped, "May you remain innocent forever and never learn the truth, otherwise it would be too cruel." Climax warning. The following content is disturbing. Please viewers watch with a good mood and remember not to eat or drink. The glutton waved his hand and muttered, "Dream world." In an instant, a black shadowy force enveloped the surroundings. Those on the helicopter saw a mental patient suddenly lose the sickly expression they had been masking, replaced by eyes gleaming with greed, as if they were beholding an unparalleled beauty with hormones surging. The glutton below had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, uncontrollably drooling, as if a torrent of water flowing down. With greedy eyes, he revealed the delicious food that was about to enter his mouth. The glutton suddenly reached back and tore hard. Wow. Utterly disgusting. He forcefully ripped off the layer of pus-filled skin from his body with no blood or organs, just a layer of skin reminiscent of a scene from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, akin to a snake shedding its skin. In an instant, a hideous and grotesque monster appeared before everyone's eyes. The creature was massive, with skin exhibiting an eerie dark green hue covered in various bumps and pus-filled sacs resembling a toad. no, even worse than a toad. The infected individuals saw those around them transform. Each person perceived different things. Some saw skeletons, some saw ghosts, others saw beautiful women, while the vast majority saw each other as cannibals convinced of their own normalcy. One curious mental patient approached and asked, "Brother, where did you get your skin? It looks so good, so handsome, I want one too." Hee, I didn't expect to be so handsome and even have a fan. This is even better, I can create panic using illusions. Then the glutton decided to have some fun and excitedly said, "Do you want to eat like me, my little darling? If you want to just walk forward, there are plenty of delicacies ahead, and you will also have handsome skin like mine." At that moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. The mentally disturbed patient seemed to be controlled by a mysterious and eerie force, completely losing his rationality and self-protective instincts. He stared blankly at a wall that appeared to be air, but was indeed real, and without any hesitation, he charged at it like a wild beast. With a loud bang, the mental patient's forehead collided violently with the hard wall. In an instant, bright red blood slowly flowed from the wound like a trickling stream, staining his pale face. However, this brutal impact did not stop his frenzied actions. Immediately after he charged at the wall, once more his relentless spirit earning admiration. Another dull thud echoed, more blood gushed forth, sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground, forming shocking blood flowers. Yet even so, he did not stop, the third time, the fourth time. Each impact accompanied by more intense pain and more blood. Finally, after enduring countless inhumane collisions, the mental patient's head became a bloody mess. A massive hole appeared on his forehead, with white bones faintly visible. At this point, he was already exhausted, his body swaying as he slowly fell down, ultimately collapsing heavily to the ground, surrounded by a strong smell of blood. Suddenly, the glutton regarded the person before him as a big pig's head, and with one bite, he directly tore off the mental patient's head and began to chew, leaving the headless mental patient lying on the ground like a fly. Only the blood splattered and shot into the sky like a fountain. While chewing, the glutton spat out a mouthful, cursing, "What the hell, why does this pig's head have so much hair? Hasn't it been washed for years? Damn, it's disgusting me." The glutton's tongue was absurdly long, like a flexible python, dancing wildly in the air, occasionally spewing out some nauseating goo. What was most terrifying were the two sharp fangs in the glutton's mouth, akin to two sharp daggers, radiating a chilling light that evoked fear at first glance. Moreover, this monster had only one eye, grotesquely protruding blood red, exuding an extremely ferocious aura. After a while, the glutton shook his head and muttered to himself, "Damn, illusions are ultimately just illusions. When will I truly be able to eat various delicacies? My hamburgers, my big chicken legs. Woo, it's been 10 years, a full 10 years. I once had delicious food every day, now I can only eat air and fantasize about food." Upon seeing the chaos around, he diverted the topic and continued, "Hee, let's go for it. I'm going to eat my fill. No longer sneaking around, but openly going to the cafeteria to eat." The armed personnel on the helicopter, influenced by the illusion, shouted into their headsets, "Captain! Captain, it's bad. What happened? There are indeed cannibals in the mental hospital." "What? How many have died?" 18 have died already. In reality, no one had died. Everything was a ghostly illusion. The captain of the special mental security team was shocked and quickly ordered, "Everyone move out. Surround every corner of the hospital. Set the electric batons to max. Throw in all the tear gas canisters. Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone donned their night vision goggles and rushed forward. The glutton looked on with great delight, exclaiming, "Kill! Kill! The more resentment, the more blood, the more fear, the more souls there would be, and soon I could enjoy good food every day, quickly returning to a happy life." The psychiatric specialist muttered with glee, "The show is beginning. Heh, you actually dared defy me, damned captain. They'll deal with you later." He turned to the ward, anticipating the chaos that would overwhelm the captain. Meanwhile, Director Sue suddenly watched as everyone before him transformed into greedy monsters. Director Sue immediately drew a delicate vial from his pocket, but within the hallucination, the vial had become his favorite dish, Yusyang shredded pork. He knew he had fallen into a malicious ghost's dream, yet knowledge did not dispel his longing. At that moment, the necklace at his throat began to shimmer. Within 3 seconds, the Yusyang shredded pork reverted into the exquisite vial, which contained ox tears. Su Hui hurriedly uncorked it, poured some out, and smeared it on his eyes. Suddenly, he saw through the window that everyone had returned to normal. Su Hui exclaimed, "I did not expect this." He continued, "I did not expect the scene to be so chaotic. Everyone had been affected by the illusion." He realized an illusion, the most basic skill he thought, could be cast on others through the caster's intent. No, absolutely not. These security guards and doctors are merely playthings for the beasts. No effort is required. They will slowly gnaw and slaughter one another to death. Su Hui rushed to the office, seized the telephone, and dialed. "Hello, Master Lei. I am the sole inheritor of the spirit Taoist lineage, Su Hui. I have an urgent situation to report. A low magnetic voice answered from the other end. Taoist Su, what is the matter? On the other end, the man wore a crisply tailored black suit of fine fabric, its sharp lines perfectly outlined broad shoulders and a tall, lean frame. Master Lei held a stout cigar between his fingers as pale blue smoke curled and enwreathed his sharply defined features, lending him an air of inscrutable mystery. In his right hand, he steadied a gem-studded luxury phone, his fingers tapping the screen as if issuing important orders. He sat back, legs crossed in languid repose, leaning into the spacious, lavish office chair. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city's bustling splendor spread beneath him, yet it could not rival the commanding aura he exuded. Master Lei narrowed his eyes, his gaze like a burning torch piercing the curling smoke, as if the whole world lay within his grasp. At the mental hospital I guard, there is a perilous presence, a voracious ghost. The resentment within is heavy. Everyone inside the hospital has been affected. A voracious ghost. Codename Evil. Any others? Not for now, Master Lei, but my bird of ill omen keeps crying. It means the strongest has not yet appeared. Please send support. Very well. I will bring a few people right away. The call ended. Director Su looked at the old rusted key in his hand, his expression solemn. He said slowly, Alas, if it has come to this, there is no other way. I hope you lend some strength. Together we will defend Huaxiao. If I do not enter hell, who will? With that, he deftly removed his white coat, touched it, and murmured to it, Farewell, my friend. Thank you for your company over the years. He turned to the firmly locked cabinet and used the key to open it. With a soft metallic click, the lock yielded. Director Su gently pulled open the cabinet door to reveal a dark yellow Dao robe lying within. The robe bore the marks of age, but its color had long since faded, as if it had endured countless storms. On closer inspection, the seemingly ordinary robe was embroidered all over with dense, chaotic talismans. Those sigils shone faintly like mysterious incantations. Each emblem seemed to contain boundless power and inscrutable secrets, drawing the eye. At the very center of the robe, two powerful characters were meticulously inscribed, Kill Evil. The strokes of those characters flowed with fierce momentum, as if capable of subduing demons and rending all manner of evil. Director Su touched the robe and said with feeling, Brother, we meet again. This time we will do well. When we return victorious, I will buy you a drink. He donned the yellow Dao robe, opened another drawer, and carefully withdrew a yellow peachwood sword. He murmured to the sword, Brother, long time no see. We have not slaughtered demons in ages. Now we shall go forth and fight across the lands. The peachwood sword exuded an ancient, enigmatic presence. Its blade shone a vivid yellow, as if saturated with sunlight. A close look revealed the blade densely etched with strange script and symbols. They flickered with a faint but distinct spiritual light, like stars scattered across the night. Faintly inscribed were the words, Where man stands, the sword stands. When man perishes, the sword perishes. With my life, I defend the mortal hearth. Each strand of spiritual light seemed to contain formidable power. Director Su seized the peachwood sword and cried out, Spirit Taoist, Su Hui, I have returned. Hearing the cry, Dr. Li revealed a greedy, wicked grin. Drool ran from the corner of his mouth like a waterfall as he shuffled toward Director Su, whispering covetously, Haha, delicious, delicious, the big plate chicken. Incoming, will take one bite, not much. He opened his mouth and lunged to bite. Director Su raised the peachwood sword to block. A golden flash streaked forth, and Dr. Li was sent flying, crashing several meters away. Dr. Li's clothes were singed by the spiritual light, yet he waved at the scorched fabric unfazed, smiling idiotically and chuckling, Delicious food. How dare you resist? Even better, haha. The more you struggle, the more I enjoy it. That way it tastes crisp and savory. Be good, my dear, don't run. I'll let brother take one bite, just one. Su Hui looked at the foolish Dr. Li and murmured with feeling, Brother Li, we have no grudge. We have known each other for years. You are not a bad man, you are kind. I do not wish to harm you. Dr. Li grinned foolishly and said, Haha, let me have a bite. Then his voice rose, Let me bite you. Without hesitation, Su Hui struck Dr. Li on the head with the pommel of the peachwood sword. In an instant, he collapsed motionless. Su Hui bound Dr. Li and strode out through the door. At this moment, Yu Peng heard a chaotic noise from outside as he just stepped out. Suddenly, Yu Peng's dark eyes sparkled and then vanished in an instant, returning to their original state, revealing before him a scene of lunatics behaving like dogs, baring their teeth and barking relentlessly as one of them bit down on a doctor's shoulder, brimming with excitement. At the same time, the doctor was also biting the mental patient with unrestrained enthusiasm, each pair engaged in a frenzied struggle. Their faces were only filled with excitement, joy, and greed, drool dripping down onto shoulders sticky and gross. The shouting never ceased. On my delicious chicken leg, don't run away. Let me eat you. Delicious roasted whole lamb, so tasty. It's just a bit tough. Everyone acted like they had lost their minds, greedy and ecstatic. The scene was chaotic. Everyone seemed to have fallen into a frenzied state, their behaviors extremely bizarre, as if they had contracted a rare virus in the apocalypse. Some even knelt on the ground, hugging their arms, gnawing fiercely at the doctor's thighs, shouting incessantly, "Ah, ah, ah. So delicious, too delicious. But this meat is just too tough. The chef must not have cleaned it well. There are many weird materials that are slippery and hard to chew." After saying this, they continued to bite. Their twisted and grotesque faces, along with their insane actions, were terrifying. Meanwhile, the doctor, whose thigh was being bitten, showed no signs of weakness. He opened his bloody mouth and bit down hard on the head of a mental patient. While chewing on the hair in his mouth, he mumbled indistinctly, "Humph, this braised pig's head isn't very good today. Too much hair, and it wasn't cleaned well. What's wrong with the staff being so careless? I'll complain after I finish eating." He casually pulled out a few strands of hair and tossed them aside. Surprisingly, the mental patient felt no pain and continued to eat joyfully. Meanwhile, the helicopter pilot was no better off. The two crazy people were kissing each other, enjoying their meal, yet still feeling utterly lonely. The two security guards wore gas masks, crossing each other. Only the sound of static rubbing could be heard. The helicopter spun in the sky like an intelligent robot, dancing gracefully, until suddenly it crashed into a power pole and fell down with a series of thuds. 3 consecutive explosions echoed through the air. The entire scene was bloody and absurd, leaving onlookers stunned and terrified. At that moment, tear gas canisters rained down from the sky, like celestial maidens scattering flowers, a spectacle as grand as planes spraying pesticides. Yu Peng was astonished by the scene before him and exclaimed, "What the hell? What's going on? Have people gone crazy? What's that thing spewing smoke?" As the tear gas canisters landed on the ground, the group of mental patients and doctors looked on with curiosity, excitement, and greed on their faces. They muttered to themselves, "Wow, meat can fly. Haha, this must be a delicious treat from the heavens. What a novel delicacy, it even has swirling smoke." After a while, the crowd wailed in sorrow, every face filled with sadness, tears flowing like a waterfall. Even amidst their grief and tears, they still laughed heartily, cackling. This food was exhilarating, so delightful. My tears flowed like a river. How I wish to eat. Whoa, I feel so miserable. I want to cry, but I still want to eat. Some people picked up the tear gas canisters and chewed on them, while complaining, "Damn, whose chef made such hard food? Such delicious things are impossible to eat. If I find out who it is, I'll complain to death. Such good food that even emits smoke that makes people cry, but it's just too tough." Suddenly, with a crack, a few teeth of the mental patient fell out, but it still didn't stop his love for the food as he ate frantically. Outside the hospital, a group of fully armed special security team members swiftly launched into action like tigers descending a mountain. They were well-trained with clear divisions of labor, as if they had simulated this thousands of times with no hesitation at all. Someone nimbly set up a ladder. After signaling to his colleagues to climb up, in an instant a group of agile individuals leaped over the high walls, as nimble as Spider-Man, creating a scene akin to an ancient siege. They almost shouted, "Kill! Kill! 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 Kill!" Some security team members murmured, "This is my first encounter with a task like this. Damn, even a helicopter can be taken down. Isn't that right? I feel the same way. This is a damn crazy riot. This is practically terrorism. Your terrorists can take down a helicopter? This is simply war. War? What nonsense. There's no sound of rocket-propelled grenades exploding, nor the crackle of rifles. If there were, we wouldn't even be here. So how did the helicopter come down?" One of the special security personnel confidently stated, I know. I saw with my own eyes that they were starving, kissing each other, mouth-to-mouth smacking sounds, but unfortunately the gas masks hindered them, so they ended up kissing in vain. Hey, I must say those two must have some IQ issues, or why wouldn't they take off their gas masks? They are really quite foolish. If the two in the helicopter were still there, they would definitely beat that person up. They are really foolisher couple. We clearly don't know what's going on, and we also don't know why we are uncontrollably bewitched, our minds a blank. One security team member retorted, "What nonsense. How is that possible? Exactly, with such a vivid imagination, why don't you go write an essay and become a writer?" Really? They are real. The driver should be male, the passenger female, and then the female in the back didn't know what to do and went to the driver. Then they were kissing each other, enjoying themselves. All right, shut up. Our special security team has no female members, all males. Where are you talking nonsense? All those who insulted in the previous chat will have 6 points deducted. Kneel and apologize to the heroes after it's over. Captain, it's true. It was all Xiao Ma's doing. This is unfair. Don't worry about Xiao Ma. His matters are not over yet. The department will verify how he infiltrated our special security. Any concealment or bribery will be severely punished. The crowd fell silent, all prepared for action, except for Xiao Li, who was filled with anxiety and fear. He murmured, "Brother, I'm sorry for dragging you down. In the next life, let's be brothers again." Today I can only end the investigation by dying on the battlefield. I can't let you down. Thank you for allowing me to fulfill my duty to protect the strongest Huaxia and the dreams of countless ordinary people. Also, thank you, Mom and Dad. I have been unfilial. When the next life I will repay you. I'm sorry, driver hero, for my reckless words that insulted you. In the next life I will kneel and bow to you in repentance. I will repay you in service. He then joined a group of security personnel, lifting a thick and long log, chanting in unison, 123 hey yo, 234 hey yo. The sound was like a piano rhythmically striking the massive iron gate of the psychiatric hospital. The dull thud of the heavy log against the iron gate sounded like war drums, deafening. Each impact carried immense force, causing the walls to tremble slightly, yet the gate steadfastly held its ground. However, the special security personnel showed no signs of retreat. They worked in close coordination, repeating the action time, and again their gazes resolute and determined. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, soaking their heavy protective gear, but this did not dampen their unwavering resolve and confidence. As some special security members entered the courtyard, the front row was suddenly affected by the Gurman's illusion, behaving erratically. Despite being fully armed and wearing gas masks, they could not stop the drool from flowing. Two of them embraced each other, biting at one another. With their gas masks on, they were left biting in vain. The scene was unimaginable. Hey, delicious roasted lamb, quickly take off your mask and let me have a bite of your brain. One by one, those who entered the courtyard became delirious, with some even squatting on the ground, eating their own shoes, complaining the chef didn't cook it well, it's too hard and tastes bad. The gourmand looked at the chaos around him, shouting in disbelief, what the hell? I told you to eat gourmet food, what are you doing? Some of you are eating trees, some are eating hair, some are eating clothes. Come on, you're all grown up, can't you just take off each other's clothes to eat? Why are you struggling to bite something hard? Yupeng saw the Gurman's body covered in tumors resembling warty toads, and exclaimed, what the hell? What kind of monster is this? The gourmand, curious about a voice coming from afar, looked over, puzzled. Strange. Why isn't this young man affected by my illusion? Moreover, he can see me. Could it be that his body has some special reason, or perhaps he has a treasure food? Thinking of this, the gourmand became as excited as if he had seen treasure, saying, young man, don't run. Let me see what delicious food you have on you. Yupeng, forcing himself to remain calm, thought, after all, he was a renowned guardian figure. How could he be afraid of what was before him? He suppressed his disgust and glanced at the gourmand. As their eyes met for 5 seconds, suddenly a flash of spiritual light appeared. Yupeng saw the gourmand's memories. In the year 1580, in a distant kingdom of cuisine, lived a little guy named Ai Chi. He was not the real Ai Chi, but was named lover of food due to his fervent pursuit of culinary delights. From a young age, he devoured food, hence the homophone lover of food. From the moment he was born, he gorged on milk powder, finishing a whole can in just a few days. If he didn't eat, he would feel uncomfortable, all over, crying and making a fuss, bringing endless laughter to his family. In Ai Kai's world, nothing thrilled him more than tasting different kinds of cuisine. One day, as the first ray of sunlight pierced through the curtains, gently illuminating the floor of Ai Kai's room, a new day began. After getting out of bed, Ai Chi stretched widely. His bed was made entirely of stainless steel and was uniquely designed with additional triangular supports under each heel. He then leisurely walked towards the dining room. Before his eyes lay a dining table already laden with various delicacies. This sumptuous breakfast was simply mouth-watering. The table was filled with 7 dishes, each a feast for the senses. The braised fish emitted an enticing aroma, the roasted chicken was golden and crispy, and the plump, juicy shrimp were neatly arranged on the plate, while various exquisite pastries resembled delicate art pieces. The amount of food far exceeded what an ordinary person would have for breakfast. Without a second thought, Ai Chi sat down on the uniquely designed stainless steel chair and began to devour the food. At that moment, a gentle-looking woman with a warm demeanor said softly, good child, eat a little less, don't rush and choke yourself. However, Ai Chi paid no attention to his mother's advice. He tightly held a huge chicken leg in his left hand and grabbed a chunk of rich cheese in his right. After taking a big bite of the chicken leg, he immediately stuffed a large piece of cheese into his mouth, leaving food particles all over. Despite his mouth being stuffed to the brim, Ai Chi still mumbled indistinctly, Mom, I'm just eating one last bite, then I really won't eat anymore. But before he could finish his sentence, he swiftly devoured all the food in front of him like a whirlwind. In no time, the entire table, filled with delicious dishes including fish, meat, seafood, and delightful pastries, was completely wiped out by Ai Chi. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would surely be left agape, questioning their existence. Is this what you call taking one bite and stopping? This was no ordinary meal. It was as if a famished revenant had returned. Ai Chi devoured his food with ravenous haste. Whoever were saddled with such a child would be forced to sell everything, even their undergarments, and still fail to keep him. When he finished, AI Chi emitted a loud, satisfied belch, patted his round, plump belly, then collapsed into the chair like a lump of rotten clay, and before long fell into a deep sleep. The woman covered her face and murmured helplessly, "He looks so adorable even when he sleeps. Thank goodness incompetent otherwise at this rate would go bankrupt feeding him." Because AI Chi was the only son, everyone in the household, Nanny's parents, grandparents, doted on him. He wanted for nothing, especially when it came to food. As time passed, AI Kai's eating habits grew ever more extreme. At lunch, he would abandon all restraint for high-calorie fatty foods, as if each mouthful brought an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. By dinner, he indulged with even less restraint, gorging on greasy roast meats, cloying pastries, and ice-cold drinks, sampling everything and sparing nothing. But such binging soon began to exact a heavy toll on AI Kai's body. His weight surged rapidly, and his health steadily deteriorated. When the night was quiet, AI Chi often felt a tightness in his chest and difficulty breathing. Sometimes violent stomach pains kept him awake through the night. He always comforted himself, "This is only temporary. If I eat a little more, everything will be all right." As he grew older, his weight ballooned to extreme proportions. When he walked, it seemed the earth itself trembled. He soothed himself with the thought, "Life spans only a few years. Eat one day, live one day." And this is not fatness, but a devotion to fine food. Thus, AI Chi sank ever deeper into the quagmire of binge eating, unable to free himself. Many wealthy friends who had grown up with him urged AI Chi to curb his diet and attend to his health, but he paid them no heed and even mocked those who practiced restraint. "You have no idea what true joy is," he would say. "Joy is exotic delicacies, a mouthful at a time, conquering the world by taste alone." His close companions looked on with disgust. Even domestic pigs did not eat so much. Instead of 3 meals a day, he demanded 10, and most of his time was either spent eating or on his way to eat. He had ruined dozens of exquisitely crafted antique chairs in restaurants. When he went to sing at KTV, he once had to remove the door to get inside. For such antics, he was blacklisted by many places. Gradually, his circle of friends dwindled. People turned a blind eye and a deaf ear, leaving AI Chi alone as if he were an immense solitary elephant. At home, his slightly aged father spoke harshly, "All you do is eat, eat, eat. I toiled half my life building a company ranked on global lists, and now we cannot even pay our employees." His mother, gentle and solicitous, soothed him, "Enough, enough. Money is but an external thing. As long as our son is happy, that is what matters. Being so large is a blessing. There is an old saying that a chubby child brings good fortune." The father pointed at the mother and cursed, "You bore this cursed offspring." He raged on, "You call that blessed? He is ballooned like an airship. Money is no trivial matter. You do nothing all day at home, and you do not understand how hard it is to earn. It's like swallowing excrement." The mother snapped back, "Hold on. This is not right. You lack the ability. Oh, why blame me? Did I give birth alone? Did I get pregnant alone? How this is your fault? Besides," she continued, "we have only this one son. He eats as he pleases. His sole passion is food." She argued, "We must cherish our only child. If you cannot provide for him, that is your failing." Enraged, the father turned, seized an antique from the display cabinet, and smashed a vase, shouting, "You prodigal woman. I used to make millions a day. What is left of the family now? Besides these things at home, the company is on the brink of collapse. I cannot support millions of employees. This is all your ruinous doing." The mother stroked AI Kai's body and murmured tenderly, "It's all right, son. Do as you wish, and don't pay him any mind." Turning back to the father, she snapped, "So what if the company fails? If you have the guts, strike me. Strike me." She cast him a look that left him speechless and continued, "What kind of upbringing is this? You are grown and still do not know that family harmony makes everything prosper. Without a home, money is meaningless." The father raged, "Family harmony, my foot. A wretched child has ruined my top 10 company. You are unbelievable. Let's divorce." The mother retorted fiercely, "Find divorce if you must. Do you think the world will stop without you? Don't swell yourself with importance. Without me caring for this home, you are nothing." The nanny trembled and stood beside the doorway, lowering her broom and dustpan, afraid to move. She thought to herself that she was the one who truly cared for the household, while the others spent their days in pleasure and shopping. Yet she dared not speak and continued to sweep cautiously, heart pounding. The father shook with fury, his limbs trembled like branches in the wind. His normally small eyes were now wide as copper bells, the pupils seeming ready to pop from their sockets. His brows knitted into a deep furrow, his face contorted with rage. He bellowed, You. I will leave with nothing. The villa is yours. Take care of yourself." With that, he turned and departed, never to return. AI Chi raged with resentment, "Petty father. I have no father like you. Mother is the best." The mother glared at the receding man, then softened and said, "Good boy, tell me what you want to eat, and I will provide." Time sped by. The once lavishly furnished home with its antiques and fine decor was now empty and desolate. The mother sat on the floor like a distraught woman and wept. Wah, without these things, how will we live? Husband, where are you? Come back, I was wrong. Give me some money, otherwise we cannot survive. Beside her, Chi gripped a massive clawing lobster like a starving tiger. He lifted the creature to his mouth and began to gnaw at it with ferocious abandon. The hard shell of the lobster crackled under Kai's bite, with lobster meat and juice splattering everywhere, creating a truly shocking scene. Soon this poor lobster was devoured by Chi in a whirlwind of gluttony. Chi casually tossed aside the empty shell of the lobster as if it were garbage, casting it onto the ground beside him. The once grand and luxurious living room of the villa had transformed into a mountain of garbage, filthy and reeking. The pampered woman, accustomed to the life of the wealthy, believed her hands to be too precious to engage in cleaning. The maid had fled months ago. Following this, Chi reached into his pocket and fished out a syringe resembling an insulin injector. Without hesitation, he aimed the needle at his body and plunged it in forcefully. As the liquid was injected into his system, his skin became riddled with countless needle marks, an alarming sight. However, this was not the end. After injecting the insulin, Chi picked up another syringe filled with a stimulant and stabbed it into himself once more. Kai's expression appeared somewhat twisted and grotesque, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Once he finished these actions, he redirected his focus back to the towering pile of food before him, joyfully resuming his gluttonous feast. Munch, munch. Chi chewed on his food, mumbling indistinctly. Mom, you said you'd take care of me. Why are you crying now? Look at me eating so much, I've gained weight. Saying this, Chi proudly patted his round belly that was free of sores. Yet the sores that had originally existed on Kai's belly began to swell slowly, as if they would burst at any moment. Other areas of his body were also swelling with large lumps. Due to Kai's prolonged heavy drug use, frequent injections of various substances, and his unrestrained gluttony for gourmet food and excessive intake of high-quality protein supplements, his body was already overwhelmed. The interplay of these different substances triggered a series of severe allergic reactions and chemical changes, putting Kai's health in a dire state, accompanied by immense nausea. Now, this seemingly trivial swelling might be a dangerous signal of Kai's body on the brink of collapse. His mother cried out in despair, calling out to the heavens and earth in vain. After finishing his meal, Chi laboriously lifted his hand to point at the house, calmly saying, "Mom, is this house still here?" The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener grasped the moment. A thought slowly emerged in the woman's mind as she murmured to herself, right, how could I have forgotten this? After saying this, she stood up, joyfully embracing her enormous son, exclaiming, "Ha, son, heaven is helping us. As long as we sell this villa, we can live worry-free for the rest of our lives." Ha! Chi grinned foolishly. Mom is the best. Mom, I love you. Without delay, his mother immediately picked up the phone to make a call. "Hello? Is this the real estate agency?" The agent replied gently, "Yes, it is. May I have your name, madam?" "My surname is E." "All right, Ms. E. I am preparing to sell the villa. Could you send someone over to evaluate the pricing? Please provide the address, Ms. E." "The address is 888 Angel May Road, a luxury villa high-end community." "All right, please hold on, I will send someone over right away." After hanging up, the mother excitedly jumped up beside the phone. "Oh yeah. Ha, son, soon we'll be financially free." Chi turned his head with difficulty to look at his mother and smiled. Not long after, two real estate agents arrived and were astonished upon seeing the villa's entrance. This luxury villa at 888 was situated in a high-end community, gleamed like a dazzling gem embedded in a bustling city, quietly exuding its unique charm. From the exterior, the villa's design fused classical and modern aesthetics, retaining the stability and grandeur of traditional architecture while embodying the simplicity and fashion of contemporary design. The villa's exterior walls were constructed from high-quality jade and glass curtain walls, reflecting a warm palette under the sunlight, changing colors with the varying light. The majestic gleam of the jade and the transparency of the glass complemented each other, making the entire structure appear both imposing and lively. The villa's roof featured a sloped design adorned with exquisite black tiles, combining beauty and practicality. Each wrinkle seemed to be a vivid stroke of paint resembling the scales of a dragon, signifying nobility, not only effectively draining water and resisting the elements, but also enhancing the overall elegance and high-end feel of the villa. The villa's entrance was spacious and grand, with beautifully carved dragon patterns on the door, showcasing the owner's nobility and taste. Flanking the door were two lifelike stone lions solemnly guarding the villa, adding an air of dignity and solemnity to the entire courtyard. At this moment, Chi stood at the bedroom window, curiously observing the two individuals standing outside the door. The real estate agent outside exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow! The lifestyle of the wealthy is indeed different. This place is simply a paradise. Oh Xiaozhang, it seems you are quite uncultured. My apologies, Manager Li 3 have just never seen such luxurious decor before, Xiaozhang said, scratching his head awkwardly. Let me tell you, if we sell this villa and maintain good relations with the wealthy here, we will soar to success and reach the pinnacle of our lives. Indeed, haha. Manager Li glanced at Xiaozhang, fearing that the deal might fall through, and cautioned, later you must act calm. Don't give anything away. Even if you haven't seen the world, you must pretend to have. I will handle the conversation. Even the dead must be spoken of as if they were alive. You just need to observe and learn my every move. The first impression is crucial. Make sure they don't underestimate themselves, but also hold themselves in high regard. Remember that. Understood, Manager Li. Now let me guide you a bit. For instance, there's a tree in front that is the only inheritance from the homeowner's father. It must be kept for its sentimental value, but if the buyer finds it inauspicious, how should you respond? Xiaozhang pondered, revealing an awkward smile. Then we should chop it down and give it to the homeowner. Manager Li shook his head, smiling wryly, and said, No, that would ruin the deal. You could tell the buyer that. This tree is extraordinary. It is also known as the 1,000-year wealth tree. The homeowner became wealthy because of it, but due to urgent matters abroad, he reluctantly sold it. Wow, Manager Li, you're amazing. Haha, not at all. Just remember, when we go, and don't say a word, especially if you see a particularly beautiful young woman, don't look at her. Why not? Xiaozhang was puzzled. After all, it is normal for a gentleman to appreciate beauty. How could one resist looking at beautiful women? It's great to feast one's eyes. Manager Li sighed, saying, if you look, the party involved won't be happy. A confused mind is clouded, while an observer sees clearly. They might misunderstand you as having ulterior motives, and the woman may perceive you as a lecher. That way you'll earn a bad reputation in others' minds. Man, life isn't easy. There are so many details to consider. Manager Li chuckled and waved his hand. Let's go inside. As they spoke, the two slowly walked into the villa's courtyard, as if entering a paradise. The courtyard was shaded by green trees, fragrant flowers wafted through the air, and various precious plants and flowers were beautifully arranged in every corner. In the center was a spacious lawn adorned with a few wildflowers resembling a beautiful painting. At the center of the lawn stood a fountain with clear water gushing forth, producing a pleasant sound, adding a touch of vitality and vigor to the entire courtyard. The courtyard also featured a swimming pool, its water crystal clear and reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Beside the pool were several lounge chairs and umbrellas, allowing the owner to enjoy coolness and comfort in the hot summer days. Additionally, there was an outdoor barbecue area in the courtyard where family and friends could gather, enjoying delicious food and joyful moments. The interior design of the villa complemented the external scenery, with every detail revealing the designer's ingenuity. Xiaozhang thought to himself, looking at the villa from the outside, so luxurious, it must have a spacious and bright living room inside, along with cozy and comfortable bedrooms that surely radiate warmth and luxury. The villa's windows were designed to be both beautiful and practical, ensuring ample light and ventilation, while also protecting the owner's privacy. In summary, this villa is not just a residence, it's a work of art, a beautiful landscape in the city. The two real estate agents politely rang the bell. A woman immediately jogged out to open the door, greeting warmly, welcome, handsome gentleman. Manager Li smiled. You must be Ms. E. Yes. Truly, this paradise is, as the name suggests, beautiful mountains and waters, and a stunning villa, but you are even more beautiful. A faint blush appeared on Ms. E.'s face as she twisted her body. Your sweet talk is quite impressive, she remarked. Manager Li continued, smiling elegantly, pulling out a pair of shoe covers and putting them over his shoes. Xiaozhang followed suit. Gentlemen, please don't be so courteous. Treat this place like your own home. Come in. The two real estate agents nodded with smiles. Thank you. They stepped inside. The sight that greeted them was astonishing, as all traces of past luxury and splendor had vanished. The vast living room, which should have been spacious and bright, was now occupied by mountains of household trash. The stench emanating from the garbage made it nearly unbearable to breathe. Looking up, the once splendid and exquisite ceiling had lost its luster, becoming filthy and covered with dust and cobwebs. Some areas even showed signs of damage and stains, as if narrating the tale of time and the owner's decline. All of this formed a stark contrast to the exterior scene, as if the outside and inside belonged to two entirely different worlds. While the outside might still be sunny and fragrant with birdsong and flowers, this room was engulfed in an air of decay and decline. Manager Li, a well-traveled person, frowned and held his breath. Just as Xiaozhang was preparing to pinch his nose to suppress a retch, Manager Li nudged him quietly, saying, let's not be rude. Money is of importance. We are all professionals. Xiaozhang smiled. Miss E, excuse me, I need to take a call. Without waiting for a response, he rushed outside, hiding in a corner to retch continuously. Muttering to himself, is this a place for humans to live? It's worse than a pigsty. It disgusts me. How could such a fine villa be ruined like this? I truly don't understand the world of the wealthy. Manager Lee smiled. Ms. E, where is your husband? Ms. E suddenly froze, frowning. Manager Lee noticed every detail of her expression. After a moment, she replied, her expression softening as she smiled, oh, my husband went abroad and won't be coming back. Manager Lee appeared contemplative. Ms. E immediately began to explain upon recalling the situation inside. Oh, my memory is terrible. The mess in the room was all done by my husband. He found a mistress and was having a great time with her, and then they both ran away. I just returned today, and I was furious after seeing the scene. You know, my husband has terrible morals, cheating on me and giving me a green hat. Who can tolerate that? So to prevent this from happening again, I'm preparing to sell the house. A shabby old man beneath a bridge, dressed in filthy rags with disheveled hair and a foul odor emanating from him, seemed to have not bathed for ages. He sat there gnawing on a stale bun while sneezing repeatedly, muttering to himself, this damned weather, I might catch a cold. Sigh, I wonder how my wife and son are doing at home. Once I pay off my debts, I'll go back to see them. Otherwise, if the creditors come, it will be even worse for them. He continued to nibble on the moldy bun pitifully. If the old man knew the true nature of the woman, he certainly wouldn't leave empty-handed, nor would he go out unarmed and face the creditors. Unfortunately, one can never know what lies in another's heart. No matter what, as long as one is true to oneself, that is enough. Seeing that Manager Lee remained silent, he continued, as for the room, don't worry, no matter the cost, I will ensure it is cleaned up. Manager Lee shook his head. Alas, Ms. E, your villa is only worth 10 million. Ms. E abruptly froze, growling, what? 10 million? Do you know my husband spent nearly 100 million on this villa? Manager Lee continued, the living room is so unappealing and the rest of the places are similar. If you clean it up and restore the original decor, I can definitely sell it for over 100 million. Hey, what's wrong with you, handsome guy? Did your brain get fried? Or did a donkey kick you? I won't sell for less than 100 million. Manager Lee shook his head with a bitter smile and said, the labor cost must be at least 3,000 a day, and it depends on whether anyone is willing to work. The garbage transportation fee is around 200 a day, and the cleaning fee should be 500 a day. The ceiling is already filthy. If we repaint and refurbish, wouldn't it cost around 200 a day? But look at some of the places that are in such terrible condition. Don't they need to be renovated anew? Isn't the cost for materials and labor several million? If we use the original jade stones, wouldn't that also be several tens of millions? Don't we need to buy new furniture and appliances? Ms. E angrily retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't care, just sell it for me. Otherwise, I will make sure to get you in trouble. You won't be able to continue in the real estate industry. Mr. Lee was not one to be trifled with and turned to leave, saying, complaining is your right. The assessment price is my right. Unless it is restored to its original state, I won't sell. 10 million is merely considering the exterior renovations for this room. It's at most around 2 million, and that's only because of the good location. Otherwise, it would be below 1 million. Without waiting for Ms. E.'s response, he continued, Xiaozhang, let's go. Oh, all right. Xiaozhang slowly got up and wiped the drool from his mouth. The two of them immediately left, leaving behind an enraged Ms. E, who shouted with a face full of resentment, I will make sure to get you in trouble. What kind of nonsense is this? Karma exists. You will face retribution. You will regret it. Your children will be ugly. Manager Lee turned his head and smiled at Xiaozhang, saying, Xiaozhang, this lesson is very important. Remember, no matter what, you must be true to your conscience. As long as you have no regrets, everything else is up to fate tomorrow. Xiaozhang trembled and said, Manager Lee, but what if she complains about you? You know that in the service industry, complaints are the most feared. Minor ones result in salary deductions, and serious ones lead to dismissal. Ha ha, a righteous person is not afraid of shadows. If such a complaint is substantiated, then I simply won't work here. After all, the company is ruthless and indiscriminate. What's the point in working under such circumstances? Ha ha. Seeing Xiaozhang still deep in thought, he patted his shoulder and continued, remember, don't be worried about things that haven't happened. Even if they do, so what? If you haven't done anything wrong, what is there to fear? Years passed, and the villa still hadn't sold. The two real estate agents not only weren't fired, but were even praised. When others in the industry heard this was villa number 888, they immediately refused over the phone, and Ms. He was subsequently blacklisted. After all, not everyone is as astute as Manager Lee with such foresight and experience. One wrong word could lead to relentless complaints, or someone could easily lose their temper due to Ms. E.'s provocations and resort to physical confrontation. Even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't cleanse their reputation. However, fate does not change its trajectory due to a person's ignorance and stubbornness. It certainly does not improve because of unreasonable disturbances. Finally, one day, AI, Chi suddenly felt excruciating pain in his abdomen after an unrestrained dinner, and then he lost consciousness. Panicked Miss. He hurriedly called 120. Within minutes the medical staff arrived and the scene before them elicited terrified gasps. AI. Chi was lying motionless on the cold ground. AI Kai's body was covered in numerous pus-filled sores swollen to such an extent that he appeared grotesquely bloated, as if he had been inflated like a balloon. Upon closer inspection, he looked like a lump of mud collapsed on the ground, his sagging flesh spreading out, taking up a considerable amount of space. What was even more terrifying was that due to the extreme swelling, AI Kai's head had completely changed shape, and even his once bright eyes were covered by layers of flesh, rendering them invisible. The entire scene was horrifying and repulsive. Meanwhile, the condition of the room was equally dreadful. Objects were falling inexplicably, some crashing onto AI Kai's distorted body with dull thuds, while others shattered on the floor, sending fragments flying everywhere. The entire room resembled a disaster zone after a magnitude 5 earthquake, chaotic and in disarray. The walls were deeply cracked, and the ceiling seemed ready to collapse at any moment. The doctors were momentarily stunned. It was their first encounter with such a situation. This was no human, it was simply an unknown animal. If it weren't for the clothing and the hands and feet resembling a human's, they would have thought it was a rare species not included in the animal kingdom. In that instant of shock, the doctors quickly initiated rescue operations. You two lift the legs, you two lift the arms, oh well, lift the body. Only one nurse stood there stunned, holding a stretcher. The doctor turned and shouted, "What are you doing? Come help. That stretcher is useless." The nurse hurriedly set down the stretcher to assist. The doctors shouted in unison, 1-2 heave, 1-2 heave, 1-2 heave. Everyone exerted themselves to continue. 1-2 heave, 1-2 heave. But AI Kai's body remained completely still, only the flabby flesh quivered. Before long, everyone was sweating profusely and panting heavily. Ms. E anxiously stood by, stamping her feet. "What are you doing? What song are you singing? Why are you resting? Hurry up and continue lifting." The doctor, half sitting on the ground, gasped for breath, saying, "Why don't you help? If I'm helping, then I'm helping." So Ms. E walked over and began to pull AI Chi. A moment later, panting heavily, she exclaimed, "Damn son, I didn't expect you to be so heavy. If you get married in the future, won't you crush your bride?" The doctors couldn't help but chuckle as one of them leaned over AI Kai's body to check his vital signs. Ms. E quickly pulled him away, growling, "What are you doing? Are you disrespecting him by sitting on my son's body?" The doctor smiled bitterly and said, "I was just checking his vital signs. If you are a professional, you can do it. If not, please don't disturb us. If something goes wrong, will you take responsibility?" Ms. He was taken aback and immediately stepped back a few paces, smiling. You continue, you continue." The doctor leaned over AI Kai's body, checked his nose, took his pulse, and shook his head, saying, "There is no immediate danger to life. He is still alive. However, if this continues without treatment, it could become life-threatening." Ms. He suddenly turned vicious and said, "I don't care. I only have this one son. If anything happens to him, you will all face dire consequences." The doctor shook his head and replied, "If I were not a doctor, saving lives and alleviating suffering is my mission. Given your words, I could just walk away right now. You leave if you have the ability. I will not only get you in trouble, but I will also camp out at your doorstep." The doctor turned around and gently said to the nurse, "The situation is critical. Our stretcher can't carry him. Please apply for a crane to assist." The nurse smiled broadly and said, "All right." She then hurried to a corner to make a call for help. "Hello, supervisor, we need an emergency rescue." "What happened? What's going on?" "The patient here weighs over 360 kilograms, and we can't move him, so we request a crane to come." "Is he cosplaying an elephant or something?" "No, it's a real person." "All right, I'll call right away." The nurse hurriedly ran back and nodded to the doctor. "Ms." He shouted, "What are you all doing? Are you still doctors? Just watching someone die without helping? Hurry and take him to the hospital." "Can't move? What are you all eating? A waste of space. Can't even move a person." "Haha, we have already applied for a crane to help us." "A crane? My son is a human, not steel and concrete." The doctor shook his head seriously and said, "If not this way, how can you get him to the hospital? Your son is more like a pig." The doctor realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. "I mean like someone who is exceptionally fortunate. This is the only way." Ms. He did not stop him, but was anxiously muttering to herself, "Why isn't it here? Yet why isn't it here? Yet hurry up, hurry up." Suddenly a low and slow rumble of a vehicle approached from outside. Boom rumble. The sound seemed to come from afar, gradually getting closer, shaking the ground slightly. Upon hearing this sound, the many doctors in the villa felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly ran towards the door. When the doctors reached the villa's entrance, they saw a gigantic crane slowly approaching, its massive body almost taking up the entire road, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. As the wheels rolled, the crane emitted a heavy sound, each rotation making the ground tremble. Ultimately, this enormous machine came to a steady stop at the villa's entrance like an immovable mountain. The driver jumped out and asked, "What are we lifting?" The doctor quickly smiled and shook his hand, saying, "Not an object, it's a person." "A person? What kind of joke is this? Didn't you say it was something huge? How can a person be?" "It is huge, and it is a person. You really might not believe it. Let's go inside and take a look." Led by the doctor, the crane driver entered the villa lobby and saw an incredibly overweight person sprawled on the ground like a pile of mud, uttering a classic phrase, "Wow." The doctor quickly gestured and nudged the crane driver's arm, whispering, "Just as you said, but just know it, don't say it out loud, just lift him up." The crane driver nodded and rushed, "Quickly, everyone help me pull the hook over here." Everyone immediately ran out to grab the hook at the front of the crane and started pulling it forward, but no matter how hard they pulled, the hook seemed firmly stuck and wouldn't budge. The crane driver got back in the vehicle and warned, "I haven't started the engine yet. The steel cable is fixed so it won't move." "Miss," he shouted with hands on her hips, "then start it. What are you waiting for?" "Okay." The crane driver quickly shut the door and muttered, "No one can compete with me in lifting you. I've lifted every kind of object and animal, even elephants. This is the first time lifting a person. I really don't understand how there can be a person weighing as much as 2 elephants." The driver started the engine, and soon the hook was pulled into the house. Stunned, "Where do I hook it?" The crane driver replied with a confused expression, "How would I know where to hook it? It definitely won't be on the body." "Ms." He hurriedly said, Yes, right on the body's backside." The doctors and the crane driver stood there in confusion. "What are you all doing? Come help." The doctor frowned and carefully advised, "Ma'am, you can't insert anything into a person's anus, let alone this hook. Are you crazy? Who the hell said to hook it on my son's backside? Hook it on his pants instead." "Miss?" He was infuriated. "You're the one who said to hook it on the body's backside. Why are you blaming me for being crazy? I really don't understand. Why not just say to hook it on the pants behind instead of going through all this? It's truly ridiculous." The experienced doctor wore a slightly helpless and bitter smile, quickly issuing commands. "Everyone, let's spread out and prepare to act." Then the doctors steadily picked up the heavy hook as if they were holding an extremely precious and fragile treasure. Taking a deep breath, the doctor focused intently as he carefully inserted the hook into the appropriate position on AI Kai's back pants. Each movement was exceptionally cautious, fearing that any misstep could cause further harm to AI Chi. Meanwhile, the crane driver dared not be negligent. Sitting in the driver's seat, he kept his eyes fixed ahead, gently and steadily manipulating the controls to slowly tighten the steel cable. As the steel cable tightened little by little, AI Kai's body began to move slowly, initially just a slight sway, but gradually the movement became more pronounced. Thus, AI Chi's body was gradually pulled out, and everyone's hearts began to relax. However, until AI Chi was completely out of danger, everyone remained highly vigilant and tense. The crane driver skillfully operated the controls, the steel cable slowly lifting AI Chi. The doctor came to the driver's cabin and instructed, "We will drive the ambulance ahead. You just need to follow us." "Okay." The doctors tightly focused on the incredibly strong steel cable and then looked at AI Chi on the hook, exchanging glances and nodding in confirmation. In the brief moment of silence, the doctors sprang into action like a group of agile cheetahs, swiftly and lightly jogging towards the ambulance parked not far away. Accompanied by tense and rapid breathing, in the blink of an eye, the doctors had reached the ambulance, with one doctor skillfully opening the door while the others streamed in, their movements clean and quick without any hesitation. Once inside, an experienced doctor immediately took the driver's seat, took a deep breath, and without hesitation inserted the key to start the engine. With a low rumble, the ambulance slowly moved forward, and at the same time the siren on the roof was instantly activated, piercing the air with a deafening wail. The flashing lights on both sides of the vehicle continuously blinked, alternating between red and blue, illuminating the surrounding environment as brightly as if it were daylight. The crane operator looked at AI Chi with disdain, mumbling, "If this gets out, no one will believe it. A crane is actually lifting a person. And this person is as heavy as a young whale. Wait, could it be an alien invasion? Or perhaps it is not a human at all, but an evolved mutant species? It seems the second possibility is very likely. It must be some mutated object. Well, never mind, as long as I can make money, who cares what it is?" Thus, the crane operator took out his phone to take commemorative photos. Time passed slowly. Passers-by looked curiously at the monster on the crane, displaying incredulity. Some were utterly astonished, while others were taken aback. "Wow, a crane is actually lifting a monster. Your monster is even wearing clothes. It looks like a human to me. Come on, that's just how you feel. You think you can go out and find money, but you end up losing it. This must be a new type of animal species that we humans have yet to discover. Could it have mutated? Or what's going on? Look at it, its body is covered in pus-filled sores like a toad, its small hands look somewhat human, yet they resemble pigs' trotters. Its thighs must weigh more than I do, so it is. What is it? It's a four-knot-like monster. The crowd burst into laughter. A little boy excitedly exclaimed, "Mom, I saw a monster. I want to transform into a righteous armored warrior to fight the monster." Child, have you been too absorbed in watching cartoons and started to fantasize? No, Mom, look at that. The little boy pointed at Ai Chi, who was on the moving crane. Wow. It really is, son. A mom supports you in becoming a righteous armored warrior to protect the people. The woman gently patted the little boy's head and continued, "But unfortunately, you're still young. Wait until you grow up, all right?" Okay. The little boy was filled with excitement. Meanwhile, a little girl, seeing this, immediately stopped and happily pulled her mother's hand, saying, "Mom, an elephant." An elephant. I saw an elephant. The mother turned around curiously to look at the moving crane, surprised. Wow. It really is an elephant. This crane is impressive. It can lift anything. The crowd all paused in their tracks. Even the drivers of the cars on the road stopped in nearby parking spots to watch. Ms. He quietly sat inside the ambulance, gazing outside at the crowd through the window. Some people were whispering to each other, discussing the sudden scene with confusion and speculation, while others laughed heartily, as if this spectacle was merely a small interlude in their lives, completely unfazed. There were even some curious individuals wide-eyed, trying to see the situation inside the ambulance. Some were so astonished that their mouths could fit an egg, their faces displaying expressions of shock. Some people, unable to contain their excitement, eagerly took out their phones, frantically snapping photos of the ambulance, the flashes going off like a grand fan event. Several particularly curious individuals even followed closely behind the crane and ambulance, arriving at the hospital together. As the crowd gradually arrived and got out of their vehicles, the sound of click, click echoed incessantly like raindrops falling. The doctor, initially filled with worry, was on edge the entire way, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Now, seeing the patient safely arrive at the destination, the tension in his heart finally eased a bit. The doctor let out a long sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "Phew, we finally made it. It seems this thing. No, I mean, this person still has a chance. I hope everything goes smoothly from here on out." Some doctors were overjoyed that they had arrived safely, but there was still one problem: how to get inside. "Brother Jean, we've arrived, but how do we get the patient in? After all, the elevator is definitely overloaded." Dr. Jean replied coldly, "Be confident. What overload? It's just that if we take the elevator, it might collapse. Let's not worry about whether it will collapse. The key question is, how do we get through the main entrance? How about we lift it to the 5th floor? Lift? What do you mean, how do we do that? The window is so small, are we supposed to break down the wall?" At this moment, Miss. He hurriedly approached, saying, "I don't care what methods you use, even if you have to tear down this hospital, you must let my son in for treatment." The doctors looked dark-faced and fell silent. Suddenly, many reporters rushed over, having heard the news, continuously clicking their cameras, disrupting the doctor's silence. The reporters raised their microphones, excitedly asking, "Hello, may I ask what kind of monster you are transporting? Hello? Can our local hospitals still provide emergency care for animals? Hello, is this an unknown species in the world? Please answer my question first. What is this monster? Will it pose a threat to us? And what illness does it have? Why are there tumors all over it? What kind of tumor disease is this? Is it contagious? What is the weight and height of this monster? Why use a crane? What were your feelings when you discovered it? And what was your feeling when it was being lifted?" The reporters all chimed in with their questions. The director rushed over, waving his hand to calm everyone down. "Quiet, please. Everyone be quiet. This concerns the safety of the entire world. We just want to know if it has a contagious disease." Exactly. Please answer our questions first." Ahem, everyone's questions are all wrong." "Huh, wrong. As doctors, we save lives and heal the wounded. Our hearts in medicine do not distinguish anyone. He is just a patient." "A patient? Are you kidding? How can a person look like this? How did he manage to do this? Are you just pulling our leg? Which patient looks like a monster and is even lifted by a crane?" The director made eye contact with a shy intern nurse, who understood and lowered her head in embarrassment. Could it be that the director likes me? Why else would he give me flirtatious glances? Surely it must be because I'm so beautiful that he has fallen for me. So the intern nurse also gave the director a flirtatious look. The director's expression darkened, and after a while he shouted, "Someone! Security! Maintain order!" The reporters rushed forward, asking, Hey, what's going on? Why are you calling security? You haven't answered our questions yet. What kind of monster is he? Why does he look so ugly? Why was he lifted by a crane?" The director shouted in a dark tone, "He is a human, not some monster. It's just that he became like this due to overeating. You mustn't hinder us from treating patients here any longer. Your current actions have severely disrupted the normal order of the hospital. If your obstruction delays the treatment time and leads to any mishap for the patients, none of you can evade responsibility. With that, the director abruptly turned around and strode away without looking back. A group of burly and well-trained security personnel swiftly rushed over, tightly gripping the caution tape, forming an impenetrable wall as they advanced step by step towards the reporters. "Step back. Everyone step back. Quickly." The security shouted in unison, their voices booming with authority and warning. Faced with this imposing scene, the reporters couldn't help but feel intimidated and began to retreat, yet they protested you. However, before they could finish their words, the security pushed forward relentlessly, pulling the caution tape taut and completely blocking the reporters' path. The scene was both comical and absurd. Before long, the reporters were pushed back to the entrance of the hospital, while the security stood like a wall holding the caution tape upright and silent. Meanwhile, the doctors inside were anxiously brainstorming solutions when suddenly one doctor timidly suggested, "How about we take the equipment outside to treat patients?" The majority of people rejected the idea, saying, "How could that be? There has never been emergency treatment outside, and the equipment is all connected to electricity. How can we do that?" The director pondered for a moment and continued, "Well, we can lower the electricity from the upstairs windows, and then we can slowly move the equipment down. As for the rooms, yes, we can just set up a tent directly." In a flash, the doctors began to busily work together, moving this and that, and whatever was too heavy was hauled with small carts. These events were wildly reported by the journalists, and overnight, everyone knew about it. The newspapers boldly declared the hospital changes to treat monsters. Our city's hospital welcomes aliens and is currently preparing for dissection. Let's wait and see. Have you ever seen a crane lifting a monster? Have you ever seen a hospital that saves lives start treating creatures? Have you ever seen everyone trying to stop us from going further to save a monster? No, you certainly haven't. Next, the world's exclusive reporter Xiao X will take you into a different world. However, not only AI Chi and the ambulance hospital were popular, but also the crane operator became a sensation throughout Jiangnan and Jiangbei, with many people seeking business deals with him. "Master, can you lift a giant python?" "Master, let's make a deal. Can you help me lift a house?" "Can you help me lift a whale?" "Can you help me lift a shark?" "Can you help me lift a coffin?" "Can you help me lift a yacht?" Money is negotiable. As long as you lift, I'll pay you. And so on. A whole bunch of unimaginable requests were made. From then on, the crane operator no longer lifted concrete steel bars or coils, but took on various peculiar animals and tasks, busy as a bee finishing one job and moving on to the next, working 15 hours out of a 24-hour day. Nicknamed "Everything in the World Can Be Lifted Bro." Meanwhile, the popular AI Chi was seen in a protective suit that was originally snow white, now stained and unrecognizable due to the glaring red of blood. The crimson color seemed like the blood of demons crawling out from the depths of hell, clinging tightly to the protective suit and white coat, sending shivers down one's spine. The doctors wore N95 masks that completely covered their mouths and noses. These masks served as an indestructible defense against potential bacteria and harmful substances from the outside world. On their heads were transparent protective face shields through which one could see the doctors' determined and focused gazes. Looking at the doctors' hands, they wore white gloves that extended up to their elbows. These gloves adhered closely to the doctors' palms and arms like a second skin as they diligently saved lives, akin to the legendary physician Bien K, performing emergency treatments day and night, guarding, carrying, shocking, and using surgical knives. Before long, AI Chi slowly regained consciousness, his eyes bleary as he realized he was lying on a cot in the hospital, surrounded by anxious family and doctors feeling a bit dazed. "Ms." he exclaimed in surprise and joy, "Son, you're awake." She hurried to AI Kai's side. AI Chi weakly asked, "Mom, where is this? What happened to me?" "You just fainted. It's nothing serious." The surgeon replied earnestly, "Due to your long-term binge eating, your body has suffered serious damage with multiple organs showing varying degrees of failure. After you recover, please be sure to manage your diet, balance your nutrition, eat a variety of foods, and exercise more. There is still a chance to return to a healthy physique. If you continue like this, it may become more severe later on." "Ms." He turned her head and nodded frantically, saying, Thank you, doctor, thank you all. It's nothing, it's what we should do. The patient is currently quite weak. Please do not disturb him to prevent any secondary injuries. We will have specialized nurses to take care of him. Now let's step outside." "Ms." He obediently stood up and left, slowly turning back to gently remind, "Son, you take good care of yourself, avoid certain foods, and I will stay outside to accompany you. Call me if you need anything." "Got it, Mom." After everyone left, AI Chi felt exhausted and wanted to sit up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't muster the strength. His body felt incredibly weak, as if every breath was a struggle. AI Chi slowly turned his eyes to survey the surroundings. The first thing that caught his sight was the pristine white tint fabric and the star-patterned ceiling. The overhead lights were somewhat blinding, causing AI Chi to squint. Through his hazy vision, he saw various medical devices placed beside the cot he was lying on, with the incessant beeping sounds resonating in his ears. The screen of the heart monitor displayed lines that resembled a group of playful and greedy snakes constantly wriggling about. These lines twisted and intertwined at times, then diverged, as if they possessed their own unique life and will. Some lines were thick and powerful, charging forward like a giant python, while others were slender and delicate, moving with the grace of a small snake. They danced at different speeds, creating a mysterious and captivating scene. As AI Kai's gaze slowly moved downward, he couldn't help but feel a chill rise from his spine, and fear instantly consumed his heart. AI Chi was horrified to see that his entire body was now pierced by countless tubes of various kinds. Some tubes were as thin as strands of hair, winding and twisting around his arms and legs, clinging to him like leeches, while others were as thick as a thumb, directly inserted into AI Kai's chest and abdomen, a sight that was horrifying. There were also tubes directly connected to an IV bag hanging high beside the bed, with a transparent liquid slowly flowing through the tubes into his body. Perhaps the liquid was a nutrient solution essential for sustaining life, such as sodium chloride injection, compound sodium chloride injection, sodium lactate injection, glucose, or some mysterious medication. However, to the extremely panicked AI Chi, all of this felt so strange and terrifying. Moreover, some tubes seemed to be tightly connected to various complex monitoring devices placed nearby. Wires of various colors intertwined, flickering with faint light, while the data on the screens constantly shifted and changed, resembling mysterious codes. AI Kai's heart sank as he immediately realized that he was certainly in a hospital operating room. Recalling what had happened earlier, he was filled with dread, and without needing to think, he could guess that he must have suffered a very serious accident or illness to be brought here for rescue, and he had almost lost his life. However, he was lucky to have survived, and thinking of this made AI Chi shiver involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Slowly, he realized in his mind that the happiness he had always pursued had indeed come at the cost of his life. Lying on the hospital bed, AI Chi began to reflect on his lifestyle. Recalling those beautiful moments missed due to binge eating and drinking and dreams that could not be realized because of health issues, he was filled with endless regret and sorrow. AI Chi began to understand that true happiness does not come from indulgent eating, but from a healthy lifestyle and inner peace and contentment. Tears of regret streamed down his face as he silently vowed to curb his appetite. No more binge eating, he would exercise and lose weight. Before long, his stomach began to rumble. AI Kai's greedy thoughts immediately clouded his mind as he muttered to himself, "What's the point of regret? Surviving a great disaster must bring good fortune. Well, I am lucky and blessed. I won't die. I'm still fine now. Maybe I came here for other reasons. It can't possibly be from binge eating. Life is just 10,000 days. Eating for a day is a day. What's the worst that could happen? Just lying down a bit longer. What's there to fear? Happiness is mine, HM. But what should I eat?" When AI Chi saw that his entire body was covered with dense tubes, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Right. How could I not think of this? I can try the liquid in these tubes. I've never tried it before in my life. It might have some special flavor or effect. With that thought, he acted on it, mustering the last bit of his strength, like a flickering candle in the wind, reaching out to try to pull off the breathing tube from his mouth. However, due to AI Kai's extreme weakness, every movement was a tremendous challenge for him. After several attempts, he finally managed to pull off the breathing tube. Breathing heavily, he then slowly and resolutely removed the sodium chloride IV bag hanging beside him. As the bottle separated from the IV stand, the transparent liquid flowed down the tube, and AI Chi tightly gripped the liquid line with trembling hands, carefully placing one end into his mouth. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, a faint salty taste instantly spread. AI Chi, like a starving beast, eagerly sucked it down, watching as the originally full sodium chloride injection bottle rapidly emptied almost in the blink of an eye. Before long, the entire bottle was completely empty. This taste is so salty. Did they add too much salt? So salty, but I wonder what the next flavor is like. AI Chi continued to repeat the process, watching as the bottle containing sodium lactate injection once again became empty. This taste is so bitter. Each one is worse than the last. Just at that moment, as soon as he finished speaking, AI Kai's body suddenly tilted, his face turning as pale as paper, his eyes tightly closed while his mouth opened uncontrollably, a stream of white foam surging from his lips. The foam flowed forth like a flood from a breached dam, continuously pouring out and quickly accumulating on his cheeks and chin. At the same time, AI Kai's breathing became exceedingly rapid, as if someone was tightly gripping his throat. He opened his mouth wide, desperately trying to inhale more air, but each breath felt so difficult, producing rough and hoarse gasps. AI Kai's chest rose and fell violently, as if a ferocious beast was struggling and roaring within. Moreover, AI Kai's entire body began to tremble involuntarily, though at first it was a slight shake, but as time went on the tremors became more and more intense, swaying like leaves in a storm. His limbs flailed wildly as if trying to grasp something to support himself, but ultimately, he could only collapse helplessly to the ground. Difficultly slurring his words, he managed to utter, "I will not eat recklessly again. Help me. Doctor, save me. By the way, I'll bring me another one. Bring a bottle of glucose for infusion or sulfuric acid." As soon as he finished speaking, AI Chi stopped trembling, his arms slowly falling, his eyes widening as he took his last breath. In just a few minutes, when the nurse came to check, she was utterly shocked. Doctor, help." Soon various doctors rushed in. Upon seeing AI Chi lying on the ground with the breathing tube removed and his mouth full of white foam, they immediately began to administer electric shocks and CPR, but no matter what they did, he remained unresponsive while the ECG monitor emitted a continuous straight line beeping incessantly. All the doctors bowed their heads in sorrow. At that moment, Miss E rushed in shouting, son. Two doctors held Miss E and tried to comfort her, saying, "His body is beyond saving. Please accept our condolences, ma'am." Condolences? Condolences, my foot. It's not your son who's dead. You guys can stand there and talk without feeling the pain. I don't care if you can't save him. Each one of you should be ready for complaints. All of you will pay for my son's life. The doctor couldn't help but retort, "Your son's death is because of you. He was saved earlier, but then he took off the oxygen tube himself and drank our sodium chloride and sodium lactate injections, leading to his poisoning and death. Even a deity couldn't save him now." Ms. E was furious, her eyes wide open like copper bells, her face filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Inside the emergency tent, Miss E was like a wild beast, out of control, smashing everything in sight. Those expensive and intricate medical machines seemed to transform into fragile toys in her hands, ruthlessly thrown to the ground and crashing against the canvas of the emergency tent, producing terrifying sounds that sent chills down the spine. Not only that, but even the various items that were neatly arranged within the tent weren't spared. Tables, chairs, medical records, and more were violently thrown to the ground by Ms. E, turning the entire tent into chaos and disarray. Faced with this sudden situation, the doctors present were stunned. They tried to persuade her to stop, but at this moment Ms. E had completely lost her sanity and wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the doctors had no choice but to urgently call for security to assist. Before long, a group of strong security personnel rushed to the scene. It took a great deal of effort before they finally subdued the agitated Ms. E and forcefully escorted her away from the chaotic area. As she was taken away, Ms. E venomously shouted, "Return my son's life. Return my son's life." The doctors were left in shock and sorrow. "Sigh, I've seen people who want to die, but I've never seen someone die like this. Why on earth would he drink liquid?" If the doctor knew that AI Chi not only wanted to drink liquids, but also sulfuric acid, he would be even more astonished and question life itself. Later at the funeral, AI Kai's face was covered with a white veil, symbolizing protection from dying again in the afterlife. AI Chi spent his final days in the hospital filled with nostalgia for life and dreams for the future. Though AI Chi met a tragic, and it contained profound wisdom, reminding us to maintain rationality and moderation in the face of culinary temptations, and to prioritize health and quality of life over simply indulging in everything. Only in this way can we truly enjoy life and lead a healthy, fulfilling, and beautiful existence. To my dear companion, I salute you. Back in reality, Yu Peng saw Su Hui in a yellow robe holding a faintly glowing peach-wood sword standing in front of him and soothingly said, "Young man, you should run. I am here." He then turned coldly to the glutton, growling, "A mere evil spirit dares to be so rampant in broad daylight. What punishment should you receive?" The glutton licked his lips, revealing a greedy and deranged smile, saying, "Not eating delicious food is the real crime. If it weren't for me being unable to taste gourmet food, right now the hospital is filled with my food. Beast. Seeking death." Su Hu's hands gripped the peach-wood sword, emitting a faint spiritual light tightly, and he charged forward like lightning. His speed was so swift, like a raging storm, making it almost impossible to see his figure. At this critical moment, it seemed that the sharp tip of the sword was already inches from the glutton's body. It was as if it would stab fiercely into its terrifying body in the next moment. At this moment, the glutton also sensed the deadly threat. Its blood-red eyes widened, and it opened its mouth filled with fangs, letting out a low growl. Cunningly dodging it, sarcastically said, "A mere ant is nothing to fear." Su Hui launched another attack, yet the glutton, despite its massive size, dodged with the agility of a rabbit. While dodging, it mocked, "Slow. Slow. Slow. You are too slow. Not enough exercise for me to lose weight." Su Hui smirked, his lips curling up, saying, "Oh, is that so? It seems you are just a clumsy creature that can't do anything." Upon hearing this, the glutton's face changed dramatically, realizing that the clown was actually itself. What kind of being could see through its abilities? But since it was like this, it could only unleash its ultimate move. The glutton waved its hand and ordered, "Everyone obey my command. Kill that thing in yellow. I promise a heavy reward." Just as the words left its mouth, the group, which had previously been in a frenzy and tearing at each other, seemed to have been pressed by some mysterious button, instantly stopping their bloody and terrifying actions. Without hesitation, they turned around like a pack of hungry wolves discovering new prey, rushing directly towards Su Hui. Each of them had a fierce expression, baring their teeth, their appearance indistinguishable from the living dead in zombie films. However, unlike ordinary zombies, their faces not only revealed a terrifying greed, but also an indescribable excitement. It was as if Su Hui standing before them was not a living human, but a rare treasure of exquisite food, inciting them to do anything to claim it for themselves. As they ran, they shouted, "Roast whole lamb, snail noodles, chicken legs, pig's head, mouth-watering chicken, braised pork, roast whole cow, roast suckling pig." Su Hui revealed a heavy expression, beads of crystal-like sweat slowly falling down his face. It would be fine to hit the glutton, but to strike these once my colleagues, my patients, my companions, my once best friends, I couldn't bring myself to do it. However, if I sat by and did nothing, I would surely be torn to pieces and scattered. But if Su Hui took action, if he held back, it would only exhaust his strength. If he struck too hard, what if he accidentally killed them? After all, they were just infected by a nerve, not possessed by a ghost. Su Hui grew angrier as he thought, growling and cursing. "Beast, you are truly ruthless, so despicably shameless. Oh no, wait, phew. You are worse than a beast." The glutton mockingly replied, "Hahaha, just for saying that I will give you extra cumin and chili. Your pig's head will be separated out, and you'll roast it to eat, while adding some dairy. Hahaha." The glutton rubbed its hands, drooling. After hearing this, Su Hui said nothing and turned to run, not out of fear, but as a tactic. In the 36 strategies, running is the best strategy. While running, he cursed, "Roast your grandfather's zucchini, enjoy yourself slowly." One of the patients did not follow the main group to chase Su Hui, but instead started gnawing on his own toes. Before him lay the pitiable mental patient, clutching the sock on his foot, with his few remaining teeth, saliva dripping from his mouth. The drool flowed down the corners of his lips, soaking the sock, which was not only wet, but also occasionally rising with dust, as if it had just been picked up from a dusty road. Upon closer inspection, the foam on the sock slowly disappeared while blackened water steadily flowed out. Even more astonishingly nauseating, a green gas wafted slowly from the sock, emitting a pungent, unbearable stench, clearly indicating it had not been washed for years. At this moment, the mental patient was savoring the sock with delight, chewing on it, while retching incessantly. The patient's lips turned black as if he had consumed a handful of coal, his right hand clutching his chest as he continued to gag. It seemed he wanted to expel everything from his stomach. After gagging, the long drool stretched out like a spicy strip as he muttered vaguely, "Phew, this pig's trotter tastes off. Oh, why does it smell so foul? It's simply disgusting. But, it's quite tasty, my favorite. Hee, I must not waste food. Ooh, I have to finish it all." With that, the patient's greedy eyes sparkled as he continued to gnaw at the sock on his foot. Just then, the nearby ogre noticed him, a look of utter disdain on his face, and angrily raised his foot, mercilessly kicking at the sock-eating mental patient. However, an astonishing event occurred. The kick passed right through the mental patient's body, as if he were merely a phantom, like a projection from a cinema. The ogre cursed, "Damn it. I forgot him, a soul incapable of inflicting any physical harm on you, you lucky bastard." All he could do was use illusions to make others perceive his existence or manipulate mental fantasies, causing enemies to see him as their most beloved delicacy and the most basic ghostly barrier. The ogre spat disdainfully, "Ugh, if it weren't for the restrictions placed upon me, you worthless fools would have long been my meal. Not to mention, you filthy creature. Even if you begged me on your knees, I wouldn't bother with you." Seeing the mental patient continue to eat, the ogre furiously yelled, "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Look at you, damn it, you're as thin as a bamboo pole. Eat your grandmother's leg. Hurry up and get lost. Go beat someone up." The mental patient on the ground ignored him completely, as if he hadn't heard, continuing to eat. He muttered to himself, "So delicious, so tasty. This sock has such a good texture with a nice chew to it. If the sock could speak, it would surely exclaim, a national treasure. Damn, brother, how long has it been since you last ate? Oh my god, you're so hungry that you won't even spare a sock. I've seen people who can eat, but never like this, and I'm not even meat, I'm made of thread. Aren't you afraid of choking on me?" The ogre continued to curse furiously, "You filthy dog. Are you out of your mind? What do you think a sock that hasn't been washed for years looks like? It stinks to high heaven, and yet you're relishing it. Eat your grandfather's zucchini, don't choke on this filthy thing." Just then, at that moment, the seemingly normal mental patient appeared to suffer a massive electric shock, his body convulsing violently. The ogre watched and boasted, "Wow, my mouth is enlightened, so spiritual." He narcissistically added, "Hee hee, let me make a wish, I want to be the most handsome man in the world." However, the ogre still remained grotesquely overweight and covered in tumors, showing no change at all. The mental patient on the ground suddenly opened his mouth wide, a torrent of white foam gushing forth like a spring, splattering everywhere. He lost his balance, completely falling heavily to the ground with a loud bang, as if the entire ground trembled. While foaming at the mouth, he muttered softly, "Delicious. So tasty. But there's just too much of this delicacy. If only the chef had added less salt next time." The ogre, seeing the mental patient deteriorate further, covered his face and retorted, "Damn. Your grandfather don't play the victim here. I didn't do anything to you. You ate this yourself. The key is if you die, it's no great loss, but damn it, I've never encountered someone so stubborn, foaming at the mouth and convulsing, yet still eating the sock off their foot." The originally filthy sock worn on the mental patient's foot was now completely soaked in saliva. It was filled with drool and foam, and that blackened mouth seemed to possess a magical power. After relentless effort and struggle, it fulfilled its mission beautifully, completing a special and arduous task of cleansing. Surprisingly, certain areas of the sock had become as white and immaculate as new, spotless, with not a single trace of dirt, as if it had undergone washing. Although some parts of the once foul-smelling sock were quite clean, the majority still retained some remnants of foam slowly dissipating. They were scattered across the sock's surface like stars in the sky, as if the sock had just been placed in a smart washing machine, filled with copious amounts of detergent, and had undergone a quick cycle of stirring and washing. This scene, however, was a testament to the mental patient's relentless efforts, able to present the stench-ridden dirty sock in an oddly unique beauty. At that moment, the suddenly mental patient struggled to rise from the ground, then laboriously changed his position, smiling as foam erupted from his mouth like a volcanic explosion. Thus, the mental patient curled up tightly, unwaveringly charging toward his predetermined goal of eating the sock. He then continued to devour and lick his sock. However, not long after, within a minute, the mental patient's body began to shudder violently. The two eyes involuntarily rolled upward, revealing a large expanse of sclera. From that moment on, the mental patient collapsed straight to the ground, lifeless. Unable to move, even the slightest bit, like a scavenger fish that had been sunbathing for too long, it lay completely still. The gluttonous ghost chuckled mockingly, "This is all you amount to eat yourself to death. Well, just as I happen to be hungry now, since this is the case, your soul will belong to me." After finishing his words, the gluttonous ghost let out a spine-chilling cackle, its face contorted with malevolence and fangs bared. Suddenly, it opened its blood-red maw wide, extending a robust tumor-like hand resembling that of a toad, akin to an eagle's claws snatching a chick. In an instant, a strange light flashed, and the gluttonous ghost yanked the mental patient's soul out of its body with brute force. The soul appeared in a translucent state, dazedly observing everything before it. After a while, it struggled desperately in the hands of the ghoul, but to no avail. The mental patient's soul cried out in terror, "Let me go. Let me go. You monster. What do you want to do? Let me go." The gluttonous ghost ignored the pleas, pretending not to hear, and without hesitation brought its gaping maw to the left side of the mental patient's soul, then crunch. It bit off the left shoulder of the soul and began to savor it, making smack-smack sounds. At this moment, the mental soul, having lost its left shoulder, slowly began to fade, emanating a weak spiritual light and gradually ascending towards the sky. However, the spirit of the mental patient did not quiet down. Instead, it emitted a horrifying wail and scream. No. The mournful voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with endless fear and despair, sending chills down one's spine and raising goosebumps all over. No matter how the mental patient's soul pleaded and resisted, it could not change its tragic fate. Before long, with the last glimmer of spiritual light dissipating, the poor mental patient's soul completely vanished from this world, leaving no trace behind. The gluttonous ghost greedily licked its lips, cursing, "Is this all the energy there is? Not even enough to get stuck between my teeth." The gluttonous ghost slowly turned its head, a glint of greed flashing in its eyes as it fixed its gaze on the trembling Yupeng, a chilling smirk creeping across its lips. "I almost forgot about you. You might be even tastier." That sinister laughter echoed as if it came from the depths of the abyss, reverberating through the air. Following this, the gluttonous ghost, while emitting this eerie laughter, dashed towards Yupeng. With each step it took, the various tumors on its body jiggled and bounced as if they were living creatures, sending chills down one's spine. Yupeng was taken aback and terrified, although he understood he was not an ordinary person and possessed unique abilities and traits. The scene before him was simply too disgusting and terrifying. As the opponent ran, the tumors bounced grotesquely on its skin. The Soul Dragon suddenly spoke in a low tone, "Look at you, how can a man be so timid? Yu Peng, hearing the familiar voice of the Een Soul Dragon, retorted, You don't find this horrific monster covered in tumors jumping around like a toad disgusting? The Een Soul Dragon laughed heartily. If he danced naked in front of me, I wouldn't even blink. Yu Peng looked speechless. You coward, what are you afraid of? Go for it. Yu Peng exclaimed. Are you sick? I'm not Ultraman Tiga. I can't just blast monsters with a laser. I'm just someone who can see and hear ghosts. How can I deal with him? Since you won't fight, why don't you run? Yu Peng's legs trembled. No kidding, I want to run, but my legs are weak. Ha ha ha, what a cowardly little fellow. The Een Soul Dragon mocked. Suddenly the gluttonous ghost rushed towards Yu Peng like a gust of wind. Its face was twisted and hideous, hands flailing wildly, revealing sharp yellowed teeth, as if it intended to swallow the person before it whole. The already repulsive face became even more distorted due to extreme greed and madness, resembling a demon bursting forth from hell. The gluttonous ghost opened its blood-red maw wide. A nauseating stench surged forth, a smell far worse than that of decaying corpses. Moreover, the disgusting drool hung from the corners of its mouth, like long slimy worms dripping down in a grotesque manner. Faced with this sudden terrifying scene, Yu Peng was utterly unprepared. Driven by the instinctive fear response, he squatted down on the ground without a second thought. Yu Peng quickly covered his head with both arms and shut his eyes tightly, fearing he might see that horrifying face or be overwhelmed by that foul stench. At this moment, Yu Peng silently prayed for this nightmare to end soon. Mumbling, don't come near, don't come near, don't come near, hurry up, and in, hurry up, and in, hurry up, and end. The Een Soul Dragon circled around Yu Peng, eyes wide open with anger. Suddenly, a flash of spiritual light streaked across. A surging wave of overwhelming force rushed towards the gluttonous ghost, like an arrow released from a bow. This powerful shockwave struck the gluttonous ghost's abdomen with lightning speed. With a dull thud, the gluttonous ghost was sent flying backward like a bullet hit by a cannon. Its body traced a long arc in the air, flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The gluttonous ghost clutched its stomach in pain, muttering incessantly, "Oh no. This kid looks ordinary, but unexpectedly possesses such terrifying power. Could it be that this guy is also a peer like me?" With this thought, the gluttonous ghost couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise and confusion. The Een Soul Dragon said solemnly, "You are light, you are the hero guarding the countless homes, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. You must get used to this scene. You must get used to facing your enemies and transcending them. Escaping will not solve your problems." Yu Peng continued to shrink and tremble, saying, "Is something wrong with me? Can I not be a hero? I signed that agreement just for the reward and out of curiosity. The old man ahead was fine, but this one is completely abnormal. I never expected it to be so terrifying and fierce. I still have my father, mother, and older brother to honor and many good friends to play with. Moreover, I don't even have a partner yet." The Een Soul Dragon angrily interrupted, growling, "Shut up. What a disgrace. Do you think you're the only one with parents and relatives? Do you think you can face Bai Wuchang? Do you think the peace and tranquility you enjoy now was given by someone else? Who has been protecting you all this time, allowing you to live carefreely into your 20s? Who has granted you the ability to see scenes others cannot?" Yu Peng was rendered speechless, continuing to huddle on the ground pitifully. The gluttonous ghost curiously observed Yu Peng's appearance, contemplating if this little guy was drawing a spell, or preparing a big move, or perhaps had some other impressive skills. Or perhaps he was drawing a circle to curse me. No, absolutely not. I must stay away from him. This food is not tasty at all. The Een Soul Dragon continued to mock. "Haha, what a disgraceful thing. You've even forgotten your own responsibilities. Haha, you call yourself a man. You managed to bring back a corpse from the Pacific, but now you're scared of a toad. Even a male gigolo is better than you playing around with ugly beings." Seeing Yu Peng continue to squat on the ground crying, the Een Soul Dragon said seriously, "This dragon does not like being with cowards, and even less so with disgraceful partners. You are nothing but a rat's tail juice." Upon hearing this, Yu Peng immediately retorted, crying out, "No, no, no. I am not a coward. A mere monster cannot scare me." Saying the harshest words while doing the most excessive acts, Yu Peng did not stand up, but prepared to sneak away, murmuring, "This is crazy. Let's get away from this place of chaos." The dragon has said all that needs to be said. Whether you are a coward or a hero is your choice. Oh, just return my robe to its rightful owner when the time comes. Coward. Hero. Coward. No, I am not. I am absolutely not. How can a dignified man escape? Thus he stood up, fists clenched, his gaze resolute, showing no trace of the cowardice he displayed earlier. Meanwhile, Su Hui brandished a peach-wood sword in the crowd. He struck and shouted, "Eat, eat, eat. Eat your mother-in-law. Eat, eat. I am your director." In the crowd, people gazed at Su Hui with starry eyes, drooling as they repeated the words about the delicious burgers. "Don't run. Delicious spicy chicken, why are you running so fast? Come to my mouth quickly, just let me take a bite, just one bite." Suddenly a deafening roar like thunder echoed through the clouds. Enough. This bright and authoritative voice seemed to carry endless power, instantly piercing through the layers of clouds and the chaotic crowd. Those who had been infected and fallen into a state of madness were suddenly struck by an invisible force, their bodies trembling violently. Their faces turned as pale as paper, blue veins bulging on their foreheads, and the feeling of a splitting headache surged like a tidal wave. They could no longer support their bodies, sinking down in pain, clutching their heads tightly, emitting shrill wails. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, as if enduring the cruelest torture in the world. The entire scene became chaotic and spine-chilling. In that moment, the once calm sky suddenly underwent a shocking transformation. After a dazzling light flashed, a figure unexpectedly appeared in midair, accompanied by an ordinary little cat. This person stood with hands behind their back, their posture straight as a pine tree, steadily hovering between heaven and earth, as if merging with the entire universe. They slightly tilted their head, looking down at the world below with an air of superiority, their sharp and cold gaze like lightning, making it hard to meet their eyes. Suhui was completely unfazed. He stared blankly at the crowd and then looked up at the sky. Suddenly a man appeared in midair, without him noticing, looking strangely out of place. He thought it was some kind-hearted person coming to help, so he kindly shouted, "Hey brother, stop shouting and run. Run as far as you can. They are under a ghostly spell. If you don't run, they will pull you down and roast you whole. Also quickly call the young man to take him away from here." He then turned to the big black dog and shouted, "Hey, that big black dog, you should run too. If you don't run, you'll end up as a roasted dog." The man in the sky smiled slightly, saying, "Thank you, friend, I'm fine." Suhui was dumbfounded and muttered, "What the hell? Could it be that I am also under the ghostly spell? How can I hear a dog talking? He actually said he's fine." He then glanced to his left at the big black dog, who was sitting upright, not afraid of the scene before him, remaining remarkably calm. The man in the sky walked slowly and mysteriously. There was no road in the sky, yet he walked as if stepping on air. With each step, brief, fiery lotus flower footprints appeared in the sky, and he declared majestically, "I am Lei Yi, and you mere ants dare to be audacious." After experiencing countless mystical and unbelievable events, Suhui instantly realized that it wasn't the big black dog speaking. His nerves were entirely normal. It was actually Lei Yi in the sky who was speaking. "Oh my god, the legendary Lei Yi has arrived." He immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Spirit Realm, Taoist greets Lei Yi." Yu Peng shouted loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about, Lei Yi? This isn't a matter of boasting or being audacious. Since you're here, please help us." The gluttonous ghost was originally panicking, but when the other party did not unleash their abilities again, thinking it would only be a loud roar like the Eastern Lion's roar skill, he watched the unfolding scene with a sense of satisfaction, suddenly glancing at the sky, his gaze slowly falling on the man in midair ahead. Lei Yi stood tall and upright, his posture strong and straight, like an unshakable mountain firmly planted there. He exuded a heart-pounding aura, dashing and handsome, like a seasoned warrior who had braved many battles. The fur on his clothing was as smooth and lustrous as black silk, gently swaying in the wind, adding an air of mystery and majesty. His eyes were like deep and cold pools, chilling to the bone. Merely being stared at by him felt like falling into an ice cellar, the coldness spreading from the spine throughout the body. Every movement of Lei Yi appeared so graceful and composed, yet carried an indescribable sense of power. The imposing and majestic aura was akin to that of an emperor ruling over the world, coldly gazing down upon all things, as if everything lay within his grasp. The gluttonous ghost muttered to himself, "Wow, what a powerful aura. What on earth is this? How can there be someone who can fly? Unlike my miserable state, no, this absolutely cannot be allowed. This person must not be spared. Those who flaunt their power should be the first to die. They'll take you down first. Then he'll feast on your head and drink your blood. He immediately commanded, "All you madmen, obey my orders. First tempt that person in the sky down. We shall feast on flying delicacies. The rest continue to pursue that person in the yellow robe." As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of doctors clad in white coats, their expressions serious, along with a battalion of security personnel in uniform, their faces tense, and individuals wearing blue clothing labeled as mental patients 12455, who had been suffering from headaches, instantly vanished. Their bizarre and frantic behavior suddenly caused them to change their course of action without warning. The madmen moved as if they were puppets controlled by invisible strings, marching with chaotic and hurried steps straight towards the nearby Inyang dog. Some fell only to get back up again, colliding with others who knocked them down. Bang, bang, bang. A crowd surged forward, showing no regard for the fallen security personnel. Some were tripped by the security personnel and immediately scrambled back up, gazing at the downed individuals as if to say, "Did you really trip me? When I'm done here, I'll roast you alive." The security personnel slowly got up, showing no signs of injury. Their gas masks were collapsed, their bodies covered in dents and dings as they frantically continued to follow the crowd. The numerous footprints on their anti-explosion gear seemed to tell a tale of some tragic experiences. At this time, the state of all the mental patients grew more frenzied. They opened their mouths wide, revealing an uneven array of teeth with long strings of saliva hanging at the corners of their mouths. This saliva, commonly known as drool, flowed uncontrollably from each person's mouth, increasingly resembling a river that never ceased, reminiscent of those suffering from facial paralysis. They howled like ghosts, appearing as soulless zombies, making vulgar gestures on the ground. Some danced with wiggling hips, while others performed seductive stripteases and uneven pole dances. Outside, the captain of the anti-mental disturbance team looked at the scene with a grave expression, completely unaware of someone floating in the sky. Hearing the howls and cries, he glanced at his watch and muttered to himself, "Could it be that my subordinates have been too harsh, managing those crazies to the point of no return?" The mental health expert, with his hands in his pockets, felt the black aura emanating from a dagger, ready to draw it out and assassinate the captain before him. This dagger, known as the Thousand Waves dagger, can cut through iron like mud and slay all things. He cursed inwardly, damn it. When your men are all dead with no one to protect you, that will be your demise. Victory will ultimately belong to our great ancient angel church. He laughed heartily while the captain of the anti-mental disturbance team looked at the mental health expert with a serious expression and asked in confusion, "What are you laughing about?" The mental health expert suddenly froze, thinking, "What the hell? How did I end up laughing? No, I need to hide in a place where no one is around to laugh and celebrate later." Clearing his throat, the mental health expert said seriously, "Cough, cough, Captain, I think you may be overstepping your bounds. Why can't I laugh?" The captain of the anti-mental disturbance team, slightly angered, growled, "My brothers fight valiantly, and we worry for their safety while you laughing. Bring this laughing expert away." The mental health expert sensed that assassination of the captain was no longer viable and immediately threatened. "Who dares? I am an expert." Two soldiers responded sternly, "In our eyes, there is nothing we fear. We only listen to the captain. No one has the right to order us." "Apologies, mental health expert." Seeing his authority failing, the mental health expert said softly, "Captain, I'm laughing because my wife is pregnant with a pair of twins. Isn't that a reason to be happy?" The captain of the anti-mental disturbance team scrutinized the expert like he was inspecting an enemy, staring intently, as if seeking any hint of deceit, his expression grave. After a while, he said lightly, "Once the mission is over, we'll celebrate, but this isn't the right occasion. I hope you can rest up, and once the mission ends, I'll trouble you to provide psychological counseling to them." The mental health expert yelled angrily, trying to sow discord, "Damn it, you zucchini. I see you all have issues, especially you, a mere little captain daring to disrespect me. I'll report this to the higher-ups for justice." The captain waved his hand, and the soldiers nodded immediately, subduing the mental health expert. The expert questioned, "Don't you know I'm an expert? Can't you see he has mental issues?" The soldiers roared back, "Shut up. What does it matter if you are an expert? Each field has its own expert. You may be the best in mental health, but we are the professionals in anti-mental disturbances, and we are the best. Is it true that the Huaxiao people are this united, only listening to their superiors and disregarding outsiders' orders? No, I hope they can provide some assistance over there. Complete the mission soon, then I'll take my revenge for this humiliation." Thus, the mental health expert was overwhelmed within the command tent. "You stay here and rest. It's dangerous outside and not suitable for you. When the situation stabilizes and we need you, our captain will naturally call for you." The mental health expert sat silently, arms crossed, reclining in his chair, displeased. Inside the hospital, as everyone was influenced by the ghostly arts, they ran wildly, their drool flying everywhere, like a broken faucet, splattering and creating wet patches on the ground, sticky and with some bubbles. It was as if a light rain had just fallen. Moreover, even their originally clean and tidy clothing collars were not spared. After being drenched in drool, they became sticky and clung tightly to their necks, the drool coiling around them like snakes, evoking a sense of nausea and discomfort. Although the security personnel wore gas masks, their drool-filled teeth and mouths were hidden, but the inside of the masks was splattered with drool. Suhui shouted anxiously, "Liege, help! Requesting assistance. My abilities are limited against these people." Liege, unfazed, looked at the scene and muttered, "Such insignificance is not worth reporting." Yuping kicked away the doctor infected by the spirit and shouted, "Stop bragging, Lei Yi. This is not worth mentioning. I don't know, but I do know that if you keep this up, we're all doomed. And if you get knocked down, we're still doomed. All of us will be barbecued." Lei Yi casually remarked, "It's your turn to go out and have some fun, my dear." As soon as his words fell, Lei Yi waved his hand, and suddenly a throne appeared in the sky. He slowly sat down, and with another wave, a set of tea utensils floated in the air. Then Lei Yi began to brew and savor tea leisurely. Seeing this, Yuping shouted, "Lei Yi, this is not the time for you to drink tea. We are still in the middle of a crisis. After we finish, I will bring you the best tea in Huaxia. Su Hui, shaking his head in disbelief, said, Young man, watch your words. What should I watch? I'm just saying he is drinking tea, isn't he? In Hunlong sensed the familiar aura and murmured, It has also arrived. As time passed, the fire lotus bagua pattern beneath the nine-tailed cat's feet gradually became clearer, as if infused with immense power, radiating a faint glow. Meanwhile, the black mist thickened, coiling around the nine-tailed cat, like massive pythons. Suddenly, the nine-tailed cat's tightly closed eyes snapped open. In an instant, two beams of light shining like black-green agates shot out, blindingly bright and impossible to look at directly. At that moment, the originally soft and glossy black fur of the nine-tailed cat underwent a shocking transformation. Each strand stood upright, becoming as hard and sharp as the quills of a hedgehog. Suddenly, black-red Kirin scales were embedded one by one into its body. Moreover, the size of the nine-tailed cat rapidly expanded, surpassing that of an ordinary lion in the blink of an eye. Its fur color changed dramatically from pure white to a deep blackard, resembling a burning flame from a distance, exuding endless majesty and dominance. Even more astonishing, two lightning-shaped sharp horns abruptly grew from the top of the nine-tailed cat's head. The horns shimmered with a black-red aura, their light flickering unpredictably, resembling shooting stars across the night sky. Beautiful, yet exceedingly dangerous. Furthermore, the cat's head appeared as if it had been meticulously groomed, looking even more handsome and striking, especially the black lotus pattern in the center of its brow, adding an air of mysterious allure. Looking at the nine-tailed cat's muscular limbs, the once fluffy and black-red claws had become even more robust and powerful, each claw tip glimmering with a chilling light, as if easily capable of tearing apart the strongest steel. And that once adorably charming mouth suddenly revealed two sharp fangs that struck fear, resembling the tusks of an elephant. Just one glance was enough to feel a chilling, murderous intent, causing those with guilty consciences to tremble and not dare to move recklessly. Finally, when Yuping shifted his gaze to the back of the nine-tailed cat, he saw a pair of wide, black-red wings suddenly unfold, blocking out the sun. Each feather bore a distinct black-red fire lotus pattern, and in an instant one tail transformed into nine. Glowing with mysterious light, as if containing boundless power, the nine-tailed cat slowly came to a stop, its aura even more imposing. The black flames around it blazed fiercely, resembling a being engulfed in flames, an awe-inspiring sight. Yuping exclaimed in surprise, What the hell is this? Is this a knight in armor? How can it change like this? A little kitty has turned into a fiery, nine-tailed beast. However, to be fair, it looks even cooler after the transformation, but isn't it afraid of burning itself? Turning into a roasted cat would be quite a joke. The nine-tailed cat slowly opened its eyes. With a fierce glare, a powerful gust of air surged forth instantly, sending everyone infected below flying several meters away. The gluttonous ghost, witnessing the scene before him, dropped his jaw in shock and exclaimed, What the hell is this, a cat? This is simply a monster. I need to get out of here quickly. Just as he was about to teleport, the nine-tailed cat lifted its black paw and gently stepped down. Suddenly, black-red lotuses appeared beneath it, and immediately black lotuses appeared beneath the gluttonous ghost's feet as well. No matter how he moved, he was unable to budge. He cursed, Damn it, what kind of demonic spell is this? The nine-tailed cat coldly gazed at him and declared, This king is the ancient divine beast, the nine-tailed cat, the pet of Lei Yi. Who dares to act recklessly? The gluttonous ghost immediately knelt on the ground and pleaded, Bro. You've got the wrong person. No, I'm not acting recklessly. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Besides, we are on the same side. You are a cat, I am a toad. We're ancient relatives, please don't harm me. It's them who are acting recklessly, I am innocent. After saying this, he pointed towards Su Hui and Yuping, resolutely looking up. The nine-tailed cat coldly responded, Shut up. It then let out a roar into the sky, a woo. Purification roar skill. Suddenly, those unfortunate individuals who had been infected were struck by a mysterious force, and in an instant they suffered from excruciating headaches. The pain felt as if countless steel needles were simultaneously piercing into their heads, leaving them in unbearable agony, unable to seek life or death. Some held their heads tightly, crying out in despair, while others collapsed to the ground, rolling around madly, seemingly trying to alleviate the unbearable pain through this means. Even more extreme, some continuously slammed their heads with their hands as if bound by a tightening curse, suffering from terrible headaches. Moments later, everyone regained consciousness, looking bewildered as they stared at one another in confusion, wide-eyed and speechless. A doctor questioned, What is going on? How did I end up here? Looking at his tattered white coat and covered in saliva, he immediately felt nauseous and shouted, You all have fallen ill again, right? Even I have been affected, how disgusting. Damn, why am I covered in saliva? Your situation is still better. My handsome and charming hair is now sticky and full of drool slime. Ah, damn it. You all are really dead. This is too much. The mental patient looked bewildered at himself and then at everyone else as they chimed in with, "What are you doing? I have a problem, but you're even more problematic for kissing me. Don't you know that men shouldn't kiss each other? After kissing me, you have to take responsibility." The mental patient shyly fiddled with his fingers, a blush creeping onto his face. "You're the one who's sick. As a man, how could I possibly like someone as old as you? Ugh, that's utterly disgusting. Doctor, someone here has gone crazy. They're having a fit." Some saw a bald patient lying on the ground frothing at the mouth in a horrible state, still clutching a stinky sock in his mouth, and shouted, Doctor, there's someone eating socks and foaming at the mouth. "Where are you, Patrick Starr? Let's go catch Heim." "Hey, my big windmill, what happened to you? Why is there so much drool? Who made you look so miserable? My little flower, are you okay? I was eaten by a monster, but now I'm back." The members of the Special Mental Defense Team were all prepared for battle, glancing at each other, some feeling unwell. After removing their gas masks, they exclaimed, "Oh my, the river flows down 3,000 feet, just like a volcano erupting." Saliva flowed out along with their masks. "Oh, so disgusting. Who the hell spat in my mask?" "Me too. This must have been done by that group of mental patients." "Exactly, it's them. If they weren't so disgusting, could it be us who spat?" "Exactly, only crazy people would spit. It's revolting." The crowd was filled with retching sounds. Someone shouted, "Who spat yellow phlegm? Is someone having a fever?" The Special Mental Defense Team glared fiercely at each other, ready to rush over and beat someone up. Outside the facility, the Mental Defense Team curiously asked, "Did you just hear a pig squealing?" "What pig squeal? That was clearly a human voice." No, you two are both wrong. That wasn't a human voice. That sounded like a raging pig." One member of the defense team replied speechlessly, Brother, what you said seems just as good as saying nothing at all. Are there pigs inside? Otherwise, crazy people can do anything. Some even keep mice as pets. Don't even mention mice. Some keep windmills as treasures." What should we do? Rush in to help our colleagues. Let's wait for the captain's orders. As soon as the captain gives the command, I won't hesitate to charge in and beat them up." A member of the special team rushed over, shouting, Captain, it's bad. Just now someone mimicked a wolf's howl. I suspect we're in grave danger." The captain's expression turned serious. "I know, I heard it just now. Send a small team in to assess the situation." "Yes." The nine-tailed cat sensed that a battle was about to erupt and shouted, "This king commands you to sleep." As the nine-tailed cat's light and graceful steps touched the ground, a brilliant fire lotus suddenly bloomed, with raging flames illuminating the surroundings as bright as day, making one feel compelled to take a petal home as a lamp. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful shockwave swept in like surging ocean waves, crashing towards the crowd with a mighty force. The shockwave came with such ferocity that there was no time to react. In an instant, a large number of people were struck down by this terrifying force, yet miraculously, they were not blown away or left bleeding. Those struck by the shockwave began to tremble uncontrollably, and then, as if they had lost all support, they collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. They shut their eyes tightly, tilting their heads, and fell into a deep slumber, as if the entire world no longer concerned them. Meanwhile, the personnel responsible for guarding special security affairs outside were also not spared. Initially highly alert, they now felt drowsy and confused. Some even leaned against the wall, snoring with their weapons slipping from their hands. Su Hui hurriedly intervened, pleading, "Nine-tailed cat, please have mercy, and do not harm my colleagues and the patients." The nine-tailed fox replied majestically, "Rest assured, I am only putting them to sleep. They will come to no harm." Su Hui expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, nine-tailed cat." The nine-tailed cat ignored him and turned to the gluttonous ghost, coldly stating, "You, the glutton, for your past crimes and your current offenses, deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Do you acknowledge your sins?" The gluttonous ghost knelt on the ground, pleading, big brother, I am an exceptionally good villager. I wouldn't even dare to kill a chick. I am incredibly timid. How could I deserve to die 1,000 deaths? You must have mistaken me for someone else." The nine-tailed cat paid no attention, and suddenly the sky disappeared without a trace, while the weather changed drastically without warning. The originally azure sky, as blue as the sea and as white as cotton candy, transformed in the blink of an eye into a dark red mixed with white clouds, as if shrouded by a mysterious and terrifying force. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire sky, sending chills down one's spine. Amidst this bizarre scene, a figure suddenly appeared in the area that was previously empty. A being with a body of lotus fire and 9 black-red tails suddenly appeared before everyone, floating in midair, declaring, "This king hasn't played in a long time. Today this king will stretch his limbs." The kneeling gluttonous ghost humbly said, "Big brother, if you like to play, I know a great tourist spot. There are elderly martial artists practicing Tai Chi, ensuring you'll get a good stretch." Yu Peng and Su Hui exchanged speechless glances. Can a cat really practice Tai Chi? This is absolutely absurd, let alone a cat. Even the divine beast currently before them would likely scare them into a faint. Moreover, this gluttonous ghost, though appearing foolish and plump, was cunning enough to flatter with sweet words. At that moment, the floating Lei sat on the throne, casually crossing his legs, muttering to himself, "This tea tastes a bit off. If I steep it for a few more seconds, it should be quite good." The nine-tailed cat slowly descended, licking its paws, and coldly declared, "Humph, do you even know what's good?" This king is not interested. Today is your day of death. Hearing this, the kneeling gluttonous ghost realized that no matter what he did, he could not escape death. He might as well make a desperate attempt to escape. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he mockingly said, "Oh dear, I'm so scared. What great winds and waves haven't I seen? Just you, a stinky cat, a worthless thing. If your mouth can't speak, then keep it shut. It's disgusting." The nine-tailed cat, enraged by this, immediately opened its adorably cute mouth wide and unleashed a fraction of its power. A dazzling fire lotus was burning fiercely within. The fire lotus flickered with brilliant light, like the brightest star in the night sky, each petal exuding a scorching aura, as if it aimed to ignite the entire world. With a gentle flick of its head, the nine-tailed fox transformed the fire lotus into a series of radiant fire laser beams, like arrows released from their bowstrings, hurtling towards the grotesque glutton with the force of thunder. Wherever these fire laser beams passed, the air seemed to burn and warp, emitting a hissing sound. They were like flames of light from hell, purifying the air, mercilessly tearing apart all obstacles in front, determined to annihilate the enemy. The glutton looked on with a sneer. "Oh, what's this? It's not even New Year yet, and you're setting off fireworks to celebrate your bad breath. It's laughable, you silly cat. Is being taller impressive? Having 8 tails is impressive. It's all about the flames, isn't it? If the author hadn't denied me, I would have had them too. Even better than you. Now back off and I won't hold it against you. I'll give you another chance to prove yourself. Hurry up and untie the lotus beneath my feet, or it'll make you regret it." Seeing the fire lotus getting closer, the glutton, no matter how hard it tried, couldn't move. So it squatted on the ground, hugging its head in fear, crying out, "Mommy, where are you? Boo-hoo, I'm scared, Mommy, help. Mommy." The nine-tailed fox said sternly, "I will let you die and not extend your life by even a moment." Boom. With a thunderous roar like the force of a thunderbolt, the fire lotus struck the glutton's plump body with lightning speed. In an instant, flames soared to the sky, and the explosion was deafening. After a while, as the thick smoke gradually dispersed, the glutton was seen covered in wounds, scorched by the raging flames. The once chubby face of the glutton was covered in dirt, looking particularly disheveled. The disgusting boils that once repulsed everyone had all burst, and the green pus was slowly oozing out, emitting a nauseating stench. From a distance, Yu Peng was gagging. Su Hui, captivated by the battlefield, hadn't noticed the young man behind him. But when he heard the gagging sound, he curiously turned around to see Yu Peng squatting on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably, and was taken aback, saying, "Wow, I'm not asleep, because I'm a Taoist of the spirit realm. Why is this young man awake? Could it be that he really is an exceptionally special person?" He immediately jogged over and patted Yu Peng, comforting him. "Young man, if you can't hold it, and just close your eyes and don't look." "I'm fine, I'm okay." A manly man cannot shrink back. Su Hui, upon hearing this, showed a look of surprise, and after a while nodded with admiration. Yu Peng slowly turned his head and saw the disgusting glutton lying on the ground, utterly exhausted, as if it had lost all its strength. However, not long after, the glutton sat up again, struggling like an unkillable cockroach. Despite being gravely injured, the glutton's clear big eyes suddenly shone with light like 2 dazzling jewels. Those incredibly cute kawaii big eyes made one involuntarily feel a surge of pity. The glutton suddenly turned its gaze toward the nine-tailed cat and began to insult it without holding back. "Damn it, you're ruthless, you stupid animal, but in the end you're still just an animal. You can't do anything to me, kekekek, see, I'm still alive." The nine-tailed cat, taken aback for a moment, saw the glutton's eyes and growled, "This king has only used a fraction of my power. Look at your smug face. You don't need to sit there lewdly watching and insulting this king." The glutton, hearing this, was perplexed, thinking, "When did I look at you lewdly? You're a hideous creature covered in fur, and now you're fiery red. I feel like vomiting just looking at you, and you're not even as handsome as I am. Who knows, your body could be so burned that not a piece of meat is left to be seen. People who don't know would think you crawled out of a pit of fire. Especially with those cherry-like lips turning as black as a toad's teeth, your little lips looking like burned charcoal. Even if you begged me on your knees to date you to pet your head, I would still kick you away and give you a beating. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate loss." The glutton thought, "Let's not fight with the animal for now. I'll endure for now, and later I'll take my revenge when I am free." So it said pitifully, "That beautiful lady, maybe there's some misunderstanding between us. I'm bound, could you please untie me? Let's have a proper talk." After saying this, it pointed to its feet, looking at the nine-tailed cat with pleading eyes. The nine-tailed cat's mouth curled into a sinister smile, and without hesitation it stretched out its left paw and pressed down hard. The fire lotus shone with dazzling light, as if burning with fierce flames, and once again raced toward the glutton with unyielding force. Lotus Chi wave. In the blink of an eye, it accurately struck the glutton's body once again. To talk with this king, you and Ant are not worthy. In an instant, the fire lotus soared into the sky, forming a massive and blazing fireball coming at an astonishing speed like a supersonic missile. After a while, a loud bang echoed as if thunder struck, deafening. In the midst of this terrifying explosion, the glutton didn't even have time to react. Its face still bore the bewilderment from earlier. However, in the next moment, its entire body was engulfed by the violent energy, instantly shattered into pieces, disintegrating into ash under the powerful impact of the fire lotus vanishing between heaven and earth. It was as if the explosion before him was just an unknown detonation, and there was no longer any sign of that glutton. The nine-tailed cat coldly said, "Being so ugly is one thing, but spewing useless words is another. You've talked too much," and even lewdly stared at this king. "Just watch. What are you pretending to be cute for? You ugly creature, I initially wanted to play a bit longer, but now I have no mood to do so. Since this is the case, let you turn to ashes." Su Hui stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him, rubbing his eyes as waves of shock surged within him. Utterly astonished, he saw the imposing fire lotus flower bloom, like a blazing sun, radiating dazzling crimson light, sweeping towards the enemy with boundless flames and power. In an instant, the once arrogant and fearsome blue tear ghoul was engulfed by the terrifying flames, turning to ash without even a cry of despair, leaving not a trace behind. What the hell? How is this possible? Su Hui was dumbfounded, his eyes wide, and his mouth agape, almost able to fit 3 large eggs in it. Su Hui stuttered, mumbling incoherently, This little white cat, after transforming, is just too formidable. It could practically shake the earth with a single step. Unmatched." At this moment, Su Hui's mind was blank, completely stunned by the extraordinary and astonishing event before him, nearly forgetting to breathe, staring blankly. Yupeng was equally wide-eyed, incredulously gazing at the nine-tailed cat engulfed in roaring flames, with people scattered on the ground, everything feeling so foreign, as if controlled by a mysterious and powerful force. Yupeng stood there in a daze, his body seemingly frozen by some magical force, unable to move, as if glued down. Only his dry lips trembled slightly as he murmured, This is just too strong." The Een Soul Dragon muttered to itself as it observed the scene. "Oh wow, a girl being so violent, no wonder. She's been single for thousands of years. Back when she was a cute little thing, it was hard not to love her. But after transforming, oh my, anyone who displeases her gets a shocking fire lotus. They'll definitely be blown away." The nine-tailed cat calmly moved, and in an instant the black light surrounded it, reverting back to its youthful kitten form. After a while, Yupeng snapped back from his astonishment and swept his gaze across the ground, seeing the scattered people all in strange positions, their bodies still, and once again he was stunned, hastily searching for the big black dog, his voice hoarse. "Big black dog, where are you? Where are you? And you guys, wake up." He crouched down, shaking the doctor's body, but no matter how much he shook, there was no response. No matter how loudly he shouted, the big black dog did not respond. Only thick smoke billowed, enveloping the area. In an instant, he feared that the big black dog had been accidentally killed in the explosion, and that the others had been affected as well, so they had perished. Yupeng's heart was flooded with memories of the moments spent with the big black dog, the doctor, and the mentally ill patients. Once they played and ran joyfully together, the big black dog always managed to cheer Yupeng up at crucial moments. And now that close companion who had accompanied him through his growth had vanished in this unknown scene, never to return, not even a corpse could be found. It was clear that it must have been melted by that fire lotus. Tears gradually blurred Yupeng's vision as he slowly raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, only to find that his arm felt unbearably heavy, as if it had lost all sensation. Anger and self-reproach erupted as he roared, "Why did this happen? Why was I so weak back then that I didn't stop it? Why am I crouching on the ground, curled up? Why was I afraid back then?" At this moment, the Een Soul Dragon coiled around, munching on sunflower seeds as it looked at the scene with disdain, saying, "Humph. Why the hell? If you want to know why, then go ask 1,000 whys." Yupeng repeatedly questioned himself, his voice filled with pain and unwillingness, but around him only the ruthless flames crackled, with no one able to answer his questions. And in an instant, the figure of Lei Yi disappeared from the sky, suddenly teleporting in front of Yupeng, looking through his body as he casually munched on sunflower seeds, declaring with authority, "Old friends meeting again. Why are you still leisurely enjoying sunflower seeds? I let you see your comrades. Are you satisfied?" Su Hui immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Lei Yi." No need for formalities. Lei Yi waved his hand. Su Hui stood straight beside him, not daring to speak, because Lei Yi's words were not directed at him. Yu Ping clenched his fists, crying out in anger. Wu Lei Yi, what old friend meeting old friend, I don't know you. Wu, and I don't even know where to buy sunflower seeds, how can I munch on them, Wu? The Een Soul dragon tucked away the seeds and obediently swirled, its eyes nodding crazily, not daring to speak. What the hell, this dragon has seen ghosts, it's really this person, damn, from ancient times, until now it's been tens of thousands of years, yet he hasn't died, rather he's getting younger. Lei Yi stood with his hands behind his back smiling. You are Yu Ping. When Yu Ping saw the little kitten behind Lei Yi, the root cause of all this loss, his resentment erupted as he growled. What's going on? A promising youth, not bad. Not bad. This little kitten can just kill innocent creatures. Kill humans. Saying this, Yu Ping suddenly grabbed a stick and charged at the little kitten, shouting, You beast! Give me back the life of the big black dog. Give me back the lives of everyone. Damn it! He rushed in front of the little kitten and brought down the stick. Su Hui, who had been listening, felt quite moved, but seeing Yu Ping go mad, he instantly rushed over, grabbing a peachwood sword to block, and scolded, How dare you disrespect Lei Yi? Looking for death. Saying this, he kicked Yu Ping away and stared fiercely. Yu Ping slowly stood up, clutching his stomach, roaring, I don't know who you are. I don't know what Lei Yi or anything is. You may have merit in pardoning ghosts, but you harm others and you harm my dog. Your sins outweigh your merits, and this time I will never back down. Saying this, he pointed at the people lying on the ground, his eyes filled with anger. The Een Soul dragon clapped its hands gleefully, saying, Oh, looks like there is a good show to watch, haha. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting scene. Lei Yi smiled and said, Who said it was accidentally killed? Your big black dog is a hero, defending your safety with the body of an ordinary dog. At that very moment, a miraculous sight unfolded. The sky suddenly shimmered with a dazzling spiritual light. That radiance was so brilliant it resembled the brightest star plummeting from the heavens to the mortal realm. Its luminous glow illuminated everything around, bathing the entire world in an ethereal, otherworldly hue. Behold, the mirror of recollection. Through it you may witness your black dog's innermost thoughts, hear its spoken words, right up until its final breath. Yu Ping gazed intently, and before his eyes unfolded scene after scene, each one unmistakably centered upon the black dog. There it stood, taking 3 hesitant glances back at Yu Ping, who crouched trembling on the ground, fear gripping him utterly. In its heart, the dog murmured softly, wistfully, Though we've known each other for less than half a month, I shall never forget your kindness. Thank you for keeping me company, and thank you for letting me taste for the first time what it truly means to have a master. And thank you too for the sausage. Let me share a secret, I am no stray. I once had a home. I long for my master. I still recall faintly a modest, weathered wooden cottage on the edge of a quiet town. That was my master's home. Our story was both sorrowful and beautiful, but I bear no regret. My master was a kind-hearted old man, childless, who poured all his love into me, as if I were his own son. I wanted for nothing, while I lived carefree and unburdened. Each dawn, as the first golden rays pierced the morning mist and fell upon the path before the cottage, he would step out with gentle smiles, taking me with him for walks across the fields. Sometimes we walked side by side, sometimes he led, and I followed, sometimes we drifted apart, then drew near again, or simply lay together beneath the open sky, savoring nature's profound serenity and harmony. Back then I brimmed with vitality. My tail whirled like a propeller, as though joy itself pulsed through every fiber of my being. And above all else, I adored sausages. Yet fate delights in irony. Alas, our bliss was fleeting. My beloved master fell gravely ill and passed away. With his last breath, he whispered to me, Wang Kai, from now on you'll be alone. I'm sorry, I cannot stay by your side any longer. Thank you for standing beside me all these years. There's still a piece of meat in the cupboard. I've kept it untouched, saving it for you. When you're hungry, eat it. Don't let it go to waste. It was bought with every coin I'd saved over many long years. And remember, live well. Above all else, never bite anyone. Even if struck unjustly, let your mouth cry out, but never bare your teeth. You may bark, you may howl, but biting, never, not ever. In that instant, my world collapsed, shattered, as if a vital piece of my flesh had been torn away. Time, that merciless butcher's blade, carved relentlessly away at every second, never pausing, until at last the pain dulled. Yet still I remained steadfast, coiled tightly beside my master like a hedgehog guarding his still form without cease. My gaze never strayed from his pale, tranquil face as I silently pleaded, begging heaven for his swift awakening. The world beyond us seemed to recede into silence, hushed, suspended, leaving only the two of us bound in quiet companionship. The next morning dawned bright and clear, roosters crowed sharply. Then came a sudden urgent pounding at the door, shattering the household's fragile peace. Exhausted, I lifted my head and saw a stranger standing there. The moment his eyes fell upon me, and then upon my master motionless upon the floor, His expression twisted in shock as though he'd glimpsed something unspeakably horrifying or impossible. Before I could rise, he whirled about and fled, like a startled hare, vanishing in haste. Moments later, a procession surged into our courtyard. At its head stood the elderly neighbor who'd often shared laughter and easy conversation with my master. Now his face was grave, his eyes heavy with sorrow, and behind him marched a solemn throng clad in pure white robes, their heads wrapped in white cloths. Each bore an expression of deep grief. Wails rose and fell in waves, raw sorrow spilling forth unbidden. Though I knew none of them, their familiarity with my master revealed they were his neighbors, and judging by their ease with one another, likely close friends in life. Tears burst forth uncontrollably from my eyes, cascading like a torrential river. Their anguished cries echoed around me, so overwhelming that once more I grasped the astonishing depth of emotion held by these two-legged beings. I longed to comfort them, but my voice meant nothing to them, as futile as playing lute to cattle. Likewise, their words washed over me, incomprehensible, yet no speech was needed. From their contorted faces and trembling gestures alone, I felt the crushing weight of loss, the abyss of grief that follows the departure of one dearly loved. Through shared tears and trembling limbs, I understood they grieved as I did. My body convulsed, theirs wept openly, noses running, tears streaming. One knelt sobbing, "Woo woo woo, master. Why did you leave us so soon? I hadn't even begun to care for you properly. Woo woo woo. Elder sir, may your journey be peaceful. Thank you for all you've done for us. May heaven grant you rain-free skies, bountiful feasts, and safe passage onward. Ah, you suffered your whole life. We'll burn you ample paper money so you may live lavishly in the netherworld, buy cars, houses, feast and revel, and enjoy every pleasure life affords. Ah, dear elder, pray do not return to this world in your next life. A good man deserves good fortune. Your future shall shine brilliantly." Soon sorrow descended anew. They carried my master away, placed gently within a simple wooden coffin borne aloft by 6 men. With each step, white blossoms scattered upon the earth. Others knelt, crying out in anguish. I did not understand why, but I too sank to my knees and wept aloud. Some beat gongs and drums, others blew mournful horns. Music whose meaning eluded me, yet stirred inexplicable sorrow and regret within my soul. Crowds swelled around us. Not a single smile broke the solemn hush, only bowed heads, silent and reverent. I knew my master was good, but never imagined he commanded such universal reverence. To them he was family, not by blood but by heart. Thus, with solemn dignity, my master was laid to rest, the grave dug deep and vast, like an endless void poised to swallow him forever. As they lowered him tenderly into the earth, my heart erupted, uncontainable, unstoppable, and without hesitation I leapt, plunging headlong into that yawning chasm. However, this action elicited gasps and attempts to drive me away from the surrounding crowd. They scolded me loudly, accusing me of being too mischievous, but only I knew in my heart that it was not mischief but a deep longing and reluctance for my master that drove me to such actions. How I wished I could accompany my master to rest beneath this land. Yet no matter how hard I struggled and resisted, those people remained adamant in denying my wish. They held me tightly, forcefully dragging me away, not allowing me to approach my master even an inch. "The dead are greater than the heavens, and no one can defile them," one of them shouted, and I could only watch helplessly from a few meters away as shovelful after shovelful of soil fell into the grave like an unrelenting torrent. Each handful of dirt that fell felt like a blow to my heart, causing unbearable pain. Gradually the grave was filled, and my master's figure completely vanished from my sight. It transformed into a small hill. "Let me go. I want to be with my master." No matter how I cried out, the crowd ignored me, even forming a human wall to keep me away. Before I knew it, I had exhausted my voice, and the crowd slowly dispersed, leaving me a dog lying there like a small hill of earth, alone in my sorrow. I knew that beneath this small hill lay my master, so I guarded the grave for 3 days and nights. Perhaps people thought I was too unlucky, perhaps they felt pity for me, or perhaps they feared I would disturb my master's rest by digging at the grave. A vehicle arrived to take me, a frail creature, away. Soon I was sent to the town's animal shelter. Although I received basic care there, and knew they were good people, the sparkle in my deep-set eyes was forever lost. In the quiet of the night, while the shelter echoed with the sounds of barking and gossip, I would quietly lie in the corner, staring vacantly into the distance, searching for the warmth and companionship that once belonged to me. Time flowed like water, and before I knew it, several months had passed. Although I gradually adapted to life in the shelter, my deep yearning for my master never faded. Whenever someone walked past my cage, I would perk up my ears and listen attentively, hoping to catch a familiar voice, but my faint hopes turned into despair. Sometimes I would dream of the wonderful times spent with my master, running freely in the fields, chasing butterflies, and enjoying carefree happiness. Unfortunately, those days were gone forever. One day a kind-hearted person noticed me, perhaps seeing the stories held within my eyes, or maybe noticing my weary, lifeless body. More likely they appreciated my docility and decided to give me a warm and comfortable new home. When I arrived at my new master's home, I was terrified and immediately ran away, for it was a disgusting, bloody slaughterhouse filled with the screams of my companions. Some were being skinned while others had their heads chopped off, blood flowing incessantly, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Many people picked up sticks, chasing after me, shouting for me to stop. I knew that if I halted, I would be destined to die, just like my companions brutally skinned. Thus I ran, desperately fleeing as far as I could while hearing their insults in the distance. Damn it, this kidney-deficient dog can really run. I didn't expect this dog to suddenly be so strong. Did you give it the wrong medication? Is it on Viagra? Or what kind of hormone medication? No, brother, I didn't hypnotize this dog. I just bought it from a pet shop. How much? Well, the pet shop owner gave it to me for free and even sent me several bags of dog food to take care of it. Oh, free stuff, huh? Forget it. Ew, I don't want it. Just look at it. It definitely isn't a famous dog, and it's a bit old too. Its body is as thin as a monkey, so there's not much meat to sell from killing it. But it seems quite spirited. Maybe its thigh muscles are impressive after all. Look how fast it runs. Then you chase it. I'm not going to chase it, or I still need to think about how to deal with that Tibetan Mastiff when I get back. Brother, the Tibetan Mastiff. I think we should let it go. After all, the medication is useless for it, and it's so fierce. If we make a mistake, we could all be bitten to death. It's okay. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Let's take it step by step and see what happens when we get back. All right. Thus the two of them slowly left. Only I remained trembling in the grass, realizing that I wasn't chosen by a kind-hearted person, nor was it my story they were interested in, but rather the meat on my body. Yet my heart was increasingly heavy with endless longing for my master. Since that incident, I have never trusted kind-hearted people again, always on guard. Thus I became a stray, sometimes dazing under a bridge, gazing into the distance, waiting for my master to come for me, while reminiscing about those once beautiful memories. I am also sorry, I am unable to accompany you to the end. I hope that next time you will find a better dog to accompany you. My apologies, dear master. I fear I have broken my own rule and bitten someone. The big black dog had its head lowered, tears streaming down its furry cheeks, drop by drop falling to the ground. But then it suddenly smiled happily. In the next moment it raised its head abruptly, its eyes no longer filled with sadness and helplessness, but instead radiating an unparalleled determination and resolve. In an instant the demeanor of the big black dog underwent a tremendous transformation, as if it had become an entirely different dog. Its fur stood on end, exuding a chilling aura. With fury it shouted with all its might, "Here I come. Damn you, prepare to die." The voice echoed like thunder in the air, causing leaves to fall from the surrounding trees. Before the echo of its words faded, the big black dog shot forward like an arrow, speeding directly toward the gluttonous monster. In the blink of an eye, it was right beside the monster's body. The gluttonous monster yelled, "Get lost. Where did this damn dog come from?" Without hesitation, the big black dog bared its fangs and sank them into the massive tumor on the monster's body. With a plop, a dark green liquid gushed out from the tumor, splattering everywhere. "Oh, damn it, whose dog are you? How dare you bite me?" The liquid emitted a nauseating stench that would make anyone feel sick just by smelling it. Yet the big black dog remained undeterred, continuing to gnaw at the tumor, bite after bite, seemingly intent on completely shredding this disgusting thing. As the big black dog attacked, more and more dark green liquid trickled down, forming a pool of repulsive sludge. Nevertheless, the big black dog showed no sign of retreat. Its mind was solely focused on one thought: eliminating the enemy before it. In no time, the fiery lotus airflow from the nine-tailed cat arrived with a thunderous explosion. The big black dog was instantly scorched and blasted away, lying on the ground, weakly looking at Yupeng, saying gently, "Good-hearted person, farewell." A flash of inspiration struck, and the originally black-red flames vanished in an instant. Miraculously, every spot where light flickered glimmered. Upon seeing this, Yupeng recognized the familiar figure of the dog and cried out, "Big black dog." "No." The big black dog looked at him weakly, its eyes tender and caring, saying, "The future path relies on you, good newcomer." Before it could finish speaking, it coughed up blood again, unable to stop. No, no, no. Big black dog, what are you saying? You will be fine." Yupeng stood in front of the memory mirror, crying out. But the big black dog, as if it hadn't heard, continued weakly, Look at my brain. I don't know if you can hear me, but I know you are not an ordinary person, and I am not an ordinary dog. Actually, I saw the ghostly old man that night. I just didn't want to say it. Our dog clan bloodline can see things that others cannot, but I don't know why I can't see my old master's figure. Alas, this is a regret. However, I want to tell you that when you encounter difficulties in the future, don't think about escaping and don't be afraid. You must move forward courageously. If you run away now and run away the next time, what about the next time? Hee hee, you can't escape forever. After all, there will always be things that need to be faced personally. I also believe you will get better and better, even surpassing my old master, who is a renowned feng shui master. Keep it up. Yu Peng trembled, kneeling on the ground, looking up at the big black dog, crying out, "No, no, big black dog, you will be fine. I promise to buy you big fish and meat and those endless ham sausages to let you live a happy and joyful life. Come back, let's go out now, I'll buy it for you immediately. After finishing the nutritious meal, we will take good care of your injuries and rest." Just as Yu Peng finished speaking, a surprising scene unfolded. The big black dog slowly closed its eyes, and its body suddenly flickered with a faint spiritual light. This spiritual light resembled the twinkling stars in the night sky, soft and mysterious. However, this light did not last long. It dissipated slowly, as if brushed by a gentle breeze, until it completely vanished. At the same time, the big black dog began to slowly float in the air, as if it had lost the binding of gravity. The big black dog's figure gradually became transparent, like a melting ice block, elusive and hard to grasp. From a distance, one could only see a blurry outline, as if it could completely merge into the surrounding air at any moment. Yu Peng knelt on the ground, heartbroken, shouting, "No, no, no. Big black dog, don't go. Don't go. Come back quickly." The big black dog, floating in the air, smiled and said, "Farewell, my dear good-hearted person. I can go no further. Dear old master, I have come to find you. But I must say, death is truly marvelous." Hee. As soon as the words left its mouth, it suddenly vanished. The spectral dragon, seeing this, sang sorrowfully, "Don't go. I will go. Come back. I want return. What are you doing? I want to leave. Alas, this farewell is always so sad. It reminds me of my true mother dragon. Oh dear, she was so graceful, and when she danced it was so beautiful." Crackling. Mr. Lei waved his hand, and the memory mirror disappeared, soothingly saying, "Look, your big black dog is a hero. It can also see ghosts and other special dogs, and it died to protect you. So how could you blame my little cat?" Yu Peng slowly stood up, forcing a smile, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Lei, for helping me realize that weakness is a fatal injury. From now on, I will never fear any evil spirits. I will never let such things happen again. I would rather die than let my friends die. Sorry, little wild cat, I misunderstood you. Good. Very insightful, quite good. I have high hopes for you." Mr. Lei raised his eyebrows and smiled, applauding. Upon hearing the little wild cat's address, the nine-tailed cat bared its teeth and roared, "Who are you calling a little wild cat? Do you believe this elder sister will scratch you to death?" However, Yu Peng could not understand, and Mr. Lei gently said, "It's fine, you have merit. I will buy you shark to eat." The nine-tailed cat was incredibly happy, rubbing against Mr. Lei's leg. "But there is one more thing. My friend died in battle, but what about these people?" Yu Peng shouted angrily, pointing at the people lying in disarray on the ground. Mr. Lei laughed heartily, saying, "They are just asleep. Otherwise there would have been chaos. Moreover, you and I are both special people. You have your mission, and I have mine. But our common goal is to maintain world peace, isn't it?" At this moment, Yu Peng wiped his tears and reflected. Suddenly, 2 fighter jets were faintly seen flying towards the sky, rumbling. The sound seemed to bid farewell to the big black dog. It also seemed to be holding a funeral. Suddenly, many people jumped down from the sky, and upon seeing Mr. Lei, they respectfully said, "We the spiritual beings pay our respects to you, Mr. Lei. Are your warplanes low on fuel? Or is the scenery in this area just too beautiful for you to resist playing around? Oh, so you're just trying to look cool, mimicking movie scenes where the bad guys are defeated, and only then do the police arrive to join the fun. Master, please don't be angry. We were just waiting for Xiao Li, who was flying the plane. He had a stomach issue and couldn't get out of the restroom. He is the only one who can pilot the plane, and we don't know how, so we had to wait for him to finish." 5 individuals dressed in black with black hoods and cloaks emblazoned with the character for spirit appeared, as if they were beings of darkness, all in unison stating, "Yes. One of you needs to return to headquarters and arrange for a commemorative tombstone for our hero dog brother." Upon hearing this, Ling Jiren looked at the exhausted Yupu, whose face was pale, and he was hugging the air while crying. Could this young man be the elder brother? Dog brother has fallen. He was a big black dog. His likeness will be immediately sculpted into a tombstone and honored as a top-tier spirit. Everyone was puzzled. A dog is a hero. What the hell? If he's a hero, then who cares if he's the top-tier spirit? That's something only the highest leaders receive for exceptional contributions. But despite their thoughts, no one dared to question. "Yes, master. Additionally, provide this young man with a compensation of 2 million. Future schooling, job benefits, bodyguards, and living expenses will all be covered until his death." Yupu was stunned. One of the Ling Jiren expressed doubt. "Master, everything else is fine, but isn't 2 million too much?" Master replied coldly, "If you save 100 people from a powerful enemy and sacrifice yourself to maintain peace, your descendants will also benefit. Yupu, feeling dazed, turned around and tearfully refused. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want money or anything else. Master looked confused. Why not? Suhui quickly tried to persuade. You silly boy, what nonsense are you talking? The people I respect most are gone. What use is money to me? What use is status and power? I don't want anything. I just want my friend the big black dog to come back. Some Lingjiren thought inwardly, what a foolish child to not want such a good offer. He's still too young. Master looked at Yupu in disbelief, surprised that he desired nothing, only wanting his closest companion back. It seemed this young man was loyal and reliable, unlikely to be swayed into darkness by various temptations. Thus he patted Yupu's shoulder with concern. Your friend will return. This world is a supernatural one, and you are a special person, so you will reincarnate and come back. Yupu's previously dim eyes suddenly lit up, and he hugged Master, shouting, really? Is it true? My big black dog can come back. Yuhui nodded and continued, since you're here alone, let me give you some money. Find a place to stay. You look like you're under 19 years old. Master, I'm actually 21 in virtual age. I'll also help you find a prestigious high school. How does that sound? Master completely ignored this and continued. Yupu nodded, saying, thank you, kind sir. As for the money, if it's mine, it's mine. If it's not mine, it never was. I will repay you, but I won't go to school. Then how will you manage your life? Oh, forget it, Master. My whole family is here, I will find a way. Oh. Master waved his hand, signaling for his subordinates to retreat. All present immediately left the area. He then smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a miraculous scene unfolded. The previously calm surroundings suddenly surged with an extraordinary wave, as if a mysterious power had been awakened. Then crystal-clear, dreamlike snow lotus flowers appeared out of thin air, swirling around Master and Yupu at an astonishing speed. These snow lotus flowers were no ordinary flowers. They emitted a weak yet enchanting glow, with petals as pure and flawless as snow and golden starlight flickering at their cores, breathtakingly beautiful. As the snow lotus flowers multiplied and circled, they formed a dazzling halo, making it seem as though they were celestial beings descending from a fairyland, exuding an otherworldly aura and an enigmatic presence. Yupu quickly took a step back, clutching his chest in fear. What are you doing? I'm still young, we're both guys, don't do anything foolish. Master chuckled. You're quite humorous. Worry not, this is merely my soundproof barrier. But Master, everyone around is our own people. Why do this? Yupu remained on guard, thinking to himself that if Master attempted any improper actions, he would immediately bite his tongue and die. Better to die than to live in humiliation. Master turned around, hands clasped behind him, and sighed. Some things become more dangerous the more people know. It's better not to let anyone know. What do you mean? You are Yupu, right? Master changed the topic. Yes. The soul chosen by the Black and White Impermanence. Yupu was immediately stunned. Only 3 people knew about this. How did this person know? He also knew about the Black and White Impermanence. Could it be a test for me? Or are they trying to extract information from me? No, it might really be a test for me, which is a crisis. What if I'm captured for inhumane medical experiments or dissected for various scientific studies? No, I must play dumb. I'm not. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word and I don't know anything. Yupu scratched his head and looked to the left. Master turned around and patted Yupu's shoulder, continuing, I'm sure that Mouthy Bai Wuchang mentioned to you about the gift of a dragon robe and the Eye of Een. Yupu recalled that Bai Wuchang referred to him as a little friend. This esteemed figure named Sanshur Daijia is the one who will bestow you with gifts. You are the true Master Lei, the one referred to by Sanshur Daijia. Yupu asked, puzzled. Master Lei laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I am indeed Master Lei. This is the first time I've heard such a riddle about separation. It's interesting, quite nice. I am indeed the true one. Yupu immediately clapped his hands in joy, his big eyes shining with surprise. Wow. Master Lei, hello, hello. He stretched out his hand immediately. Master waved his hand, saying, a handshake is unnecessary. I have matters to discuss with you. Yupu was suddenly taken aback. This question was simply difficult to answer. There was indeed a matter to discuss. The Black and White Impermanence have matters to attend to, and it turns out it's a contract for servitude. No, wait, it's to become a person of destiny. Even Lei Yi, whom they both admire, has come to me with a matter. Moreover, even the 10 kings of hell, such as King Qin Guang, King Chu Jiang, King Song, King Wu Guan, King Yin Luo, King Ping Deng, King Taishan, King Du Shi, King Bian Sheng, and King Zhuanluan, all seek my assistance. This is outrageous. I must clarify what this is about. What if it involves another contract for servitude? Yupeng respectfully said, greetings. Lei Yi, may I ask what you need from me? Lei Yi stood with his hands behind his back, exuding authority. I know your mission, but there is a matter that is solely yours to handle. What is it? We have a university here, the most prestigious one. This university is plagued by heavy Een energy, and some classes refuse to reincarnate. Everyone has their own unfulfilled wishes, and in the end I had no choice but to suppress it with the dragon's luck. But the situation is worsening. They cannot leave the main gate, And while some fear the light, the others are not afraid. They behave like normal people. Only special individuals can see this school, while others merely see abandoned mountains and ruins along with a few graves. On no way. Lei Yi University. That must involve thousands of people. Yet I have never heard any news about it. How could so many lives be lost? Yu Peng stared in shock. It's not that exaggerated. Thousands of people at most, just 2 classrooms, only a few dozen individuals. As for why it hasn't been reported, it's related to the supernatural, so I suppressed it. Some have retreated and others have already been dealt with by the Black and White Impermanence. If you want to know why so many died, someone will tell you later. The timing just isn't right. I'll lay you, what am I supposed to do there? Plus, I've never been to university, so am definitely not familiar with the process, especially since I'm the only one going. Later I will arrange for Su Hui to accompany you. Your task will be to not reveal your identities right away, but to act as new students enrolling in classes and playing along with them. Yu Peng looked utterly confused. Lei Yi, I feel like your words are a bit incoherent. You see, Lei Yi, you said others cannot see them, while special people like myself can. Since I can see them, wouldn't that immediately expose my identity? Ordinary people see ruins and graves while we see a school and ghosts. No matter how well I pretend to be a student, they will know I am not a ghost. This logic seems contradictory. Yu Peng nervously bit his small fingers, not because the logic was strong, but because he had learned many detective reasoning skills from Yen Long. Lei Yi laughed heartily. Haha, I forgot you wouldn't understand. It's not that I wouldn't understand, Lei Yi. This isn't something anyone could grasp. The school is suppressed by me, but once you enter the school gate, even without the Yin eyes, you will see them there, because many dragons' eyes are suppressing them. Plus, they like to reveal themselves, so their true forms will all be exposed. Moreover, your aura will be similar to theirs, allowing your eyes to see what shouldn't be seen. Lei Yi paid no heed to the rambling. Yu Peng suddenly realized, oh, Lei Yi, I understand. So we can see the entrance while others cannot. Once we enter, we can see everything, right? Exactly. Lei Yi nodded. But in that case, can I bring my good friend along? You and Su Hui both cannot enter. How can you bring your friend? Lei Yi responded with interest. Lei Yi, didn't you say I could see the entrance? Then I could just walk in boldly. Yu Peng looked bewildered. Your little mind thinks so simply, isn't it? Lei Yi. Yu Peng gazed at him with big confused eyes. Suddenly Lei Yi broke from the norm and casually asked, have you ever been to school? What? Is education a requirement for this job? School. It's true, my education is low, which has prevented me from entering many top companies. Even for a janitor position, I was rejected. Alas, I never expected that one would still need a degree for this. After pondering for a moment, Yu Peng spoke up, as if recalling his past experiences during job interviews, explaining, Lei Yi, I have attended high school. Later, due to my father's business partner running off with the funds, our family fell into debt, so I was forced to work to pay it back. Originally, Yu Peng thought he would receive a response similar to previous interviewers, saying, with your family's wealth, why would you want to work for our company? You're a rich second generation after all. You could easily get into a good company through family connections. We are a small place and cannot accommodate such a great being as yourself. Surprisingly, it was quite different. Since you have attended, don't you know about the admission notice? Lei Yi seemed to have been aware of the young man's story for quite some time, remaining perfectly calm. Yu Peng, who had originally been quite anxious, was taken aback when instead of a refusal, he was asked a question. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, all right. Lei Yi, how could I not think of that? With the admission notice, I can enter the school. Oh dear, look at my memory. Lei Yi continued, you can go and your friend can go, but your friend will only be seen as an illusion because he is just an ordinary person. So, just as he was about to refuse. No, Lei Yi, my friend Yen Long is a detective like Sherlock Holmes. He loves solving cases and has read thousands of books. So I want to bring him along in case we encounter something he can analyze and help solve it. Yu Peng hurriedly interrupted. Lei Yi shook his head helplessly. All right, since you want to choose someone, I can accommodate that. I will give you 3 admission notices for university. And this secret must not be told to a 4th person, only you, he, and Su know. Thank you, Lei Yi, but this already involves a 4th person. Did I say there was intention? Lei Yi furrowed his brow and looked seriously at the young man. Yu Peng immediately closed his mouth and apologized. Sorry, Lei Yi, I was thinking too little. I understand what you mean. Action is only for 3 people, so there cannot be a 4th. Lei Yi patted Yu Peng's head playfully. Little head, you really are slow to react. How do you plan to pry it open? Lei Yi, no. I'm still young. Ooh, I have a bright future ahead of me. Yu Peng's face was full of pity. Haha, I have faith in you. Don't let me down. Don't worry, Lei Yi, I promise to complete the task. Even if the ghosts at school want to skip class and go to the internet cafe, I will bring them back immediately. Returning to the main topic, Lei Yi waved his hand, causing the soundproof barrier to vanish. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he said sternly, Taoist Su, come here for a moment. Su Hui approached respectfully, saying, Lei Yi, I am here. You will accompany Yu Peng to university later to fulfill his long-held wish. But Lei Yi, I am the director here. What will happen to the people here if I leave? Su Hui quickly defended himself. I will leave it to your discretion. Just as Yu Peng was about to speak, Lei Yi gave him a glance, and his subordinate immediately understood and pulled Yu Peng away, saying, let him rest properly for now. You should also go down and conserve your energy, or we will need you to host the speech later. Yu Peng was left speechless and confused as he was dragged away. Su Hui clasped his fists and said, yes, before turning to leave. Lei Yi said sternly, everyone listen up. The few spirit realm individuals accompanying him responded respectfully yes. Everyone present, as well as those outside, must use the memory cleaning technique. They must forget everything that happened today, except for their leader, who only needs to remember what the task was to prevent them from returning confused and not knowing how to report to me. Also check how many people died. Understood. Many spirit realm individuals quickly took action, dispersing in an orderly fashion and standing in different corners. Some stood under a big tree, some at the restroom entrance, and others on the street. Some stood at the entrance while others had nowhere to stand and directly stood on the bodies of the mentally ill lying on the ground. One spirit realm individual jogged over, reporting, Lei Yi, 5 people are dead. Lei Yi's expression darkened immediately, and he said grimly, seal the information and declare externally that there was 1 injury and no death, stating that it was due to a mental breakdown resulting in a fight. Understood. Each spirit realm individual in formation wore a focused expression, their hands continuously moving as they chanted, pineapple, pineapple. Yigibigu. With the incantation and hand movements, they were casting some mysterious and powerful spell. If an outsider saw a group of people dressed in black and white clothing dancing and chanting, they would surely think they were going mad and would definitely call the police. As the spirit realm individuals' movements and chants began to rise again, the incantation, Migu, Bigu, Sawadikap, suddenly released an unusual wave of energy that gradually spread out. The voices of the spirit realm individuals rang out clearly, memory cleaning technique, formation, activate. This sound was like a great bell resonating deeply. It was as if a ceremonial formation was being established. In an instant, a breathtaking scene appeared before their eyes. Centered around where the individuals stood, an invisible wall of gas slowly rose within a 10-kilometer radius. This wall appeared transparent, but emanated an indescribable pressure, instilling a sense of awe. Anyone who touched it would trigger a spiritual light from the gas wall, preventing everyone from entering or exiting, completely blocking them outside the invisible wall. Meanwhile, astonishing changes occurred in the sky. Above the originally clear blue sky, a massive triangular pattern suddenly appeared. This pattern shimmered with dazzling light, as if formed by countless stars. Soon after, the triangular pattern began to rotate rapidly, accompanied by rings of light continuously descending from the sky. These triangular rings of light fell like shooting stars, trailing long flames across the sky before crashing heavily to the ground. With each ring landing, it caused intense vibrations and roaring sounds, as if the entire earth trembled from the impact. At that moment, the scene was simply spectacular, making one feel curious, as if they were standing in the center to experience this miraculous event. Once it was complete, a spirit realm individual shouted, hey, Pengren, why are you standing on their bodies? This is disrespectful to the dead, hurry down. Pengren scratched his head awkwardly and said, I just had no place to stand. After all, the formation requires positioning, and the bodies under my feet were obstructing me. Then you need to move the bodies aside. Lei Yi, seeing that it was already completed, immediately exerted his spiritual force and shouted, awakening technique break. Suddenly, the doctors, mentally ill patients, and the mental security team lying on the ground all stood up. Everyone's first reaction was to touch their heads, momentarily confused and muttering to themselves. How strange, what happened? How did I end up here? Yeah, me too. Why does my head hurt so much? A mentally ill patient mocked. Buddy, aren't you just weak in the kidneys? Just fell asleep. The doctor whom Pengren had stepped on roared, hey, brother, are you giving me a massage, or what? You can't step on me so hard, hurry down. I can't get up. Pengren scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and after getting down said, sorry. Lei Yi waved his hand, signaling Pengren to come over. Pengren immediately walked over respectfully and gently said, reporting Lei Yi, what orders do you have? Lei Yi sighed and said, 3 members of the mental security team died, 1 doctor died, and 1 mentally ill patient died. Pengren exclaimed, no way, so many have died. Yes, sigh, later you go find Su Zong, that is Su Hui, and let him go outside with the leader of the mental security team, saying that there was 1 injury and 2 deaths were his own brothers. Then warn him not to spread it everywhere. As for the cause of death, state that due to a mental illness, someone went crazy on a helicopter and then crashed, resulting in 2 deaths. Let him act discreetly, and it is what Lei Yi said. Lei Yi, isn't this a bit too much? Pengren expressed his concern. Then let me ask you, is it okay to speak the truth? Lei Yi, seeing him remain silent, gently patted Pengren's shoulder, comforting him. Sigh, sometimes one must tell lies. This is a benevolent lie, not malicious. Moreover, your identities are rather special. You have known from the beginning that it is different when you joined. Understood. Also, in a few days arrange for Su Hui and Yu Peng to go to school together. First, ensure his safety on the way since he is special. Second, it will also train you. If anything unusual or harmful occurs, you must take immediate action to protect both of them. Do you understand? Yes, I will implement this immediately. Lei Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said sternly, everyone retreat. Leave me here. The crowd responded in unison, yes, and immediately disappeared in an instant, leaving behind an empty space. At this moment, Su Hui walked over dressed in a suit and tie, slowly returning to the playground. He picked up a loudspeaker and shouted at the doctors and mentally ill patients, everyone, there has been a sudden special situation today. The mental security team below murmured, brother, what are we doing here? One team member shook his head helplessly saying, I don't know, I just know I took a nap and ended up here. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you know is sleep. You don't even know what we're doing. The anti-mental security team member retorted, aren't you also asleep? You don't know anything either, and there's more. After finishing, he pointed at the team member's face and continued, what kind of beautiful spring dream are you having? Which lady has captured your heart so much that you're drooling all over your face? Don't you have it too? And you're talking about me. I think you are worse than I am. Anti-mental security team member Xiao Zhang, seeing he couldn't retort, immediately changed the topic saying, by the way, do we have a problem? How could we possibly have a problem? Anti-mental security team member Xiao Zhang said earnestly, if we had a problem, why would we be here listening to the psychiatrist's meeting? That's true, then let's retreat quickly. But the captain hasn't given the order yet. Xiao Zhang, holding a wireless headset, looked at it, which was already in tatters, and shouted angrily, damn it. Our headsets were destroyed by that scoundrel. We can't hear anything at all. Indeed, they are broken. Let's go then. Just as he finished speaking, all members of the anti-mental security team who had entered retreated back to the outside of the wall. Su Hu's voice echoed again. Today, criminals attempted an inside-outside collaboration to escape with 0 casualties, but one of our doctors is dead. The mental patients below looked at the drool sticking to their bodies and immediately shouted, Doctor, you're talking nonsense. Su Hu's expression grew serious and his face darkened as he thought, could there be a fish that escaped the net? Is there a lack of clear memories? The mental patient continued, the injuries are not 0. So he began counting everyone present. His serious demeanor resembled that of a child curiously counting heads 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are dozens of injuries. Su Hui asked in confusion, where do dozens come from? Look at us. We are covered in drool. This is also a kind of injury. After he spoke, all the mental patients echoed yes. Yes, yes, we have them too. Some even grabbed a handful of drool and squeezed it playfully. They repeated the action with their left hand and then their right, raising their hands and shouting, yes, yes, yes. I have it too. Su Hui said sternly, so what do you want? After speaking, he glanced at the doctors below. Although they were all extremely disgusted, some were cleaning up, some were taking off their coats, some were heartbroken, and others looked at the mental patients with fierce eyes. But some, upon seeing Su Hu's gaze, immediately understood and quickly ran to the equipment department to fetch the anti-mental electric batons. As soon as chaos erupted, they began to crackle with electricity. The leading mental patient shouted, tonight, give us an extra chicken leg. All the mental patients chorused, yes, 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 give us extra chicken legs. Su Hu's tense heart immediately relaxed, and he joyfully said, all right. If you all contribute, 1 isn't enough, they'll give you 2 chicken legs. The mental patients were overjoyed, shouting, oh yeah, we get to eat chicken legs. 2 of them. Yay, yay, yay. Some mental patients happily jumped up and danced, others took off their tops and waved their clothes gracefully, some spun around in place, while others hugged each other and continuously kissed each other's foreheads. Some muttered to themselves, Maka baka, we will have meat to eat later. Are you happy? Others grabbed a windmill and ran around excitedly. Su Hui watched the various joyful celebrations and shouted, everyone, patients disperse, wash up, and dinner will be served shortly. Oh yay. Thank you, doctor. You're so great. Doctor, I love you. Doctor, I want to dedicate myself to you in marriage. I want to have many little monkeys for you. Su Hui looked at the men, saying flirtatious things, speechless. All the mental patients quickly ran towards the bathhouse. Only one mental patient picked up a small flower and ran up to Su Hui, shyly looking at him. Su Hui questioned, what are you doing? Are you going the wrong way? The bathhouse is over there. You should follow the big group to wash up. Suddenly, the mental patient knelt down, holding up a small flower bashfully, and stammered, Mary. Me? Okay, doctor. I've liked you for a long time. I think we would be very happy together. Su Hui was taken aback, his cheeks twitched, and the corners of his mouth lifted, at a loss for words. After a while, Su Hui organized his thoughts and gently helped him up, saying, men should not marry other men, only girls and boys can do that. But doctor, aren't you a girl? Upon hearing this, Su Hu's face immediately darkened as he thought, how did you see that I am a girl? Damn it. I am clearly a man, a proper 7-foot-tall man. How could I be a girl? Being mistaken for a girl is one thing, but why are you kneeling down to propose to me? Thinking of the awkward scene of two men getting married made him uncomfortable. I won't argue with a mental patient. Su Hui waved his hand saying, whatever you say is fine, hurry up and go eat. The mental patient refused to move, kneeling on the ground with a pitiful expression. Su Hui understood what he meant, so he accepted the small flower and gently said, good, it's time to eat. Hurry up. Oh yay. The proposal was a success. Oh yay. He accepted my engagement token. Su Hui was stunned, muttering, what's this? This flower is an engagement token. Damn. If I had known, I would have rejected it more tactfully. The mental patient joyfully ran to the bathhouse to get ready for a wash. The doctors below were amused by the scene, laughing heartily. Su Hui turned to look at the doctors below, and one doctor was handing out a large pile of anti-mental electric batons to everyone. Brothers, you all have worked hard. First, thank you for making the world so bright. All the doctors stopped laughing and immediately applauded, the sound of clapping echoing continuously. Su Hui continued, hello everyone, today I stand here with a heavy heart because our comrade Xiao Wang has sacrificed himself in the line of duty. To maintain peace in the world and to heal every patient, he gave his life. He is our hero and our role model. A first-class merit will be awarded shortly. Next, I will discuss a topic that is often marginalized and deeply misunderstood worldwide, the sorrow within mental hospitals. I believe everyone will understand after graduation. Our hospital is different, as some people have worked here for decades while some leave after a short time. I actually feel very sad about this. Today I have the time to share what's in my heart. The doctors continued to clap, applause echoing throughout the room. Su Hui stood on the podium, a broad smile on his face as he waved his hand to signal for silence. He continued, ha ha ha, if I were to say this as a speech, I must confess that I had no prepared script, nor did I memorize any others. This is purely a heartfelt moment of reflection and exploration of my profound understanding of human nature after decades of work. The crowd of doctors was filled with laughter and joy, with a few doctors excitedly shouting, Director, Su, you're amazing. This is my first time hearing you speak, and it's the first time I've seen a lecturer without a script. Exactly, this is my first time too. We're all first-timers. Director Su, you're incredible. Su Hui nodded and smiled, continuing, the 5 words mental hospital evoke a sense of dread, often burdened by unjust labels and prejudices from the world. I can say that whenever someone mentions mental health, people tend to recoil in fear. I imagine some of my colleagues have faced awkward questions during blind dates, responding that they work in a mental hospital, resulting in 10 dates ending in failure, all because of those 5 words mental hospital. Some people do good deeds anonymously, but when asked about their jobs, many tend to shy away. The mental hospital has become a lonely, desolate island, isolating the abnormal from the world, inadvertently exacerbating the loneliness and despair of the patients. Yet we are engaged in a noble and holy work. We can alleviate their loneliness and despair, helping them see the light of hope. Behind every closed door in this place lies a sorrowful story unknown to others. Each silent soul carries untold pain and resentment. Our clients come from various backgrounds, some due to family issues, others due to environmental factors, and some due to violence. Some even suffer from excessive longing leading to delusions. Regardless, they are all pitiable individuals, and our duty is to break this cycle of sorrow and isolation. The doctors below nodded in agreement, with a few wiping tears from their eyes. One doctor exclaimed, Brother, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Whoa. Director Su's words are too conservative, too lighthearted. What do you mean by too conservative, too light? Director Su said 10 blind dates lead to 10 failures. Ew, I've had hundreds of failures. Some even curse at me, saying I must be mentally ill, and during meals, if they learn my profession, they curse me and throw tea in my face or even spit at me. The doctor patted his shoulder comfortingly. Brother, that's truly a sad story. But don't worry, we are great, and someone will always understand you, support you, and be there for you. Thank you, brother, he replied, wiping his tears. Su Hu's voice rang out again. First and foremost, we must recognize that mental illness is not simply madness or abnormality, nor is it merely a result of a kick from a donkey. It stems from disruptions in brain function, abnormal psychological states, and is influenced by life pressures, genetic factors, environmental influences, and past experiences. Thus, what patients experience may encompass unimaginable fears, anxieties, depression, despair, and even self-denial, plunging them into a dark, bottomless abyss. What they need is our understanding, our love, our companionship, our encouragement, and our professional treatment, not our indifference, rejection, misunderstanding, or contempt. The audience remained silent, intently listening to Su Hu's speech. In this unique environment of the mental hospital, some may perceive it as a prison, dark and cursed, while others may associate it with misfortune and bad omens. I understand everyone's feelings. Had I not chosen the wrong profession, I wouldn't be looked down upon, wouldn't have remained single for so long, nor would my lifestyle have been disrupted. Spending long hours in the mental hospital on call 24/7 is exhausting. But the patients here are even more sorrowful and helpless. Suhui spoke, tears streaming down his face. The doctors below began to cry, sobbing loudly. Some cried out loud while others quietly wiped their tears, saying, "The wind is really strong today, or it's blowing sand into my eyes. Damn it." Others silently vowed to excel in their roles, striving to help patients recover their normal thoughts and reunite with their families soon. Suhui spoke through tears. In truth, everyone feels profound sadness existing in a unique and deep manner. It is not only the internal struggles and pains of the patients, but also the helplessness and suffering of their families. Some families are torn apart, some suffer devastating losses, some end up homeless, while others run away to avoid burdening their families. During family visits, those embraces from behind iron bars, tearful smiles, and helpless bows are the most direct expressions of this profound sorrow. Family members bear the reality of their loved ones' illnesses while facing the pressures of societal judgment, their hearts enduring countless struggles and torment. They may suffer more than we do. We have it easier. We can choose to change jobs if we are unhappy. Yes, if we feel unfulfilled, we can resign and pursue other paths. Here, everything will eventually shine if it's gold, so why waste time here? It's better to work a 9-to-5 job and lead a simple life. But what about them? Can they choose? Can they live comfortably? No, they cannot choose. Some, due to mental disturbances, may even commit suicide to avoid burdening their families. Do you think they want to do this? No one wants that. Patients understand the meaning of familial love and the realities of life, but their actions and thoughts are simply influenced by their circumstances. Suhui concluded with a cold smile, saying, "It is said that the walls of hospitals hold more prayers, cries, and pleas than those in temples, even being called the crying wall. While our mental hospitals' walls are not called the crying wall, our iron bars have long become crying windows. During the quiet of the night, do you think they are asleep? Do you think the families outside are doing well? Is what you think truly what it is? Speaking of this, I feel angry. A young man came to me earlier and said that only dogs can do this job. Initially, I thought this industry would be fun, so I signed up. However, what I found here is not meant for humans. Not only do I have to endure the humiliation, but I also dare not act. I feel almost dumbfounded. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't do it. As for that person, I have already let him go. If you all want to leave, not only will I pay you double, but I will also treat you to a feast. But please remember, as special medical personnel in this industry, we are also guardians on this unique battlefield. It is a noble profession, and we bear not only professional challenges, but also emotional burdens. We have witnessed too many joys and sorrows, felt the fragility and strength of humanity. With our professionalism and compassion, we have lit many lamps of hope for our patients, yet we also endure the psychological pressure and exhaustion that comes with this profession. With great power comes great responsibility. Here we do not just meander through life on a basic salary, we serve great individuals. However, I must say, in such a context, we cannot help but ask ourselves, how can we make mental hospitals no longer synonymous with sadness? How can we help patients here feel more warmth and hope? And how can we ensure that you all are happy? I have pondered this answer for many years. Perhaps my thoughts are misguided, but we can start from the following aspects. First, we need to strengthen the public education about mental illness by great angels and dispel the misunderstandings and prejudices surrounding mental health. Only when people truly understand the essence and causes of mental disorders can they adopt a more inclusive and understanding attitude towards patients, reducing future discrimination and exclusion. Second, we must improve the mental health service system and elevate the level and quality of treatment. This includes increasing investment, enhancing hospital facilities, introducing advanced treatment methods and technologies, and training more specialized psychiatrists and nurses. At the same time, we must pay attention to the rehabilitation of patients and their reintegration into society, providing them with more vocational training and social opportunities. Third, we need to enhance psychological support for patients and their families. Hospitals can establish psychological counseling rooms to provide psychological guidance and consulting services for patients and their families. Additionally, we can organize mutual support groups or rehabilitation activities where patients encourage each other, share experiences, and bolster their courage and confidence in facing their illness. Finally, I want to say that the sadness in mental hospitals is not insurmountable, nor is it without adversaries. Its enemies are us, the special angels. Our teeth are made of steel. Our spirit is steel. Our bodies are steel. As long as we sincerely feel, understand, and care, we can surely eradicate the power that dispels this sadness. Then there will be no invincible enemy. Come, let us join hands and work together to bring more warmth, hope, and the dawn of victory to every soul in the mental hospital. Having said this, Su Hui bowed politely and said, "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to listen to my speech, and thank you for choosing this profession. With you in the future, our patients will shine even brighter." Just as Su Hu's words fell, the medical staff, who had been silently crying below, suddenly erupted with passionate applause, as if ignited. The applause, crisp and resonant, spread rapidly throughout the space like a tempest. This applause seemed to possess endless power, surging higher and higher, wave after wave, continually assaulting people's eardrums, its volume deafening and echoing through the heavens. The crowd wiped their tears and loudly exclaimed, "Good, good, good. We will not let everyone down." "Exactly, exactly." Su Hui continued with a beaming smile, "All salaries will be doubled, and I will apply for a large number of psychological experts to provide free consultations for everyone. Additionally, Xiao Wang will receive a compensation of 1 million, and today, September 9th, marks his Memorial Day. We must protect this sacred and noble profession. Protect our special people. I wish everyone a happy and fulfilling family." Applause erupted once more. "Moreover, due to work reasons, I will be out for training for a while, so I may not return for a long time, but I might be back soon. I will hand over the management of the mental hospital to Director Li, and everyone can disperse. Today I allow everyone to take a day off to relax and wash up. I am in control of the entire situation." "Oh, Director Su, please don't go. Don't go," wailed a few female nurses and doctors. "Director Su, I love you, I love you." After hearing this, Su Hui thought to himself, "Finally, these are the voices of normal people." A male doctor shouted, "Su Gui, you are simply my idol. I want to dedicate myself to you." Su Hui was taken aback and thought, "What the heck? How can a man say he wants to dedicate himself?" He looked down to find the source of the voice. One of the doctors disdainfully remarked, "Brother, shouldn't you go see a psychological expert? What's wrong with me?" "What do you mean? Su Gu is a man, and you are a man, yet you want to dedicate yourself. Ha!" Thus the doctors gradually dispersed, some bursting into laughter, while others hesitated, pondering whether to continue working or resign. That was a dilemma. Outside the hospital, Peng Rin, the captain of the Special Mental Prevention Team, muttered, "Captain, hello, I am from the Special Department. My name is Peng Rin." The captain abruptly said, "Hello, how did you know I am the captain? As a member of the Special Department, I cannot disclose my position, but you should remember that I am in charge. What do you want from me? Could it be that someone under my command has committed a crime?" The captain was filled with confusion. Peng Rin, with a dejected expression, sighed, "Alas, 2 of your brothers have died due to a disturbance caused by a mental patient on a helicopter, leading to destruction and loss of life." The mental prevention team sighed, sadly, "Alas, understood." In an instant, Peng Rin thought, "Is that all? Shouldn't you question me? Or perhaps get angry? Why is it just a simple acknowledgement? Captain, may I ask you one question?" "Go ahead. Don't you want to ask anything else? Why are you so straightforward?" The captain glanced over, then calmly said, "As a special team, we take life and death lightly. We would rather die on the battlefield than become a cowardly deserter. What you just said is good. It shows my brothers were heroes." Peng Rin raised his thumb in respect and said, "You have worked hard." The captain paid no attention and turned to his subordinates, issuing a serious command, "All units return. Go back." The crowd was puzzled as to why they had come here, while others were confused about why they were leaving. Days passed. Yu Peng sat on the bed murmuring, "My dear big black dog, I will do everything in my power to seek a way to resurrect you. I will take you to enjoy delicious food and lavish feasts." The inner ghost dragon sneered, "Huh? What a fool, your dog is gone, and you're still thinking about feasting. Where were you when it mattered? A total waste." Suddenly Yu Peng felt as though a powerful and mysterious force was awakening deep within his heart. This force was like a long-dormant giant beast, slowly lifting Yu Peng's proud head as it hovered upwards. At that moment his body trembled violently, and an indescribable sensation instantly spread throughout him. Then an astonishing scene unfolded. Yu Peng's body began to emit dazzling golden light, these radiances wrapping around him like countless golden dragons. As the golden light continued to shine, Yu Peng's body underwent earth-shattering changes. His originally unremarkable exterior was gradually enveloped by a layer of mysterious brilliance, with the contours of his muscles becoming increasingly pronounced, every muscle brimming with explosive power. At the same time, dense and elusive runes began to appear on the surface of Yu Peng's skin. These runes flickered with strange light, intertwining and forming a complex and mysterious pattern. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to contain endless mysteries and powerful energy, leaving one in awe. The ghost dragon cursed, "Damn, this waste actually awakened the dragon robe ability." Unexpectedly, this made him invulnerable, impervious to water and fire, unbeatable in the world. After a while, the ghost dragon sarcastically remarked, "Oh my, is it really that serious? It's just a wish, isn't it? Can one really awaken the dragon robe ability? Since that's the case, I wish for freedom. I want freedom." After a while, there was still no change in his body, and everything around remained the same. Time flew by. A crow cawed overhead. The ghost dragon looked at its own body, then at the surrounding environment, in surprise, saying, "Hey, where's my freedom? Why can this waste achieve it, but I cannot? No, this is unfair." Suddenly Yu Peng felt invigorated, his vision clearer, murmuring, "What is happening to me? What is this situation?" He waved his hand lightly, and the candle on the table immediately extinguished. He was astonished, saying, "Damn, I can actually perform magic. My dear big black dog brother, did you see that? I can actually do magic. I have powers like you now? Ha ha. Mom and Dad, did you see this? I have prospects now." Yu Peng spun around in excitement. The ghost dragon looked at him with disdain, saying, "Whether you have prospects or not, they don't know. All I know is that you're an idiot. Is it really that great to awaken the dragon robe ability? Besides, the candle going out was just because your window wasn't closed tightly and the wind blew it out. Back in the day, I could make everyone around me lose their souls with a snap of my fingers. That was true power, but alas, I am sealed here. Sigh. If it weren't for being sealed here, who would bother looking at your foolishness? Let you have a smooth journey and protect you." After saying that, the ghost dragon waved its paw, and Yu Peng's legs suddenly glimmered. Named Smooth Wind Legs, this treasure allows one to run without feeling fatigued, and as long as you want to run, you can keep running, reaching a speed of 18 miles per hour, which increases with ability enhancement affixed to the thighs. This ability I generously bestow upon you 100% smooth sailing. Ha! Yanlong knocked on the door, looking downcast, asking, "Is Yu Peng there? Are you back?" "Yes, come in quickly." Yanlong, hearing this, was overjoyed as he finally got a response and pushed the door open. He saw no one there, just Yu Peng alone, enjoying himself, slowly walking in and sitting on a bench. He poured out all his inner thoughts, saying, "Oh my, you finally came back. What have you been doing for the past few days? This is not how to date someone. It's been several days without a word." As Yu Peng was about to speak, Yanlong continued, "And you didn't even give a heads up. I've been looking for you for ages, but couldn't find you. Your phone is still off. You wouldn't be neglecting friends for romance, forgetting about me while enjoying drinks and fun with beautiful women, would you?" Yu Peng poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yanlong, calming him down, saying, "Oh brother, I was just busy with important matters. It wasn't as exaggerated as you think." Yanlong drank it down and asked in curiosity, "What important matters? Oh, could it be that you stayed in a hotel together? Good heavens." He then patted Yu Peng's shoulder and continued, "You can't do this jumping from one girl to another. 5 days in a hotel. I have to admire you. Both of you are really something." Yu Peng replied, "I think you may have some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? A man understands another man. What misunderstanding could there be? Besides, a single man and woman alone for several days, how could I not know what's going on? I just didn't expect you to be so flirtatious, stepping on N boats at once." Yanlong teased. Suddenly he lowered his head and shouted, "But if it's true, then we are done. I detest disloyalty and those who hurt others, you scum." Now he couldn't reveal what had happened because he was misunderstood as having fun with a girlfriend and being promiscuous. So this matter can only be explained slowly later. For now, he could only go along with it, as the timing wasn't right. When the time comes, it will not be too late to tell the real story of my love. Yu Peng laughed heartily, saying, "You misunderstood me. Ooh, I only have one partner. After knowing each other for so many years, what kind of person do you think I am? And when I tell you about me, don't laugh." Yanlong put down his teacup, his eyes sparkling with joy, saying, "I was just joking earlier, ha. Okay, I believe you. Now hurry up. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me all the details of your time together, including what happened in the hotel. I want to analyze whether this girl truly loves you or if you'll be together for life." It seems that only the best friends would speak the truth rather than being polite and hypocritical and pretending to be one way in person while being another behind the back. Yu Peng deliberately cleared his throat and explained, "Ahem, what you said is correct. Next, I will begin to tell the story of me and my partner." Yanlong crossed his legs and waved his hand, saying, "I want to hear from the beginning of our acquaintance to the end today. Don't try to cut corners. I am a famous detective." All right, great detective, then it'll start now." "Wait a moment." Yanlong raised his hand to signal him to stop. "What's going on?" Yu Peng asked, looking confused. "The atmosphere has reached this point. I have to buy some sunflower seeds. Just wait a moment, they'll be right back." Having said that, Yanlong dashed out the door hurriedly. Yu Peng covered his face, feeling helpless, murmuring, "Alas, I feel like I'm just a bystander watching the show, snacking on sunflower seeds while enjoying the performance." In no time, Yanlong returned holding a large pile of peanuts, sunflower seeds, potato chips, milk, spicy strips, and popcorn, placing them on the table and gasping for breath. "All right, everything is ready. Now begin your performance." He skillfully sat down, opened a bag of sunflower seeds, and crossed his legs, starting to cough. Yu Peng looked helpless and said, "Oh, you bought so much, it must have cost a fortune, right?" "Oh, don't worry about how much it cost. Just tell your story, and he'll analyze it piece by piece for you." Yu Peng grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them open while sitting on the bench seriously, saying, "Now I will begin. In the early 20th century, in the year 1020, I clearly remember it was the year of the tiger. You know, at that time I was working in a shopping mall as a server, and the repetitive nature of the job exhausted me. It was either loading goods or unloading them, then going back to the store to stock items, and finally serving dishes. Yanlong asked, "Did you perhaps date a delivery?" "How could that be? Didn't you say to be detailed?" "I will definitely tell it in detail." Continue, and then what? Then a girl appeared. She had a round and cute face as tempting as a ripe apple. Her figure was slightly plump, but it did not affect the unique charm she exuded. I remember that day she seemed to be wearing a loose sweatshirt, as if white clouds gently enveloped her. The sweatshirt looked soft and comfortable, making her appear exceptionally friendly and natural. This beautiful girl often visited our store, whether to taste delicious food, enjoy drinks, or just have fun. She could always find her happy moments here. However, one day, when she entered the store again, her face bore a hint of unmasked sorrow. My keen eyes instantly caught this change, and my intuition told me she must have encountered some troublesome issue. Without the slightest hesitation, I resolutely decided to break the store's established rules and reached out to offer her help. Not only that, but I also generously gave her an exquisite gift that was supposed to be charged, hoping this small gesture could bring her some comfort and joy. The moment she received the gift, her eyes sparkled with surprise and gratitude. The tension in her mouth gradually lifted, radiating a smile as bright as the warm sun of spring. Seeing her so happy, a warm current surged within me, bringing forth an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. At that moment, I deeply understood that sometimes a simple act of kindness could generate immense power, allowing people to feel endless warmth and happiness. Later, we added each other on WeChat. Then, on a unique day, December 5th, she hurriedly came to our store holding a box of chocolate cream cake cut into triangles. The lunchbox slightly wobbled, I didn't know why at that time, but later I realized she must have carefully protected it, running quickly, afraid I might finish work or that there would be too many customers for her to deliver it to me in time. She rushed over, saying, "Here, today is my birthday. Please have some cake." Her lovely face turned a shade of rosy red as she shyly said this. I quickly refused, but she still warmly placed 2 pieces of cake at the front desk and turned to leave. That was the first time in my life I received a cake from a girl, a birthday cake nonetheless. We weren't even friends, just strangers, yet her gesture moved me deeply. I laughed and jogged over to ask, "What's your name?" She turned around and smiled, saying, "My name is Lee Xian." Lee Xian, I muttered to myself. It was the first time I had heard such a name and didn't know why it existed, but later when I accidentally saw someone named amoxicillin, Lee Xian no longer seemed strange. Lee Xian means that one must maintain rationality at all times. From that moment on, I felt I had met the right girl, and such a good girl must not be let down. I wanted to pursue her. Yanlong interrupted. "Wait a minute, when did you start dating? I didn't know anything about this, you didn't tell me." At that time, it was just my own thoughts. What if it's not true? She was just being kind. If I said it, you would definitely laugh again and collapse the bed. Nonsense, don't bring that up anymore. Hurry up and continue your story. All right. Then that day she fell ill while still at school, constantly having a fever, and we chatted online. "I'm feeling a bit unwell." "Oh, what's wrong with you?" "It's nothing, I think I might have a cold and a fever, my throat hurts." "Are you okay? Do you have any medicine?" "I have a little, but what my mom bought is almost finished." "All right, I'll come by tomorrow to bring you some medicine." No, you don't need to come. I can't go out, and I still have enough medicine." "Enough medicine? Nonsense. You're just putting on a brave face. You handle the major matters, and I'll take care of the minor ones. If you truly can't manage, take a leave and rest in the dormitory." After a while, Lee Xian slowly sent a message saying, "Okay, you wear something warm tomorrow. See you then." That night, I couldn't sleep, fearing her illness might be severe and that she might be in too much pain. I picked up my phone, waiting for her message, afraid of missing one. That night, I held my phone, thinking and praying for her to recover quickly. The next day, I took the day off. The boss said, "You're leaving early, you'll be fine. Besides, in the catering industry, we have more staff in the afternoon. If you leave, what will Xiaowan do? He can't manage alone." Colleague Xiaowan came over to advise, "Exactly, there's a lot of people right now, and we're short-staffed. You can't just leave like that. The boss is coming to help us out." "But I have something to do," said Yupeng anxiously. "What do you have to do? Why didn't you say it in advance? I could arrange for someone. I'm just delivering medicine to my friend. She's currently confined at school, and I can't bear to let her suffer from her illness." "Ha, are you acting out an ancient romance? In this world, there is no pure love, it's all about mutual needs." The boss interjected, saying, "You're already in your teens, and so is your girlfriend. Both are adults and should take care of themselves." Seeing the boss' attitude, Xiaowan quickly hugged Yupeng and whispered, "Listen to the boss, he's right. Also listen to your brother, after all, everyone is thinking of you." Yanlong, furious at the moment, shouted, "Nonsense. Your boss is acting in his own interests and your colleague is just trying to impress him. But upon reflection, they aren't wrong, after all they are short-staffed." Yupeng reassured there weren't many people at the time. Then they are at fault, he replied. Yupeng continued, but they just wouldn't let me go. In the end, I couldn't hold back. If I get my salary docked, or even fired, so be it. If I lose my girlfriend, she's gone for good, but a job can be found again. Being a waiter is just temporary, there's no need to be afraid. So I impatiently said, I'm definitely going. If I get fined, so be it. Lives are at stake. Xiaowan mocked. Oh, you think you're a savior? What do you mean lives are at stake? You don't even have a college degree, you're just a high school worker. How can you save lives? Hee Xiaowan, what do you mean by that? Yupeng said angrily, clenching his fists ready to fight. The partner boss came over and comforted him. Just go, I had a similar experience. Let's not leave regrets in life. Turning to Xiaowan, he shouted, and you two are colleagues, don't speak so harshly. Xiaowan lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong and softly said, okay boss. Yupeng, just go, but according to store policy, due to the upcoming peak period, you need to clock out in these 3 hours. If you're absent for 3 hours, your wage for today is gone and the attendance bonus will be deducted. You have no objections, right? At that moment, my mind was filled with thoughts of her. I wasn't concerned about the money. If I got fired, I could always find another job, so I directly agreed. That night, I hurriedly got dressed and took the bus for several hours to get there. Passengers were curious about my rushed demeanor. A young man looking so tense and flustered seemed like an unreliable fellow. Unknowingly, I dozed off, and the view outside the window began to clear my mind. The colorful lights and neon brilliance, the bustling streets filled with people, made me envious. Time passed second by second. After a while, my mind was still in a chaotic state, and I felt completely lost. Suddenly, I saw my reflection in the smooth surface of the car window. A familiar, yet strange figure caught my eye. Whatever I did, he mirrored it. It was none other than myself. In the mirror, I appeared utterly dejected, as if shrouded by a heavy gloom. The face that should have been filled with vitality and energy was now expressionless, like a pale sheet of paper devoid of color. My eyes were hollow and vacant, staring blankly out the window, seemingly indifferent to everything around me. If one were to decipher any emotion from my face, perhaps only the word cold could describe it. This coldness was not intentional, nor was it an affectation of aloofness. It was simply because I couldn't feel happiness or even cry from sadness. I felt like I had lost my soul. After a while, I got off the bus. Perhaps it was heaven looking out for me, or feeling pity for me, as all pedestrian signals were green. I quickly rushed to the pharmacy to buy a large amount of cold medicine, and then ran to the store to buy various types of milk and food. Then I picked up the phone and dialed. Hello? I'm here. How do I get to you? A weak, coughing voice replied. Where are you? I'm next to the XXX store. I navigated here based on the location you sent, but there are houses in front, and I don't know how to get in. Turn left, cough, then turn right. When you see the advertising directional sign, go straight to the south gate of the school, and you'll be there. Okay, I'm coming right away. So I hurried over with passers-by looking at me oddly, thinking I was rushing to catch the green light. After a while, I arrived breathless at the south gate of the school. There she stood in her school uniform, looking listless and depressed. When she saw me, she slowly walked over. Since it was a closed school, people inside couldn't come out, and outsiders couldn't enter. We could only look at each other through the fence at the entrance. Are you okay? Is everything all right? I'm fine, cough. Yes, I didn't expect you to really come to see me. Of course. What do you mean, is it real? A gentleman's word is his bond. Li Xian smiled, her pale face evoking deep sympathy. You need to take your medicine on time and stop eating those foods that have no effect, understood? Okay, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. I'm doing well. Oh, I won't die. What nonsense are you saying? After finishing these snacks, take your medicine and continue eating for a short while. So I handed her 2 bags over the iron railing. At that moment, my heart was anxious for seeing her suffer, but being unable to do anything was painful. Her once adorable face was now no longer, so her lips slightly pale, and every few words were accompanied by coughing. She handed me a bag of snacks, including chicken feet, sausages, and more. All right, it's cold outside. I'm fine, so you should hurry back and not get frozen. I'm fine. What matters is you. You go on. I just want to see you a bit longer. At that moment, I didn't know if it was like or love or kindness, but I had never cared for any girl so deeply with such concern and infatuation. Okay, I need to go back to class. I'm the academic minister, and it won't do without me in the class. All right, you go back. Quickly remember to drink plenty of warm water and take your medicine on time. We waved goodbye, and I stood outside the school gate, reluctant to leave, watching her disheveled figure. My heart ached. She looked back at me 3 times, blinked, and waved her hand. I stood still, waving back with a smile. Perhaps we were both too miserable, and the security guard didn't say anything. Perhaps it is because I am treated like family when delivering medicine, or maybe it's just the nature of romantic relationships that I have long since grown accustomed to. Not to mention you are just like that, akin to saying that for everything drink more hot water. If something happens, drink hot water. If you are sick, drink hot water. If you are tired or thirsty, still drink hot water. No matter the situation, it's always hot water. The only difference is that you take medicine, take it on time, and then take it again, treating her like a medicine cabinet. Just eat. Then if it were you, what would you say? Yu Peng retorted, spitting out a sunflower seed shell. I would say taking medicine makes you recover faster, Yanlong said without hesitation. Aren't you just the same as me? How can it be the same? Although I have never been in a relationship and am still single, you are the super invincible straight man. What I say sounds better than what you do. Yu Peng spat out his sunflower seed and scoffed. Hee, you just added the phrase, taking medicine makes you recover faster. Isn't that so? Yu Peng was about to interject, but Yanlong continued. All right, that's enough of this. You haven't finished your story yet. Please continue. Okay, I will continue. Slowly her figure faded under the streetlight, and a message came through. I have arrived at the dormitory. Hurry back, it's cold outside. Don't worry, I will take the medicine. Okay, I wish you a speedy recovery, and hope you return to your lively self. After a while my phone beeped again. I immediately picked it up to check, but it was a promotional message. Feeling dejected, I stuffed my phone back in my pocket. Not long after ding dong, my phone rang again. I anxiously took it out, but I didn't hold it firmly, and it fell. As a single person for decades, my reflexes were sharp. I quickly picked it up and opened the screen. To my surprise, it was a chat message reminder. Oh my gosh, I was so excited I felt like I was on cloud nine, so I immediately unlocked the screen with my fingerprint, eager to see. But when I clicked into the chat message, I was utterly disappointed. What the heck? It was actually an advertisement from a WeChat merchant. The advertisement read, "Are you busy? Our sales office has an event this Saturday. All visitors to the sales office on Saturday will receive a thick windproof blanket and a beautiful scarf for free. The event starts at 9:30 a.m. on Saturday, 300 gifts available, first come first served. If you have time, you should come by. If you're coming, let me know, and I'll reserve a gift voucher for you. Also, there's another piece of news you'll definitely like. Since we've known each other for so long, I have good news to share. Today there's a discount on clothes, all at a huge markdown. You won't regret it. This message is for you. I'm letting you in on it secretly. In stores they cost hundreds, but I only need 88 to give them to you. Buy a few for your family, and it'll be splendid, ensuring a joyful family atmosphere." The message had a group purchase link at the bottom. When I clicked on it, I found out that discounts only applied if you buy 3 pieces. A friendly reminder. Do not click on unfamiliar links. Even if it's an e-commerce link, don't click to avoid scams. Nowadays, the methods of scamming are sophisticated. If you click a link, your money will vanish. I was so angry at that moment that I replied, "Buy your grandpa, buy." Then she replied, "If you're broke, don't complain, you deserve to be a poor ghost for a lifetime." After seeing this message, I didn't know when I had added her, I didn't recognize her, and I hadn't saved her name. So I searched through the chat records, and I was shocked to find out that she had been sending me advertisements regularly. Among them, there were messages like, "Check your shopping points, you can exchange with me for cash. Points expire at the end of the year." Also, there's a group purchase membership card available. The minimum amount is 200 to 100 yuan, depending on the card usage. The remaining money will return to your asset account, no cost, saving money, but it can be closed at any time, so please contact me in time. Sometimes once a day, sometimes several times a day, and the language varied. They showed more concern than family. Hello, good afternoon, are you busy? Are you tired? What are you doing? Have you eaten? Are you off work? And a whole bunch of similar messages. But I ignored all of them. Yanlong, with his left hand holding a sunflower seed, casually remarked, "If you didn't care, how could you have said, buy your grandpa?" Even if it's games, movies, or music, I ignore them all. The only thing I anticipate is her messages. It feels as if we are fated to be together with endless conversations to share. Oh, no wonder when I asked you to play the game, you replied that you were busy. Turns out you were dating someone. Well, it's clear that nothing is more important to you than her prioritizing romance over friendship, huh? Yanlong chewed on a spicy strip, a look of helplessness on his face. The truth is, I really didn't have time back then. After all, I wasn't two people. I couldn't be in 2 places at once. If I were playing games, I'd be distracted. Replying to messages, going offline, and playing games would only hurt my teammates. Yu Peng scratched his head. All right, continue your story. I was just joking. I won't hold it against you. Besides, games are just for fun. It's no big deal whether you play or not. Okay, then I'll continue. After chatting for dozens of days, she suddenly asked me if I liked that part of her. You like her because she's a girl, right? Opposites attract, plus she has such a cute face. Yanlong continued, chewing calmly. Yu Peng ignored Yanlong and continued, "My first impression was very profound. You were likely in a difficult situation back then, looking helpless and anxious. When you needed help the most, I reached out without hesitation. Haha, perhaps this is what they call fate. What I never expected was that my kind gesture would be met with an unexpected return. You hurried over and presented me with a beautifully packaged gift box, shyly placing it on the counter. Through the transparent cover, I could see it was a delicate and beautiful birthday cake. At that moment, my emotions were a mix of feelings. How to put it? Haha, words can hardly express that sensation, and no language can capture that mood. But saying this might make you laugh or seem unbelievable. I've never received such a special gift in my life, especially from a girl. This was the first time in my life I received a gift from a girl, and it was a cake. Haha, I couldn't help but smile wryly, so I chased after you. Then I saw you bouncing away like a rabbit disappearing from sight. And then after you left, I cautiously opened the box. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted towards me, and my mouth watered uncontrollably. I swallowed hard, and when I lifted the lid again, the cake appeared before me like a work of art. The fruit decorations were arranged on the cake, and it was filled with creamy goodness, layers of chocolate cascading on top. I casually picked up the fork you gave me and shared a piece of cake with my colleague. Then I gently lifted a piece to my mouth and took a bite. Oh my, I must say the sweet flavor instantly enveloped my palate, as if every taste was wrapped in warmth. At that moment, I was entranced, unable to extricate myself, as if I had entered a fairyland. The cake was not only a delight to my taste buds, but also a profound enjoyment to my soul, becoming the most delicious and unforgettable experience of my life. Recalling that scene, an unusual feeling surged within me. How could such a beautiful and kind girl not evoke joy in one's heart? Initially, my feelings were not rooted in love, but rather a sense of warmth after breaking down the barriers between strangers. However, as we got to know each other better, I increasingly felt that you were truly exceptional. Later, I learned that you were actually the academic minister at school, managing dozens of people. What astonished me even more was that everyone not only had great respect for you, but also loved to chat and joke with you. Whenever something happened, they would call out "Minister, Minister," and when nothing was happening, they'd say, "Let's go." Treating you to delicious food undoubtedly indicated how much you often helped others, earning such respect and affection. I vaguely remember one day I was overwhelmed with work and my stomach had been growling nonstop. Just as I was starving, you appeared before me, like an angel holding a steaming egg pancake. Perhaps you didn't realize my preferences, so you thoughtfully added all the ingredients to perfection, making the entire pancake plump and substantial. When I took that heavy, heartwarming meal, I devoured it in a few bites. In no time, that large egg pancake was completely gone. Since I was so full and satisfied, I had no appetite for dinner that night, effectively skipping my meal as my stomach was filled with the taste of happiness. Lee Xian sent a shy message, chuckling. And I remember that day when your school was on break, and you came to my workplace early in the morning. I was startled at first, but then incredibly happy. The surprise you mentioned was actually coming to find me. During the time after you quietly sat in the leisure area waiting for me. From morning, when foot traffic was low, to lunch when it picked up, and until nightfall, you never left that spot except for going to the restroom. I knew that for someone like you who rarely had the chance to go out, especially in a strict and closed school, being willing to spend an entire day waiting for me was no easy feat. However, after a long wait and tedious hours, fatigue gradually overcame you. Eventually, you rested your head on the table and slowly closed your eyes, drifting into slumber. You looked just like a worker who had pulled an all-nighter, falling asleep during their next shift. Watching you sleep peacefully filled my heart with emotion and tenderness. How I wished I could be with you, how I wished time would move faster. Alas, I was powerless. At that moment, my first wish was not for various material needs, but for time to pass quickly so you wouldn't have to suffer and I could be with you. And alas, unfortunately, the time that usually flies by in a blink seemed to have been enchanted today, moving exceptionally slowly. Every minute and second felt infinitely stretched. I felt like I had been busy for ages, but when I checked the time, only a minute had passed. It felt like a year of waiting. Nevertheless, the busyness of work did not prevent me from occasionally using the restroom, urgently needing to urinate, smoking, and other excuses to check on you and see if you were well. Unfortunately, my frequent actions caught the attention of my colleagues. Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you today? Going to the restroom so often. Do you have diarrhea? Not really. Maybe I ate something bad yesterday. The store is so busy, and here you are going out for a smoke, then to the restroom, and then back again. You've been out more than 10 times in an hour. What's up? Is the restroom your partner or something? Do you enjoy running off to kiss it? Look, there are only a few people in the store. What are you busy with? Playing on your phone. And why are you talking to me like that? What's it to you if I go to the restroom? Yupeng was infuriated, saying that while it was just a comment, it was a thinly veiled insult. Who could bear that? After all, there were just a few customers in the store having their meals, and then my colleague reported it to the manager. The manager asked, "What's going on? Xiao Yu, are you urgently needing to urinate, or is it frequent? Do you want me to arrange a break for you to go see a doctor? After all, you're still young, and this urgent need to urinate is not good for you." "Manager, you're really joking." "I'm just smoking occasionally," I replied. The manager said with interest, "Oh, smoking, huh? You must be the only one who can handle the screws of an aircraft carrier flying in the sky. Keep smoking, and the more you smoke, the better for building spaceships." This was clearly a derisive comment, seemingly humorous and kind-hearted, but in reality, it was just a disguised insult. Yupeng scratched his head and said honestly, "Manager, you're exaggerating. Let me tell you the truth, but you better not tell anyone else, okay? You can tell me, ooh, I won't tell anyone." The reason I didn't tell Xiao Wan is because you know what kind of person he is. Plus, I'm not urgently needing to urinate or smoking too much. The truth is I'm just outside in the leisure area with my partner, so that's why I keep going out. So you can rest assured that I won't do it again next time, and you can deal with the punishment as you see fit. Xiaoyu, I understand what you're saying, but you know you're still young, and there are things you don't understand. I've been through it. Women can only slow down your work pace. Besides, a lover isn't necessarily a partner. Maybe they see you as a fish, or perhaps a cash machine, or maybe they treat you like a puppet. That's impossible, manager. She's really good to me. She doesn't ask for my money or anything, and even brings me food. We get along really well. Have you held hands? No. How long has it been? A few months, I guess. I've said all I needed to say. The next part is your business, not mine. Just to give you a piece of advice, it's hard to tell if someone is human or ghost in a short time. Don't be blinded by what's in front of you. Keep your mind clear and calm. Sometimes actions and words are the answers, but all depends on whether you believe it or not. With that, the manager turned and walked away, leaving me bewildered. I later found out that due to my little violation, I was fined a full day's salary and my perfect attendance bonus was gone. But the manager was pretty nice and didn't fire me. The reason for the fine was that the person involved was in a bad mood and had more work to do while I was slacking off and doing less, so to be fair, it had to be dealt with properly. At that time, these fines meant nothing to me. Compared to seeing the person I loved, this little money was truly insignificant. Later, when I received my salary, I realized that I had been too naive and too innocent. I missed my perfect attendance bonus, yet again, losing almost 500, which was equivalent to nearly a week's worth of work. Damn, the boss was too harsh. Stop being so harsh, hurry up and continue your story about the two of you, Yanlong said, sipping his tea and crossing his legs. Yuping continued, then finally I endured until closing time. I rushed in front of her, and when I saw her sleepy eyes looking at me, all my fatigue vanished in an instant. Then we held hands and walked into a barbecue restaurant. It was my first time holding a girl's hand, and it was soft, warm, and smooth, very delicate. At that moment, I thought I could really enjoy a delicious dinner, but unexpectedly the barbecue at that place tasted surprisingly bad. It was not only hard to swallow, but also outrageously expensive. This definitely ranked as one of the worst and most expensive barbecues I've ever had in my life. However, surprisingly, even facing such terrible food, you still ate it with great enthusiasm, even packing some leftovers to take back for my friends and family to try. Seeing your thoughtful and caring demeanor, I couldn't help but exclaim, you're truly both virtuous and considerate, and such a kind-hearted person. Li Xian sent a smirking emoji and continued, is that all? How could it be that little? Also, every time I'm with you, I feel so happy, my heart racing. When we watched a movie together, I was so nervous and shy. There are many firsts in life, but my first time watching a movie with a girl at such an age. I was completely not in the movie-watching mood, just staring at you. And then it was funny because I bought the water you like to drink, and you bought the water I like. My 2 bottles turned into 4 in a flash. It cracked me up. You even said, how come you bought water? I asked you, didn't you also buy some? And we both laughed. Sai, being chubby is cute. Being chubby can bear good fortune. I don't look at appearances when finding a partner, only at their kind heart. If someone looks like Diao Chan, beautiful as a flower, but is a ruthless killer, I don't think anyone would want them, right? Later, we met 2 or 3 times a month and confessed to each other. I gave her gifts and said I love you, and she said she loved me too. Yanlong asked curiously, you two are like this? No kisses or anything? She pinched my neck, leaving some butterfly marks, saying it was to detoxify and invigorate blood circulation, just like the effects of scraping. And then that was it. You two are really strange. You didn't even pinch her back, did you? I didn't pinch her as she pinched me, leaving many red marks on my neck. My family thought I was allergic or something and almost took me to the hospital. So you two didn't do anything like hugging, holding hands, telling jokes, or any couple things like staying in a hotel. We did hug and hold hands and tell jokes, but we didn't go further because we're not married yet. Why would we do anything? Yanlong laughed, clutching his stomach, and continued. And then, keep going, it's your turn to play the righteous hero. Then the wheels of fate began to turn once more. Hey, stop turning already. What on earth are you spinning for? If you keep going, who knows when it will end? Besides, you're neither a writer, nor a screenwriter, nor a speaker. Just get to the point and tell it clearly and quickly. Yanlong looked at Yupeng with disdain. Okay, fine, I won't spin anymore, I'll continue telling the story. Cough, cough, fate has us turn once again. Cough, cough, and once again we meet. That day the sun shone brightly, and the breeze was gentle. I was walking down the road, when suddenly someone called out to me. Turning around, it was her. I saw her rushing towards me, her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety and helplessness. In that moment, I was taken aback. After all, wasn't Li Xian supposed to be at school? Why was she suddenly looking for me? But after a brief moment, all my doubts vanished because I liked her. Seeing Li Xian standing there adorable as ever made my heart race wildly. As she approached, Li Xian shyly spoke. Could you lend me 1,500 yuan? Seeing the puzzled expression on Yu Peng's face, she hurriedly explained. It's like this, I'm short on tuition fees for this semester. I had a quarrel with my family over some issues, and it almost turned into a fight. Now they refuse to give me money or pay my tuition, so I had to come ask for your help. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Xian slowly lowered her head, looking pitiful and wronged like a child who had done something wrong. Yu Peng looked at her with her pitiful demeanor, and his heart softened. He felt a bit downcast. After all, they had known each other for a long time, and they were lovers. Moreover, she wasn't the kind of person who casually borrowed money, nor was she a bad girl who deceived others. As a man, he certainly had to spend money. Thinking of this, I nodded without hesitation and said, no problem, money is easy to discuss. They'll directly transfer you 2,000 yuan. Use 1,500 for tuition and the rest can be your living expenses. Having said that, I took out my phone and quickly completed the transfer. When Li Xian received the transfer notification, her face immediately radiated a joyful smile. She excitedly grabbed my hand and shook it repeatedly, saying, thank you. I'm really so grateful. Baby, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. In that moment, her eyes shimmered with grateful tears, and I felt an immense sense of fulfillment knowing I could lend a helping hand when my lover needed it. That feeling was truly wonderful. Then the two of us had instant noodles together. At that moment, Yanlong took a sip of tea and putting down his cup asked in confusion, why on earth are you two eating instant noodles? Why not take her out for a proper meal? At that time, I gave her all my money. I was supposed to save a bit for my family as well to pay off debts. Speaking of debts, it makes me angry. Damn it, my dad's partner ran off with the money. It was supposed to be profitable, but now we can't even pay hundreds of workers' wages. So I have to work to pay off the debt. Otherwise, I would definitely take her out to eat well. But with my limited ability, I can only live within my means. Well, what's done is done. Eating instant noodles isn't so bad. As long as we're together, it's fine. Yanlong patted Yu Peng's shoulder to comfort him. After a while, Yu Peng regained his composure and continued to tell the story. In the following days, she kept sending me photos of her life and shopping. This was actually quite nice, as sharing life helps to find topics to talk about. This is also a part of love. But in the end, she sent me 5 photos of different styles and colors of clothes. Baby, do you think these clothes are pretty? They're beautiful, you look good in anything. Li Xian sent a shy expression, humph. A man's words are deceitful, smooth talking. Yu Peng quickly typed and sent a message explaining, what did I lie about? I'm just being honest, you look good in anything. A gentleman's word is as good as gold, how can I speak nonsense? Okay, I was just joking, you fool. Li Xian sent 3 left pouts and a eating melon emoji. Humph, you're the one who's foolish, you big dummy. Seeing this, Yu Peng also pouted and replied, mimicking Li Xin's tone. After sending that message, Li Xian took a long time to reply. After a while, she sent a payment QR code from a merchant and continued, well, baby, my school bonus hasn't come yet. What should I do? Well, I really like this piece of clothing and can't let it go. But money is a bit tight. No. Then she sent several crying emojis. Upon seeing this, Yu Peng immediately understood the meaning of the ellipsis. It simply meant she had no money. He quickly replied, hey, don't worry. It's a small matter, just leave it to me. You just need to focus on studying. From now on, your main concern is your studies. Everything else can be taken care of by me. When I scanned the QR code, I was taken aback. Oh no, it was over 2,000 yuan for clothes. I immediately voiced my doubts. Baby, these clothes are way too expensive, almost 2,000 yuan. Oh baby, it's not expensive. You really don't understand the current market, so you're outdated. Besides, my classmates have bought several pieces. I myself bought quite a few, so it cost that much. They're on sale, or I wouldn't buy so many. What sale? Isn't it just that the original price is marked up several times, then they have a promotional discount? It just goes back to the original price. Isn't that a merchant's trick? Oh baby, these clothes used to cost several thousand each. Now several pieces only cost over 2,000 yuan. We're getting a good deal, we're definitely making out well. We should save money and make good use of the rules, isn't that good? Besides, can you bear to see me without beautiful clothes to wear? Then she sent several crying emojis. When I saw this, my heart, which was originally hard, couldn't help but tremble slightly. In that instant, an indescribable emotion surged within me, making it impossible for me to remain calm. I had to admit that what Li Xian said made a lot of sense. Making good use of the rules to save money is indeed good, and her words pierced straight into the softest corners of my heart, like a sharp sword. Each word seemed to carry a heavy weight, striking hard against my small heart. After speaking, Yu Peng covered his chest with his right hand, as if he were injured, stroking it. As the storyteller continued, the listeners felt nothing and did not enter that state of mind. Goodness, how could you as a storyteller become so engrossed and enter that state yourself? It's a pity you're not an actor. Yu Peng awkwardly smiled while scratching his head, saying, Brother, Yin, please don't interrupt me. All right, continue. Yu Peng looked up at the ceiling and continued speaking. At that moment, I was plunged into deep contemplation, my mind echoing with the words I had just heard. I didn't know what was happening, or perhaps this was the power of love. I began to reassess the viewpoints and stances I had held for so long, and a sense of wavering gradually emerged in my heart. All right, darling, you're right. Just wait a moment or I need to advance my salary since I don't have enough money right now. After sending this message, I received an almost instantaneous reply as if from an AI robot, or perhaps she had anticipated my words and typed them out early. As soon as I sent my message, she replied immediately, "Oh yeah, darling, you're the best. Love you, love you, love you." Yanlong, seemingly contemplative, counted on his fingers and stated, "Why do I feel like it's not I love you, but I love money? After all, excluding those expenses, you've already spent over 6,000, right?" Sigh, I was just blinded by love at that time, thinking this was how it should be. Yupeng lowered his head and sighed. "Then what? Stop staring at your pants. Oh, what's so interesting? Keep talking." Yanlong frowned after looking on. Yupeng lifted his head and continued, "Then I found myself short on money, so I approached my boss to advance my salary. At that time, it took a lot of effort to get my boss to listen to me. After a long time, he finally set aside some time to hear me out, sitting on a bench with his hands clasped, and looking to the right, he helplessly said, 'Sai Xiaoyu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you're not a child anymore. Don't you know how to save and budget your money? What will you do when you get married? With your spending habits, if you keep advancing like this, you'll only have a few hundred left next month. Thank you for your guidance, boss, but I can't help it. I'm not a spendthrift. It's just that something happened.'" Yupeng clenched his small hands, looking firmly into his boss' eyes. The boss gazed into Yupeng's unwavering eyes, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. He slightly furrowed his brows, pondering whether my words were true. After a while, he gradually relaxed his brows, though his face still bore a hint of doubt and confusion. "All right, it's normal to have urgent matters. Some things happen. I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat later." Half an hour later, I received the transfer from my boss via text. Without hesitation, I claimed it, and then hid in the restroom to catch up on Li Zin's chat records, frantically searching for that image. I quickly scanned the QR code for payment. Subsequently, I received a message that read, "Thank you, darling. You're so wonderful. My friends all say you are the one I can trust for life. They praise you so much. I will definitely marry you in the future." Along with a kissing emoji, she added, "Ah, this is what I should do. Buy whatever you like. MHM, you're the best. As long as you're happy." After sending this message, Li Xin disappeared again. Every time I asked after a while, "Are you there? What are you doing? Where are you? Why aren't you replying?" Rather than receiving reassuring messages like, "I'm here, I'm doing laundry," or "I'm at home," I got instead endless silence and emptiness. It's no exaggeration to say that in the entire chat interface between me and Li Xian, apart from my own monologues being sent one after another, the only visible texts remained those I had sent. Perhaps this is the syndrome of love. Sigh. Her side remained in dead silence, as if the contact in front of me had vanished with not a sound coming through. I began to feel increasingly anxious and worried, my mind involuntarily conjuring up various negative thoughts. What if she got lost while shopping for clothes in the mainland? Or what if she encountered some unexpected situation? The more I thought about it, the more terrified I became. I could no longer sit still. Trembling fingers dialed her number. The phone emitted a monotonous beeping sound, each tone striking my heart like a hammer. However, soon after, a cold, mechanical female voice came through. "Hello, the number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." This simple sentence instantly sank my heart to the bottom, a deep sense of helplessness washing over me. After a while, she sent a text saying, "I'm fine, don't worry. I'm in class right now, so it's inconvenient to chat. You're in class, so why are you on the phone? I'm the head of studies. Can I arrange for my subordinates to work?" Then she sent a pouty emoji saying, "Oh, darling, it's not that I'm ignoring you. I just want to get into my ideal university, so I've been studying hard. Besides, the classroom doesn't allow phones. All right, you're busy." After some time, she suddenly messaged me urgently saying, "Darling, are you there? Emergency help. What's wrong? What happened?" Yupeng, flustered and unarmed, quickly inquired about the situation. "I accidentally broke my classmate's bracelet." "Whoa." Li Xian sent a crying emoji afterwards. Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself?" Yupeng asked anxiously. "It's serious. I'm heartbroken." Whoa. How could I be heartbroken? Could it be that the glass of the bracelet pierced through her clothes, or she wasn't wearing any? Or did she wear thin pajamas, and then the glass shards pierced her chest? This thought startled Yupeng, and he quickly called her. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected. "Are you okay? Where are you? I'm calling an ambulance to take you to the hospital." Yupeng's face was frantic, his hands trembling. His words were urgent. However, the voice on the phone was calm. After a while, she cried, "I'm fine, really. I didn't get hurt or anything. Besides, don't call an ambulance. It's just that the bracelet was too expensive. Woo, I'm sorry, I can't afford to pay for it, so I'm heartbroken. Woo. It's no big deal, as long as you're fine. By the way, what bracelet can't you afford to pay for? I'm here, just tell me." After a while, Li Xian slowly sent a photo. Along with the heartbreaking photo, Li Zin's text filled with grievance and sorrow read, Woo darling, this bracelet costs a total of 2,999 yuan woo. Just then Yupeng, who was busy, heard the notification sound and casually picked up his phone to check the message. However, when Yupeng saw the image of the bracelet, he couldn't help but be startled. The bracelet looked indistinguishable from the cheap products sold at street stalls. Those so-called beads appeared to be mere plastic trinkets worth just a few yuan. Yupeng widened his eyes, murmuring in disbelief. My God, such a broken bracelet actually costs 2,999 yuan. What kind of absurdity is this? This is truly outrageous. Subsequently, Yupeng hurriedly replied to Li Xian, wow, is this a 2,999 yuan bracelet? That's too exaggerated to have to compensate so much. Woo, I can't help it, woo, I just accidentally bumped into it, woo. Seeing that this incident had already occurred, and as Li Xin's boyfriend Yupeng knew he had to share the compensation, Yupeng let out a deep sigh and slowly typed on his phone to comfort her. Alas, since it has come to this, we can't change the established fact. Since it happened, let's let it go. After all, may you be safe every year. The most important thing is that as long as you are safe and sound, that is better than anything else. So stop crying now, my darling, be good. Moreover, no matter what difficulties arise, I will always be by your side to protect you. Don't worry, this is just a small matter that can be resolved properly. I will go out to borrow some money from friends right now, and I will send you the compensation money shortly. Okay. Li Xian sent a smiling emoji. Yin Long analyzed, this language feels a bit odd, somewhat like a scam, and it's too bland. When you asked for money, all she said was okay. Then it ended. Yupeng picked up his tea, took a sip, and sighed. Yes, it ended. I used to think she was a good person, but later I felt like she was just treating me as an ATM, a big scammer. Alright, don't think of yourself as anything less. Let's be confident you are indeed an ATM. Yin Long patted his shoulder, comforting him. Yupeng slowly stood up, looking out the window, and continued. This afternoon, I transferred the 2,999 yuan. After Li Xian received it, she immediately became overjoyed and texted, thank you, darling, you are truly wonderful. It's like I accumulated this blessing from my past life. I love you. Did anything else happen? At that moment, Yupeng was overwhelmed by her sweet words, feeling delighted, and hurriedly asked. Nothing happened. After a few minutes, Li Xian sent a text along with a smiling face emoji. As long as nothing happened, just be careful next time. It's fine to compensate for this, it's a trivial matter, but if you got hurt or had to compensate tens of thousands or millions, don't mention you. Even if I bought a pot to smash iron, it wouldn't be enough. Even if I lost a kidney, it wouldn't be enough. After all, I'm not a millionaire, nor am I some rich second generation. Oh, darling, I know you are the best. Okay, let's not chat anymore. I'm quite busy. Remember to eat. Then she sent a heart emoji. After that, we only chatted after a while. Whenever I sent a message, she didn't reply, occasionally saying she was too tired from school and fell asleep, or that she was going to bed early to study. But for Yupeng, eating was not easy. For a whole month, I lived on instant noodles, the cheap kind, for an entire month. How many meals can one have in a month eating instant noodles every day? As a result, now when I see instant noodles, I feel nauseous. One day, she said she was sick and resting. Yanlong glanced at him. Do you regret it? Yupeng nodded firmly. No, I don't regret it, not even if it's the next girl. I would do the same, it's just that she's unworthy. After this incident, she seemed to have changed completely, only reaching out to me when she needed something. Time passed. Dear, I want to drink milk tea. Okay, buy whatever you want. After thanking me for the money, she disappeared again. More than a week later, she sent a message. What's wrong? I want to eat tanghulu. You want to eat? Buy it, then those things aren't expensive, just a few yuan. But I don't have any money. Yupeng was a bit speechless and somewhat confused. No money. Don't you have so much money? Oh dear, I just had a serious illness, caught a cold, and felt unwell, took some medicine, then bought a few clothes, but I didn't spend recklessly. I spent it all on food. I had steamed buns in the morning and instant noodles for lunch and dinner. Alright, I'll transfer you some money later, but you need to learn to save some money and not spend extravagantly. After all, you know how hard it is to earn money, and how hard it is to live. Oh, come on, darling, you sound like an old lady nagging nonstop. I understand, don't worry. Just know that. Call me if there's anything. I have to get busy now. The boss is in the shop, and if I stay in the bathroom too long, he will say I have constipation. Go ahead. Time rushed by like a butcher's knife, but once busy, it passed quickly. The night enveloped the city, and the streetlights emitted a warm glow. Finally, I finished work, dragging my heavy steps, each step consuming all my energy as I walked slowly. A whole day's busyness left me feeling exhausted, as if my body had been hollowed out. Finally, effort paid off, and I arrived at my doorstep. With trembling hands, I opened the door, and a familiar warm scent rushed toward me, but at that moment, I had no time to savor it. I walked with unsteady feet straight into the bedroom, not even having time to change my shoes. As soon as I entered the room, I fell heavily onto the bed like a deflated ball. The clothes on my body tightly bound me, but I had no extra strength to free myself from them. I just casually picked up the cup placed on the nightstand and gulped down some water. The cool liquid slid down my throat, slightly easing my thirst. However, hunger struck at that moment, but I was too weak to get up and look for food. I just wanted to close my eyes and rest well. So I lay down on the shabby bed made of broken wooden planks still in my clothes and quickly fell into a deep sleep, producing even breathing sounds. When I woke up in the morning, the first thing I did was reach for my phone to see if there were any messages from Lixian. When I opened it, disappointment washed over me once again. The chat record still showed only my monologues, so I locked the screen, got up, and went to work feeling disheartened. Then time passed second by second. After a while, having temporarily completed my work, I began to take a break. I glanced at my boss' absence. Clearly he had stepped out for a while and wouldn't return soon. With the store not being busy, I sat on a bench and decided to relax, thinking of watching some interesting videos to pass the time, so I casually picked up my phone to open the video app. At that moment, I inadvertently noticed a notification for an unread message, and a hint of curiosity arose in my heart. Could it be that it's not an advertisement? With such doubts and a touch of anticipation, I gently tapped on the message. Instantly, an indescribable joy surged within me. It was a reply from Lixian. At that moment, my heart seemed to race faster and my hands trembled slightly with excitement. When I opened it, I casually exclaimed, "What the hell?" The chat message was as follows. Baby, do you have 200 yuan? I need to borrow some money. I will pay you back when I get to work. I currently have no money to top up my phone, and my phone number has been suspended." She sent a shy emoji. At that moment, I wondered how could she send me a message if her phone was suspended. Moreover, what kind of plan costs 200 a month? Originally, I was sitting at the cash register. Suddenly, I stood up with a frown on my face, showing indecision as I read the message, quietly pondering. After all, regarding Lixian, although we were in a romantic relationship, it had only lasted a month. No, not even a month, just over half a month of sweet words and normal interactions, dates, movies, dinners, and late-night chats. But later on, our conversations became sporadic, and it was always about money. Besides that, we could occasionally chat about trivial matters such as, "Have you eaten? What are you doing?" Oh, and that she needed to borrow some money again. "Do you have some to spare?" Most of the time, it was as if she had evaporated from the world, either indifferent to me or just responding with vague words like "uh-huh" or to brush me off. This attitude left me feeling quite helpless and confused, not knowing how to handle this beloved Lixian. Perhaps she just viewed me as an ATM or a dispensable person. However, doubt triumphed over love, and I immediately replied, "All right, I'll transfer it to you later, but I have a question." "What is it?" "Why does it feel so strange? Although it's my first time dating, this doesn't feel right. After all, who talks to their partner about nothing but money and borrowing money? It's all about money, money, money. Beyond that, there's nothing else to discuss. This time, aside from money, we have nothing left to talk about. That's not how it is. Is that what you heard from your friends? I'm your girlfriend, and we're in a relationship. Isn't spending money on me what you're supposed to do?" Lixian sent a question mark emoji. I was taken aback. I didn't expect her to say something like that. But then, to appease her, I had to follow her lead. Of course I should. It's just that I've advanced a lot of money lately, and I won't be getting my salary next month, so can you please save a bit? Then I felt confused, but also thought what she said had some merit. After all, I am a man. Yin Long lounged back, resting his feet, casually leaning slightly against the chair, gazing ahead, while thoughtfully analyzing. "Alas, Yupeng, I must say you are truly a wonderful person, kind-hearted and generous. However, that woman does not deserve someone as good as you. You know, love is supposed to be mutual. Both parties should be willing to invest their time, energy, and money for each other. It can't just be you spending money endlessly while she enjoys it as if it's her right, believing that if you don't spend on her, it means you don't love her. Even if you marry later on, she would act like a pampered princess while you become a hard-working ox earning over 10,000 a month or even hundreds of thousands, and still not enough for her spending. Not to mention future children, you could go bankrupt and end up homeless. Besides, if I remember correctly, you mentioned before, and I even saw the photos, that girl's appearance is truly hard to commend. Not only is her figure as thin as a bamboo pole, but her face is also covered with numerous dark moles densely packed like stars in the night sky. Her features are also extremely odd, with a crooked mouth that seems to have been forcibly pulled. Such a sight is simply unbearable. Even compared to the renowned Huang Yueying, wife of Zhuge Liang, she would pale in comparison. While Huang Yueying may not be a beauty that could overthrow kingdoms, she at least possesses grace and charm. But this girl, not only is she ugly, but she's also short and small. If I'm not mistaken, she must be under 1.4 meters tall. And look at that face, riddled with acne, pockmarked and uneven, resembling the surface of the moon. And that right eye, it looks just like a panda eye, a dark mess that is truly hard to look at. Yupeng, with his mouth agape in astonishment, interjected, "What the hell? That's impressive, Yin brother, you remember all that so clearly." "Oh yes, that's her. I have to admire how you describe it. Your linguistic charm is truly impressive and your knowledge is vast. You managed to use so many adjectives and personifications to convey all that. Brilliant. Yin Long, feeling proud after hearing this, shook his leg, resting his hands on his head, and leaned back in his chair, beaming with happiness. Yu Peng continued, but while what you're saying is indeed true, alas, it does have its drawbacks. Your exaggeration is indeed justified. After all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Just like you, I don't care about a person's figure or appearance. All I need is a kind heart. But your heart is unkind, ugly, even merely making me a fool. How can I speak well of her? Even if she were to kneel and beg me to date her knowing who she is, I would absolutely refuse. But that is secondary. The key point is that she is not a beauty like Shi Shi or Diao Chan. This toad dares to deceive me for money and affection. At this point, Yin Long stood up in anger, his eyes blazing with fury. Yu Peng quickly rose, patting Yin Long's shoulder in an attempt to soothe him, saying, "All right, brother, Yin, don't be angry. Please continue. What is there to talk about? Let's set this aside for now. More importantly, what is her attitude towards you? Aside from being cold and dismissive, she rarely gives you a good face. It's only when she needs money that she talks to you more. That's why I say, brother, you are undoubtedly a walking ATM. Didn't you say there was nothing to talk about? Why did you suddenly bring it up again?" Seeing that Yin Long was still fuming and silent, Yu Peng quickly changed the subject, agreeing, "Brother, Yin, you are absolutely right. Truly you are like Sherlock Holmes. But I discovered this much later." After saying this, he clapped his hands together. Yin Long paid no attention and continued, "Tell me where her house is, and I will seek revenge for you." Damn it, that wretched woman really deserves a beating. With a single order from Yu Peng, Yin Long stormed out angrily. It's fine. Just consider this a story. I will continue, and there's more fun ahead. I can hardly stand it. The more I hear, the angrier I get. Yu Peng pulled Yin Long to sit back on the bench and said, "Take a sip of tea to calm down. The past is the past, just think of it as a funny story. After all, it's a good exercise for my language logic skills. All right, out of consideration for you, I will listen. Please continue." Yin Long's previously relaxed brows suddenly knitted tightly together, resembling two tangled black lines. His deep-set eyes now burned with a fierce anger, as if he wanted to incinerate everything before him. Then in a fit of anger, he picked up the teapot and poured himself a steaming cup of tea. Normally, he would savor the aroma of the tea leisurely, carefully relishing its fragrance and aftertaste. However, at this moment, he completely lacked that leisurely spirit. Yin Long suddenly raised the teacup and without hesitation downed it in one go. His posture resembled that of someone gulping down strong liquor rather than drinking tea. As the tea swiftly disappeared down his throat, leaving only a bitter aftertaste, he let out a soft sigh. Yu Peng watched Yin Long down the tea like it was alcohol, shaking his head helplessly, and continued his narrative. Li Xian sent a message saying, "All right, babe, if I weren't in school, I wouldn't be looking for you. Don't worry about your money. I remember it all. Once I start working and earn money, I will pay you back, plus 20 interest." At that moment, I bitterly smiled at my phone, shook my head, and sighed, thinking to myself, am I really concerned about money? You're being a bit exaggerated. I'm neither a lender nor a bank. There's no interest involved. Besides, it's not a big deal. You don't have to pay me back. Babe, you are so good. Moi? From now on, I want to have 56 little followers. Then she sent a kissing emoji. At that time, I was completely dumbfounded and shy, not knowing what to say. After all, 56 is a bit exaggerated. I'm not a monkey capable of that. After that topic ended, Li Xian took a long time to send a message. At that time, I thought she was busy. I had grown accustomed to her fluctuating attitude, so I didn't think much of it. After a while, the situation became even more absurd. Suddenly, I received a message, "Hey, can you lend me some money?" In the past, every time my phone screen lit up with a new message alert, I would feel an uncontrollable surge of excitement and anticipation. I would eagerly unlock the screen and quickly open that unread message as if it contained the world's most precious treasure. However, I don't know when my feelings began to change. Now, whenever I see a new message come in, a sense of fear and unease rises within me unconsciously. My hand no longer reaches for the phone with the same eagerness as before. Instead, I hesitate, and at times rather let it lie there quietly untouched. It's ridiculous. I don't know what caused this change. I don't know if it was the pressure, troubles, or disappointments from those messages, or if over time communication between people became increasingly complex, making it hard to cope. Or has my mindset undergone a significant change without me realizing it, leading to a fearful emotion towards external attention and feedback? All these questions linger in Yu Peng's mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. He then opened his phone to check the text message from Li Xian. Isn't this term a sales tactic that was popular years ago? Didn't she always call me babe before? Why is she suddenly calling me dear? Originally confused, I felt very annoyed by this phrase and suspected that perhaps that person was no longer there. I directly retorted, "Dear, you seem to have never called me that before. You always call me babe." Immediately, Li Xian changed her tone, saying, "Oh, babe, you don't know this. It's a new term I've learned to express our close and intimate feelings. So that's why I called you dear. What's wrong?" "Nothing. Can you lend me some money? How much? I need to pay tuition soon, but it's not much, just 3,000. I remember all the money you've lent me. I promise I'll pay you back once I start working. When I saw this, my mood plummeted to the extreme. 3,000 yuan is not a small amount for anyone. The reason for my anger and disappointment was not just about the money itself, or more importantly, it revealed the true nature of this relationship. Reflecting on the moments spent with Li Xian not long ago, her ambiguous attitude, oscillating between warmth and coldness, left me feeling perplexed and uneasy. Initially, our relationship was a normal romantic one, but later our conversations revolved solely around money. Gradually, I began to realize that this so-called love seemed to have taken a turn. If I calculate carefully, the various expenses during our brief time together over just a few months have surprisingly exceeded 10,000, nearing 20,000. This does not even include the daily costs of meals, shopping, and various entertainment activities. After we met just once, she either found excuses to borrow several thousand from me, or had incurred significant losses. It seemed that apart from money, it was still about money. Since then, our communication has relied almost entirely on our phones, yet even so, I managed to spend several thousand at once. I couldn't help but start doubting whether I was too foolish or naive, wondering how I had fallen into such a twisted relationship. Am I merely a machine for her to draw money from in her eyes? This feeling of being used is truly heartbreaking. Yupeng did not readily agree this time, but started to subtly question 3,000. No, darling, I've already given you around 1,500, haven't I? My salary as a waiter is 3,500 a month. I've borrowed from all my friends, and even the advance from my job next month won't leave me with a dime. My boss is so afraid I'll run away that he's become more vigilant, watching me even when I go to the restroom. Whenever I think about leaving, he gives me a wary glance, making me feel like a prisoner afraid of escaping. Darling, I understand your feelings. I get what you're saying. Alas, I can only blame myself for still being in school. If I were working, it wouldn't be like this. I have my hardships too, and I know you're feeling down as well. I empathize with you. But alas, I'm about to enter university, and my teacher has said my grades and studies are excellent, preparing to allow me to attend university. I don't want to lose this opportunity. Please, darling, you are the best. She sent several crying emojis. What about your parents? What are your family doing? If I remember correctly, I helped you with your tuition recently, didn't I? You damaged your roommate's bracelet, bought clothes, your phone bill, and your living expenses. Didn't I cover all those? Those were several hundred, even thousands. Oh, and now it's tuition again. I can't believe your family isn't helping you. After I said this, Li Xian did not reply. I started to doubt whether I had been too harsh, considering that girls tend to be sensitive. Perhaps I had said something she couldn't accept. I might have hurt her, but her next reply left me taken aback. Since I can remember, my father has had a penchant for heavy drinking, often coming home in a drunken stupor, while my mother is addicted to playing mahjong, spending all her time in the gaming hall. Both of them have a terrible gambling habit. There were times when they even agreed to sit at the mahjong table together, fantasizing about winning big and making a fortune. But reality was brutally harsh, often leaving them with nothing in the end. Yet even so, they had no awareness of the problem at hand, let alone care for me, their child. Finally, after countless arguments and fights, they chose to separate. When they divorced, my mother placed all the blame on my father, claiming he was just a jinx. Without him, things would have been different. Perhaps they would have already become wealthy. In contrast, my father retaliated, adamantly insisting that he was the one who brought fortune, while my mother was just a beetle rolling dung. Both held firm to their beliefs, refusing to back down. The irony was that my mother called my father a vegetable kidney lord, claiming he was both weak and fond of play, while also being physically frail. I was assigned to my mother's custody, thinking life would change for the better. However, unexpectedly, she continued her obsession with mahjong and later inexplicably started drinking, as well playing mahjong, while muttering, "I want to win, I want to win." Regarding my education and growth, even when I scored poorly, she showed no concern. From childhood to now, whether it was tuition or living expenses, I earned everything through my own efforts. Yin Long sneered, "Yes, you earned it through deception. Perhaps your family is fabricated as well, given the inconsistencies in your story. Who remembers things so well? You say the man is a dung beetle, and the woman calls the man a vegetable kidney lord. Haha, your memory is better than Shakespeare. You are right indeed, but later I still borrowed." She hadn't finished her sentence, and I continued speaking. Li Xian was frequently beaten and scolded at home. Being hit was a daily occurrence. It was the kind of atmosphere where if they didn't hit her for 3 days, the roof would be torn off. She endured various forms of abuse, and that once warm home had long ceased to exist. Now I hold only one firm dream in my heart: to get into a good university and escape from this family that has caused me so much pain. When I read this sorrowful story, my heart trembled with sadness, and without a second thought, I directly lent her 3,000 yuan online. She then joyfully sent a flurry of kissing emojis and filled the screen with "Thank you, my dear darling. After I graduate, let's get married." When I saw "let's get married," I began to ponder. After all, the ultimate purpose of being in a relationship is for two people to join hands and embark on a beautiful life filled with happiness and sweetness together. The most typical and common representation of such a beautiful life is stepping into the hall of marriage and becoming lifelong partners. As the ancients said, holding hands together until old age, nothing can surpass this. This thought can be said to be a shared aspiration and longing of countless people for their loved ones, and of course it includes myself as well. After all, who doesn't yearn to spend the rest of their life with the one they love, experiencing life's storms together, witnessing the passage of time, and slowly growing old together through mutual support and affection? So I sent a smile emoji and said it's okay as long as you are happy, Mum. After that it remained the same. I sent a message to Lexin but received no reply. After a while suddenly I got a response. Are you there? Baby, oh yeah, I've been accepted into university. But the tuition is 15,000 yuan, so do you have any way to help me out a bit? I was left utterly astonished, saying, 15,000. Wow, what kind of tuition fee is that so expensive? Oh come on baby, isn't that price reasonable? It's just the enrollment fee for the university. It's this way at the beginning, but later on there are also student compensation fees and bonuses, which are several times higher than 15,000. By then I will have money and I will pay you back and take you out to enjoy delicious food, so please help me think of a way. Along with a pitiful expression. Repay, repay, still repay. This word Lexin has repeated many times. It feels like borrowing money, but I had also said that I didn't lend you money, I gave it to you willingly, so there's no need to repay. Besides, in a relationship, what's there to talk about borrowing? What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. I'm sorry, dear, but over this period of time, I have already spent over 2,000 on you. I'm now broke, having eaten instant noodles for quite some time. Right now, I am working 3 jobs, running errands after work and setting up stalls, so I really don't have that much money. What do you mean I've spent over 2,000 on you? Don't guilt trip me, okay? Didn't I contribute anything? When my eyes fell on this text, an unnamed anger surged within me. How could she say that? Lexin actually used the phrase guilt trip. Doesn't she know everything I've done? To doubt whether I contributed is simply a great irony. I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, secretly contemplating what a so-called guilt trip. I recalled the efforts and hard work I had put into this matter, the scenes of sleepless nights and busy days replaying in my mind like a film. Yet now Lexin easily negates and belittles it. How can one not feel furious? I gritted my teeth, my hands unconsciously clenching into fists, wishing I could hit someone. Haha, guilt trip. What a guilt trip, really well said. What is morality and what is kidnapping? Do you know? And what you said is correct. Yes, you contributed. What did you contribute? Did you perhaps spend time chatting with me? After I sent this message, time passed second by second, but there was still no response from Lexin. I anxiously awaited her reply, my mind beginning to wander. After all, she is a girl and girls tend to be sensitive. Did I say something too harsh? Is she feeling hopeless and contemplating self-destructive behavior? Or does she simply not want to talk to me? As such, several long minutes passed, and finally Lexin, not feeling sensitive, seemed to realize her mistake. Perhaps after careful consideration, she understood what a guilt trip is and was also clear about the issue of contribution I mentioned. Reflecting on her previous behaviors, she might feel a bit guilty and remorseful. Suddenly, my phone screen lit up and a series of pleading expressions popped up continuously. Then came a long message from Lexin. I'm sorry, dear baby. I know this time my words were hurtful, and I shouldn't have focused solely on my studies while neglecting your feelings. I shouldn't have mentioned the guilt trip. You did nothing wrong. The wrong one is me. Your voice, your figure, your breath has always been in my heart. It's just that the pressure from studying has been too great lately. So I apologize, baby, for my inhuman behavior. But from now on I will definitely correct it. In the future, I will accompany you well and will never let you feel lonely or neglected again. Also, dear, you've worked hard during this time. Thank you for always being by my side, supporting me and tolerating me. My baby, I love you. When I saw this, I was touched and felt that Lexin is a good person. It turns out it's not as I thought, it's just the pressure from studying. I remembered that we hadn't seen each other or had a video chat for a long time, so I immediately called for a video chat, but Lexin hung up instantly. Yupeng questioned, why did you hang up on my video? I haven't seen you for a long time. Can't I just want to see you? I'm sorry, baby, I'm busy right now, it's not convenient for a video call. He'll call you later. My goodness, what a good person. This series of events made me increasingly certain that the Lexin before me is no longer the same as the one I once knew. Thus, this time, I abandoned the previous direct approach of discussing money matters and decided to lay my heart bare, pouring out all those hidden thoughts and feelings I had never disclosed to anyone. All right, you're busy. Since our last meeting, we haven't seen each other for a long time. You've missed several video calls, each time saying you're busy. Are you the Jade Emperor or the world's ruler? Why are you so busy? It's fine being busy, but I asked you to send a voice message just to hear your voice. What happened? Is your voice like some software that requires payment to listen to? Or is your voice keyboard broken, unable to send voice messages? With these behaviors, I must ask you, are you still the Lee Exine I know? No, it's not like that. I just lost my voice. I'm afraid my voice sounds bad, so I didn't dare to send it. I'm worried you would dislike me, so that's how it is. Sorry, baby. What's there to be afraid of? How could I dislike you? If I dislike you, why would I still be with you, and why would I give you so much money? Now send me a voice message so I can hear it. I'm sorry, baby, my throat hurts a lot. I can't speak, I'm hoarse, so I can't send it. I'll send it to you after a while, okay, baby? Throat hurts. What's wrong with you? Nothing, baby. How much money do you have left? How much do I have left? I only have 200 yuan left. When I told Lee Exine my balance, what followed surprised me even more and made me question life. Oh, darling, can you go earn some money for me? I just need it for a little while, and I will pay you back. Please, my dear. 200 yuan may seem like a trivial amount to many, something easily earned in just a day or two of work. However, when one finds themselves in dire straits, this meager 200 yuan could become my last lifeline, my only hope for survival. Once that is stripped away, all that remains is endless despair and darkness. In such moments, 200 yuan transcends mere numerical value. It represents something far greater. It could mean a hearty meal to stave off hunger, a hope for purchasing medicine for a sick loved one, or an opportunity for a child to continue their education. At that time, 200 yuan surpasses any treasure in the world. Even a mere cent can render a proud man helpless. As the ancients said, a single coin can bring a hero to his knees. Haha, do you really believe that your health is of no importance? Your throat is so sore, and yet you are only concerned with getting that damn money. It is truly unbelievable. Up to now, I have spent over 20,000 yuan on you. And what about myself? To save money for you, I have been eating instant noodles for over a month, and there is no telling how long this will continue. Yet, even so, you now want to take away the last bit of money I have to survive, not even leaving me a little for a decent meal. Haha, how can you treat me this way? I never expected that you would turn out to be such a terrifying person, selfishly maximizing your own interests without caring for others' lives. You are nothing but a true vampire. We have been in a relationship for several months, but aside from the topic of money, is there anything else we can communicate about? Haha, I try to chat with you, but you get impatient and make excuses to be busy. You don't reply to my messages, and I talk to myself for days. Yet when you need money, you come to me, and after I give it to you, you disappear. Our relationship revolves solely around money. The key is I have never heard your voice or seen your face since we parted ways. For several months, we haven't met. Every time you have an excuse. Either you're sick or your teacher won't let you go out. I want to see you, but it's extremely difficult. We're not in a long-distance relationship. The distance is just a few kilometers, but those few kilometers feel more exaggerated than thousands of kilometers. Haha, they say money can move mountains, and it's indeed true. Silly Exine, you are no longer the gentle and kindly Exine I once knew. So I'm very sorry, but from today onward, I will not give you another cent. It has come to this, so let's part on good terms. From now on, you walk your sunny path, and I'll take my narrow bridge. We will keep our distance, but in the future, we can still be friends. If there's anything I can help with, I will, but if I can't, then that's it. Let's break up now. I'm exhausted, really exhausted, emotionally and physically. As for the 20,000, I don't want a dime, it was all for you. Break up. Are you sure? As I recalled the moment I said those words, my hands began to tremble uncontrollably, as if controlled by an invisible force. Tears poured down my face like a flood breaking through a dam, unstoppable. That feeling was like countless tiny grains of sand suddenly flying into my eyes, piercing and unbearable, causing tears to uncontrollably stream forth. Overwhelmed with sorrow, my phone was drenched in my tears. I fear your ridicule. I truly cried, albeit silently. I kept wiping my tears, my voice hoarse, trying hard to keep quiet, fearing the neighbors would find amusement in my misery. People often say a proud man does not shed tears, but that is nonsense in the face of true heartbreak. When confronted with real pain and sorrow, who can hold back their tears? So-called strength is merely the absence of sufficient heart-wrenching sorrow. When that deep-seated pain strikes, even the strongest man can instantly become incredibly fragile, tears falling like rain. After a while, I slowly typed 2 words. Sure. To my surprise, I thought she would say a lot or try to persuade me, but she didn't say a word. After a while, she replied, haha, poor loser waste. At that moment, I felt very sad. Seeing this made me extremely angry. I was just about to reason with her, but the message I sent was met with a red exclamation mark. Damn, she deleted and blocked me. Our beautiful love was like that red exclamation mark. Over. At that moment, Yen Long was trembling with anger. His once clear eyes were now bloodshot with rage, as if they could shoot fire. Yen Long clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, with veins bulging like sinister snakes coiling on the back of his hands. His mouth spewed forth a torrent of coarse, vulgar words, contrasting sharply with his previously refined demeanor. He was now furious because of me. This is what true friendship is about. It's not about quantity, but quality. Damn it, may that worthless being suffer a fate worse than death. Yupeng hurriedly advised it's fine, what you did was right. But let the past be the past, let's treat it as a story. After all, there's a saying, when events come, respond with a heart. When they go, let your heart rest. Do what you can and don't force what you can't. Haha, you're so optimistic. Instantly, the two burst into laughter. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside. What's going on? That's so joyful. Have you won the lottery? With that, Su Hui entered with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling at the two. Upon seeing him, Yupeng quickly said respectfully, "Oh, Director Su, what brings you here?" He then poured tea for Su Hui, inviting him to sit and drink. Su Hui sat on the bench, took a sip from the teacup, and said, "Now I can summon winds and call rain, so of course I've come." The Soul Dragon's eyes, already eerie and sinister, flashed with a glint of cunning and greed upon witnessing the scene before it. Then in its seemingly chaotic mind, a bold and insane thought suddenly flashed like a lightning bolt across the night sky, unsealing the mark. This mark has always shackled the Soul Dragon's power. If it could be successfully unsealed, it would regain its former glory and rise to the peak once more. At that moment, the entire world would tremble beneath the Soul Dragon's feet, and it could roam freely, living a life of unrestrained freedom, like embracing the mother dragon and soaring across the seas. Thinking of this, the Soul Dragon couldn't help but tremble with excitement. It quickly coiled its body, raising its massive head high, waving its sharp claws, as if it could hardly wait to begin executing this plan. However, at that moment, the Soul Dragon seemed to realize that this was a bit too ostentatious, so it hurriedly cleared its throat, trying to calm itself down. Then with a wave of its claw, a magical black mist vanished. When it spoke again, its voice had undergone a tremendous transformation. The once deep and powerful dragon's roar had transformed into a crisp and pleasant lowly voice. The Soul Dragon disdainfully remarked, "Haha, bragging, without even drafting a script." The voice of a strange girl echoed, "Why didn't you say you could summon the wind and call the rain or teleport here with a thought?" Hearing this, Su Hui was completely stunned, his face showing a look of bewilderment as if struck by a sudden lightning bolt. His brows knitted tightly, forming a deep furrow as if to crush a fly. Then, trembling, Su Hui slowly set down the steaming cup of tea he had just lifted, contemplating inwardly that there were 3 people here, and he was the only one who had spoken. The person Yupeng referred to could only be him. It was 100 him speaking, yet they still asked who he was. He laughed coldly, having just been called Director Su. Now they didn't even recognize him. It's really a serious illness. Could it be that he has become foolish from taking too much of the medicine I prescribed? But that seems unlikely. After all, he is a special individual, and those medications should only pose serious side effects if given to someone with inherent physical defects, or if precautions and instructions were violated. Otherwise, they generally shouldn't cause any severe adverse reactions. Even if there were adverse reactions, the worst would just be feeling a bit nauseous or wanting to vomit. How could severe poisoning make someone lose their mind? Thinking of this, Su Hui couldn't help but shake his head, feeling utterly perplexed and confused. After a while, he cautiously tested, "I am Su Hui. What's wrong? You remembered me just a moment ago, and now you've forgotten so quickly." The ghostly dragon teased with interest, "I have never seen someone as foolish as you. I am the graceful and beautiful goddess with unparalleled beauty. Also, you the big shot in a dragon robe, humph. Have you forgotten me so quickly? You even asked who I am. You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey." Yupeng, oblivious to Su Hui's words, was lost in thought, pondering, a goddess. She's the master of the foolish dragon in the robe I'm wearing. This is truly unexpected. In that case, Yupeng must not offend her lightly. After all, she is surely much smarter than that foolish dragon and possesses great abilities. Perhaps she can help me solve some pressing issues. With this in mind, Yupeng couldn't help but smile widely. "Oh, hello. I'm really sorry. I hope you don't hold it against me for my previous rudeness. Please don't be mad at me." Yupeng waved his hands apologetically. At this moment, Yen Long, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward, gently patting Yupeng on the shoulder while signaling him, then turned to Su Hui with a grin, saying, "Hee, it's nothing. Yupeng has just been through too much sadness lately, which caused him to lose control of his emotions. But it's okay, this kind of situation is only temporary. He will be back to normal soon enough." Seeing this, Su Hui immediately understood, and his confusion was quickly resolved. It turned out he was suffering from memory loss due to excessive sadness. Along with hallucinations, this is absolutely unacceptable. If the condition worsens, then it would be a disaster. I must quickly prescribe some medication for him, at least triple the dosage. After all, we are currently on such a confidential and important mission. If he really suffers from severe memory loss and hallucinations, the consequences would be unimaginable. If such a situation arises when I issue the command, advance, and soon after he asks in confusion, "What are we here for?" Then when I shout, "Retreat," he might foolishly charge forward. Even when I inform him that the mission is complete, he might just squat there digging in the dirt and playing. If I say it's time to eat, he will surely look bewildered and ask, "What are we doing? Why do I have 2 sticks in my hands?" No, this absolutely cannot happen. I must prevent this from occurring. If it happens again, to ensure the mission is completed successfully, I must make him take medication or, if necessary, confine him to a psychiatric hospital. The ghostly dragon suddenly transformed into a goddess, scolded, "When I speak, how dare you, a little kid, interrupt in your shabby white coat? Have you ever seen someone so narcissistic? Just shut up. And you foolish little boy, reviving the big black dog and leaving this position is not without a way. You just need to gather the ancient sword named Soul Capturing Sword, and then cut your own blood to smear on your body and self-terminate to release me, while also fulfilling your 3 wishes. Even if it means reviving all your loved ones, I only need to sprinkle some water and wave my hand to make it happen." Hearing such tempting wishes, Yu Peng, though unsure of who she was, joyfully exclaimed, "Really?" Su Hui, witnessing Yu Peng's sudden turnaround, looked perplexed and stammered, Yes, it's true. The day you self-terminate will be the day I am reborn. At that time, I will roam the seas seeking my fellow dragon relatives, and then have a whole bunch of dragon offspring. 3,000 concubines are nothing to be concerned about, haha." The ghostly dragon coughed lightly and continued, "But when you speak for me, please don't let anyone know, or else what if they expose me? Then what should I do?" Yu Peng casually asked. Su Hui stroked his chin, contemplating seriously. "You should rest well. Tomorrow we need to go to school, and I'll take you out to play. But there's also another way. Later you find me, and I will prescribe you more medicine to take." The ghostly dragon rolled her eyes at Su Hui and said, "In this world there are countless misunderstandings, but misunderstandings are more terrifying. What can you do? The only solution is scrambled eggs with green onions." Yu Peng repeated, mumbling, "Scrambled eggs with green onions." Su Hui's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. "How did you know my favorite food? But you got it wrong. It's not scrambled eggs with green onions, but cucumber salad with scrambled eggs and green onions." Yin Long stood silently to the side, observing the two with scrutiny, pondering. "Is there some misunderstanding? I didn't say anything to you. What are you talking about?" Yu Peng, looking speechless, said, "Hey, you really talk too much." Su Hui suddenly stood up, displeased, and immediately retorted, "What the hell? Wasn't it you who asked me? How did it become that I talk too much?" The ghostly dragon trembled with excitement, her huge body swirling freely in the air, emitting a series of deafening laughs. "Ha ha ha! You two fools are just too funny. You're making me laugh so hard I can't breathe." Her laughter seemed to pierce through the clouds, resonating throughout the heavens. "Ha ha ha! I haven't laughed like this in a long time. This feeling is just wonderful." As the ghostly dragon laughed, she continued to soar in the air, freely expressing her inner joy. Suddenly it fixed its gaze on the one it referred to as the waist, Yu Peng, a glint of cunning flashing in its eyes, muttering to itself, "Hee, this is fun. Let's finish this and have a little fun with this useless thing. I never expected it to be so amusing. Hee." The soul dragon then coughed and immediately switched to a lowly voice, coldly transmitting its thoughts, "Cough, just do it." "All right." Without missing a beat, Yu Peng dashed to the kitchen, quickly tied on an apron, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to showcase his skills. Yu Peng picked up a kitchen knife and hacked at the vegetables on the cutting board with such ferocity that it seemed as if he was going to tear the entire kitchen apart. However, due to his lack of experience and skill, the kitchen quickly became filled with chaos. Thick smoke choked Yu Peng, causing him to cough incessantly, tears streaming down his face, yet he refused to give up, continuing to struggle amidst the swirling smoke. Yin Long covered his face and muttered in disbelief, "Sigh. The culinary skills are unbearable. This isn't cooking, it's practically arson. If someone who doesn't understand sees this, they would surely call the fire department to put out the flames." Su Hui looked on in astonishment at the billowing smoke from the kitchen, waving his hand to disperse it as he coughed a few times, and said to Yin Long in a low voice, "Dude, has your friend always cooked like this with special effects?" "Not really, he's only cooked a few times. Back then it was a complete mess. The first time he cooked, he thought he would simply boil a bowl of noodles, but to his surprise he ended up boiling the noodles into a dark, inedible clump that was truly hard to look at. And that wasn't the end of it. The second time he tried to make porridge, it was even more outrageous. The rice evaporated, and he somehow managed to boil a large hole in a perfectly good pot. Oh my goodness, that scene was truly heartbreaking. However, speaking of which, who doesn't have a few awkward first times in their life? As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. As long as my friend can persevere and diligently practice, even if she doesn't expect to become a top chef, at least she won't starve, which is quite good. So for this third attempt, based on what you know about your friend, how do you think it will go? Will it be edible?" Yin Long raised his eyebrows and replied, "One learns, then masters, and finally reaches the heavens, so it should definitely be better than before. As for whether it will be edible, well, with modern medicine, people don't die from eating it." Upon hearing this, Su Hui's face instantly turned pale, and he emitted a series of gagging sounds, bending over involuntarily, covering his mouth with his hands as he began to retch violently. At that moment, he was filled with fear and disgust. Although he hadn't seen the food, just the thought of it made his mind race, conjuring images not of food, but of a pile of putrid, disgusting substances. As Su Hui retched, he thought to himself, how could he possibly eat what Yu Peng made? It was simply like poisoning. It would be a shame not to be a test subject. If Yu Peng dared to force me to eat even a small bite, I would immediately turn and run back to my room, take out those bottles of mental medication, and without hesitation down 5 times the dose. No matter what, I absolutely, resolutely, and must refuse this unreasonable request to eat. With this thought, Su Hui's eyes became increasingly determined, and his body trembled slightly from the tension. Inside, Yu Peng was endlessly tossing and frying rice. The smoke grew thicker to the point where the vegetables in the pot were no longer visible. Yu Peng coughed violently as he slowly approached the window and then opened it. To everyone's surprise, the rolling smoke resembled a long-sealed, mysterious, and ancient divine serpent. With a sudden whoosh, it darted out of the window with lightning speed. In an instant, the smoke spread everywhere, as if a heavy black curtain had enveloped the entire space, creating a scene that was simply beyond imagination. Passers-by downstairs witnessed this astonishing scene, seeing thick black smoke billowing from Yu Peng's kitchen as if a tumultuous black flood was continuously surging out. They whispered among themselves, "Oh dear, whose house is on fire? There's so much smoke. I think that window belongs to the kitchen. Who's cooking to the point of setting the house on fire? This person is really something, creating such a big fire without any shouting or warning." Some people were so frightened that their faces turned pale, standing frozen in place. Others watched the excitement with a glee for chaos. Some took a glance and continued with their own business, while others reacted swiftly, picking up their phones without hesitation and dialing the emergency rescue number. "Hello, yes. Hello, sir, this is the fire department. Please speak. We are here at Shuaiqi Road, Xinghua Community Building 22, approximately on the 6th floor. There's a fire. It's urgent, please hurry." "Okay, sir. Please hold on. I'll arrange for someone to go over right away." The atmosphere at the scene reached a peak of tension. Inside the room, the Een Soul Dragon sneered, "Is this it? Haha, what are you doing trying to cultivate here while cooking? Haha, if you can't cook, don't mess it up. If this continues, the entire apartment complex will catch fire. Being single is just fine, but if I weren't single, it would really be a disaster. Who would want to date a waste like you? It would truly be bad luck for 8 generations. Even the graves of 18 generations of ancestors would be smoking. It's not that he has become an immortal, but rather that he is so angry he's about to smoke." Just as everyone was still processing what was happening, a sudden, urgent, and piercing woo-wah sound abruptly broke the original calm. The sound came closer, as if carrying an irresistible force, quickly spreading throughout the entire area. Before long, 2 uniquely shaped vehicles slowly approached from downstairs, their bodies showcasing bright red and blue colors that created a strong visual impact. Most strikingly, there was an enormous water cannon mounted on top of the vehicle that looked incredibly powerful, as if just one blast could bring down an entire building, instilling a sense of awe. Upon closer inspection, both vehicles were equipped with 12 massive wheels, allowing them to traverse various complex terrains with ease. Suddenly, 5 fully armed individuals emerged from the vehicles, dressed in deep blue firefighting gear, their bodies wrapped tightly, without a single gap. Each person carried a heavy oxygen tank on their backs and wore gas masks on their heads, the entire ensemble reminiscent of biochemical soldiers in a movie, appearing both mysterious and formidable. However, unlike the other 3, 2 of them were dressed in common blue uniforms. After getting out of the vehicle, they swiftly closed the door and, almost in unison, turned to look at the building where Yu Peng was located. The man in white greeted enthusiastically, shouting, big brother, it's me, I reported the fire." The man in blue approached the man in white and asked, "Hello, comrade, what's the situation up there? Besides smoke coming from the kitchen, I don't know anything else. It seems like there's a fire on the 6th floor." The team members were orderly preparing for work. Some opened the trunk and connected the hoses, while others stood above the large puddle of water, and some had already laid out rescue blankets, standing with their hands behind their backs, waiting for commands. Due to the narrow kitchen window with smoke billowing out, but no visible flames, the man in blue glanced up at the 6th floor's kitchen. He then turned and ordered, "You Team 1, take the water gun upstairs. You lead the way and handle it as per standard procedure. First, check the situation. If there's a problem, break down the door and extinguish the fire. If the flames are too large, call on the walkie-talkie, and I will send a helicopter for aerial firefighting and rescue." "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone hurriedly ran upstairs, and in no time, they arrived at Yu Peng's residence. Knocking on the door, bang, bang, bang. "Is anyone there?" Su Hui, holding his nose, walked over slowly and asked, "Who is it?" Cough, cough. "We are firefighters. Is there a fire at your home? There's so much smoke outside." One of the firefighters carefully stared at the gap under the door, and when he saw a wisp of smoke escaping from the crack, he confidently asserted, "Squad leader, this house is on fire." He pointed at the door where smoke was subtly seeping out. The squad leader turned to the two firefighters behind him, exchanged glances, and nodded. They coordinated seamlessly, as if they had practiced it 1,000 times. One stepped aside while the other approached the door with a breaking tool in hand, moving swiftly and decisively. With a snap, the lock was broken. With a loud crash, the tightly shut door was violently pushed open by the firefighters, startling Su Hui. He focused and saw a group of fully armed firefighters filing in. What the hell? How did this door break so easily? The leading firefighter, noticing the shock on Su Hui's face, smiled warmly and said, "Hey buddy, don't be nervous. We received a report about a fire, and I rushed over immediately." Su Hui quickly connected the dots and thought, haha, it must be that Yu Peng's cooking made a kind-hearted person think there was a fire. So he smiled and said, hello. The firefighter glanced around, seeing no fire but only swirling smoke, and asked, "Why aren't you escaping in this thick smoke? Why are you still here in the room?" However, as the other firefighters stepped into the room, they were even more astonished by the thick smoke filling the space. One of the team members, looking bewildered, echoed his colleague's question. "Yes, sir, are you sure you're okay? The room is so smoky. Why aren't you going out? What's going on? There's so much smoke." Su Hui hurriedly waved his hands to explain, "Oh dear comrades, I'm really sorry for making you come all this way. And thank you to the kind-hearted person who reported. It's a long story. Actually, it's a misunderstanding. My friend is just cooking in the kitchen, and his skills might not be the best, which has caused the smoke, but please rest assured there's absolutely no fire here." Just then a firefighter stepped towards the kitchen, continuing, "We need to check just in case there's a hidden fire. Let the professionals handle this. You all should go outside, otherwise you'll inhale too much carbon dioxide, and it could be dangerous." After saying that, he carefully stepped into the kitchen with a powerful flashlight, starting a detailed inspection. Meanwhile, Yu Peng heard the commotion outside and put down his spatula, slowly walking out from the living room to see what was happening. When Yu Peng suddenly saw a large, burly stranger in his home, he was filled with confusion. Yu Peng frowned, sizing up the firefighter enveloped in smoke, and coldly asked, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing in my house? Where are my friends? Why can't I see them?" The firefighter also looked at Yu Peng, who was covered in grime, and asked in confusion, "Hello, I'm from the Fire Bureau. Is there anyone else in the room?" "The Fire Bureau? Aren't they only called out when there's a fire? Why are they at my house?" Yu Peng rubbed his eyes. They had been cleaned before, but after this rub, the smudges on his hands made his eyes look like a panda's. "Oh no, there are just the three of us in the room. You all should go outside first to avoid carbon dioxide poisoning. Oh, we need to check for fire hazards." Check for fire hazards. Hearing this made Yu Peng's heart sink. Did someone think my house was on fire? This is a huge misunderstanding. I absolutely cannot let this misunderstanding continue. I must find a way to explain it clearly. Otherwise, if it causes unnecessary panic and trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. If that happens, I could go viral overnight as an internet celebrity, and everyone would say, "Look at that guy living in the community, cooking at home, and turning his place into a war zone with smoke everywhere, almost catching fire." If a girl marries him, don't expect them to live long and happy together. She'll be in trouble within a few days. The critical part is that the girl wouldn't even know how she'd end up in trouble. Thinking of this, Yu Peng took a deep breath, steadied himself, and prepared to face all possible situations, doing his utmost to dispel this misunderstanding. "Oh, big brother, you misunderstood. There's no fire at our home. Then why is there so much smoke coming from your house?" "Oh, that's probably because of the food I'm cooking. After all, a delicious dish often goes through a smoking process. This is how delicious dishes are made, melting in your mouth." Yu Peng scratched his head, widening his eyes as he looked at the firefighter. "Yes, but I don't know how to use it." The firefighter, hearing this, wore a look of confusion, as if he was completely baffled. He stared wide-eyed at the thick smoke swirling before him, silently contemplating. The smoke-infused process, a gourmet dish. This smoke is so thick that I can't even see what's going on inside, let alone delicious. Just looking at the environment, that meal must be terrible. Goodness, he's definitely making what they call headless rice. The firefighter shook his head, continuing to mutter to himself. Cooking is one thing, but this young lad here seems too unreliable, not even knowing how to turn on the range hood. He couldn't help but glance into the thick smoke again, then sighed helplessly, thinking, with a cooking environment like this, I don't know if it melts in the mouth. All I know is who would dare to eat it. I fear that whoever eats it might just drop dead. How many times have you cooked? Where did you learn? Self-taught plus today? Yu Peng scratched his head awkwardly, then extended his finger to start counting one by one, and after a while said earnestly, I've cooked a total of 3 times. The firefighter, with a helpless expression, gently shook his head and walked slowly into the kitchen. His gaze casually swept over, landing in the pot. He saw that the dishes in the pot had turned pitch black, as if they had suffered a terrible fire disaster, making it quite daunting to behold. Upon seeing this, the firefighter felt a churn in his stomach, but he still restrained the urge to vomit, striving to maintain his composure. He then skillfully reached out and accurately pressed the switch of the range hood. In an instant, a sharp whoosh of wind sounded like a ferocious beast suddenly roaring. Following that, a powerful suction force was generated, and the smoke that had been lingering in the air seemed to be summoned by some mysterious power, rushing rapidly towards the range hood. In the blink of an eye, the thick smoke that had filled the kitchen was quickly absorbed by this efficient machine, and the air in the kitchen gradually began to freshen up. The firefighter waved his hand and commanded, "Young man, come over here." Yu Peng, unfazed, turned his head and shouted to Yin Long and Su Hui at the door, "Yin Long, the big brother, is calling you over." Yin Long rolled his eyes disdainfully and replied, "It's you he's calling, not me." The firefighter echoed, "Yes, it's you, young man. Stop looking around. Gets you, come here." Yu Peng took adorable steps, walking over one by one, confused. "Big brother, what do you want me for?" "Look, there's a button here," he said, pointing at the button on the range hood, continuing, "When you press it, the light will turn on. As long as you hear a whoosh sound, it means the range hood is on and running. Do you understand?" "Wow, it's that simple." "Big brother, I got it, thank you." Yu Peng's eyes widened in surprise. "No problem." After saying that, the firefighter picked up the walkie-talkie and called out, "Captain, Captain, no fire situation on the 6th floor. The cause of smoke is a young man cooking, not knowing how to turn on the range hood. The food got burnt, causing the smoke. All is safe, no fire." The walkie-talkie transmitted a gentle voice, "Received. Team 1, stand down, withdraw." "Understood." As the firefighter turned to leave, he suddenly stopped and advised, "Young man, if it really doesn't work out, just give it up. After all, you might not be suited for this industry. There are so many things in the world, perhaps there is something you are suited for." After saying this, he waved his hand, and several firefighters at the door understood and quickly turned to leave, going down the stairs. In the blink of an eye, the group vanished as if they had never appeared. Su Hui laughed uncontrollably, holding his stomach. "Ha ha, you called the fire department just for cooking? You're the #1 in the world. Ha ha ha, no one else can compare. You're truly amazing." Yin Long sneered, "That's fine, but if you had called an ambulance, we'd be in big trouble." Yu Peng, upon hearing this, contemptuously remarked, "It's not that serious. An ambulance? I see you. Don't worry, we won't be in big trouble. Hurry up and come in, close the door. If you're hungry, I cooked a lot, you can have a bite." Su Hui replied perfunctorily, Buddy, I have something to do. I just remembered that I haven't unplugged the rice cooker at home, so I'm going back now. You all be busy." After saying that, he turned to leave, but Yin Long directly blocked the doorway, closed the door with a bang, and said calmly, "You're lying. I saw you glance at me just now. Your legs moved unconsciously, and your speech had some pauses, indicating you were thinking of saying something. Your words were contradictory, and leaving the rice cooker plugged in is no big deal." Su Hui gasped, "Who are you?" "No matter what your identity or background is, even if you are the king of heaven or a wealthy heir, if you answer the question wrong or show even a hint of mental instability, don't blame me for being rude. I will give you medication shortly, and the dosage will be the same as that young man just now. Both of you will receive 5 times the dose. If your situation is particularly severe, well, don't think about staying comfortably at home. You will be sent directly to the hospital and locked up. Only when you are cured can you have the chance to see the light of day again, to walk out of the hospital and return to society." At this moment, Yin Long said nervously, I just read a lot of psychology books. I really don't have any identity or background. I'm just an ordinary worker, not part of a listed company. I usually just have a hobby of solving detective mysteries." After saying this, he shook his head confidently. "Hobby? Detective mysteries? No, I need to probe further. What if this young man is just being dismissive but has severe delusions? That would be a disaster, seriously impacting social safety. To eliminate this hazard, I must dig deeper." Su Hui adjusted his glasses with interest, saying, "Oh, detective mysteries. Have you ever fantasized countless times about being the renowned detective Sherlock Holmes, solving cases like a god?" His eyes were fixed on Yin Long, as if seeing through everything, observing the details. As he looked at Yin Long, who remained unchanged, he continued, "Then every time you see an ordinary room, do you instantly sketch a thrilling murder scene in your mind? Or perhaps those blood-soaked crime scenes seem to come alive before your eyes with every detail vividly clear, and then you find yourself analyzing and obsessing over it. Maybe you often can't help but mimic the behaviors and thought processes of those heinous criminals. For example, being able to see blood on the floor at the crime scene, the person's gruesome appearance, and then you might laugh heartily. You could imagine disguising as a criminal the act of murder and the expressions involved, then switch to your second personality to become a detective like Sherlock Holmes to solve the case." Yin Long, uninterested in the conversation, lazily found a stool to sit on and calmly replied, "Buddy, you are quite humorous. Don't misunderstand, I am not mentally ill. This is just a special hobby of mine. I certainly do not suffer from any form of creepy delusional disorder." Hearing this, Su Hui couldn't help but ponder how could this guy be so unconventional? Could it be that he is a deeply hidden psychological deviant? Perhaps he is just not showing any symptoms now, but when he does he might immediately switch to a second personality going mad and mimicking the psychology of criminals. Or maybe he truly is fine, just like he said, simply an ordinary person with very normal hobbies without any mental health issues. It's too difficult. For a moment, I found it hard to judge. After a while, Yupeng finally emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates of food. Everyone focused their eyes on the plate, and the so-called scrambled eggs were a dark, indistinguishable mass, making it impossible to tell which was the egg yolk and which was the egg white. The other plate of cucumber salad looked like it had been mashed and diluted with a large amount of water, turning into a murky liquid resembling soy milk. Yupeng set the dishes on the dining table, wiped his hands, and casually asked, "Here you go, by the way, how do you eat this?" Yin Huanlong, munching on sunflower seeds with great interest, remained silent. Seeing this, Su Hui felt disgusted and asked, "Bro, are you sure this is edible?" "Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be?" Yupeng turned around to seriously reassure the visibly uneasy Su Hui. "I can understand the scrambled eggs turning into this dark mess due to cooking time, but why does your cucumber salad look like soybean milk?" Yupeng patiently began to explain, "Oh, this. Well, don't judge a book by its cover. It's made with my secret recipe. Well, it contains oil, salt, monosodium glutamate, chicken essence, vinegar, and various ingredients that create a flavor that enhances the food, smells fragrant, and tastes indescribably wonderful." Su Hui waved his hand in disdain, unrelentingly refusing. "Hi, you are impressive. It's a shame you aren't a sales beast. You could sell anything, even this disaster. I always dreamed of eating delicious food, yet I never expected you to ruin it like this. I must admire you. This is no longer food at all. Even animals wouldn't eat this. Enjoy it at your leisure. I can't handle it." As Yupeng prepared to grab chopsticks, Su Hui quickly interjected, "Oh, I just remembered I have urgent business to attend to, so I can't stay with you all. I'll come back to see you all when I have some free time." After saying that, Su Hui turned and dashed out the door like he was on fire. Yin Long showed no reaction time. With a bang, the door closed, and the person vanished. Having run so hurriedly, Su Hui was panting by the time he reached the bottom of the stairs, gasping for air, while muttering to himself, "This guy must have water in his brain. Who makes food look like poop? Just one look made my stomach turn. I even felt like throwing up. No, I need to head home first, get him some medicine, and supervise him to ensure he eats it. From now on, no matter what he offers me, even if it looks delicious, I absolutely won't touch it, even if one day his cooking suddenly improves and the food looks appealing, but actually tastes terrible like poison. Wouldn't I just become a poor little guinea pig?" Thinking of this, Su Hui couldn't help but shiver, quickening his pace to disappear around the street corner. Seeing Su Hui's peculiar expressions and actions vanish, Yupeng scratched his head in confusion. What happened? Why did he suddenly run away? Yin Long tactfully replied, "Oh, he had something to attend to at home. He said he would come back later." "All right then." Yin Huanlong suddenly interjected to soothe, "No big deal, just ignore him." Yupeng placed his chopsticks beside the dishes and casually said, Right, let's ignore him. How do you eat this?" Continuing to tease, he added, "Eat. In your heart, if you eat it means I, the esteemed lady, have eaten too." "Fine." Thus, in order to please the mysterious figure who referred to herself as the esteemed lady, Yupeng unhesitatingly picked up the food before him and began to wolf it down. As he took the first bite, an indescribable taste flooded his mouth, causing him to feel an intense urge to gag. Nonetheless, he forced himself to endure the nausea, gritting his teeth, and continued swallowing the unpalatable food. After all, Yupeng held a firm belief in his heart: he must never waste food. Every grain of food is hard-earned, wasting it is a crime. As a respectable villager, he absolutely would not allow himself to commit such a sin. As the saying goes, the ancient said, "Sow a grain in spring, reap thousands in autumn." There is no idle field in the 4 seas. The farmers still starve to death. Hose in the midday sun, sweat dripping into the soil beneath the grain. Who knows the food on the plate? Every grain is the result of hard work. Thus, despite the food being extremely nauseating, tasting like excrement, Yupeng still chewed and swallowed desperately, as if it were not food, but a responsibility and mission. Finally, after consuming all the food, Yupeng let out a long sigh of relief. Yin Long silently gave him a thumbs up. First, following the orders of the mysterious girl, she possesses a method to resurrect, and she enjoys eating. If she falls in love, wouldn't she rescue the big black dog sooner? Secondly, one must not waste food, as every grain is hard-earned. Wastefulness is shameful. After all, it is still food, cultivated with great effort by the farmers. Thus, one can only bear to finish it. The Yin Soul Dragon did not hear Yupeng's muttering, but was instead surprised, thinking, "Oh my, this young guy is quite ruthless. This spirit of facing challenges hidden is commendable." He actually endured the disgust to finish eating for the big black dog he barely knows for less than half a year. However, as commendable as it is, one cannot help but say he is quite foolish. Knowing full well it looks pitch black, smells somewhat disgusting, and tastes terrible, he still eats it. What else could it be but sheer foolishness? He is simply a starving pig, and even pigs would refuse to eat this. The Soul Dragon with interest sneered, young man, Yu Peng, I can see your heart. Your past life has been revealed to me as well. Yu Peng, while vomiting, curiously asked what? You can read fortunes and see destinies. Yes, I am capable of anything, she replied. Then tell me, what is my identity? The Soul Dragon replied seriously, ahem, I calculated your past life. You are certainly a reincarnation of a special pig, which is why you eat anything now. Damn it, did you say that? You eat it, and then you say that as long as I eat you will eat too. Clearly it's something you love to eat. How did it turn into me eating everything? Yu Peng, hearing this, immediately became displeased, and embodying justice spoke earnestly. The Soul Dragon, upon hearing this, began to distort the truth, and shouted, young man, mind your words. Next time don't speak, it's utter nonsense. I clearly said no wonder you're doing so poorly. I felt pity for you, and wanted to give you advice. What? What nonsense? When did I start doing poorly, and when did you give advice? By the way, how can a girl like you be so unreasonable? You clearly said you like scrambled eggs with scallions, and then I made it myself. Later when I asked how to eat, you said if I eat it, then it's like you ate it too. That's how it is. Yu Peng's demeanor was serious, and he spoke passionately. The Soul Dragon immediately interrupted, hey, enough. Young man, I just remembered I have things to do. Also, let me remind you, next time think before you speak. Don't say it out loud, or others will misunderstand, and you'll spend your life in prison. It was originally something you wanted to eat. You even said I particularly like it. Then as long as I eat it myself, haven't you eaten it too? Why are you being unreasonable? Hey, where are you? Come out, this matter isn't finished. Let's clarify things. Don't think that just because you're a girl I won't confront you. Hurry up and come out. Let's continue to reason and stop spouting nonsense and reversing right and wrong. Regardless of what Yu Peng said, the surroundings remained eerily quiet, and the alluring yet low voice of the mysterious lady disappeared. The Soul Dragon looked at everything before him, rolling on the ground in despair, muttering to himself, oh my, this little brat has such low intelligence. It's simply foolish. Don't even mention searching for the soul-capturing sword or self-termination to unseal my true self. If he encounters a bad guy halfway, this fool would be tricked by a lollipop. Ah! Oh heavens, oh earth, oh lay ye, why have you sealed me in this wretched place? And you lay ye, speaking of you, it angers me. Why did you assign me to this fool with a brain kicked by a donkey? Boo-hoo, I am the ancient soul dragon. Let me conquer the world, or absorb souls, or even roam the seas. Why bind me to this foolish child? Come everyone, take a look. He is simply incomprehensible. Oh, the handsome and noble me is so tired. If I don't get saved soon, I don't want to live anymore. After saying this, he changed his position and continued to talk to himself. Boo-hoo, is there no justice in this world? Thus, rolling on the ground like a mischievous child denied a lollipop, he made a tremendous racket. Time flew by, and amidst the noise the small body of the ancient soul dragon suddenly became still, closing its eyes and curling up. Occasionally bubbles would emerge from its nostrils, followed by soft snoring sounds. The young dragon is indeed fortunate that it can sleep whenever it wants. Dog's head. The next morning the sun shone brightly, the sky was clear, and the birds chirped joyfully. Su Hui hurriedly ran over, opened the door, and shouted, Yu Peng, good news, good news. Hurry, open the door. Yu Peng slowly got up, rubbed his eyes, and seeing Yin Long beside him, immediately moved his arm away, slowly put on his shoes, and walked to the door, wondering, who is it? Early in the morning, can a person sleep? It's me, Director Su. Don't you recognize me? If you still can't recognize my identity, then the dosage for the medicine your friend is taking will be reduced, but at the same time your dosage will increase significantly. And this isn't just a simple 5 times the dosage, it will be a direct 7 times. That's settled. Even if you plead later, there's no negotiation. Hearing the familiar voice of Director Su, Yu Peng hurriedly opened the door, surprised and weary, saying, Ah, Director Su, it's you. Hello. Seems quite normal, but let's see how you perform. Su Hui said enthusiastically, let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. All right, Director Su, what good news do you have? Su Hui adjusted his glasses leisurely, saying, are you the only one at home? Yu Peng turned to look towards the bedroom, honestly replying, no, I also have my friend Yin Long. Hearing this, Su Hui was overjoyed and sighed with relief. Great. Both are here, this way we can administer the medicine to both of you. Oh, that's good, it saves me from looking for you. Su Hui smiled broadly, and in an instant he raised his eyebrows, clenched his left fist, and deliberately coughed once. Yu Peng noticed Su Hui's expression and immediately understood. After all, he had been working for a few years and was familiar with such social cues. Oh, look at me, still half asleep in the morning, a bit dazed. Haha, I'm really sorry. Come in, Director Su. He'll pour you a cup of tea, and we can sit down and enjoy it while discussing the good news. After all, it's been a long journey, and you have worked hard. Upon hearing this, Su Hui smiled, his eyes revealing a hint of satisfaction. He slightly nodded his head, then glanced at Yu Peng before stepping steadily and slowly into the room. Once inside, Su Hui looked around, his gaze finally resting on a quiet corner with a slightly vacant space where a comfortable chair was placed. Thus, he leisurely walked in that direction, pausing briefly in front of the chair to adjust his posture before sitting down with a sense of ease. Everything appeared dignified and elegant, exuding an air of grace. Meanwhile, Yu Peng had already completed the task of fetching hot water. He carefully held the kettle, pouring the steaming water into his empty cup, then picked up a small handful of tea leaves emitting a faint aroma and gently placed them into the cup. Next, Yu Peng lifted the kettle again and slowly poured hot water into the cup until the water just submerged the tea leaves. However, this was not the end. Yu Peng then discarded all the tea water, a step that seemed simple but was quite meticulous, aimed at removing impurities and odors from the tea leaves, ensuring a purer, more fragrant brew, a process known as washing the tea. Thus, Yu Peng tirelessly repeated the tea-making process, approaching each step with utmost care and attention. Su Hui watched Yu Peng's skilled movements, nodding in full approval. Soon, when the tea was ready, Yu Peng carefully brought it before Su Hui, politely offering it. "Here, please enjoy the tea." "Thank you." Su Hui picked up the teacup, slowly removed the lid, gently blowing on it before taking a sip, praising, "Not bad. I didn't expect you had such skills." "Hee, thank you for the compliment. Oh, I learned it all." Yu Peng scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "You are suited for making tea, not for cooking. Ooh, perhaps you should change careers." "Ah, brother Su, I can cook. That last time was just an accident." "Whether it was an accident or not, I don't know. I only know that the meal you made was indeed quite unexpected. If you had applied your tea-making skills to cooking, we wouldn't have needed firefighters to extinguish the flames personally." Yu Peng leisurely sat down, a silly grin on his face, chuckling, "Hee. I didn't want to refute the other party. I simply couldn't find the right words to counter the loquacious and assertive Su Hui." Su Hui spoke fluently, presenting arguments that seemed utterly convincing, with every statement embodying absolute truth. In contrast, Yu Peng felt completely outmatched, utterly incapable of contending with him. After all, Su Hui had reason and evidence, standing firm and steady, while he himself did not possess many arguments to offer. He realized that he couldn't be like that silly girl who called herself this lady while being unreasonable and obstinate, twisting the truth. Thus, at this moment, Yu Peng could only choose to remain silent, using a foolish grin to mask his inner helplessness and embarrassment. Besides, there was another point. The other party was the director of a mental hospital. If he tried to reason with him, he might end up in a luxurious villa with exquisite bedrooms and unique colleagues, playing with a group of mental patients while performing absurd antics. You are right. Speaking of which, brother Su, what good news did you want to share with me?" Su Hui seemed to have a deep affection for the cup of tea, reluctant to part with it. He slowly placed the teacup down, his movements gentle, as if afraid to disturb this moment of tranquility. Then, with a rhythm that was almost sluggish, he reached for the backpack beside him and carefully opened the zipper. As the zipper was gradually pulled open, Yu Peng's gaze unconsciously focused on the backpack. Curiously, he asked, "Brother Su, is the good news you mentioned in your backpack?" Su Hui smiled. "Yes, just wait a moment, it will be ready soon." Finally, Su Hui slowly took out a plump, bulging bag from the backpack. The bag appeared heavy, and due to its dark color, Yu Peng couldn't see inside, leaving him unaware of what treasures it contained. However, the logo of the Cure-All Mental Hospital emblazoned on the bag stood out remarkably. Yu Peng fell silent at that moment. Oh my, that logo is incredibly familiar. The level of familiarity is beyond words. Previously, I had spent quite a bit of time in this hospital and related treatment facilities. At this moment, a series of unsettling images involuntarily surged in Yu Peng's mind. There was the imposing and dignified Jade Emperor. The two are not on the same level. The other was a mental patient dressed up, actually, just holding a bedsheet as a cape, wearing huge pants with a cold and fierce expression, standing on the playground directing fellow mental patients to work. In reality, no one paid him any mind, as everyone was doing their own thing. Then there was the shining, mysterious light, the powerful force of justice embodied by Ultraman Tiga, again portrayed by a mental patient merely striking a pose, imitating the sound of lasers. Then, with fists clenched, one hand raised and the other lowered, striking a pose to mimic Ultraman Tiga, flying, resulting in a painful fall. And those windmills that spun and howled, bringing gusts of wind. I forgot which cartoon character it was, just someone running crazily with a paper pinwheel, blowing air. The pinwheel didn't spin much, but the wig flew off. Then there was the creepy, I am a little caterpillar, still a patient crawling on the ground with their, but in the air, imitating a caterpillar, pouting their lips, continuously shouting, I am a caterpillar, yo. I am a happy caterpillar, yo. These images flashed one after another in Yu Peng's mind, as if they were going to drown him in a flood, each figure so vivid and lively, exuding an indescribable, terrifying aura that sent chills down his spine. Su Hui, noticing the smile on Yu Peng's face, slowly placed the bag gently on the table, producing a faint muffled sound, as if even the air in the room trembled slightly. Yu Peng swallowed hard, unable to speak. The first piece of good news is that this gift is for you, Su Hui said, pointing to the bag on the table, watching Yu Peng with keen interest while crossing his legs. What kind of gift comes from the All-Cure Mental Hospital? Yu Peng frowned in confusion. Just open it, and you'll see. Yu Peng looked at Su Hui's smiling face with a puzzled expression, carefully opening the plastic bag on the table. He thought I wouldn't know if I didn't open it, but once I did, wow, I was startled. Inside were all kinds of medications for treating depression, mania, and hallucinations, as well as drugs for suppressing mental illnesses. Some of them were particularly familiar. He had taken them before, including fluoxetine tablets, olanzapine tablets, and sulfate lurasidone tablets. What do you mean by this, Brother Su? I'm not sick. Why did you bring so many mental health medications? Su Hui looked with great interest toward Yin Long's bedroom. Yu Peng immediately understood and agreed, saying, Yes, Brother Su, you're right. My friend does have a problem. He just has a mild delusion of being Sherlock Holmes solving cases. But this is too much medicine. He only needs one box. After all, if he takes too much, he might end up in trouble. Since he can take them or not, then who is this entire big bag for? Yu Peng scratched his head in confusion, completely bewildered by Su Hui's words. What does it mean to take them or not, and to take less or more? Why not just say he doesn't need to take them? Su Hui said nothing, but continued to smile at Yu Peng. Yu Peng continued to scratch his head and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? There's no need to stare. I'm not sick. I don't need to take them, and I still haven't finished the medicine prescribed at your all-cure hospital. There's no one else here. Just the three of us. Do you think I would carry life-saving pills with me and then take them myself? Su Hui picked up his tea and took a sip, then praised, Ah, this is good tea. Yu Peng slightly raised his hand, gently stroking his chin, his brow furrowed, and his gaze fixed into the distance, lost in deep thought. He secretly pondered that if he was in good health, he naturally wouldn't need to take these things. Therefore, excluding one person, which is Su Hui, all three of us are healthy and have no need for these psychiatric medications. After all, I should know whether I'm sick or not. My friend Yin Long sometimes embodies Sherlock Holmes, but his analysis isn't wrong. So he isn't seriously ill and only needs one box. Thus, this entire large bag of psychiatric medications shows no signs of illness, and he definitely wouldn't choose to consume them. So who exactly is this large quantity of items for? Who could it be? Suddenly a thought flashed through Yu Peng's mind like lightning. Oh, right, how could I not have thought of it? In an instant he realized. Immediately a look of disbelief appeared on Yu Peng's face as he murmured to himself, It must be that brainless girl who calls herself this young lady. This bag of medicine must be for that girl who isn't quite right in the head, who during that time was acting all crazy, speaking nonsense, and had a twisted thought process. Our conversations were like this. I said the mountains were full of red monkey butts, and she said all the monkeys have abs. I said the scenery here is beautiful with birds singing and flowers fragrant, and she said the mountains are barren and the birds are just making messes. And she even calls herself this young lady. It should be right. It must be prepared for her. Otherwise, I really can't find any other reasonable explanation for this bag of psychiatric medications. Although I haven't met that girl, just listening to what she says indicates she isn't quite normal. I really don't know how she manages to speak all that nonsense. But speaking of which, I have to admire the person in front of me, named Su Hui, who possesses such keen insight and extraordinary observational skills, effortlessly discovering that elusive, sneaky girl. Thinking of this, Yu Peng's heart filled with joy, and he burst out laughing, quickly standing up and saying, Oh, thank you, Brother Su. You are my savior. Thank you for bringing this bag of psychiatric medications. I will take good care of it and make sure she takes her doses on time. Then he picked up the kettle to refill Su Hui's cup with hot water, enthusiastically saying, Come, Brother Su, drink more tea. Su Hui had been staring at Yu Peng intently, secretly pondering that if this guy dared to say a no, to refuse, he would definitely have to persuade him again, urging him to accept this bag of medicine and finding ways to coax him into taking it. If in the end he still couldn't convince him, he would have to resort to strong measures and directly force him to comply. However, this young man's series of actions completely left Su Hui dumbfounded. Oh my goodness. The pace of the plot twist is quite fast, isn't it? Even movie directors wouldn't dare to arrange the actors to perform like this. Yu Peng just moments ago had a face full of reluctance, and how did he suddenly seem like a different person? His expression changed faster than flipping pages of a book. It seems this young man is indeed quite ill, and he clearly knows it himself, understanding that he is in a dire state, yet feels embarrassed to seek treatment and is also embarrassed to admit it. So accepting it so generously, why else would he be so quick to say thank you? Then immediately so cheerfully and enthusiastically refill my cup. This indicates that I have cured his mental anguish, providing timely assistance to Yu Peng. Yes, it must be just like that. Haha, but I have to admit that my sixth sense is simply ridiculously accurate. Su Hui nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand saying, "You sit down first." Yu Peng obediently sat down. "The good news is seeing you so happy you already know what this is." "That's right, it's this big bag of mental health medications. Inside the bag are notes on precautions and the schedule for taking the medicine. After you accept it, be sure to follow the notes carefully and abide by the arrangements." Oh my goodness. Brother Su is simply amazing. He can be so meticulous. With divine insight and extraordinary intelligence, his brilliance is truly astounding. His expertise is nothing short of remarkable, with every detail meticulously attended to reaching a level of precision that is nothing short of astonishing. Just look at this unparalleled professionalism with details so finely tuned that even the necessary precautions are carefully noted on a piece of paper handed to me. Truly considerate. I was previously troubled about how to get that not-so-bright girl to take these medications, including when to take them, how much to take at once, whether to take a whole box at once, 6 pills, or 1 box in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 in the evening, along with all the questions about which medications work better together, etc. But now, thanks to Brother Su's note, all difficulties are instantly resolved. Haha. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Friendship reminder: many tragic stories in this novel are purely fictional constructs. Any resemblance to real persons is coincidental. The medication part is even more absurd. Please do not imitate. The protagonist has an immortal body, which is a fictional science fiction concept, so earthly medications are ineffective and immune. In reality, I wouldn't dare to take them like this myself. Please do not actually take a whole box at once or several boxes in one go. Follow the instructions of a real doctor instead, and heed everything a real doctor says. Do not be curious or imitate the scenarios in the novel. Ha ha ha, thank you, Brother Su. I must praise you for being incredibly brilliant. You truly deserve a big thumbs up. You are absolutely amazing. Yu Peng happily gave Su Hui a thumbs up. Su Hui nodded in satisfaction and gently said, "No need to thank me, it's only right. I hope you recover soon." Indeed, the meticulous and exceptionally intelligent Dr. Su Hui speaks pleasantly, and simply considering that the girl might be shy, he refrained from naming names, speaking in general terms so that outsiders would not know who he was referring to. "Thank you, Brother Su. She will definitely recover." Su Hui was not surprised to hear this. After all, it was likely that he was too embarrassed to admit he was ill, or perhaps he was indeed quite sick. So to him, recovery meant that he was actually referring to Yu Peng himself. Yu Peng suddenly asked, "By the way, Brother Su, how much is this bag of medicine?" "He'll pay you." Su Hui waved his hand to refuse, saying, "No need to pay. A healer's duty is to save lives and relieve suffering. It's just a matter of compassion. Besides, we are already so familiar, and we will be future companions, so just accept it." How can I accept this? After all, I don't want to owe anyone any favors." Yu Peng hurriedly declined, as he understood the principle of not accepting rewards without merit. "Then when we complete our mission, you must put in your best effort, no slacking off or cutting corners. You must work diligently and perfectly complete the task, and then you can treat me to a meal." Su Hui smiled, his eyebrows curving with joy. "All right, let's do it that way. Don't mention just one meal. I can treat you for a month, or even half a year, or a year's worth of meals. It's nothing for me. No, just one meal. It's too much, or I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." Su Hui adjusted his glasses, looking seriously at Yu Peng. "How you underestimate me. What can I handle? So it's decided, I'll cover all your meals for a year, but not 3 meals a day. Otherwise, I really can't handle it. I can only treat you to lunch and dinner, haha. Why not breakfast? Breakfast is too cheap, only a few bucks. Let's stick to lunch and dinner." Su Hui smiled, saying nothing, just gently sipping his tea with a smile. "All right, it's settled then." Yu Peng slapped the table decisively, then looked at Su Hui, who continued to smile, without speaking, and changed the topic. "By the way, Brother Su, besides this good news, is there anything else?" Originally quiet and smiling, Su Hui set down his tea and gently said, "The second piece of good news is congratulations." "What are you congratulating me for? What's going on?" Yu Peng looked confused. Su Hui humorously teased, "Ha, don't be confused. It's not about you having a child, or growing old together, or going on a blind date. Instead, we are going to school. The most prestigious noble school in Huaxia, known as the best, most illustrious institution of higher learning." Su Hui deliberately slowed down, enunciating each word clearly. "What university? I'm the best." Yanlong, still groggy, rubbed his eyes. Upon hearing university, he instantly perked up, fatigue and drowsiness vanishing, as he quickly ran over, grabbing Yu Peng's hand and continuing, "Wow, amazing, Yu Peng. I didn't expect you to get into university. Congratulations." Yu Peng pulled his hand away, confused. "What university? Oh, come on, what do you mean, what university? Let's go, we need to report now, or else your money will be wasted." Yanlong pulled Yu Peng's hand, ready to leave. "How much is it?" Yu Peng stubbornly refused to go, looking at Su Hui with questions. Su Hui mimicked Yanlong's tone, continuing, "Don't worry about how much it is. Anyway, if you don't go, the money will definitely be wasted. Hurry up and get ready." Exactly, Yanlong echoed. And you Yanlong right. Su Hui stood up looking at Yanlong. Yes, my name is Yanlong. You are included as well. The three of us will go together to report to the best university. Yanlong was taken aback, saying, wow, what's going on? I'm included too. Going to university. His face was filled with disbelief, as in that era getting into university was indeed a rare and precious opportunity. If any family had a child who was accepted into university, it was truly a monumental event. Once the news spread, the entire village would be abuzz, with villagers grinning from ear to ear, rushing to share the news. Next comes the grand celebration, a banquet. Bright red couplets are hung high, with the upper line reading congratulations to XXX for entering university, and the lower line saying the first top student from our village, with a horizontal inscription stating warm congratulations to the child of XXX for entering university for the first time. This couplet is striking and vibrant, as if announcing this good news to the entire world. Moreover, the whole family would get busy meticulously decorating our home to resemble a wedding venue filled with joy and festivity. Red silk ribbons adorned the eaves and windows, and colorful balloons floated in the air, creating a joyful atmosphere everywhere. On the day of the banquet, relatives, friends, and neighbors would all come with gifts to congratulate, and in an instant the yard would be bustling with people. The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter and cheerful chatter, as everyone shared in the joy akin to attending a wedding. The fortunate scholar who topped the examination sat in a grand flower palanquin, carried by 8 individuals. This palanquin was adorned splendidly with golden tassels swaying in the breeze, resembling the vehicle of an ancient princess or noble during their outings. It was much like the grand palanquin modern brides sit in. People surrounded the palanquin, walking and joyfully singing songs, their voices rising and falling, echoing throughout the entire village. In that moment, the entire village was enveloped in a celebration of joy and harmony, and the student who had gained admission to university undoubtedly became the focal point, basking in unparalleled glory and favor. The crowd sang in unison the following song, The Grand Palanquin. The sun comes out, and I bask in the sun. As I bask in the sun, I want to sing. The song is sung for the university student. Upon hearing my song, he smiles happily. His parents praise him, and he holds flowers, laughing joyfully. The second song, University Song. Who in the village has been admitted to university? Hey yo. My village has gotten into university, quite unexpectedly. Hey yo. Hey, 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 yo, yo, yo. Everyone sways left and right with each step, singing in unison. The university student. Hey yo. Where are you from? Hey yo. He is from my village. Hey yo. It's me, yes, it's me, la 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 la. Hey yo. Young man. Hey yo. You are truly amazing, Yama. Hey yo. You are the pride of our village. Yama. Hey yo. The village chief. Hey yo. You are truly handsome. Hey yo. Under your leadership, our village has produced a top scholar. Hey yo. Following the village chief. Hey yo. Enjoying good food and drink. Hey yo. Ancestors are showing their blessings. Hey yo. Thanking our ancestors for their support. Hey yo. Thank you for your care, allowing us to have such a great scholar. La 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 la. Hey yo. Hey, 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 yo, 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 yo. The scene was spectacular, the atmosphere incredibly lively, whether one could sing or not. Even 5-year-old children hummed the lyrics, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, knowing nothing else but these few lines. At this moment, Yanlong was also captivated and began to hum the song. Hey yo, hey yo, hey 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 yo yo. Su Hui patted his shoulder and interrupted. Hey, all right, enough with the hey yo, you need to realize where you are and stop all that. It's time for you to go to university. Yanlong suddenly woke up, realizing, crap, am I still dreaming? He had been lost in a beautiful fantasy, abruptly yanked back to reality. Su Hui smirked. Hey, if you keep saying that, make sure you go find Yupeng and get a few boxes of medicine to wake yourself up. Yanlong excitedly shook Su Hui's shoulder, disregarding the words, am I still not awake? This dream feels too real. No, I must wake up quickly. Brother, thank you for telling me the good news, but dreams are dreams, and I must return to reality, so let's meet again when fate allows. As soon as he finished speaking, Yanlong abruptly stopped shaking Su Hui's body and quickly withdrew the hand that had been wildly waving on Su Hui's shoulder. Then an unexpected scene occurred. Yanlong raised his palm without hesitation and slapped his own previously handsome and elegant face with all his might. With a crisp sound, it was as if the entire world froze at that moment, and accompanied by the loud noise, Yanlong involuntarily let out a piercing scream. It hurts. Su Hui was stunned, watching as a clear red handprint instantly appeared on Yanlong's face, as if someone had heavily painted it, with red paint glaring and striking. It looked like countless beautiful women had applied vibrant red lipstick on him, smooching him affectionately. Doge. The red mark on his fair skin stood out starkly, evoking both pity and surprise. Su Hui quickly halted his dry humor, saying, even if you slap yourself to death, it's still not a dream, it's real. You really have to prepare to go to university. Hearing this, Yanlong jumped up in excitement, suddenly performing a spectacular backflip from the living room, executing the move cleanly and gracefully. Oh yeah, I'm going to university now. He hurriedly dashed into the bathroom, starting to wash up seriously. Su Hui muttered in disbelief. Where are you putting on a show? Before long, Yanlong saw Yu Peng standing in front of the mirror, meticulously grooming his hair, each strand perfectly arranged, prompting Yanlong to start his own preparations. Then Yu Peng quickly opened the wardrobe and selected a finely tailored suit made of high-quality fabric and a pair of shiny leather shoes. After a meticulous dressing session, he looked completely renewed, as if he had undergone a transformation. Anyone seeing him at that moment would likely mistake him for a product salesman. On the other side, Yanlong stood tall and upright, his demeanor unparalleled. His handsome face resembled a perfect masterpiece sculpted by a master with deep-set eyes seemingly harboring endless stories. The phrases "like a pine tree in the wind" and "elegantly handsome" could not adequately capture his aura and looks. At this moment, Yanlong wore a black windbreaker, its edges billowing in the wind, adding a touch of mystery and dominance. But if Yanlong were to harden his expression, that cold demeanor would frighten even the faint-hearted. Some might even panic and shout, "Run! The mafia is here to rob us." Yanlong looked at Yu Peng in his suit, speechless. "Dude, can we change outfits?" "Why?" Yu Peng asked, bewildered. "Your outfit is black formal, and with a tie. Others might mistake you for a product salesman or a health supplement seller, or worse, you know what I mean." "What do you mean by that?" Yu Peng asked, casually adjusting his tie. Yanlong closed his eyes calmly as if cultivating his qi and replied, "The mafia." Yu Peng looked speechless. At this moment, Yu Peng was seated in his dragon robe, munching on sunflower seeds, gazing at a large circular mirror floating in the air. Whatever scene Yu Peng's eyes captured, the spectral dragon could see as well. Even so, suddenly seeing a beautiful woman in black by the roadside wearing a short skirt, the Inhun dragon could see even more. Talking to himself with disdain, he scoffed, "Humph, the underworld claims to be the underworld, but it's nothing special. If it were up to me, you two are both just lowly thugs. I really can't understand how at such a young age one of you is a fool and the other a brain-dead young man. Why are you both dressed in such drab black clothing? I say, why not just wear big shorts and go shirtless? Isn't that better?" As the Inhun dragon spoke, his eyes began to sparkle, drool dripping from his mouth, and his claws clapping excitedly. He exclaimed, "Ha ha, then you just show off those solid abs, those muscles so aesthetically pleasing and incredibly strong. Oh my, as soon as you toss your head and your eyes spark with energy, oh my, the various beautiful dragons before you will kneel and sing your praises, begging for mercy, confessing their love, saying I love you." A vast crowd, ha ha. Yu Peng immediately changed into a simple black and white shirt and soft-soled shoes, gently saying, "How about this?" The Inhun dragon, crossing his legs, dismissively retorted, "Humph, this is ordinary to the extreme. You can find plenty better on the streets, country bumpkin. This country bumpkin is so dull." After saying that, a tea table appeared from thin air, and he began tasting tea. "Ah, this tea is really good, quite delicious." Yanlong gave a thumbs up in praise, saying, not bad, this outfit is very good." Just as they were speaking, the two had already changed their clothes, and Su Hui had been waiting by the door for a long time. He turned to the two calmly and said, "Yo, looking good, let's go, we're setting off now." Thus Yu Peng, Yanlong, and Su Hui excitedly stepped out of the door, walking with a light step, happily progressing down the spacious and lively street. Su Hui casually muttered with a cold smile, as the ancient said, "3 people walking together must have my teacher among them." Nowadays, it seems 3 people walking together must have a severely mentally ill person. Before long, the 3 arrived at the bus station, where a brand new luxurious first-class vehicle slowly parked in the middle. The driver, seeing Su Hui approaching, immediately greeted him warmly, saying, "Mr. Su, hello, I am the driver for this service. My surname is Li." Su Hui shook his hand warmly and said, "Hello." Yanlong, surprised, exclaimed, "Wow, is this the car we're taking?" Yu Peng looked at him with disdain and said, "Humph, look at you acting like you've never seen anything before. How could this possibly be our car? Dream on." Driver Li chuckled, saying, "Hee, Mr. Su, and who are those 2? My friends," said Su Hui, turning around and getting into the passenger seat. "Mr. Li thought to himself, friends. That Mr. Su is indeed very wealthy. Just the chartering alone cost several tens of thousands. But why do those 2 friends look so foolish? As if they just returned from abroad, everything seemed novel and surprising to them, completely appearing as if they had never seen the world before. Could they be from some remote rural area? There must be some reason for this. Perhaps their ancestors struck luck and got rich from a land acquisition, receiving a huge compensation, possibly millions or even tens of millions. It is precisely for this reason that they seem so inexperienced in big occasions. Oh, it's really hard to believe. If only I could have such luck too. No, there's another reason they are pretending to be poor on purpose. After all, the thoughts of the wealthy are truly hard to fathom. This might just be their way of pretending to be simple and honest, wanting to lure women who are materialistic to make it easier for themselves to pick up girls. Or perhaps spending the least amount of money to attract the most beautiful women. Driver Li came over enthusiastically shaking hands with Yanlong, and Yupeng praising, "Oh my, you two are truly remarkable, handsome and dashing. Just look at your outfits, such handsome looks. Having you two with me is the honor of my life, a blessing earned from my past life, a virtue accumulated over generations." Without waiting for Yupeng to speak, Driver Li continued, "You two don't look very old, truly young and promising. I admire you. If you have any requests, just let me know. I would go through fire and water for you no matter what." Under the barrage of compliments from Driver Li, the two blushed and awkwardly smiled. Thus Driver Li rubbed his hands together, looking happily at Yupeng and Yanlong, continuously giving off vibes. Yanlong asked curiously, "Driver, what are you doing giving us vibes? We are not gay, we are normal, not homosexual." Driver Li's face darkened instantly at that, but he quickly changed his expression, smiling and explaining, "My hands are a bit cold. I'm not gay either, just like you two young masters, please don't misunderstand, sorry." The two immediately understood. Yupeng smiled and responded, "Haha, we are not young masters, just ordinary folks, it's fine, it's fine." Yanlong asked Driver, "Is this car specially here to pick us up?" Driver Li was stunned. "Of course not to pick you up, am I supposed to pick up ghosts? This is hilarious, my own words are so ridiculous." In a daze he changed his expression to a smile and said, "Hee hee, young master, you are really humorous. Yes, I am here to serve you next." Yanlong awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Driver, don't call me young master, I am just an ordinary person like my friend." "That's the same, I'm also an ordinary person. How much did this car cost?" Driver Li chuckled and said, "Not much, not as much as your balance." After saying that, he continued rubbing his hands as a hint. Yupeng was not affected at all, as if he didn't see it. After all, such actions are too normal, maybe it's just a habit for him. Some people are used to picking their noses, some to shaking their legs. Some people wipe their hands when they defecate and then smell them, and there are those who stretch out their tongues, and some enjoy pulling their hair and feeling the pain of each hair root falling. After all, everyone has their habits, and the driver before them surely has a habit of rubbing his hands more than being caring. Yupeng questioned, "How much did this car cost?" "Several tens of thousands." Driver Li, having dealt with wealthy people for years, knew that for the immensely rich, tens of thousands might seem like a trivial amount, even hundreds of millions to them could seem like a large number to ordinary people. In their world of wealth, the magnitude of money has long surpassed common imagination. To Yupeng, wealth is just wealth. However, for them 100 yuan might just be a trivial pocket money, but for these wealthy individuals 100 yuan equates to the sum of 100,000. As for tens of thousands of yuan, that translates to several 100,000. Not to mention a mere 10 yuan, which could easily be seen as a fortune worth 10,000 in their eyes. This vast disparity in wealth has led to a drastically different understanding and utilization of money compared to ordinary people. Driver Li nodded with a smile, saying, "Yes, just a few tens of thousands, nothing to worry about." Yupeng, overjoyed, continued, "So, is this car yours, master?" Driver Li immediately radiated confidence, casually touching the car and downplaying this. This is just one of my vehicles, the others are lent out. I have even more expensive cars than this one." With a silly grin, he felt an immense sense of pride, and then quietly murmured to himself, "On my precious car once I'm done with my business." Looking at Yupeng and Yanlong standing nearby, he raised his voice, "Let's go celebrate with some polar bear. After all, you're getting older, having followed me for so long, we should have a good gathering. Let's drink some 1930 vintage red wine." However, Yupeng completely ignored Driver Li, not out of coldness, but simply because he couldn't understand what was being said. In Hanlong sneered him, "What a fool. You've inflated your worth to the heavens with that ugly facade. Why not descend to the earth and feast on a phoenix from Flame Mountain? Truly foolish humans, eating all sorts of nonsense. You'll end up digging your own grave. Where did you buy this? I want to buy one too. I only have a few thousand now." After that, Yupeng pulled out a wad of cash, counting it, while looking up at Driver Li, continuing, "I'll lend you some more money later, or you could give me your car, and then you can buy another one. He'll give you a few thousand as a bonus." Driver Li's eyes widened as he fixated on the bundle of cash in Yupeng's hand, watching him slowly count the thin 100 yuan bills, though the total number wasn't substantial. The more Driver Li looked, the more unbelievable it became. He initially expected a thick stack, yet it was merely a thin little amount. A few thousand yuan. In an instant, Driver Li's expression darkened as though overshadowed by dark clouds. He opened his mouth intending to say something, but his throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton, rendering him unable to utter a single word. In the end, Li Jiaxing could only helplessly shut his mouth, his face darkened disdainfully, watching Yupeng continue counting the money. After a while, when Yupeng finished counting, he immediately donned a professional fake smile, saying, "Haha, you have quite a bit of money there. We'll talk later. If you buy this car, it will cost several million. The few tens of thousands I mentioned is just for fuel. But if you want to give me some, that's also possible." He continued, rubbing his hands together. Yupeng was astonished. Yanlong calmly pondered for a moment, pulling Yupeng away from Driver Li, and whispered, "This car is worth several million. Look at that logo, it's XXX, a luxury brand car emblem. The fuel cost can't possibly be tens of thousands, probably just a few thousand. He's just showing off, this car isn't his. He's merely a worker. He's just pretending. Oh, I thought he really had that much. Darn, I can't stand pretentious people. Clearly it's not his, yet he insists it is. Why claim it's a few million, but say it's just a few tens of thousands? Isn't this just making me look foolish? Yanlong patted Yupeng's shoulder in comfort, saying, hey, it's all right, we just need to get in the car later. This car is probably arranged by your friend Su Hui. It's just that we've never ridden in a vehicle like this. We've never left this town, so we can treat this journey as a scenic tour. Yupeng gave a thumbs up, praising, haha, Sherlock Holmes, the great detective, truly lives up to your name. You're impressive, your analysis is spot on. I want to double tap and give you a thumbs up, 6,666, and even send you a grand gift. After that, Yupeng directly put down his backpack and began rummaging. Yanlong thought to himself, well, this is unnecessary to say. Firstly, I want to arrange this car since I don't have the money. As for you, don't even hope for it. Don't I know you well? I am fully aware of the color of your underwear. Even if you have a few abdominal muscles, I know all about it. After all, we are the same kind of people. Definitely no money, so this is a simple matter. This thing isn't something we can get, or it must come from a third party, and that third person is Su Hui sitting in the passenger seat. Just then, Yupeng was still reaching into his backpack, rummaging for something, and his movements grew increasingly eager and frantic. What are you doing over there? What kind of grand gift takes so long to retrieve? Yanlong asked, puzzled. In a short while, Yupeng pulled out a box of medication for controlling mental illness and enthusiastically handed it to Yanlong, reminding him, here, this is your grand gift. Remember to take it on time, once in the morning and once at night. Just follow this. Before he could finish, Yanlong interrupted, wait a minute. Is this so-called grand gift? By the way, why are you giving me this? I'm perfectly fine. No, you're not sick. You're just a little off, and this won't harm you. Don't worry, you can treat it like candy. Looking at Yupeng's serious expression, Yanlong touched his forehead and then felt Yupeng's forehead. Puzzled him. Strange, you're perfectly fine. You're not burning up. What's going on with you? Is everything okay? Yupeng, unable to argue against Yanlong, brushed it off. I'm fine. You can take this or leave it, it's up to you. Yanlong thought for a moment, seriously, saying, well, I think you should take it. Why should I? Why should I take it? Yupeng scratched his head, unable to comprehend. Cough, cough. Look, earlier we were chatting. After you praised me, you then offered me medication for mental illness. Who's sick if not you? Also, it turned out to be about this matter. At first I was pondering whether it was something else. However, it's good that I figured out the reason. That makes things much easier. Regardless, I must find a way to get Yanlong to accept it. Yupeng chuckled. Aha, so that's what it is. I have to say something about you. What are you saying about me? Look at you, then look at that little girl. This whole bag is what she ate. After saying this, Yupeng deliberately shook his backpack. Yanlong, puzzled, asked, she? Little girl? Who is she? Do I know her? You don't know her, just eat it anyway. Yanlong directly refused, turning his head coldly. I don't know her, I'm just eating it. What kind of joke is this? Anyway, I'm not eating it. Yupeng thought to himself, damn, he's not following the script. Shouldn't he praise the girl for being amazing and then ask for a box himself? No, absolutely not. The provocation method won't work. If I do it this way, he definitely won't eat it. After all, as Dr. Lee once said, who would think they are ill? Even if they are sick, they wouldn't admit it. Generally, people insist they are not sick and would never easily acknowledge it. So naturally, my friend is no exception. Sigh. It seems I have to think hard and come up with a brilliant plan. Suddenly an idea popped into his head. All right. Why didn't I think of that? Haha, after all, he has a bit of a deficiency. If that's the case, I can use this as a reason to bring up the topic and get him to accept it. Yupeng's lips curled into a sly smile as he gently said, brother, Yin, we're boys, we all understand these things. I can't believe you're a fan of Sherlock Holmes, really making me say it. Yanlong looked bewildered, asking, what are you talking about? Isn't that a medication for mental illness? What am I forcing you to say? Yupeng quickly covered Yanlong's mouth and whispered, don't be so loud. Do you want everyone to know? I don't want to. Then that's it. With our good relationship, how could I trick you? Is it really true? It must be true. But if it's a kidney supplement disguised from others for privacy reasons, why package it as a mental illness medication? Isn't that even more frightening? It would definitely raise suspicions. If a passerby saw it, I might be misunderstood and sent to a mental hospital. These two things are very conflicting. Just as Yanlong finished speaking, Yupeng froze as if hit by a spell, completely at a loss. He hadn't thought that the initial and concluding statements were so contradictory. At that moment, a middle-aged man in tattered clothes floated 3 centimeters off the ground, staring at Yupeng and Yanlong as if hunting prey. After glancing at the luxurious car, he smirked and muttered, looks like these two are quite wealthy. He'll have a good time for a while now. Yupeng's eyes widened, his mouth slightly open, preparing to retort, but found his mind blank. For a moment, his brain's CPU felt burned out by Yanlong, and he had no idea how to respond. Yanlong looked closely at Yupeng, puzzled, and asked, What are you surprised about? Did I say something wrong? At this moment, Yu Peng ignored Yin Long and was deep in thought. Damn, my friend is indeed a loyal fan of Sherlock Holmes. His analysis is so logical and flawless that it left me speechless with no room for rebuttal. I have to admit that he is right. If this is just an ordinary medication, why package it as a mental illness drug? Isn't there a better name for it? I was careless. I didn't expect Yin Long to be so smart. I'm in deep trouble. I must quickly think of a way to gloss over this. I need to make him believe my explanation. Otherwise, I feel like someone is plotting against me. I must transform this Y into it is just like this. Thinking of this, Yu Peng couldn't help but feel anxious and nervous with beads of sweat starting to form on his forehead. Yin Long waved his hand concerned. Hey, what's wrong with you? Did your soul get lost? Or are you playing 123 Wooden Man? Yu Peng snapped back to reality, awkwardly scratching his head and smiling. Nothing much. I just suddenly remembered some unpleasant things. As long as there's nothing wrong. But you still haven't answered my question. What's up with this medication? Yin Long pointed at the mental illness medication in Yu Peng's hand. As for this question, it's better to set it aside for now, because I really haven't thought of a suitable answer yet. You know, if I directly tell others that this is medication for mental illness and depression, wouldn't that be too blunt and shocking? Moreover, if I remember correctly, Dr. Su Hui mentioned before that this medication is optional for Yin Long. He can take more or less. So considering all of this, why not just not take it? Since that's the case, keeping this medication would be a waste. I might as well give it all to that somewhat foolish and self-important girl. You know, the one who always yells about how this girl does this and that. Perhaps an extra box of medication could help her recover faster. Yes, that's it. It's decided. I don't know. When I bought it, the doctor told me. And then I just bought it. Yu Peng scratched his head awkwardly. You didn't know? You just bought whatever the doctor said. Oh my, you must have been scammed. Let's go find the doctor from that hospital. Forget it. It wasn't much money, just a few bucks off. Not necessary. A few bucks. Damn, you were 100 scammed. No medication could cost just a few bucks unless it's something your grandpa sells in the countryside, a small pack for a dime. Well, it should be that way. Yu Peng's lips twitched in silence. Next time, don't do it like this. If you can take advantage, do so, but don't take what you shouldn't. Otherwise, what if this box of kidney tonics, which costs just a few dollars, causes a problem? We must prioritize our health and shouldn't save a little money on medicine, right? Right, you have a point. Yu Peng nodded in agreement. Yes, but it's okay, don't blame yourself too much. Yin Long patted Yu Peng's shoulder, comforting him as he continued, just consider the few dollars as a lesson learned. After all, experience comes from making mistakes, and we mustn't fall for the same trick again next time. Okay. Yu Peng quickly changed the topic with a smile. Let's go, brother. Yin, it's getting late, we should get in the car and not keep the driver waiting too long. Ha, you're right, let's go get in the car. So Yu Peng turned around and glanced at the big tree behind him. All he saw was the wind blowing the leaves, swaying, and nothing else moving. He muttered to himself, strange, why do I feel like someone is watching us? Or am I just overthinking it? Forget it, let's focus on completing the task. Then Yu Peng got into the car, and after seeing this, Yin Long followed suit. Su Hui, who had already been sitting in the passenger seat, looked at everything through the rearview mirror, sneering and muttering to himself, truly judging a person by their appearance. They think because they are young and naive they will give a lot of tips. But they met the wrong person. It's normal to be a bit greedy, but being overly greedy is not good. It will lead to big trouble sooner or later. Driver Lee, seeing the two of them get in the car, appeared calm on the surface, but the corners of his mouth subtly lifted, revealing a barely perceptible expression of disdain. He secretly mocked Humph. Sneaking around in a less populated area, who knows what kind of bad deeds they are up to? Meeting you two has really brought me bad luck. In the past, none of them ever refused to pay, even if it was little. But these two are so arrogant, thinking they are rich just because they are in my car. In reality, they are nothing but a couple of poor bumpkins, not even able to take out a bit of money. Truly, they are the epitome of a local rube. Everyone understands that the sign language I just used means money, and I made it so obvious earlier to hint for some tips, yet these two fools showed no reaction. Not only that, but they also stupidly thought I was gay. Ugh. You guys are the ones who are gay, your whole family is gay, even your dog is a gay dog. And the cat is a gay cat too. Really, what bad luck to run into you two. Dressed in their shabby clothes, looking like they just came from the countryside, they are worthless. One of my shoes is worth more than their entire outfit combined. Haha, it's my fault for being too naive. I thought you two were the type pretending to be Loki, acting like rich second-generation heirs. I didn't expect you to be true idiots playing the fool. After a while, Driver Lee leisurely got into the car, skillfully sat in the driver's seat, and quickly fastened his seatbelt. Then he turned around wearing a bright and enthusiastic smile, and said in a loud and friendly voice, "Dear passengers, hello. Welcome aboard my beloved vehicle. The road is long and bumpy. To prevent any accidents, please fasten your seatbelts quickly, especially in case I have to brake suddenly. We are about to set off. If you feel thirsty during the trip, don't worry, there is a delicate thermos box right in front of your luxurious seats." Just press the button that emits a blue light and the thermos box will automatically open, filled with a variety of delicious drinks. Whether it's refreshing juice, sweet mineral water, or rich red wine, there's definitely something to satisfy your different taste preferences. Wishing everyone a pleasant journey. After saying this, Mr. Lee turned his head and started the car, moving forward slowly. Yupeng smiled politely. Thank you, we're not thirsty yet, we'll drink if we get thirsty. Yin Long raised the corners of his mouth, slightly revealing a faint smile in response, then began to curiously look around. His sharp gaze scanned the interior of the car, examining every detail. The first thing that caught his eye was the dazzling starry ceiling of the luxurious car. It sometimes displayed futuristic sci-fi images, making one feel as if they were traveling through the stars, and at other times transformed into vast cosmic scenes with twinkling stars, mysterious and deep, making one feel entranced and unable to extricate themselves. Looking at the interior space, it was surprisingly spacious, especially the inside part, which was incredibly wide. Next to it was a delicate dining table covered with a snow-white tablecloth surrounded by several vibrant fresh flowers, exuding a refreshing fragrance. The seats were thick and soft, providing top-notch comfort. Moreover, these seats even had a massage function. When Yin Long gently lay back, he felt all his fatigue instantly wash away, as if a celestial fairy were gently massaging him with her delicate hands, utterly blissful. Yin Long couldn't help but close his eyes, fully enjoying this rare comfort and relaxation. Just then a miraculous thing happened. The originally flat, luxurious seat slowly rose, eventually forming a perfect parallel state with the ground, allowing Yin Long to continue immersing himself in this luxurious atmosphere in a more elegant and comfortable posture. Oh, so refreshing. Upon hearing Yin Long's exclamation, Yupeng turned his head and looked at him with confusion. What's refreshing? This seat is really refreshing. You should try lying down. Really? Why would I lie to you? Just don't sit too straight. When you lie down, it will automatically massage you, and when you lay flat, it will rise up like this. Like this. Lying like in a morgue. Yupeng laughed, raising an eyebrow with a cold humor. Damn it, I just can't control its parallel strength, otherwise I wouldn't want to be like this. It makes me feel like I'm floating, just like lying on a bed. Ha ha, fine, I'll lie down too. After saying that, Yupeng lay down directly. The luxurious massage chair, radiating an aura of opulence, quietly sat there like a beautiful piece of art. As Yupeng gently pressed the start button, it began to operate slowly, emitting a soft and soothing mechanical sound. The backrest and seat cushion of the massage chair seemed to come alive, gently conforming to Yupeng's body, curves beginning to softly knead and massage him. Each movement was perfectly timed, enveloping him in an unparalleled comfort. However, in this moment of pleasure, Yupeng abruptly rose and then fell back onto the massage chair in a swift motion. With a loud thud, Yupeng's action shattered the originally tranquil atmosphere, causing the massage chair to instantly feel immense pressure. Immediately, the massage chair seemed to be angered, automatically adjusting the intensity of its massage. What was once a gentle touch became incredibly intense, as if not delicate fairies were caressing him, but rather burly men with muscles as hard as steel applying pressure. These muscle men gripped Yupeng's body, tightly squeezing and twisting with great force. Their strength was so overwhelming that Yupeng could barely withstand it, yet an unusual thrill coursed through him. Indeed, it felt like his whole body was falling apart, a sensation of pain. What the hell, that massage really hurts. Yupeng immediately got up, stretching his muscles, and rubbed his back with his hands, manually massaging the sore spots. Yin Long, unperturbed, remarked, "You were lying too heavily. Did you accidentally hit a button to increase the intensity?" Driver Lee glanced at the passenger in the back seat through the rearview mirror, secretly muttering to himself, "Look at him, he clearly seems like a country bumpkin who hasn't seen much of the world. It's simply ridiculous that he doesn't even know how to operate such a common massage chair." With this thought, a smirk crept onto Lee's lips, and he began to calculate how to make a hefty profit from Yupeng, Yin Long, and Su Hui. Since this young man is so ignorant, he'll sell him all the fruit juices, drinks, and wines prepared in the car at an inflated price. After all, he doesn't understand the market. He will definitely pay up without question, and perhaps I can squeeze a bit more from him, huh? The more Lee thought about it, the more pleased he became, almost envisioning piles of cash flying towards him. In a blink, the gleam of his small schemes faded away, replaced by a kind smile, as he patiently explained, "Young brother, you may not know, but the massage chair in our car is weight sensitive." Su Hui observed all this, shaking his head with a sigh, thinking, ultimately a puppet of money. It's a pity he chose the wrong profession. His acting skills would serve him well as an actor. Yupeng sat up straight, his eyes wide, hands resting on the driver's seat, puzzled. "Master, what do you mean by weight sensitive? What does that mean?" Driver Lee laughed, tightly gripping the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror with a smile. "Young man, I can tell you are used to being low-key, or perhaps you've grown accustomed to good days, which has led to your unfamiliarity with these details. Yupeng awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling foolishly. Driver Li continued, ordinary massage chairs have setting buttons like level 1, 2, or 3, each with fixed speed, strength, and comfort levels, and most of the settings are on the left with a few on the right. Some are controlled by smartphone apps, but ours is different. Before he could finish, Driver Li paused for a moment before raising his voice. It's not the same. Ours is more intelligent and advanced. Its massage control responds to your weight. For instance, if you lie gently, it massages gently. If you suddenly throw yourself down, it increases the massage intensity. That's why it reacted the way it did when you dove down earlier. Su Hui thought to himself, though he is unscrupulous, he still has a bit of kindness. After all, what he said has some truth to it. Did you understand? Driver Li asked with concern. Haha, I got it, thank you, master. Yupeng replied, beaming with gratitude. Driver Li nodded in satisfaction. Yanlong, reclining in the massage chair, casually said, I'm a bit thirsty. Driver Li enthusiastically replied, no problem, as I mentioned earlier, there's water. That young man just pressed the blue button right in front of you, and it will work. Yupeng, seeing the blue button shining, asked curiously, Master, is there a charge for the water? Driver Li laughed heartily, changing the subject. Quick, press it, don't let your friend get thirsty. And that young man, while you lie there, I personally suggest you should enjoy some fruit juice to savor the good life. After all, eat and drink, well, don't take things too seriously. It just so happens to quench your friend's thirst. As for the wine, that's up to you. If you're free this afternoon and want to drink, our wine is the best. After finishing, Driver Li intentionally exaggerated his voice when mentioning the wine, lowering it significantly. Yanlong suddenly sat up, surprised. Master, you're right. How did I not think of that? Aha, Yupeng, grab me a bottle. Driver Li, full of joy, thought to himself, hee, the delivery money is on its way. As long as you drink a bottle of wine, I could earn tens of thousands of dollars. When it comes time to negotiate the price, I will play hardball starting at a few thousand and still make a profit. Haha, a Tuberts with an Estone strategy. All right. Yupeng cautiously extended his hand, gently pressing the mysterious button. It wasn't due to a timid or introverted personality that he hesitated to touch these things, rather it stemmed from a deep-seated fear of accidentally breaking them. After all, everyone carries a sense of inferiority to some extent. Imagine if a person's social circle has always been very ordinary, encountering only the familiar and commonplace daily. Yet one day he suddenly steps into an incredibly luxurious villa surrounded by novel things he has never seen before. For instance, that technologically advanced smart refrigerator. Faced with such a scene, he would undoubtedly feel a deep sense of inferiority and alienation. He couldn't help but worry that if he accidentally broke these expensive items, he would be unable to afford the damages, or if he mishandled something due to ignorance, it would be utterly embarrassing. Especially when friends are present, even though he is filled with curiosity about these new things, he ultimately can only observe from a distance, not daring to try and feign calmness. After receiving permission, he would cautiously approach. Suddenly a crisp beep, beep, beep sounded, as if a signal from an unknown world or like a robot speaking. Immediately, a gentle blue light emanated from the interior of the small refrigerator, illuminating the surrounding space. The light was dreamlike and ethereal, carrying a hint of mystery that captivated the beholder. As the blue light gradually intensified, the inner wall of the small refrigerator slowly came into view, and Yupeng's eyes widened as he curiously peered inside. Inside, a layer of faint cold mist enveloped the space, resembling a fairyland. The mist shimmered under the blue glow, adding an air of mystique to the interior of the small refrigerator. Yupeng was awestruck by the sight before him. The small refrigerator was filled with a variety of drinks, a dazzling array that left him bewildered. There were crystal-clear bottles of wine elegantly displayed in exquisite glass containers, sparkling with an enticing sheen. Additionally, there were colorful juices and sodas with bottles shaped in various forms, some resembling fortresses, others mimicking animals, bursting with creativity and playfulness. Moreover, there were some rare beverages that Yupeng couldn't even name, but merely gazing at their unique packaging and colors was enough to stir a yearning within him. The flavors he imagined must surely be delightful. Faced with such an abundance of delicious drinks, Yupeng felt his eyes were not enough. He excitedly picked up a bottle, scrutinizing it closely, imagining the wonderful taste within. At that moment, Yupeng felt as if he were immersed in a fantastical kingdom of beverages, relishing in this feast for the eyes and palate. After admiring for a while, Yupeng finally took 2 bottles of very ordinary-looking juice. After all, he had no idea how much the fancier drinks cost. From the packaging, he could tell they might be quite expensive, while these looked quite ordinary, similar to the juices in stores, just ones he had never seen before. Yupeng believed that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Perhaps these juices had an additional charge. Wouldn't that be even more of a burden for Su Hui? Better to stick with ordinary juice, which likely wouldn't cost much, and he could just give it to him. Thus, Yupeng casually handed a bottle of ordinary juice to Yanlong, who immediately sat up and exclaimed, "Ah, this is delicious." Yupeng smiled widely and began to drink, echoing, "Indeed it is. Ha ha." However, in the front seats, driver Li and Su Hui each had their own quirks. Su Hui, after seeing Yu Peng's actions in the rearview mirror, closed his eyes and casually remarked, "We'll settle the bill together later." Internally, he chuckled, thinking, haha, this Yu Peng is really interesting, not picky about fancy packaging, choosing the ordinary instead. Quite admirable, he's not swayed by curiosity, resisting the allure of fine drinks, showing no vanity or desire for admiration. He even saved me some money. No wonder Lei Yi thinks so highly of him, haha, I'm finding him more and more intriguing. Driver Li turned his head and smiled, saying, "All right, Mr. Su." Internally, he mused, oh my, who are these people? So many luxurious juices and wines, and this young man who appears to be struggling financially actually chose such ordinary packaged juice. It's simply absurd. Li continued to grumble, internally wondering if this not so good-looking young man was even a young person at all. Does he not possess even a shred of curiosity, pretentiousness, or vanity? Logically speaking, young people like them should be eager to flaunt wealth and impress their friends, driven by a strong desire for admiration and vanity, pursuing high-end wines and juices for the sake of face right. And then throw in a few flattering remarks to win people's hearts. Isn't that how society works? Yet this foolish young man seems completely oblivious to the rules of social interaction. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. I really don't know what this young man's mind is filled with. Has he been kicked in the head by a donkey, or is it just a mush of thoughts? With such behavior, it's no wonder he's struggling so badly. Being ordered around to fetch things, if he must be ordered, so be it. That young man is even more ridiculous, just drinking, without saying a word, looking entirely pleased, haha, a bottle of ordinary juice worth a few bucks at wholesale price, and he's acting like he's drinking a 32-year aged wine, exclaiming, "Ah, this is delicious. Delicious, my foot. It's all just chemistry and bad fruit mixed with a little juice. The rest is just tap water. Don't ask me how I know, because I made it myself." I must say, these young kids really don't understand what it means to enjoy life. Look, they won't even bother tasting a fine wine, which is quite something. However, since you all insist on choosing ordinary bottled juice, I won't interfere. I'll still charge you a high price, 5,000 per bottle. Let's see what you can do about it. If you think that's high, I'll just use my lifelong experience of bragging to justify it. After all, that young man in the back is blocking my path to wealth. And this moron beside me, who can afford 30,000, yet subtly flaunts his wealth without recommending good wines or juices. This is just too much. Driver Li scolded all three people in the car. And then, without any superfluous words, he stepped on the gas and focused on driving swiftly, reaching their destination. Meanwhile, the shabby, middle-aged man under the distant tree arrived as well. Yin Long and Yu Peng got out of the car, stretching and yawning, saying, "Ah, that was refreshing. I must say, after the massage, I feel rejuvenated." Yu Peng echoed, "Isn't that right?" The two waited outside for Su Hui to come out. Inside the car, driver Li was calculating the bill and said seriously, "For the charter, as we agreed earlier, it's 30,000. Now your friend drank 2 bottles of juice, one priced at 5,000, making it a total of 40,000. Su Hui asked in confusion, "I know the 30,000, but what juice costs 5,000 a bottle?" "Oh, this juice comes from the distant north, grown in the South Taiji region, so it's an imported product. Plus, it only bears fruit once every 3 years, making it quite rare. 5,000 per bottle. But this bottle is labeled as made in our Huaxia," Su Hui pointed out, picking up the ordinary bottle to examine it closely. He continued, "The production date was 2 months ago, and the place of production is in northwest Huaxia." Seeing that his deception wasn't working, driver Li immediately changed his tune, saying, "Our great Huaxia is #1 in the world, so we acquired and unified South Taiji." As Su Hui was about to speak, driver Li continued, "The whole world learns our Huaxia language, so it's quite normal for the packaging to be in Huaxia language." Outside, Yin Long murmured to himself, "What's going on? Why are they still inside? What are they doing?" Yu Peng explained, "I suspect they haven't settled on a price yet, so they're haggling." As expected, Su Hui said seriously in the car, "Firstly, you are absolutely right. Although the fruit is fake, remember to study more next time you boast. A regular package of apple juice costs only a few yuan, and as for the South Tai Chi, it has nothing to do with apples." Seeing his lie exposed, the driver Li was at a loss. But suddenly, Su Hui continued, "However, I won't give you 400, I can give you 35000. This 5000 is also a reward for you. After all, you are patriotic, so I'm giving this to you. What you said earlier about our Huaxia being #1 in the world is correct, but the mistake lies in the juice being fake." Li, upon hearing that the other party proposed to give him an extra 5,000, instantly burst into an ecstatic smile. After all, the wholesale price of that bottle of juice plus his production cost was only 2 yuan. He secretly calculated how this unexpected windfall could significantly improve his life, but when he heard Su Hui say the word fake, that joy vanished like the wind, replaced by a face full of sorrow and sadness, as if the entire world had turned gray and dim. After all, for Li, nothing was more important than money. No matter what you say, it is what it is. Faced with this situation, I couldn't possibly be happy, I had to pretend to be sad. Who could go against money? If someone offered me 10,000 yuan, I would nod in agreement without hesitation, even if they said something nonsensical, like the monkeys on the mountain actually have black bottoms. In Li's eyes, the power of money was enough to distort reality, turning all unreasonable things into reasonable ones. Even if someone claimed that frogs could leap to fame like carps, Li would echo their words without a hint of doubt. This aligns with the saying that money can make the devil push the millstone. Thus, Su Hui giving Li 5,000 had already earned him hundreds of times in profit, which was quite good. He said it was fake, so it was fake after all. It is indeed fake. Doghead. If it allows him to receive money, why not? No matter what, he couldn't go against money. Since someone was offering money for hundreds of times the difference, why not take advantage of it? Therefore, Li couldn't show too much happiness and instead appeared quite downcast. Just think about it, the other party has already said it's fake. If I were overjoyed, wouldn't that further confirm its fakeness? Otherwise, why would I be happy? Meanwhile, Su Hui thought to himself, first you are patriotic, and I'm rewarding you. Second, although you are greedy for money, your heart isn't completely corrupt, otherwise you wouldn't share so much knowledge. Third, seeing a person's character through money is quite worthwhile. After all, I have seen through Yu Peng's character, so I am happy to give you so much. As for you, if we can meet less often, let it be. After all, Su Hui is not a fool. After giving the money, Su Hui got out of the car. The three walked side by side on the street. For Yin Long, this was the first time he had stepped into such a bustling and noisy big city filled with curiosity, looking left and right. Looking around, he saw cars and people filling the streets, everyone moving hurriedly, yet wearing expressions of happiness. There were countless shops lining the street, bustling with activity. Suddenly, a loud shout came from ahead. The factory is closing down. The factory director is my cousin. Today is a big clearance sale. Originally priced at 39 yuan, the imported belts are now only 9 yuan and 90 cents. Limited quantity, first come first served. It turned out to be a street vendor standing in front of his stall, gesticulating and shouting loudly. His voice was penetrating, drawing the attention of passers-by. Then over there someone was happily dancing, clutching a bottle of liquor, stumbling, as if drunk, humming an unknown tune. The drunkard swayed like a willow fluff in the wind, and though his dance was not graceful, it had its own charm, tottering and rising and falling, making people quite scared that he might fall headfirst or bump into a lamppost or even do something inappropriate. Behind him, a swaying middle-aged man looked around and began to plead on the street. Every passerby dressed in colorful clothes and appearing wealthy would hear the classic line, "Hey young man, I have a project that urgently needs funds, so can you lend me some money? When I become successful, I will definitely pay you back tenfold and even let you invest for free. How about it?" Seeing that the passers-by ignored him as if they didn't see him, he continued, "I see that you have a radiant aura and a unique bone structure destined to become rich and beautiful. We are fated. I happen to have a fully renovated house of over 200 square meters, but I still need a bit of money. If you lend me several 100,000 once I buy it, I will pay you back with interest and give you several times the money. How about it?" The passers-by still ignored the middle-aged man. He stood alone on the bustling street, tightly clutching a piece of paper, which said loan application only, and desperately trying to borrow money from the passing pedestrians. The middle-aged man's weathered face was filled with enthusiastic smiles, his mouth constantly chattering about the marvelous benefits of lending him money. "If you lend me money, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. When I reach great heights, you will have soup while I eat meat. After all, I will never forget your great kindness and assistance. I know the chairman of companies within the top 500 in the world. If you lend me some money, I can help you with a favor, build connections, and let you enter the circle of the wealthy. Don't say you want to earn $1 million a month. Even attracting a rich beauty is not a dream. But I am currently facing a financial crisis and lack of funds, so whatever you have I will borrow. Once I turn over my funds, I will surely return several times what I owe you and fulfill all your wishes. After all, one must be open and grateful to those who help." No matter how sweetly the middle-aged man spoke, the surrounding pedestrians ignored him, each going about their own business, treating him as if he were air. Seeing that his tempting offers had no effect on the young graduates, the middle-aged man suddenly sat down on the ground, his whole being instantly turning pitiful and wronged. Wiping his tears with his hands, he began to cry, "Woo-woo. My life is so hard. My parents divorced when I was very young, and since then I have become an orphan without support. For so many years I have been living alone in hardship. When I was a child, I often went hungry, searching through filthy garbage heaps for scraps of food to fill my stomach. When I was desperately thirsty, I could find no clean water to drink, and could only make do with the dew collected on leaves in the early morning. Thus, day after day, year after year, relying on my tenacious will and my thirst for life, I somehow managed to grow up, albeit with great difficulty. Yet look at my current appearance, my face etched with the marks of hardship, looking as though I have aged significantly, when in fact I am merely 27 years old. Alas, it is all due to that wretched car accident. I accidentally hit someone and have since incurred a massive debt. I am truly at my wit's end. Please have mercy, kind soul. I beg you, lend me a little money. I am just a small amount of money away from solving my urgent problem. Rest assured, as soon as I receive my salary next month, I promise to return every penny to you, interest included. There will be more. Were it not for this predicament, I would never shamelessly ask for help like this. I truly beg you, kind soul. However, the young woman seemed to completely ignore the middle-aged man walking past him without a glance, her gaze fixed firmly ahead, striding confidently. The middle-aged man did not feel discouraged. He continued to tirelessly stop one passerby after another, trying to draw their interest to his sorrowful tale. Yet disappointingly, the passers-by seemed to treat the middle-aged man as if he were invisible, and no one was willing to pause and listen to him. Some even deliberately bumped into the middle-aged man, but astonishingly their bodies passed through him as if he were merely a phantom. The young man who bumped into the middle-aged man did not walk away. Instead, he paused for a moment, yawned, and muttered, "Achoo, what was that about? Why was it so cold over there? Or am I coming down with something?" Seeing that the young man was still nearby, the middle-aged man sensed an opportunity for extortion and immediately turned hostile, cursing, "Hey, young man, are you blind? You bumped into me." Yet no matter how the middle-aged man protested, the young man paused for a moment, wiped his nose, and continued walking with great swagger. The middle-aged man recklessly chased after him, shouting, "Hey, how can you act like this? Hitting someone and just walking away. Do you know that's a hitandron? This is a serious matter. If you don't give me some money today, you won't be able to leave. I will sue you to the point of bankruptcy." With that, the middle-aged man immediately lay down on the ground, wailing and talking to himself, "Oh no. Oh no. My body. You've hurt me badly. Oh, it hurts so much. Quick, take me to the hospital. But there's a way to heal me. If you lend me some money when I hit it big, I will make you a rich second generation enjoying life without a care. After all, we share both adversity and fortune." Seeing the young man continue on his way without a care, the middle-aged man continued, "I swear, lend me the money to solve my urgent problem, and I will pay you back on time. I have everything prepared. Ooh, just tell me the date, and I will return it then. I even have a loan note, and I guarantee you will be rich. Good deeds are rewarded. You won't lose out or be deceived. Let's just forget about your responsibility for hitting me." Seeing the young man still strutting along, he instantly changed his tone, threatening with a sinister smile, "Otherwise, you'll have to sell everything you own to pay me back." The young man seemed oblivious and walked away slowly while the passers-by continued to ignore him. The middle-aged man quickly stood up unharmed and angrily shouted, "You heartless scoundrels, ignoring me, are you?" At that moment, a man in a suit appeared, but he looked quite disheveled. His hair, which should have been neatly groomed, was now somewhat messy, as if he had been blown about by a strong wind. He walked unsteadily, clutching a drink, taking sips, as if he had lost his balance, each step a struggle, as if he might fall at any moment. "What am I going to do? What should I do? Boo-hoo, how can I get through this?" he murmured to himself. "My 50,000 yuan. Boo-hoo. Now as I prepare to get married, I am short a few thousand to buy a house. Without it, I cannot marry. My partner insists on having a house. Boo-hoo, I've borrowed from all my friends and family, and now everyone is out of money. Oh, how wonderful it would be if my 5,000 yuan had been returned to me long ago, so I wouldn't have to drown my sorrows in drink. It's been 4 years. 4 whole years, and not a single penny has been returned. That damned deadbeat, the bastard who borrowed money and never paid it back, dragging it out, damn it." His voice was filled with despair and helplessness, evoking sympathy in those who heard. Originally, the man in the suit had lent the money out of pity for the other person's desperate need, but now he couldn't get it back. That person vanished without a trace, even blocking him and deleting all means of contact. He had even tried to defend his rights through legal means, but with no assets to his name and the borrower having disappeared, the local place where the borrower lived was now empty. The crucial point was that the personal information filled out for the loan was fake, and the phone number had long been canceled, making it feel even more hopeless. He had no choice but to spend a large amount of money hiring a lawyer to investigate and litigate. Even though he won, he ended up on the blacklist, and his family members were affected too. But now the borrower who had promised to repay within a month had vanished as if they never existed, leaving no trace. He had spent a lot of money and time only to find that the other party had disappeared. The man in the suit did not know whom to turn to for help. Filled with pain and regret, tears streaming down his cheeks, pooling on the ground into small puddles. If there were such a thing as regret medicine, he would never have lent that 5,000 yuan to someone he had only known for a few months, who had begged him with a pitiful look